Chapter 1. The Awakening of a Supreme Talent. The humid sea breeze caressed his face, carrying a strange, briny sweetness. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, squinting slightly against the blinding sunlight. Above him stretched a boundless azure sky, while beneath him lay a small wooden raft that gently swayed with the waves. As far as his gaze could reach, there was nothing but an endless expanse of deep blue. Wasn't he supposed to be in his comfortable apartment, enjoying the air conditioning while playing video games? The raft beneath him was diminutive, perhaps only 2 meters square, crudely constructed from several rough-hewn logs, appearing as if it could disassemble at any moment. Lin Yuan wiggled his toes, the flip-flops firmly clinging to his feet, while his loose beach shorts flapped noisily in the wind. He glanced down at his vacation attire and then surveyed the dismal situation before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. Trouble. Extreme trouble. Just then, a semi-transparent blue screen abruptly unfolded before his eyes. Welcome to the all-people ocean survival game here. Your sole objective is to survive. Each participant will receive an initial raft and a random talent. Please note. The ocean teems with opportunities, yet it is equally fraught with deadly dangers. Good luck. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, heralding a harsh reality. Lin Yuan's expression remained largely unchanged, though a subtle depth flickered in his usually languid eyes. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the screen, causing the panel to shift. Player: Lin Yuan. Physical strength: 10 average for adult males. Mental fortitude: 15 far exceeds the ordinary. Talent: awaiting awakening items. None. Status: healthy. Almost instantaneously after he perused his personal information, the section labeled talent awaiting awakening began to flicker wildly, ultimately stabilizing into a line of golden text adorned with splendid effects. Congratulations, player, you have awakened the SS level talent. Endless extraction talent effect 1. Every second, you will randomly acquire a resource. Talent effect 2. When a high-quality beauty lingers nearby, your chances of obtaining rare resources will increase. The higher the quality and favorability of the beauty, the greater the enhancement. Talent effect 3. When you find yourself in life-threatening peril, the probability of acquiring rare resources will double. Lin Yuan regarded these 3 effects, particularly the second one, raising an eyebrow involuntarily. This talent was rather intriguing. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, all he could see was sea, with not a single soul in sight, let alone a high-quality beauty. His inherent lethargy surged once more, and he reclined back on the raft, using his hands as a pillow. The few unruly black strands of hair swayed gently with the sea breeze. Since he was here, he might as well relax. After all, resources would materialize every second. He would wait and see what treasures he might receive. Infinite plunder has been activated. You have acquired. One holy sock. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a sock, emitting a faint odor of salted fish, appeared out of thin air, landing squarely on his face. Lin Yuan expressionlessly removed it from his face and casually tossed it into the sea. Unlimited plunder has been activated. You have received a single rusted nail. A bent, rust-covered nail fell onto his chest, causing a slight discomfort. He raised his hand once more, expertly flicking the nail away, watching it arc gracefully through the air before plummeting into the sea with a soft splash. Unlimited plunder has been activated. You have received a half-eaten corn cob. Lin Yuan sat up, observing a small pile of debris that had mysteriously appeared on the raft, sinking into a prolonged silence. It seemed that the second effect had not been triggered. This SS-level talent was essentially akin to a scrapyard. Irritated, he accessed the interface and opened the flashing red-numbered world channel. The channel had erupted, countless messages cascading like a waterfall. Where on earth is this? Can someone tell me what happened? I was in a meeting just a moment ago. Help! Im so thirsty. Who has water? He'll trade it for my new iPhone. Wah! I'm scared of water. I don't want to die here. Is anyone nearby? Let's team up. It's terrifying to be alone. Panic, despair, and confusion surged through the screen. Lin Yuan's gaze calmly swept over the messages, his heart unfazed. The rules of the world had transformed. Those unable to adapt would inevitably be eliminated. At that moment, several peculiar messages caught his attention. Is there a big brother who can spare some food? I'm willing to do anything. Hey, race a photo of my legs in black stockings, private message for unlock. He'll trade a freshly changed piece of underwear for a loaf of bread. It's clean. Hurry if you want it. Coordinates XXX, seeking a strong brother for protection. I can wash clothes and cook. Am very obedient. Lin Yuan's expression hardened slightly. Some had already begun to exploit their advantages to barter for survival resources. Human adaptability is, in some respects, astonishingly swift. This also corroborated his suspicion. Most people began with extremely limited supplies, lacking even the most basic food and water. In contrast, although his talent could only produce refuse, it at least provided a continuous stream of resources, which did not seem entirely futile. He closed the clamorous world channel, preparing to clear the debris from the raft. Just as he bent down, a tremendous force surged from beneath the raft. Bang! The entire raft was violently thrust upwards. Lin Yuan was caught off guard, sent flying before crashing heavily onto the wooden planks. The sea churned violently, cold water splashing onto his face. He quickly regained his balance, his gaze sharp as it pierced the surface of the sea surrounding the raft. A colossal black shadow was gliding slowly beneath the raft, its outline unmistakably that of a shark. Moreover, this shark was far larger than any he had ever encountered. The shadow's length was nearly 3 times that of the small raft. A primal sense of terror coursed through him, from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Lin Yuan's heart contracted violently. He was not enjoying a leisurely vacation, he was fighting for survival in a post-apocalyptic realm. The enormous shadow circled beneath the water, seemingly scrutinizing this delicacy adrift on the ocean surface. He could vividly discern the terrifying muscles coiling beneath the smooth, metallicid gray skin. Suddenly, the shark accelerated. Its massive form generated a tumultuous white wave as it surged through the water, akin to a black torpedo, hurtling directly towards the side of the raft. Boom! The deafening sound of impact reverberated through the air. The wooden planks beneath Lin Yuan groaned under the strain, and 2 of the vines binding the logs snapped instantaneously. The entire raft tilted sharply to one side, half of it submerging into the water. Lin Yuan clung desperately to the edge of the raft, his body taut, narrowly avoiding being flung into the depths. The icy seawater engulfed his calves in an instant, a bone-chilling cold spreading through his skin. The colossal shark, having struck successfully, did not retreat. With a powerful flick of its tail, the immense fin crashed against the water's surface, sending up a towering wall of water that drenched Lin Yuan entirely. Salty seawater surged into his mouth, choking him violently as he coughed. Through the blurred curtain of water, he glimpsed an eye in a motionless, pure, cold black orb. This eye lingered less than 2 meters beneath him, gazing intently, as if assessing a piece of meat destined for consumption. Lin Yuan could even detect the overwhelming, nauseating scent of blood wafting through the air. Fear gripped his heart like an invisible hand, tightening its hold. Every muscle in his body tensed, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He was acutely aware that the fragile raft could not withstand another collision. He had to devise a plan, but what could he possibly do? All he possessed were tattered remnants, lacking even a single object that could serve as a weapon. The great shark seemed to lose patience, opening its cavernous maw wide enough to swallow a cow, revealing a mouthful of serrated, pallid teeth. In the next moment, it lunged toward the opposite end of the raft, biting down ferociously. Crack! The sound of splintering would echoed painfully. The hefty logs forming the raft crumbled under its terrifying bite, fragile as cookies. Wood chips flew in every direction. Lin Yuan watched helplessly as a substantial portion of the raft beneath him was violently torn away, swallowed whole by the shark, reduced to mere fragments in an instant. His foothold was diminished to less than half. The raft rocked violently beneath him, and the frigid seawater was now lapping at his knees. The shadow of death loomed larger than ever. He could even feel the rough skin of the shark brushing against the remnants of the raft, sending shivers of dread coursing through him. Was he to perish? Arriving in this world less than 10 minutes ago, only to become the shark's meal? Reluctance surged within Hema, fierce flame burning in his chest, in his seemingly languid gaze. A terrifying light erupted at this moment. A thought of lethargy belied a heart of a sovereign. He could accept being a slothful creature out of a desire to avoid complications, yet he would never tolerate being consumed like a true sloth, utterly without resistance. At this critical juncture between life and death, a chilling blue luminescence reignited before his eyes. A line of blood-red text pulsated violently. Danger detected. Player is in extreme peril. The Talent Infinite Plunder Effect 3 has been triggered. Your probability of acquiring rare materials will double. Immediately following, another line of golden text appeared. Infinite Plunder has been activated. Chapter 2, Battling the Shark. Generating rare materials. Congratulations. You have acquired a rare weapon, Deep Sea Trident. The cold blue screen displayed a vivid interplay of crimson and gold characters before settling into a final form. In the next instant, a chilling metallic sheen materialized out of thin air. A trident, crafted from an unknown metal, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, adorned with 3 sharp barbs at the front, abruptly appeared in Lin Yuan's grasp. Its icy weight felt both substantial and indomitable. The sensation was astonishingly real. Lin Yuan's heart raced. The will to survive eclipsed all fear and dread. Instinctively, he exerted every ounce of strength to clutch this solitary beacon of hope. Simultaneously, the colossal shark altered its course. Its massive form carved a menacing arc through the water, sending waves crashing beneath Lin Yuan's feet, causing the last remnants of the wooden raft to tremble violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. This time, it did not strike with its body. Instead, it opened its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, targeting Lin Yuan directly. The stench of blood surged towards him, thick with the essence of death. Lin Yuan's eyes fixated on the approaching abyss of the shark's jaws, his pupils narrowing to dangerous pinpricks. At that moment, his mind was unnaturally clear. There was no time to ponder, no time to hesitate. Just as the shark's jaws were about to close, engulfing him and the last splinter of wood, Lin Yuan sprang into action. He did not retreat, for behind him lay the abyss. He lunged forward, stepping onto the edge of the crumbling raft, shifting his entire weight onto it. One end of the board sank beneath him while the other shot upward. With the force of the rising end, Lin Yuan's body soared for an instant, executing a perfect bridge maneuver. His back nearly grazed the frigid surface of the sea. The shark's terrifying jaws, imbued with the power to obliterate all, barely grazed his nose as they snapped shut. Crack! The last remnants of what splintered into a flurry of debris. The platform he had relied upon vanished entirely. His body lost its support and began to tumble backward. The icy seawater enveloped his back in an instant. Yet, his hands remained steadfastly clenched around the deep sea trident. Now it was the moment. Seizing the fleeting opportunity while the shark strike missed, Lin Yuan summoned his core strength, propelling himself upward like a spring from the depths of the water. All of his strength, all of his unwillingness to surrender, and all of his will to survive were channeled into his arms. The muscles in his arms bulged, veins prominent. "Give me death!" A roar, suppressed to the utmost degree, erupted from the depths of his throat. The deep-sea harpoon in his hand transformed into a streak of black lightning, thrusting forth with all his hope. The target was that emotionless, icy black eye. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was both muffled and clear. The tip of the harpoon plunged unimpeded, deeply embedding itself into the giant shark's eye socket. It even penetrated the fragile eyeball, driving into the brain behind it. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Yuan maintained his thrusting position, half of his body submerged in water, gasping for air. The massive body of the shark also froze in place. The intact eye appeared to reveal a hint of bewilderment. 1 second, 2 seconds. Roar! A wail, unlike that of any known creature, resonated with unparalleled anguish. The excruciating pain finally reached the giant shark's nervous system. It went berserk. Its colossal body began to thrash violently in the ocean, crashing and tossing about. Each strike of its enormous tail against the water's surface stirred up towering waves. The sea was thrown into chaos, forming a gigantic whirlpool. Lin Yuan was instantly flung into the air by this immense force, tumbling twice before crashing heavily into the water. Salty seawater surged violently into his mouth and nose, a searing pain igniting in his lungs. He struggled desperately, attempting to rise to the surface. But the dying shark was nearby, rampaging wildly, churning the waters into a torrent that dragged him down with relentless hands. The sensation of suffocation enveloped him once more. Lin Yuan's consciousness began to blur. He could even see the giant shark, with the harpoon lodged in its eye socket, repeatedly slamming its head against the ocean's surface, mixing blood and brain matter with seawater, staining a vast area crimson. It was inflicting self-harm as a means of expressing its immeasurable agony. Lin Yuan's movements slowed, and the light in his vision dimmed further. Was it to end here? He had given his all, yet still no. He had not yet witnessed the full panorama of this world. He had not truly lived even once. A force emanating from the depths of his soul tightened his muscles once again. With his last ounce of strength, he kicked fiercely. Splash! Lin Yuan's head finally broke through the water surface. He greedily inhaled the blood-scented air, each breath akin to a lifeline. Meanwhile, the shark's struggles were nearing their end. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, the waves it created dwindling in size. Ultimately, its massive body weakly rolled over, exposing its pale belly, floating motionless on the sea's surface. Only the tip of the deep-sea harpoon remained above the water, glinting with a cold light under the sun. It was dead. It had finally perished. Lin Yuan floated in the water, gazing at the immense corpse, his mind in a state of emptiness. He had triumphed. In this battle marked by a disparity of strength that bordered on despair, he had survived. World announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Yuan from Longxia District for achieving the first kill of the first-tier elite creature Great White Shark. As a reward, 100 units of wood, 20 iron blocks, and a title of Shark Hunter. World announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Yuan from Longxia District. World announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Yuan from Longxia District. A resounding proclamation reverberated through the minds of all survivors across the globe. In this moment, countless individuals clinging to wooden rafts upon the ocean's surface raised their heads in unison, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. Wait, what? First kill? Someone has already slain a shark? Lin Yuan? Who is this? Is he truly that formidable? I can't even catch a small fish. From Longxia District? Impressive. He has brought honor to us. The title of Shark Hunter. That reward sounds incredible. Damn it, I envy him with a burning passion. Naturally, Lin Yuan remained oblivious to the discussion surrounding him. Before his eyes, the azure light screen refreshed once more. By defeating the first-tier elite creature Great White Shark, you have obtained 200 units of Great White Shark meat, 2 shark fins, 1 shark skin, and 24 shark teeth. You have received the title. Shark Hunter upon equipping. Increases damage to aquatic creatures by 10, with a small chance to intimidate lower-tier fish. It has been detected that your raft has been completely destroyed. Would you like to consume 50 units of wood and 10 iron blocks to repair and upgrade your raft? Yes, Lin Yuan thought decisively. With his intention, a mountain of wood and iron blocks materialized beside the corpse of the shark floating on the sea. Enveloped in a blue glow, these resources swiftly disassembled and reformed. In mere seconds, a brand new raft emerged before Lin Yuan. This raft was double the size of his initial one, encompassing an area of approximately 10 square meters. The gaps between the logs were reinforced with black iron plates, and the vines had been replaced with robust hemp ropes, making it considerably sturdier. In the center of the raft, there was even a small makeshift wooden shelter to shield against the sun. Lin Yuan clambered onto the raft, sprawling out in a relaxed manner, his body forming a Da shape as he lay unceremoniously on the planks. The exhaustion from his narrow escape washed over him like a tidal wave. He felt utterly disinclined to move even a finger. The warmth of the sun enveloped him, while the sea breeze brought a hint of saltiness, yet instilled an unprecedented sense of tranquility. He closed his eyes, quietly savoring this hard-won peace. When it was time to fight, he would give it his all. When it was time to rest, he would embrace relaxation without guilt. This was his life philosophy. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, the pangs of hunger compelled him to sit up once more. He glanced at the shark's carcass floating nearby, and then at the substantial pile of shark meat in his inventory. A very pragmatic dilemma presented itself. There was no fire. Raw consumption? Lin Yuan frowned. He had yet to reach such desperate straits. My talent, he recalled his SS grade talent. Every second, supplies are being replenished. Although most of them are merely worthless debris, there are occasional treasures to be found. He opened the talent panel, his gaze landing on one particular description. Proximity to beauty will influence the probability of acquiring rare materials. Lin Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. This premise is quite intriguing. In essence, if a beautiful woman is by his side, the odds of uncovering rare materials would increase. Perhaps embers? Or a furnace? Yet, amidst this vast ocean, where could one possibly find a beautiful woman? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a fleeting glimpse in his peripheral vision caught his attention. There seemed to be a dark spot on the distant sea. Squinting his eyes, he focused closely. It appeared to be a raft. No, to be precise, it was a disassembled raft. Several broken logs were precariously held together by vines, rising and falling with the waves, looking even more forlorn than his previous predicament. Upon that heap of dilapidated wood lay a figurio woman. The distance rendered her features indistinct, but her silhouette appeared particularly slender and graceful under the sunlight. Most striking was her cascade of silver hair. Against the backdrop of the azure sea, that silver stood out vividly, so unique as if it belonged to another realm. Lin Yuan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He was not one to be easily swayed by fleeting beauty. Yet the rules of talent were explicitly stated. This world is entirely composed of data and regulations. In this realm, beauty could perhaps be defined as a rare resource that enhances the drop rate. Rescuing her was not merely an act of saving a life, it was an investment and opportunity to later acquire more valuable items, a means to ensure his own survival. With this thought, Lin Yuan ceased to hesitate. He retrieved a relatively intact wooden plank from the pile of supplies, using it as a paddle, and began to row vigorously toward her. The raft moved slowly but steadily. As the distance closed, the figure sprawled upon the broken raft became increasingly discernible. Lin Yuan's breath caught slightly. Even a mere profile was enough to evoke a sense of breathtaking beauty. Her skin was a cold, pale white, untouched by sunlight for years, delicate as fine porcelain. A high nose and tightly pressed lips formed a slightly aloof curve. Her silver hair, damp and clinging to her cheeks and neck, added an element of tragic beauty. She seemed to be unconscious, lying motionless, her body only swaying slightly with the undulations of the raft. Lin Yuan noticed a delicate pendant hanging from her neck, a small glass vial containing a mysterious, softly glowing blue liquid. Even from a distance, the purity and chill of that blue hue were palpable. A true paragon of beauty. Lin Yuan's mind swiftly reached a conclusion. If she were to remain by his side, wouldn't the refresh rate of rare materials soar? His rowing motion instinctively quickened. Chapter 3. The Frigid School Goddess. Yu Meng being the raft drew near enough for Lin Yuan to catch a whiff of the fragrance that mingled with the salty essence of the sea, a scent that was both refreshing and ineffably cold. He extended his hand, cautiously reaching toward the figure sprawled upon the shattered wood. His fingertips grazed her exposed arm, icy. A chill that transcended the bounds of normal body temperature coursed through him. Her body was surprisingly light, far lighter than Lin Yuan had anticipated. She was clad in a distinctly JK-style uniform. The white short-sleeved shirt, soaked, clung tightly to her form, accentuating her astonishing curves. The red necktie, beneath the sailor collar hung askew, and her black pleated skirt, now drenched, enveloped her long legs, which were sheathed in white over-the-knee socks, now soiled and appearing somewhat disheveled. With minimal effort, he lifted her from the precarious pile of splintered wood and placed her gently onto the relatively spacious and stable raft. Throughout this endeavor, she remained utterly unresponsive, like a delicate yet soulless doll. Lin Yuan's gaze fell once more upon the pendant nestled at her neck. Within the small glass vial, a deep azure liquid seemed to shimmer softly with the raft's movements, casting a faint glow upon her face, pale and devoid of color. He crouched down, extending 2 fingers to probe her carotid artery, a faint pulse, yet undeniably present. She was alive. Lin Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, followed by a self-deprecating chuckle. Was he truly relieved at the preservation of a life, or merely at the continued availability of a rare resource? Perhaps it was a blend of both. He diverted his gaze from her breathtaking visage and opened his talent panel. The list of resources continued to refresh with each passing second. A small piece of soaked cardboard, a rusted nail, a broken paddle. Once again, it was a collection of inconsequential debris. Lin Yuan frowned. Did he need to wait for her to awaken, or must he obtain her consent? The criteria for assessing the proximity of this beauty seemed more intricate than he had anticipated. As he pondered, the woman on the raft fluttered her eyelashes slightly. A faint, stifled cough escaped her lips. She had awakened. Lin Yuan's attention snapped back to her. What kind of eyes were those? They resembled the purest waters of glacial lakes, imbued with the confusion of newfound awareness and an inherent sense of detachment and wariness. Her gaze drifted unfocused across the azure sky, squinting against the blinding sunlight that invaded her senses. Then, her eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan's face. A man clad in a loose t-shirt and beach shorts, adorned with flip-flops, his hair tousled, was observing her with a scrutinizing gaze, as though appraising her presence. "Who are you?" Her voice emerged, raspy from disuse yet chillingly cold, reminiscent of an interrogation. "Just a passerby." Lin Yuan's response was succinct, and he casually pushed a relatively clean wooden plank behind her to provide some comfort for her back. "Where's this place?" She disregarded Lin Yuan's gesture, her gaze swiftly scanning the sturdy-looking raft and the disordered pile of supplies in the corner. "Your raft has collapsed. I pulled you up." Lin Yuan gestured towards the debris not far away, almost consumed by the encroaching waves. The woman's icy blue eyes followed his indication, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if the wreckage that nearly claimed her life bore no significance to her. She averted her gaze and looked back at Lin Yuan. "I am Yu Mengbing." She stated her name in a tone that remained unperturbed. Lin Yuan. After this simple exchange of names, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The sea breeze tousled her silvery hair, a few damp strands clinging to her cheek, adding an air of fragility to her already cold visage. Yu Mengbing's gaze instinctively fell upon the pendant around her neck. Upon confirming its presence, her tense body seemed to relax slightly. Yet, her piercing blue eyes still brimmed with scrutiny. She harbored no belief in altruism without motive, especially in a place fraught with peril. This man had saved her. What was his agenda? "What do you want?" Yu Mengbing asked directly, her voice laced with an intensified chill. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Engaging with an astute individual was indeed effortless. Rather than providing a direct answer, he countered with a question, "What can you offer me?" This retort returned the inquiry back to her. For the first time, Yu Mengbing furrowed her brow lightly as she assessed her predicament. Her raft was gone. Her supplies were depleted. She was drenched and feeble. Aside from her life and her somewhat unreliable talent, it appeared she had nothing to her name. She fell into silence. Lin Yuan made no effort to rush her, watching with leisurely patience. He had all the time in the world. After all, supplies refreshed every second. Perhaps waiting a little longer would yield a lounge share. Moments slipped away. Acquired. One pack of soaked tissues. Acquired. One deflated basketball. Acquired. One glowing diode. The sunlight glinting off the sea seemed to intensify. Lin Yuan even unearthed an unopened bag of chips from the heap of wreckage, crunching them with abandon. The sound resonated sharply across the tranquil waters, evoking a palpable resentment. Yu Mengbing's thoughts transitioned from contemplation to overt annoyance. This man was doing it on purpose. "My talent allows me to communicate with marine creatures." Eventually, she spoke, her voice tinged with reluctance. This was her greatest asset, her sole bargaining chip in this dire situation. Lin Yuan paused in his chip consumption. Communicate with marine creatures? This talent sounds rather impressive. So what caused your raft to fall apart? He astutely grasped the crux of the matter. If communication with marine creatures were indeed possible, how could she find herself in such a predicament? Upon mentioning this, a rare and indescribable expression flickered across Yu Mengbing's perpetually frosty visage, resembling a blend of shame and frustration. "I sought assistance from a large creature to ascertain if any islands were nearby." Her voice dwindled, and then Lin Yuan pressed further. "I managed to establish contact with a killer whale. It was quite amiable. To express its affection, it nudged my raft with its head." Once Yu Mengbing concluded her statement, she fell silent, a peculiar flush gracing her cheeks. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. An image abruptly materialized in his mind. A majestic marine behemoth, measuring several meters in length and weighing tons, attempting to convey goodwill towards a diminutive wooden raft in what it presumed to be a gentle manner. And then, there was no further development. He nearly stifled a laugh. This girl possesses extraordinary talent, yet her fortune seems decidedly lacking. So, what you imply is that you can assist me in locating fish or providing warnings of danger. Lin Yuan swiftly comprehended her worth. Not merely that. Yu Mengbing's expression regained its icy composure as she lifted her gaze, her ice-blue eyes locking onto Lin Yuan's. I can command them for our purposes, fishing, scouting, and even combat. Her tone exuded an undeniable confidence. This, indeed, is the true application of her gift. The earlier incident with the killer whale was merely a fluke, an unfortunate mishap stemming from inexperience. Lin Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. This proposal is most enticing. A stable source of sustenance, a mobile underwater radar. This investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. I require a position aboard your raft. Yu Mengbing articulated her request. In exchange, my abilities will be at your disposal. Her stance was assertive, resembling not a plea, but an equitable business negotiation. Lin Yuan appreciated this approach, simple, direct, devoid of the complexities of human relations. It's a deal. He extended his hand. A pleasant collaboration. Yu Mengbing regarded his outstretched hand, hesitating momentarily before ultimately offering her icy hand for a gentle clasp. The moment their agreement was reached, a distinctly different notification sound resonated in Lin Yuan's mind. Detected high-rarity unit Yu Mengbing has entered a collaborative state. Beauty proximity assessment rule amended. Probability of acquiring rare resources increased. Subsequently, the refresh information on the talent panel visibly transformed. A small vial of medical alcohol has been generated. A roll of clean bandages has been generated. A sealed military-grade compressed biscuit has been generated. Although it may not yet be a groundbreaking treasure, it has certainly undergone a qualitative transformation compared to the worthless scrap of the past. It has ascended from refuse to the level of essential survival supplies. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth subtly curved upward in a faint smile. He had made the right bet. He glanced at the silver-haired beauty beside him, soaked to the skin and pale in complexion, yet still maintaining an air of aloof elegance. This was no mere victim of misfortune. She was undoubtedly a walking, speaking, and highly skilled super treasure. Chapter 4. The campus beauty seeks to assist me in finding a female companion? Lin Yuan gazed upon the moving super treasure chest before him, his mood remarkably buoyant. He nonchalantly tossed a small vial of medical alcohol that had just materialized. Yu Mengbing instinctively caught it, the cold glass sending a shiver through her. Glancing down, she noticed a simple label affixed to the vial, white background with black text, stating 75 ethanol disinfectant. This substance. She lifted her gaze, her icy blue eyes brimming with scrutiny and confusion. Almost immediately, Lin Yuan handed her a roll of clean bandages and a sealed military-grade compressed biscuit can. First, tend to your wounds, then have something to eat, he stated. His tone is casual, as if commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Yu Mengbing hesitated, gripping the chilly alcohol bottle, her gaze sweeping over the three items before settling on Lin Yuan's unnaturally serene face. Her raft had shattered, and the supplies had sunk significantly. Yet this man could effortlessly produce these luxuries in their current dire environment. It was simply illogical. Your talent. She began, her voice raspy as if just pulled from the depths of the sea, yet still retaining its chill. This was not a question, but a declaration. Lin Yuan shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. He opened his talent panel and shared it with Yu Mengbing. A faint blue light curtain, visible only to the two of them, hung in the air. Talent. Endless extraction SSS grade. Effect. Randomly generates 1 item per second. Status. In critical moments, the probability of acquiring rare items will significantly increase. Correction. Detection of high-rarity unit Yu Mengbing has entered cooperative status. Rules for proximity to beauty have been adjusted. Current bonus. Probability of acquiring rare items enhanced. The air seemed to freeze. The sound of waves crashing against the raft faded into the background. Yu Mengbing's pupils visibly contracted in that moment. SSS grade. Her own talent was already a grade, granting her an extraordinary advantage in the early stages, even leading her to believe herself destined for greatness. Yet now, a living embodiment of an SSS-grade talent lay before her, unabashedly displayed, generating 1 item per second. What an astonishing ability. Possessing this talent meant that as long as luck was not abysmally poor, one would essentially have an inexhaustible logistical base. No wonder the raft beneath him had expanded to its current size, piled high with what appeared to be useless debris, which in truth represented countless extraction results. Those items had not been collected. They had sprouted forth. After the initial shock, her gaze slowly descended to the specially marked correction, information, proximity to beauty. Almost unconsciously, she whispered those words with a hushed tone. The expression on her eternally stoic face became even more intricate than when she had previously mentioned Orcus. There was astonishment, absurdity, and a hint of embarrassment that she herself was unaware of. Thus, the sudden appearance of medical alcohol and compressed biscuits was due to her, because of the collaboration she had achieved with him. This criterion felt rather. She found herself at a loss for appropriate words to articulate her thoughts. Lin Yuan observed the changes in her expression with keen interest. It was far more engaging than gazing at the sea. It seems you have grasped the concept. He retracted the talent panel. Yu Mengbing fell silent. Her mind raced with thoughts. The SSS-level talent yielded an infinite supply of resources. And the key to enhancing the probability of rare material production was beauty. This condition was both preposterous and terrifyingly realistic. Many thoughts crossed her mind. What if this enhancement could stack? What if there were more than one high-rarity unit on the raft? Wouldn't it imply that Lin Yuan's talent possessed unimaginable potential for growth? This man, seemingly carefree, like a languid youth on vacation by the seaside, actually held the key to the most crucial resources of this world. A gust of sea breeze swept by, carrying the salty chill. Yu Mengbing shivered, her damp clothes clinging tightly to her form, outlining her slender, yet curvaceous silhouette. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself, not merely due to the cold. There was also an unsettling feeling of having a secret exposed, of her intrinsic worth being quantified. She, Yu Mengbing, the favored daughter of heaven, the possessor of an A-level talent, had now become an enhancement tool for another's abilities. This sensation was utterly dreadful. Yet, a fierce will to survive and an inherent competitiveness quickly quelled her discomfort. Surviving was paramount, and moreover, she aspired to thrive beyond anyone else. She lifted her gaze, her ice-blue eyes regaining clarity and composure, even sharper than before. Your talent is formidable. She first acknowledged it. However, the triggering condition is quite intriguing. She deliberately emphasized the word intriguing. Lin Yuan smiled non-committally, awaiting her next words. What if I assist you in finding more units that meet your talent criteria? Yu Mengbing uttered these words. After speaking, she found herself momentarily stunned. It felt exceedingly strange to express such a notion, akin to that of a broker. Yet she spoke it nonetheless, for she instantaneously discerned that this was the optimal solution to maximize the benefits for both of them under the current circumstances. Lin Yuan's talent required beauty to enhance the probability of rare resources, and she possessed the ability to communicate with marine life, serving as the finest radar and scout in this vast ocean. She could direct schools of fish to seek out potential female survivors. As long as they could locate more individuals, Lin Yuan's talent would grow stronger, their access to resources would improve, and their chances of survival would increase. It was a perfect closed loop. However, this plan harbored a fundamental and perilous flaw: Lin Yuan himself. She directed her gaze towards Lin Yuan, her eyes betraying an unmistakable vigilance and scrutiny. However, I have a stipulation. Speak. Before locating others, you cannot harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me. Her voice was frigid, as though she were articulating a contractual clause. Upon uttering these words, she found them somewhat ludicrous. In such a precarious, apocalyptic setting, imposing such conditions was akin to seeking shelter from a tempest. A man and a woman coexisted upon a wooden raft, adrift in an endless ocean. Human nature is the most fragile of elements when subjected to trials. She had braced herself for Lin Yuan's scorn or perhaps a forceful silencing of her. She had even clandestinely communicated with a nearby sea serpent, poised for a potential counterattack. Yet, Lin Yuan's reaction once again defied her expectations. He merely regarded her with an expression of amusement and then lazily yawned. Rest assured, his voice carried a hint of drowsiness. I am averse to complications. Besides, I'm not desperate to that extent. The most pressing matter now is how to survive, rather than fixating on trivialities. His words were unadorned, yet possessed a peculiar persuasive power. It seemed that for him, resolving survival issues was far more intriguing than succumbing to base urges. As Yu Mingbing gazed into his clear, candid eyes, her wariness inexplicably softened. Perhaps he truly was just a fellow who treated survival and strength as a game, one who shunned complications. It would be best if that were the case. She snorted softly, accepting this explanation. The tense atmosphere began to ease. Lin Yuan gestured towards the items in her hands. First, tend to your wounds. You appear on the verge of freezing. It was then that Yu Mingbing realized her body had grown numb with cold, her lips starting to turn purple. She seized her fade of strength and twisted open the canister of military ration biscuits. With a crack, she broke off a piece of the hard biscuit and stuffed it into her mouth. The dry texture was unpalatable, yet the high caloric content surged through her like a warm current, swiftly dispelling the chill within her. She then uncapped the alcohol bottle, dipped a bandage into it, and cautiously wiped the gash on her forearm inflicted by the splintered raft. The sting elicited a frown, yet her movements showed no sign of hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan began to assess his raft. Following the amalgamation with Yu Mingbing's raft, his small craft had expanded considerably. It was now cluttered with a jumble of debris, shattered planks, severed ropes, and a flattened storage box. Well, I've eaten my fill and treated my wounds. Now it's time to get to work. Lin Yuan clapped his hands and rose to his feet. Before your aquatic friends uncover a new treasure, we must first tidy up this mess. Yu Mingbing swallowed the last morsel of her biscuit and glanced at the disarray. As someone with mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, she had long found the chaotic state of the raft intolerable. Are these your extracts? She pointed at the seemingly worthless scrap metal. Products of mere fortune. Indeed, in times of misfortune, one is often left with such detritus. Lin Yuan wore an expression of indifference. He sifted through the useful items, discarding the refuse directly into the sea. Yu Mingbing nodded in agreement, eschewing any further words as she set to work. The two began to tidy up the modest area. Lin Yuan, possessing considerable strength, took on the task of transporting the heavy planks and debris. He selected some relatively intact pieces of wood, stacking them in a corner of the raft for reinforcement or expansion. The completely shattered remnants were unceremoniously pushed into the ocean. Yu Mingbing, on the other hand, meticulously organized the assorted odds and ends. Her movements were precise, imbued with a somewhat obsessive sense of order. She sorted the rusty nails Lin Yuan had previously discarded according to size and curvature, and carefully coiled several usable lengths of rope into neat spirals. Even the empty cans he had carelessly tossed aside were washed clean and arranged in an orderly fashion. Observing her diligent actions, Lin Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This girl's obsessive-compulsive tendencies were remarkably intense. I say, is it really necessary to be so meticulous? After a while, new items will emerge, and it will just become chaotic again. He couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Yu Mingbing glanced up, her ice-blue eyes briefly meeting his. You don't understand. Disorder breeds mistakes, while order is the fundamental element of survival. Her tone conveyed the weight of a profound truth. Lin Yuan fell silent. Fine then, you're the treasure chest. Your word is law. He refrained from further comment and returned to his task. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. The sea breeze softened considerably. The raft, once cluttered with debris, was now refreshingly spacious. The usable supplies had been neatly categorized and stacked in the rear section of the raft, resembling the shelves of a small warehouse. Lin Yuan stretched, his body cracking with a symphony of pops. He surveyed the rejuvenated raft, then glanced at the silver-haired beauty beside him. whose every strand of hair exuded an air of meticulousness. His mood inexplicably lifted. Perhaps having a partner with obsessive tendencies was not such a bad thing after all. At least his humble abode finally resembled a home. Yu Mingbing also stood, brushing off non-existent dust from her hands. She surveyed the neatly organized raft, her face revealing a look of satisfaction. The pendant around her neck, filled with blue liquid, reflected a dreamlike shimmer in the sunset's glow. She turned to Lin Yuan. Now, we can discuss the next steps of our plan. Chapter 5. True Crew. The fading light of the setting sun bathed the sea in a shimmering tapestry of liquid gold. The ocean breeze carried with it a hint of salty coolness, playfully tousling the silver strands of Yu Mingbing's hair that framed her forehead. Now, we can discuss our next course of action, she stated, her voice as crisp and clear as the sea wind, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Yuan, who had intended to recline on the wooden raft, paused at her words, straightening his posture instead. He gazed into her icy blue eyes, devoid of the sunset's warmth, and filled only with a pure, rational light. A plan? Is it not merely waiting for your oceanic allies to deliver the goods, and then we open the box? Lin Yuan shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. To him, life was simple: eat when hungry, sleep when tired, and open treasure chests when they appeared. Yu Mingbing's brow furrowed ever so slightly. That is merely a source of supplies, not a plan. I am inquiring about our objective. Her words sliced through Lin Yuan's veneer of lethargy like a scalpel. Objective? Lin Yuan blinked in surprise, then chuckled. The objective, of course, is to survive and live comfortably. Ideally, aboard a grand ship with a sofa and a refrigerator, he added. Yu Mingbing did not smile. She regarded him quietly, her gaze seemingly penetrating the depths of his innermost thoughts. Is that all? Your talent is merely to allow you to lounge in comfort? Lin Yuan's smile faded somewhat. He recognized that this woman was not easily deceived. Of course not, he replied, shedding his carefree fade and leaning slightly forward. I want to understand what kind of place this is and who brought us here. If possible, I wish to return. This was the true ambition hidden beneath layers of indifference and nonchalance. A flicker of emotion passed through Yu Mingbing's eyes. She nodded, appearing somewhat satisfied with his answer. Very well. To achieve this goal, relying solely on the two of us would be inefficient. She shifted her focus. If I recall correctly, the trigger for your talent is linked to attractive women? Lin Yuan's expression grew peculiar. Yes, that is indeed the case. Are you offering to make introductions? He jested. However, Yu Mingbing did not humor his jest. Instead, she continued with utmost seriousness. This is a variable we can exploit. Our numbers are insufficient, whether for vigilance, labor, or combat. We require more personnel. By harnessing your talent, we can identify specific candidates and form an elite team. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had merely thought that being surrounded by beautiful women would yield exceptional results, while she was already devising a framework for a team. I say, are you not thinking a bit too far ahead? In this vast ocean, where shall we find the specific candidates you speak of? Lin Yuan found the situation somewhat unrealistic. Yu Mingbing cast him a sidelong glance, her eyes betraying a hint of condescension, as if to say, you truly do not understand. World Channel, she uttered succinctly. World Channel? Lin Yuan was even more bewildered. What could one possibly find there, aside from lamentations and the trading of trifles? He had previously skimmed through it and found the information density alarmingly low, saturated with despair and futility. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corners of Yu Mingbing's lips. It seems you have not examined it closely. In dire circumstances, some individuals inevitably choose to barter unique items. She paused, seemingly deliberating her choice of words. For instance? Lin Yuan's curiosity was piqued. For instance, stockings. Lin Yuan fell silent. Some are even seeking sponsorship. Yu Mingbing's tone remained calm and unruffled, as if she were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the day. Lin Yuan's expression froze entirely. How could this be? Even now, there were those engaged in such affairs. I've never seen it. Don't speak nonsense. He instinctively retorted. Never seen it? Yu Mingbing raised an eyebrow. Just open it and you will know. After a moment's hesitation, he complied and opened his system panel. A deep blue screen unfurled before him. and he clicked on the nearly forgotten World Channel. 886 District, Wang Dachui. Is there anyone with extra wood? My raft is falling apart. I'll trade half a moldy piece of bread. 886 District, Lu Tsuhua. I'm starving. So hungry. Can someone give me something to eat? I'm willing to do anything. 886 District, Zhao Godin. Damn it. A shark nearly bit off my leg just now. How does one survive in this hellish place? As always, the screen was filled with wails and despair. Lin Yuan scrolled a few times, intending to say, see, nothing special. Suddenly, a message popped up. 886 District, Xie Xuan. Is there a strong brother willing to take me in? I could do laundry and cook, and I'm very obedient. Image. Lin Yuan's fingers froze. He instinctively clicked on the image. The picture displayed a girl, heavily made up with excessive beauty filters, yet the backdrop was a dilapidated raft, and her forced smile appeared somewhat stiff. To be honest, not even the filter could save her. With such looks, he would likely suffer a decrease in his luck. Expressionless. Lin Yuan closed the image. Immediately, another message caught his eye. 886 District, Lily Chan, selling brand new fishing net stockings, in their original flavor, for just a piece of bread. First come, first served. Lin Yuan. He felt as if his worldview was being thoroughly dismantled by this ocean of absurdity. Silently, he raised his gaze to Yu Mengbing, who sat across from him. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated her silver hair, casting a sacred halo around her. She sat there in tranquil silence, her spine straight, exuding an air of coolness that seemed utterly incongruous with the world's murkiness. Glancing back at the distorted, cheap commodities displayed on the screen, Lin Yuan found the absurdity of it all amusing. The disparity. This was the chasm that existed between individuals. Did you see? Came Yu Mengbing's voice. I did, Lin Yuan sighed, shutting off the panel. It's utterly grotesque, he remarked succinctly. Thus, attempting to find a suitable individual through such means was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He had initially harbored a sliver of hope regarding his own talents, but it now appeared he had been overly optimistic. This world seemed to have concentrated all its beauty in the hands of a select few, like the person before him. Indeed, it is quite challenging, Yu Mengbing concurred, but not impossible. No sooner had she spoken than she extended her delicate, pale fingers and swiftly tapped a few times on her virtual panel. Lin Yuan leaned in, intrigued. He watched as she typed a line in the World Channel's input box. His eyes widened in astonishment. District 886, Yu Mengbing, recruiting one female crew member. Meals and lodging provided, absolute safety guaranteed. Requirements: cleanliness, organization, and compliance with management. This message detonated like a deep-sea bomb within the wailing World Channel. In an instant, the entire channel fell silent. 3 full seconds passed before the information began to refresh at a frenzied pace. District 886, Wang Dachui, what the hell? Am I seeing this correctly? Meals and lodging? Absolute safety? District 886, Zhao Godin. Is this for real? Are there still such big shots? And a female big shot at that? District 886, Zhang Wei. Sister, look at me. Though I am a man, I can dress as a woman. I'm super clean. District 886, Lily Chan, big shot. Pick me, pick me. I can do anything. Absolutely compliant with management. District 886, Xie Xuan, miss. Did you send a wrong message? You're recruiting male crew members, right? I'm suitable. The World Channel was in complete chaos. Everyone was captivated by the owner of this message. When they clicked on Yu Mengbing's profile, which rarely saw any activity, they were met with immense shock. The system's default avatar was a half-body shot. In the image, a stunning woman with silver hair and icy eyes gazed coldly at the camera. The backdrop, a pure azure sea. It was a beauty of overwhelming magnitude, a stark contrast to the overly posed, heavily filtered images prevalent in the channel. A top-tier beauty was recruiting female crew members and offering to support them. The sheer volume of information was staggering, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. Lin Yuan gaped at the unfolding scene, turning to Yu Mengbing with a gaze akin to that of an extraterrestrial. What? What are you doing? Casting a wide net and waiting for fish to bite, Yu Mengbing replied, retracting her hand nonchalantly. Aren't you afraid of attracting a host of troubles? Lin Yuan thought the woman was utterly mad. Troubles? Yu Mengbing's gaze turned icy. Just in time, my pets also needed to be fed. The azure liquid within the pendant around her neck seemed to sway ever so slightly. Lin Yuan inexplicably shivered. He suddenly realized that the woman before him was far more perilous than her appearance suggested. Very well, as long as she is pleased. Lin Yuan chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. After all, it was her responsibility to clean up the mess. He gestured toward the pile of wooden planks. The sky was darkening. They should upgrade the raft. Their current rickety vessel would surely capsize if a larger wave struck at night. Yu Mengbing nodded in agreement with his thoughts. By consolidating all available resources, Lin Yuan obtained a module for upgrading the raft. Raft Core Upgrade Module. Can elevate your raft to level 2. Would you like to proceed? Proceeding. Lin Yuan placed the module at the center of the raft's deck. A soft glow emanated from the module, rapidly spreading outward and enveloping the entire raft. The raft beneath their feet began to tremble slightly, expanding from a cramped few square meters sufficient for 2 to nearly a dozen. A rudimentary tent and a small awning appeared as well. Please place the food inside the cabin. The tool shed is outside. Discard any worn shoes and socks into the sea, she directed Lin Yuan, who, despite being ordered about, felt an unusual absence of irritation. He gazed at her silver-haired figure, meticulously inspecting every knot under the moonlight, and an inexplicable feeling surged within him. This woman, though sharp-tongued, proud, and afflicted with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, was dedicated to their mutual survival with every word she spoke and every action she took. She was not a fragile vase in need of protection. She was a genuine partner, capable of fighting alongside him. Lin Yuan paused in his tasks, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and manipulated the system panel. A blue holographic screen materialized before Yu Mengbing. Player Lin Yuan has sent you a raft binding invitation. Upon accepting, you will become a formal member of Lin Yuan's raft, gaining access to shared storage space and collaborative construction rights. Would you like to accept? Yes, no. Yu Mengbing's movements halted. She lifted her gaze, the moonlight reflecting in her icy blue eyes like shattered stars. She looked at Lin Yuan, silent. He too remained quiet, simply returning her gaze. The sea breeze wafted through, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. This was more than a mere system invitation. It was an acknowledgement, a promise. It signified his intention to formally incorporate this enigmatic woman into his domain, willing to share his greatest secrets and rely upon her. After a lengthy pause, Yu Mengbing shifted her eyes from his face to the glowing screen before them. She extended a finger and gently tapped the Yes option. Ding! Player Yu Mengbing has accepted your invitation and officially joined your raft. Member count increased by 1. The talent Endless Extraction is affected, slightly enhancing the probability of rare materials appearing. A genuine smile finally graced Lin Yuan's lips. Chapter 6. A Storm Approaches. Ding! Player Yu Mengbing has accepted your invitation, becoming an official member of your raft. Raft members 1. The talent Endless Extraction is affected, slightly increasing the probability of rare resource appearances. The system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind, and a genuine smile finally graced his lips. Yu Mengbing lowered her hands, and under the moonlight, her typically expressionless face seemed to soften. She remained silent, resuming her crouch to meticulously inspect the recently tied knots, her movements even more precise than before. This was a wordless understanding. From this moment on, they were no longer mere makeshift partners, but rather true companions bound by fate. All right, no more checking. The dawn is approaching. Lin Yuan approached her and gently patted her shoulder. Leave the rest to me. He took the hemp rope from Yu Mengbing's hands, applying just the right amount of strength to secure the last few wooden planks firmly. A brand new raft began to take shape beneath the moonlight. Its area had more than doubled, reaching nearly 20 square meters, resembling a small platform adrift upon the sea. Surrounding the raft was a makeshift fence constructed from wooden planks, standing at half a person's height. Though the gaps were significant, it at least offered a semblance of psychological security. At the center of the raft stood a rudimentary shelter made of wooden boards and waterproof tarpaulin, barely accommodating 2 individuals huddled together to escape the elements. Lin Yuan stood upon the upgraded raft, testing the solid planks beneath his feet, a profound sense of reassurance washing over him. He even found himself in the mood to appreciate the moonlit sea. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Regional announcement. Zone 886 warning. Warning. Abnormal meteorological activity detected. A storm is expected to arrive in this area in 3 hours. Coordinates. XXX. Storm level minor. Duration. Unknown. Friendly reminder. Survivors are advised to reinforce your rafts and prepare ample supplies for the impending challenge. Good luck. A vivid red warning window abruptly appeared before them, the blinding crimson light casting a blood-red hue upon their faces. The world channel, having fallen silent for a mere moment, erupted instantaneously. Zone 886. Wang Dachui, what the hell? Is this a joke? It's only the first day. A storm already? Zone 886. Xiaogo Dan, oh my god. My raft is just 3 rickety boards. If a storm hits, I'll be done for. Zone 886, Lu Cuihua. Help. Someone save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to drown. Zone 886, Zhang Wei. It's over, it's over. This game gives no one a chance to survive. Is this a plan to annihilate our Zone 886? Despair. A despair more profound than ever before, spreading like ink throughout the world channel. The previous hunger and fear at least allowed for a glimmer of struggle. But now, in the face of natural disaster, everyone felt their insignificance and helplessness. Lin Yuan's expression darkened as well. He swiftly glanced at the storm coordinates on the announcement and opened his map. The luminous that representing the eye of the storm lay just ahead to the left of their raft, not too far away. This indicated that they were almost directly in the storm's path. We're in trouble, Lin Yuan murmured. Yu Mengbing's expression mirrored his concern. Her ice-blue eyes fixated on the red dot on the map, as if calculating something. The storm's trajectory was likely moving from the northwest to the southeast. Suddenly she spoke, her voice cold yet remarkably assured. Our current position is precisely within its reach. We have only 2 options to evade it. She extended 2 slender fingers. First, we can head northeast at full speed, hoping to escape its influence before it arrives. Second, we could venture southwest, directly into the storm's path. The risk is substantial, but if we manage to pass through the eye of the storm, we might find safety more swiftly. Lin Yuan regarded her. This woman, even in such a perilous moment, could think with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Let us choose the first option, he decided without hesitation. There's no need to gamble on that probability. He despised gambling, particularly when lives were at stake. Agreed, Yu Mengbing immediately concurred. However, we lack propulsion. She pointed out the most critical issue. Their raft could only drift with the currents. Propulsion. Lin Yuan squinted at the raft beneath them. His talent generated resources every second. Perhaps. He focused his thoughts and closed his eyes, concentrating entirely on his ability panel. Endless extraction, SSS grade. Status, critical moment, likelihood of obtaining rare resources significantly increased. Raft member Yu Mengbing has been bound. Beauty, proximity judgment rules adjusted. Probability of acquiring rare resources enhanced. Come on, give me something useful. Lin Yuan silently urged. Ding. Obtained a pinch of sea salt. Ding. Obtained a damaged fishing net. Ding. Obtained rusty nails 3. A string of worthless items. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Time slipped away, each second like an agonizing eternity. The sea breeze seemed to grow increasingly turbulent, and the sound of waves crashing against the raft intensified. Yu Mengbing stood beside him, not urging him, but quietly gazing at the distant horizon. There, dark clouds were visibly gathering. Suddenly, ding, congratulations. Rare bonus triggered. Obtain simple paddle blueprint 1. Lin Yuan's eyes shot open. A pale blue blueprint appeared in his inventory. He immediately chose to learn it. Ding. You have learned how to craft a simple paddle. Simple paddle, wood 5, rope 1. The materials were straightforward. Lin Yuan quickly turned to the pile of supplies Yu Mengbing had just organized. Quick, bring over the planks and rope. Yu Mengbing did not inquire further and promptly handed over the materials. A faint luminescence emanated from Lin Yuan's hand, enveloping the items. Moments latte. 2 rudimentary, yet seemingly sturdy wooden oars materialized in his grasp. He passed one to Yu Mengbing. Let us row towards the northeast. All right, Without further ado, the two positioned themselves on either side of the raft, plunging the oars into the water, exerting all their strength to propel backward. The raft began to slowly yet resolutely alter its course, navigating through the waves toward the northeast. The exertion of rowing was immensely taxing. Before long, Lin Yuan felt the fatigue seeping into his arms. He glanced at Yu Mengbing beside him. Her complexion was somewhat pallid, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet her rowing technique remained unwavering, maintaining a consistent rhythm and force. The tenacity of this woman was indeed formidable. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan pressed on, continuing to row. However, human endurance is ultimately finite. Their pace could not outstrip the encroaching storm. The dark clouds behind them had veiled half the sky. The waves grew increasingly tumultuous, and the raft began to jolt violently. Suddenly, torrential raindrops descended without warning, drenching both individuals entirely. In the World Channel, reports of survivors' rafts being destroyed have begun to surface. Zone 886, Wang Dachui, my raft, has shattered. Help. The subsequent words never materialized. Chilled rainwater streamed down Lin Yuan's cheeks. He wiped his face, yet his gaze sharpened even further. This could not continue. They would inevitably be overtaken by the storm. A different strategy was imperative. As he mechanically continued rowing, he fervently urged his innate abilities. Ding! Obtained moldy bread. Ding! Obtained a bottle of murky, fresh water. Ding! Obtained a book ruined by salt water. Yet again, these futile items. Lin Yuan's spirits plummeted. At that moment, the previously silent Yu Mengbing abruptly spoke. Stop! Her voice, though frail amidst the tempest, resonated with clarity. Lin Yuan was taken aback, ceasing his rowing. What is it? Yu Mengbing did not respond, but instead closed her eyes. The pendant around her neck, containing a cerulean liquid, suddenly glimmered in the dim light. An invisible wave emanated from her, radiating outward across the surrounding ocean. Lin Yuan sensed a momentary stillness in the waters around them. Seconds later, Yu Mengbing opened her eyes. Her ice-blue irises shimmering with an extraordinary light. They are coming. What is coming? Before Lin Yuan could finish his query, he beheld the surface of the sea before their raft, suddenly disrupted by dark dorsal fins slicing through the water. A pod of dolphins. There were at least a dozen of them. They converged from all directions, encircling the raft, emitting joyful calls. Then, under Yu Mengbing's watchful gaze, these dolphins instinctively nudged the rear and sides of the raft with their bodies. Then, with renewed vigor, they propelled the raft, accelerating swiftly towards the northeast. The speed of the raft surged instantaneously, multiplying several times over. It resembled a motorized speedboat, cutting through the tumultuous waves of the sea with grace. Lin Yuan stood in stunned silence, observing the scene unfold. He turned to gaze at the woman beside him, drenched and with silver hair clinging to her cheeks, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Yu Mengbing's complexion had grown even paler, as if the earlier communication had drained her of immense energy. She regarded Lin Yuan's astonished expression, a subtle smile playing on her lips, hinting at a touch of provocation and pride. Now, we possess the power. Chapter 7. Escape from the Storm. Propelled by the pod of dolphins, the raft surged forward with an astonishing velocity. Lin Yuan could even hear the sharp whistling sound produced by the friction between the raft's bottom and the water surface. The wind howled, stretching into elongated lines in his ears. He turned to glance at the woman beside him. The rain had thoroughly drenched her, her silver hair clinging to her pale cheeks and neck, creating a breathtaking aura of fragility. Yet, her gaze shone with an alarming brightness. Those ice-blue eyes reflected the splashing waves ahead, mingling with an unmistakable hint of pride and defiance, as if to proclaim, "Behold, this is my strength." Lin Yuan admitted that in this moment, she possessed a unique allure. At this speed, we should be able to escape the storm's outer influence before reaching its core. Yu Mengbing's voice, carried by the wind, was slightly scattered, yet her confidence remained undiminished. Lin Yuan nodded, feeling a slight relief in the stone that had been weighing on his heart. He opened the map panel once more to confirm their position and the storm's latest dynamics. The azure light screen appeared exceptionally vivid against the dim sky. The blue, representing their raft, moved steadily northeast, while the massive red vortex, denoting the storm's center, lingered behind. However, Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Something was amiss. The vector arrow of the storm's movement had imperceptibly deviated beneath his very eyes. It was no longer fixed in its trajectory from the northwest to the southeast. Instead, it was now precisely aimed at their current location, much like a shark that had caught the scent of blood, adjusting its course for the hunt. Lin Yuan's heart felt as if gripped by an icy hand. This was not merely a natural disaster, or rather, not entirely. The storm seemed to possess its own will, pursuing them relentlessly. What is wrong? Yu Mengbing keenly sensed the change in his expression. Lin Yuan did not respond immediately. He fixated on the map, watching the red vortex inch closer, realizing that no matter how fast they accelerated, they could not shake it off. A chilling dread, born of the unknown, surged from his spine to the crown of his head. We cannot escape it. His voice was dry. It is following us. Upon hearing this, Yu Mengbing immediately turned her gaze to the map. As she comprehended the bizarre trajectory of pursuit, the confidence that had just surfaced on her face froze, replaced by a grave, icy seriousness. Almost instantaneously, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The sky darkened completely within mere breaths, not the gradual darkness of night, but a suffocating inky blackness, as if a colossal curtain had abruptly descended. The clouds above churned violently, revealing an ominous dark purple hue within their depths. The howling wind escalated sharply, morphing from a low hum to a piercing roar that seemed capable of tearing through eardrums. The waves ceased to be mere surges. Instead, they transformed into towering black walls, rising and crashing with thunderous force. Suddenly, a colossal wave exceeding 5 meters in height surged forth from the side without warning. The wooden raft was lifted entirely before being slammed back onto the water surface. The violent impact caused Lin Yuan to lose his footing, nearly tossing him overboard. He clutched the railing beside him tightly, his knuckles whitening from strain. Beside him, Yu Mengbing fared no better. She emitted a muffled groan as her body collided with a wooden pillar of the canopy, her complexion paling further. The pod of dolphins propelling the raft let out frantic cries, momentarily disoriented. They were the favored children of the ocean, yet also creations of nature. Confronted by the formidable power of the elements, seemingly imbued with a primal will, they felt an instinctual fear rising from the depths of their being. A younger dolphin was caught in the subsequent wave, tossed into the air like a mere toy before crashing down violently. The remaining dolphins emitted even more anguished calls, their formation beginning to break apart. Yu Mengbing shut her eyes. The pendant around her neck, filled with blue liquid, shimmered with intense brilliance. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward, this time not as a command, but as a soothing farewell. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her voice tinged with unmistakable fatigue. They were leaving. If they stayed any longer, they too would be swept away. Lin Yuan observed the dolphins struggling amidst the tumultuous waves as they encircled the raft, issuing their final reluctant cries before plunging deep into the ocean, vanishing from sight. The now powerless raft became a solitary leaf adrift in the raging sea, tossed carelessly by the monstrous waves, each impact eliciting groans of overwhelming strain from the vessel. Warning: your raft's durability has decreased to 92. Warning: your raft's durability has decreased to 89. Chilling system notifications incessantly flashed before him. The rain finally began to pour, heavy as if stones were being hurled from above. It stung upon contact with his face. His vision blurred into a sea of black water and white froth, obscuring everything else. Steer. Keep the raft from turning sideways. Face the waves. Lin Yuan shouted at Yu Mengbing. She offered no verbal response, but her actions spoke volumes. Grasping a rudimentary wooden paddle, she exerted every ounce of strength, using it as a makeshift helm, desperately attempting to adjust the raft's angle amidst the chaos of the waves. This was an incredibly taxing endeavor. Each clash with the waves sent her body into violent tremors, the veins in her arms bulging prominently. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan dashed toward the pile of supplies. A singular thought consumed him: survival. His talent panel flickered before his eyes, refreshing at a frantic pace. Ding. Acquired a soaked rag. Ding. Acquired half a coconut shell. Ding. Acquired a shoe missing its laces. All mere refuse. In the perilous moments of the storm, the likelihood of rare resources indeed increased. Yet, the sheer volume remained overwhelming. The vast majority of what was generated continued to be utterly useless debris. Boom! Another colossal wave crashed forth, striking the wooden raft's railing directly. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the recently reinforced section of the wooden railing was brutally shattered. The splintered plank was swept away into the dark abyss of the sea, vanishing without a trace. Warning: your raft's durability has decreased to 81. Lin Yuan's eyes twitched. He fixed his gaze on his talent panel, his mind buzzing from intense concentration. Give me something useful. Provide me with something of value. Ding. Congratulations. Rare bonus triggered. Acquired sturdy oak plank 5. Ding. Congratulations. Rare bonus triggered. Acquired industrial grade waterproof canvas 1. Ding. Congratulations. Rare bonus triggered. Acquired reinforced iron nails 20. A surge of hope ignited within Lin Yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved these life-saving supplies from his inventory. Grasping a thick oak plank, he braved the howling winds and rushed towards the breach. Rain blurred his vision, and the raft swayed violently beneath him, nearly causing him to lose his balance several times. He knelt on one knee, bracing himself against the plank, while with the other hand, he retrieved a hammer and nails. Bang! The first nail was driven forcefully into place. The icy rain cascaded down his arms, and the wind attempted to wrest the hammer from his grip. Undeterred, he mechanically poured every ounce of strength into the repair. Bang! 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 The sound of the hammer striking amidst the tempest seemed insignificant, yet it resonated with an indomitable spirit of resilience. Yu Mengbing continued her struggle against the relentless waves. Her stamina was nearly spent, her lips tinged with a shade of blue from the cold and lack of oxygen. Her drenched clothing clung tightly to her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Yet, her grip on the paddle remained unwavering. Her gaze was fixed intently ahead, locked onto the relentless onslaught of darkness approaching. Reason whispered that their chances of survival were gradually being devoured by the furious sea. However, her innate competitiveness and pride would not allow her to relent. Just then, a warm object unexpectedly draped over her shoulders. Instinctively, she flinched and turned her head. It was a shimmering silver-gray blanket. Self-heating emergency survival blanket. The warmth emanating from the blanket spread rapidly where it touched her skin, dispelling some of the deep-seated chill. She observed Lin Yuan, having just mended the breach. Glancing back at her, his hair was completely drenched, dark strands clinging to his forehead, droplets cascading down his resolute jawline. There was no fear in his gaze, only a fervent, almost obsessive focus. Their eyes met. No words were exchanged, yet Yu Mengbing comprehended the meaning within his stare. Hold on. She turned her head back, gripping the wooden paddle tightly, exerting the last ounce of her strength. A warning echoed. Your raft's canopy has sustained damage. Durability has decreased to 75. Above her, the waterproof tarp was torn open by the raging winds, and icy rain poured in instantly. Lin Yuan swiftly seized a newly generated industrial-grade waterproof canvas, navigating the slick wooden planks to ascend to the top of the canopy. He was completely exposed to the fiercest elements. The wind howled with such ferocity that he had to clutch the raft structure with his legs to prevent being swept away. He laid the new canvas over the gash, securing it painstakingly with nails and ropes, inch by inch. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. Beneath him roiled the tumultuous Black Sea, a gaping maw of hell ready to swallow him whole. A single misstep could lead to his immediate demise. Yu Mengbing, from below, could see his precarious figure swaying in the storm. Her heart inexplicably tightened. The man, usually so languid and devoid of bone, was now like a nail, steadfastly anchored to his post. They were two halves of a whole, one steering, determining the raft's direction and fate, while the other repaired, maintaining their sole foothold. In this battle against nature's wrath, an eerie yet resilient equilibrium had formed. Time slipped by amidst the endless jostling and torment. Lin Yuan was oblivious to how many supplies he had generated or how many repairs he had made. His hands had grown numb from gripping the frigid tools for so long, marred by splinters that drew blood, mingling with the rainwater, yet he felt nothing. Yu Mingbing's situation was even more dire. Maintaining a singular position against the towering waves had drained her strength. She was sustained only by sheer willpower. The self-heating blanket could barely keep her core temperature from plummeting. Yet they were still alive. Though the raft was battered and groaning increasingly louder, it persisted in floating atop the waves. Through their combined efforts, this vessel, which should have disintegrated in the storm, miraculously endured. Lin Yuan completed the final reinforcement and slid down from the canopy, crashing heavily onto the deck. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a ruptured bellows. He glanced at Yu Mingbing. She remained in that posture, resembling an ice sculpture gradually eroded by the storm. Struggling, Lin Yuan rose and approached her. He extended his hand over her bloodless fingers, which trembled from exertion. "Let me," he croaked hoarsely. Yu Mingbing's body stiffened momentarily before she slowly turned her head. Her ice-blue eyes now somewhat vacant. She looked at Lin Yuan, then at his outstretched hand. Ultimately, she relinquished the paddle, which had been distorted by her grip. In that instant of losing support, she softly fell backward. Lin Yuan immediately reached out, pulling her into his embrace. Her body was chillingly cold, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yuan harbored no extraneous thoughts. He simply assisted her to a relatively sheltered corner, allowing her to lean against a pile of supplies and sit down. Subsequently, he took her place. As he grasped the wooden oar, he truly comprehended the immense pressure Yu Mingbing had endured moments before. Each wave that crashed upon them transmitted a formidable force through the oar to his arms, causing his hands to tingle with numbness. Gritting his teeth, he emulated Yu Mingbing's earlier demeanor, exerting all his strength to maintain the raft's course. Meanwhile, in the corner, Yu Mingbing, having caught her breath, observed Lin Yuan battling against the tempest. Silently, she opened her interface and accessed the world channel she had not revisited since posting her recruitment message. The atmosphere was rife with lamentation. The notifications of fallen comrades inundated the screen. District 886, survivor count, 670-1000. Nearly half of the individuals had vanished forever in the wake of this storm. Yet, they remained alive. She lifted her gaze to the broad figure before her, which shielded her from most of the wind and rain. In that moment, she felt an unexpected sense of fortune. Chapter 8. Survival rules in the apocalypse. It is unclear how much time has passed, but the tempest that tore through the heavens and the earth finally began to abate. The roar of the waves, once deafening, gradually transformed into a muted growl. The densest ink black of the sky started to fade, and a faint, ashen light struggled to pierce through the gaps in the eastern clouds. The storm had passed. Lin Yuan released his grip on the wooden paddle, his body feeling as though all the bones had been extracted, collapsing onto the damp deck. Rainwater, sweat, and seawater mingled, trickling down from the tips of his hair. His arms had long since lost sensation, replaced by a dull, aching pressure, and the wound on his palm, chafed by the paddle, ignited a sharp sting as it met the air. He gasped for breath, each inhalation tinged with the briny scent of survival. In a corner, Yu Mingbing slowly lowered her arms. Leaning against a pile of supplies covered by canvas, her body remained cold, though at least the violent tremors had ceased. The self-heating blanket had exhausted its energy, turning frigid. She lifted her gaze. Her icy blue eyes, once unfocused, now bore a profound weariness. She glanced at Lin Yuan, who lay not far away, then observed the battered yet still intact wooden raft. Several slats of the raft's railing were broken, the canopy's canvas riddled with tiny tears, and the deck bore numerous signs of repair, resembling a tattered garment patched with mismatched pieces. Yet it had ultimately endured. Silence enveloped them, filled only by the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the raft and their labored breathing. An unspoken understanding blossomed in the stillness. They had triumphed over nature's wrath together. After a long while, Lin Yuan struggled to sit up. He retrieved 2 sealed cans of beef and 2 bottles of clean bottled water from the supplies. These were among the few high-quality provisions he had managed to salvage amidst the storm's fury. He pushed one can toward Yu Mengbing. "Eat something to regain your strength," he rasped, his voice coarse as sandpaper. Yu Mengbing did not refuse. She indeed needed the caloric sustenance. Summoning all her strength, she twisted open the can, and with the small fork provided, she brought a chunk of the beef to her lips. The cold morsel, fragrant with rich oil, slid into her empty stomach, and a wave of warmth finally surged from her abdomen, alleviating some of the chill. Lin Yuan devoured his share ravenously. The satisfaction derived from the food rekindled his sense of existence. Once they finished eating, both regained some vitality. The sun had fully risen, casting golden rays upon the sea, each ripple sparkling as if the previous night's cataclysmic storm had merely been a nightmare. The world, reborn from the ashes of survival, was stunningly surreal. "We have survived," Yu Mengbing murmured softly as she gazed at the tranquil sea. "Yes, we have survived," Lin Yuan replied, leaning against the railing, lazily basking in the sun, feeling as though every cell in his body rejoiced. Subsequently, they decided to take a moment to rest and thoroughly repair the raft. Then, finding a comfortable position, they awaited the opening of the next treasure chest. He resumed his languid demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yu Mengbing cast a sidelong glance at him, refraining from rebuttal. After enduring the tempest, her perception of Lin Yuan had undergone a profound transformation. This man's apparent laziness was merely a facade. In critical moments, he proved to be more dependable than anyone else. Just as they prepared to commence their repairs, a faint cry for help drifted through the sea breeze. "Help! Is anyone there? Please save me." The voice was intermittent and steeped in desperation. Both of them perked up, scanning the horizon for the source. Approximately a few hundred meters to the left and ahead of their raft, amidst a sea of floating debris, a girl clung desperately to a piece of shattered wood, bobbing in the water. Her raft had evidently been completely destroyed in the previous night's storm. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, her features unremarkable, and the prolonged exposure and fright rendered her somewhat swollen and haggard. Upon spotting Lin Yuan's raft, she seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. Fervently waving her arms and summoning her last reserves of strength to cry out, "Help! Please save me!" Yu Mengbing's brow immediately furrowed. Instinctively, she rose to her feet and grasped the paddle. "We must go." Her tone brooked no dissent. For her, aiding a fellow human in peril, when capable, was an unquestionable duty. However, Lin Yuan placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "Do not go." His voice remained calm, devoid of any tumult. Yu Mengbing turned sharply to face him, her ice-blue eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. "What did you say?" she questioned, doubting her hearing. "I said do not go," Lin Yuan reiterated, his gaze surpassing her to scrutinize the girl struggling in the water, his expression devoid of sympathy, exhibiting a near-cold detachment. "Why?" Yu Mengbing's voice chilled. "She will die." "I know." Lin Yuan released her shoulder and approached the edge of the raft, gazing at the girl. "But we cannot save her." "We certainly can." Yu Mengbing's emotions flared. "This raft can accommodate another person." Lin Yuan turned to meet her gaze directly. "Yu Mengbing, you must come to your senses. Have you forgotten my ability?" Yu Mengbing's breath hitched. Of course, she remembered. The endless extraction. The proximity to a beautiful woman in times of crisis would affect the probability of acquiring rare resources. She instantly grasped Lin Yuan's implication. The girl, from any perspective, bore no resemblance to the term beauty. In fact, she might even lower the average. "So what?" Yu Mengbing's voice trembled, uncertain if it was from anger or the chilling nature of this thought. "Just because she is not attractive, just because she does not enhance your ability, we are to abandon her. That is utterly absurd." "This is not absurd. It is reality." Lin Yuan's tone remained chillingly calm. "This is not a beauty pageant. It is a game of survival. Our objective is to endure, to grow stronger, to uncover the truth of this world, and ultimately, to return. Do you remember? This is our shared goal." He approached Yu Mengbing, locking his gaze with hers. "Our resources are limited. Each extraction I make comes at an opportunity cost. An additional person who offers no benefit merely translates to another mouth to feed another source of consumption. What can she do? Row a boat? Fight? Or, like you, command dolphins and plan with precision? Lin Yuan's words sliced through the tender fa-ade like a cold blade, exposing the bloody laws of survival underneath. She could do nothing. She would only burden us, depleting our resources, diminishing our chances of acquiring rare supplies, and slowing our path to strength. Rescuing her would not be an act of mercy. It would be an irresponsibility towards our future. In this wretched place, even the slightest excess of kindness could become the final straw that breaks us. Yu Mengbing's complexion turned ashen. She could not refute him. Each word Lin Yuan uttered was unfathomably correct and rational. Her innate competitiveness and survival instinct made her realize that his choice was indeed the optimal solution. Yet she turned to the girl who still cried out for help. The girl's voice had grown hoarse, her movements increasingly feeble. Her eyes brimmed with the fervent desire for life and the despair of abandonment. If they only rowed over and extended their hands, they could save a living soul. Yet, they were now forced to witness her sink. This sensation clenched Yu Mengbing's heart like an invisible hand, causing an unbearable ache. She had always believed herself to be cold-hearted and rational enough. But at this moment, she discovered the laughable and ill-timed kindness deep within her was profoundly ingrained. Lin Yuan observed her anguished struggle and sighed. He moved closer, softening his voice. I know this is hard to accept, but you must adapt. In this world, there are no laws or morals left. The only rule is to survive. We are not saviors. We are merely two ordinary individuals trying to stay alive. He paused, continuing, perhaps in the future, when we possess a sufficiently large vessel and an inexhaustible supply of resources, strong enough to disregard any threats, we can save others. But not now. At present, we are barely clinging to our own lives. The girl's cries were growing weaker. The waves relentlessly battered her, sapping her remaining warmth and strength. Yu Mengbing closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. After a few seconds, she reopened her eyes. In those icy blue eyes, all struggles and reluctance had faded, replaced by an almost absolute coldness and clarity. She turned her back to the girl, choosing not to look back. Grasping her tools, she silently began to mend the damaged fence of the raft. Her movements were precise and steady, devoid of any tremor, as if the emotionally charged person from moments ago was a mere stranger. Lin Yuan understood that she had made a choice. He said nothing further, quietly moving to the opposite side of the raft to organize the supplies that had been tossed about in the storm. Neither spoke again. On the raft, only the sounds of tapping and hammering filled the air. The girl's desperate cries were carried away by the sea breeze, growing fainter and more distant until they ultimately vanished completely. The sun shone brightly, and the sea lay calm. This small wooden raft, after tending to all its wounds, regained its tidy and orderly appearance. It steadfastly continued its voyage towards the unknown, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 9. Unwelcome visitors. The raft drifted serenely upon the calm sea, the sunlight warming the deck. The sound of hammering had long ceased. Two figures, one on the left and the other on the right, occupied opposite corners of the raft, shrouded in silence. An intangible sense of stagnation hung in the air, infused with the briny scent of the sea, mingled with the remnants of recent brutality. Lin Yuan leaned against the rudimentary railing, gazing into the horizon where sea met sky, his expression vacant, lost in thought. Yu Mengbing lowered her head, her fingers repeatedly polishing a freshly sorted tool knife, devoid of any blemish. Yet, she could not bring herself to stop. Sunlight illuminated her silvery hair, yet it failed to penetrate the chill that enveloped her. Ultimately, it was she who shattered the profound stillness. About what happened before, her voice was low and somewhat hoarse, as if extracted from the depths of her throat. It was my immaturity. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze from the distance, focusing on her. She remained with her head bowed, avoiding his gaze, her shoulders tense. She was a person of profound pride. Uttering those words was akin to laying her innermost self bare. Lin Yuan found this somewhat amusing. He stood up and walked over to the pile of supplies, retrieving a bottle of freshly chilled cola. The tab popped open with a satisfying sound. He extended the cola towards Yu Mengbing, saying, "What nonsense. You did remarkably well." Yu Mengbing froze momentarily. Slowly, she lifted her head, her icy blue eyes reflecting the lazy smile on his face. You merely need a little time to adapt to the new rules, Lin Yuan interjected. Welcome to the new world, classmate Yu Mingbing. His tone was casual, as if congratulating her on passing some entrance examination. Yu Mingbing looked at the cola he offered. Droplets of condensation glistening on the bottle's surface, the coolness seemingly capable of penetrating her skin and reaching her heart. She accepted it in silence. The icy liquid slid down her throat, the stimulating bubbles instantly dissipating the pent-up tension in her chest. She swiftly consumed nearly half the bottle. A faint belch escaped her lips, entirely incongruent with her previously aloof demeanor. A blush crept onto her cheeks, visibly deepening. Lin Yuan's smile widened. See, you're back to life. Yu Mingbing shot him a glare. The slight embarrassment revitalized her, dispelling the icy statue she had once been. She turned away, choosing to ignore him, yet her taut body began to relax. The atmosphere on the raft finally returned to normal. Lin Yuan reclined once more into his comfortable corner. Propping his leg up, he surveyed the azure sky in good spirits. This teammate, though troublesome, was growing at an astonishing pace. It was indeed a positive development. At that moment, Yu Mingbing's voice broke the tranquility once more, restored to its usual coolness. From the northeast, something is approaching. Lin Yuan jolted upright, suddenly alert. He followed Yu Mingbing's gaze and beheld a distant speck on the horizon, rapidly enlarging. It was not a marine creature. The outline unmistakably resembled a raft. Moreover, the approaching vessel had a clear objective, hurtling directly toward them. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened instantly. He rose and moved to the edge of the raft, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu Mingbing. The intentions of the newcomers were anything but benign, he murmured. Indeed, Yu Mingbing replied softly, the pendant around her neck, filled with blue liquid, spinning silently at her fingertips. The raft drew nearer, and Lin Yuan could discern its details. The opposing raft was significantly larger than theirs. Yet its construction was chaotic, resembling a haphazard pile of refuse carelessly bound together. 3 figures stood upon it. At the forefront was a bald, burly man, bare-chested, his muscular torso adorned with a menacing dragon tattoo that coiled over his shoulder. He wielded a rusted steel pipe, resting it upon his shoulder. The sunlight glinted off his greasy scalp, reflecting blinding rays. Behind him trailed 2 men. One was as thin as a reed, his eyes darting nervously, clutching a sharp boning knife, while the other bore a numbed expression, arms crossed, apathetically observing the scene. A foul stench, a nauseating blend of sweat, blood, and rotting food, wafted in with the sea breeze. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed, and Yu Mingbing's face openly displayed her revulsion. The 2 rafts soon converged, and the newcomer showed no intention of slowing down, colliding violently with Lin Yuan's raft, causing it to rock violently. Several neatly arranged cans toppled from Yu Mingbing's grasp, clattering noisily. Her gaze turned icy in an instant. "Hey!" the bald man called out, his voice gravelly and harsh, akin to sandpaper. His eyes slithered over the orderly supplies of Lin Yuan's raft, revealing unabashed greed. Then his gaze fixated on Yu Mingbing, that greed swiftly morphing into a more blatant, sordid desire. He appraised her from head to toe, his eyes seemingly stripping her of her garments. "TSK, TSK, TSK." He licked his cracked lips. "I never expected such exquisite goods in this hellhole." The slender man behind him chuckled lewdly, his gaze lascivious. Yu Mingbing's body tensed, her ice-blue eyes brimming with murderous intent. Lin Yuan stepped forward, subtly positioning himself in front of Yu Mingbing, shielding her from the repugnant stare. Unbeknownst to him, a sleek black fishing spear had appeared in his hand, its metallic tip glinting coldly, aimed directly at the bald man's throat. "Mind your language," Lin Yuan stated flatly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet it was this very ordinariness that caused the lecherous grin on the bald man's face to falter momentarily. He squinted, scrutinizing the seemingly languid youth before him. With his crisp black hair, pristine t-shirt, and those damned flip-flops, this attire stood in stark contrast to the apocalyptic world surrounding them. He was either a fool or a formidable character. The bald man evidently leaned towards the latter. He removed the steel pipe from his shoulder, weighing it in his palm. "Kid, don't push your luck," he intoned darkly. "Our leader has taken an interest in your woman and your supplies, which is a concession to you. Be wise and hand over both the goods and the woman, and we might leave you with a whole corpse." The lean figure behind him brandished a bone knife, its tip glinting menacingly in the sunlight. The atmosphere became palpably tense. A sea breeze swept through, carrying a hint of chill. Lin Yuan smiled, observing the three adversaries before him, his smile devoid of warmth. "Just the three of you?" His gaze traversed from the bald man to the lean figure, finally resting on the perpetually silent, numb man. A fool, a waste of space. And one, well, he appeared somewhat more resilient. With each word Lin Yuan spoke, the bald man's expression darkened. By the time Lin Yuan uttered his final remark, the veins on the bald man's forehead were visibly throbbing. "You're courting death," he bellowed, raising the steel pipe to strike. "Wait." The previously silent numb man suddenly interjected. He placed a hand on the bald man's arm, momentarily halting him. The bald man looked at him, puzzled. Ignoring the inquiry, the numb man turned his attention to Lin Yuan. "We don't want trouble." His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. "Hand over half your food and fresh water, and we'll leave immediately. We no longer desire the woman." His tone suggested negotiation, presenting a seemingly equitable proposition. Though the bald man bristled with resentment, he appeared somewhat wary of the numb man, ultimately suppressing his rage and glaring fiercely at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan regarded the numb man, his lips still curled into that detached smile. "Oh, that sounds rather fair." The numb man nodded slightly. "We only require supplies for survival." "Excellent," Lin Yuan replied, also nodding. Then, he thrust his spear forward sharply. The razor-sharp tip was mere centimeters from the bald man's Adam's apple. The icy aura of impending death made the bald man's hair stand on end. Regrettably, Lin Yuan's voice echoed ominously. "I abhor negotiations. I shall not part with a single item of my possessions. As for you," his gaze turned frigid like ancient ice that never thawed. "Since you've come, you might as well remain as kindling for my raft." Chapter 10. Thoughts manifest. Lin Yuan's seemingly casual remark pierced the taut atmosphere of confrontation like a cold needle. "Since you are here, stay and provide some fuel for my raft." An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The sea breeze stirred, carrying with it the acrid scent of sweat and grime from the burly man with a shaved head. The previously mute, numbed individual suddenly had his pupils constrict. For the first time, he regarded Lin Yuan with a gaze that was no longer evaluative, but rather one of scrutiny, recognizing a kindred spirit, a genuine predator. He was mistaken. This young man in flip-flops was no lamb awaiting slaughter. He was a wolf cloaked in sheep's attire. "Attack!" The numb man bellowed, his voice hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper scraping against his throat. He relinquished all illusions of negotiation. Today it was either his demise or Lin Yuan's. With a roar, the bald giant, his throat pressed against the fishing spear, was ignited by these words. His reason consumed by a fierce blend of survival instinct and humiliated rage, contorting his features. The steel pipe in his hand sliced through the air with a whistling sound as it descended mercilessly towards Lin Yuan's head. Almost simultaneously, the slender figure behind him shrieked, wielding a bone knife, lunging from the side, aiming for Lin Yuan's ribs. The numbed man, most treacherous of all, propelled the wooden raft with a sudden jolt, lowering his body like a stalking cheetah, seeking the opportunity for a lethal strike. The trio exhibited a seamless coordination, clearly seasoned in the grim art of murder and theft. An intricate web of lethal intent enveloped Lin Yuan in an instant. Yu Mengbing's heart skipped a beat. The blue pendant around her neck flickered ominously. Beneath the ocean's surface, shadows began to coalesce rapidly. Yet, Lin Yuan's movements were swifter than the creature she summoned. In the fleeting moment before the steel pipe struck, in the split second before the bone knife lunged, Lin Yuan acted. His gaze was terrifyingly calm, devoid of panic or anger, embodying an absolute serenity, as though everything before him was merely a slow-motion replay. The fishing spear in his grip vanished. Ding! Rare, bonus triggered. Acquired premium, high-intensity composite crossbow X1. A chilling system notification flashed through his mind. In the next heartbeat, a sleek, intricately designed black composite crossbow materialized in his grasp. The bow arms gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, an already drawn menacing bolt aimed at its target. This transpired in the blink of an eye. The three adversaries barely registered the disappearance of the fishing spear before a more threatening weapon was leveled at them. Lin Yuan hesitated not at all. He did not aim, nor did he even glance. He merely acted on instinct, pulling the trigger. Thud! The sound was not that of metal clashing, but a dull, nauseating thump. It was a subtle noise, yet it drowned out the roar of the waves and the howling wind. The bald giant-esque steel pipe halted midair, his expression frozen in disbelief. The ferocious roar was lodged in his throat. He lowered his head, gazing vacantly at his own neck. A black crossbow bolt had pierced through his Adam's apple, releasing a warm spray of blood. He attempted to speak, but only a wheezing sound escaped his lips, as copious amounts of blood, mixed with foam, gushed from his mouth and nose. The fury and greed in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by an infinite dread and confusion. He could not comprehend. Why? How could this be? With a thud, his heavy body toppled backward, landing heavily on their makeshift wooden raft, producing a dull thrum. The steel pipe slipped from his feeble grasp, clattering as it bounced on the planks before ultimately rolling into the sea, not even stirring a ripple. Time seemed to freeze. The lanky man rushing forward abruptly halted, his face contorted in the utmost terror. He glanced at the bald leader lying in a pool of blood, then at the grotesque composite crossbow in Lin Yuan's hand, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The numb man who had circled behind Lin Yuan also came to a standstill. The stupor on his face vanished entirely, replaced by a grotesque amalgamation of shock, trepidation, and madness. One blow, only one strike, had annihilated the strongest among them, the bald leader. What kind of monster was this man? The scent of blood enveloped Yu Mungbing's nostrils with unprecedented clarity. She beheld the fallen giant, observing the rapidly spreading dark red stain, and the pair of eyes gradually losing their luster. Her body tensed slightly, her ice-blue gaze reflecting the gruesome scene before her. There was no fear, no retreat, only a chill born from the harsh reality. This was the law of the world, an unvarnished display of the survival of the fittest. She turned to Lin Yuan. The young man stood resolutely, clutching the composite crossbow, still emitting the scent of gunpowder, droplets of warm blood spattering the edges of his flip-flops. His expression bore no distinction from that before the kill, calm, languid, as though he had merely swatted a bothersome fly. This stark contrast sent an inexplicable jolt through Yu Mungbing's heart. I will kill you." After a brief silence, the lanky man's scream erupted in despair. The leader's death had utterly shattered his last vestige of reason. He brandished a boning knife, charging at Lin Yuan like a madman, heedless of all else. "Fool!" The numb man growled, but it was too late to intervene. Lin Yuan barely glanced at the oncoming assault from the lanky man. He simply discarded the heavy composite crossbow at his feet and then grasped a simple, sharp-edged mountain knife that had just materialized from his innate talent. Now, it was perfectly suited for use. In the face of the lanky man's aimless slashing, Lin Yuan merely sidestepped, nimbly evading the attack. The flash of the blade cut through the air. With a squelch, the slender figure froze in its advance. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the sharp tip of a blade protruding from his chest. He parted his lips, yet no sound emerged, as vitality ebbed swiftly from the gaping wound. Lin Yuan, expressionless, withdrew the cleaver. The frail body crumpled to the ground, splattering yet another cascade of crimson. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of 3 had fallen. Only the most formidable opponent remained, the numb man. His breath grew heavy as he fixed a fierce stare upon Lin Yuan, muscles taut like a cornered beast. He realized there was no retreat left today. Let's perish together. A primal roar erupted from him, unrecognizable as human, as he drew another rusted dagger from his waist. Gripping it with both hands, one long and one short, he charged forward in a frenzy. His assault was far more cunning and ruthless than that of the previous 2 inept foes, each strike aimed at Lin Yuan's vital points. Yet in Lin Yuan's eyes, it was still too slow. Clang! The cleaver clashed with the bone knife, producing a shrill, piercing sound, sparks flying. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan transmitted immense force through the blade. The numb man felt a jolt in his grip, nearly losing the bone knife. Terror gripped him. This man's strength was indeed formidable. He had no time to ponder further, as the dagger in his other hand lunged toward Lin Yuan's abdomen. Rather than retreating, Lin Yuan advanced. He stepped forward with his left foot, twisting his body at an astonishing angle, narrowly evading the dagger's edge. Simultaneously, he swept the cleaver downward. Swish! A line of crimson blossomed across the numb man's arm, where he clutched the dagger. A cry of agony escaped him, as pain rendered his grip useless, and the dagger clattered onto the wooden raft. Panic surged within him as he attempted to retreat. However, Lin Yuan was resolute in denying him any further opportunity. To eradicate the threat, one must do so decisively. Lin Yuan's gaze was as frigid as ice. The cleaver transformed into a chilling arc, slicing horizontally. In the numb man's eyes, only the ever-approaching glint of death remained. He scarcely had time to emit a scream before his head soared into the air. The headless corpse stood for a brief moment, blood gushing from the neck like a fountain, before collapsing into the pool of blood below. The sea breeze carried the pungent scent of blood further into the distance. Silence enveloped the world, save for the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the raft. Lin Yuan stood amidst the three lifeless bodies, his chest rising and falling gently. He glanced at the bloodied cleaver, casually wiping it on the numb man as clothing before tossing it back into his inventory. Turning, he faced Yu Mengbing. The silver-haired beauty stood not far off, quietly observing the scene. Her complexion was somewhat pale, yet her gaze was strikingly bright. In those ice-blue eyes, there was no fear, no revulsion, only a complex glimmer of astonishment, scrutiny, and an indescribable emotion intertwined. She gazed at Lin Yuan, observing the man who had just resolutely and ruthlessly eliminated all threats. For the first time, she comprehended with startling clarity the true nature of the partner she had chosen. Chapter 11. Is this the novice stage? A pungent scent of blood, intermingled with the briny sea breeze, wafted between two wooden rafts. The sunlight cast an almost somber hue upon the dark red stains, which had begun to blacken as they congealed upon the rough wooden planks. Three lifeless bodies, still radiating warmth, lay contorted upon their dilapidated raft. Their unblinking eyes stared vacantly at the azure sky. Yu Mengbing stood frozen in place, her gaze locked onto Lin Yuan, who methodically dealt with the scene as if it were merely an inconsequential task. Her heart raced violently within her chest, not from fear, but from a tumultuous blend of shock and an unsettling emotion. This world was imparting its survival laws to her in the most brutal and direct manner possible. The man she had chosen, evidently, was a master of these laws. Lin Yuan paid no heed to her stare. With the casualness of donning flip-flops, he stepped onto the other raft, which seemed on the verge of collapse. The wooden planks beneath him groaned under the strain. An overpowering stench, reeking of decayed food, sweat, and filth, assailed his senses. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed immediately. This so-called raft resembled a floating mountain of refuse. Tattered, malodorous garments, remnants of moldy food, and various indistinguishable filth were strewn about in disarray. He carelessly kicked aside an empty bottle. Ding! You have acquired a piece of moldy bread. Ding! You have acquired half a bottle of murky water. Ding! You have acquired a rusty dagger. Lin Yuan's face betrayed his disgust. He had anticipated some valuable spoils, but it seemed these three individuals were left with naught but their wretched lives. Wasting no further time, he grasped the ankles of the three corpses, dragging them towards the edge of the raft like dead dogs. Plop, plop, plop. The dull sounds of bodies hitting the water stirred gentle ripples upon the calm sea. Soon, several dark shadows, drawn by the scent of blood from the depths, emerged to pull the bodies into the deeper abyss. Having completed this task, Lin Yuan leapt back onto his own raft. He surveyed the bloodstains sullied upon its surface and the ramshackle heap of refuse opposite him, a wave of discomfort arising from his innate fastidiousness. This sight was simply unseemly, he muttered to himself. He then turned to Yu Mengbing, who instantly grasped his intent. Without uttering a word, she walked to the rear of the raft, picked up a paddle, and began to row, separating the two rafts. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan opened his talent panel. Ding! Congratulations! Rare bonus triggered. You have obtained Raft Core Upgrade Module 1. Ding! You have acquired Sturdy Oak Plank 50. Ding! You have acquired Reinforced Iron Nails 200. Ding! You have acquired Refined Hemp Rope 30. This was fortuitous. He held the upgrade module, which shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. In his hand, Raft Core Upgrade Module. Elevate your raft to level 3. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Lin Yuan affixed the module to the center of the raft's deck. A gentle radiance emanated from the module, swiftly enveloping the entire raft. The raft beneath him began to emit a subtle vibration. The original wooden structure was visibly being replaced by sturdier oak planks at an astonishing pace. The area of the raft was rapidly expanding, transforming from a meager space barely sufficient for two into a generous expanse of nearly 40 square meters. The previously rudimentary railing grew taller and sturdier, instilling a profound sense of security. The small shelter evolved into a semi-enclosed, robust wooden structure. Congratulations! Your raft has successfully upgraded to LV3. Durability, 300. Area, 40 square meters. New features unlocked. Simple filtration system, storage boxes too. Observing the transformed raft, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It now resembled a true maritime base. He turned to find Yu Mengbing had paused her paddling, standing there, gazing at the significantly enlarged deck. In her ice blue eyes sparkled an unusual light. Before Lin Yuan could inquire, she moved. She approached the scattered supplies, a result of the recent upgrade, and knelt down. With meticulous precision, she began to organize. Canned beef was stacked neatly, arranged by production date from left to right. Bottled water was categorized, with pure and sparkling water distinctly separated and orderly displayed. Various tools were bound with twine and hung on the wooden walls, their blades all facing the same direction. Even the scattered planks and nails were placed into the newly unlocked storage boxes, each labeled with simple tags drawn in charcoal. Lin Yuan leaned against the railing, arms crossed, watching her with keen interest. Sunlight cascaded over her silver hair, casting a soft, golden hue around her, softening her otherwise aloof demeanor. She was utterly focused, as if only the items before her existed in this world, demanding her meticulous attention. Her obsessive determination evoked a chuckle from Lin Yuan, yet he found it endearing. After an indeterminate time, Yu Mengbing finally straightened up. Gazing at the immaculate space she had created, a hint of satisfaction graced her face. The entire raft resembled a boutique window, clean, orderly, with everything in its rightful place. The remnants of the prior bloody skirmish, along with the last vestiges of the metallic scent of blood in the air, seemed entirely purged by this overwhelming sense of order. Lin Yuan was about to jest. Don't you think this feels much more comfortable? Yet before Lin Yuan could speak, Yu Mengbing took the initiative, her tone imbued with an undeniable pride. As Lin Yuan gazed into her icy blue eyes, which sparkled with anticipation, he sensed she was awaiting a compliment. In that moment, he found this woman rather endearing. A faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, it felt much more comfortable to have a teammate with obsessive tendencies. The corners of Yu Mengbing's mouth subtly lifted before returning to her usual cool demeanor. She turned away, feigning an inspection of the recently repaired fence. Lin Yuan mused that having a woman aboard the vessel made a significant difference. At the very least, he certainly lacked the motivation to organize things to such an extent. This semblance of order amidst the apocalypse fostered an illusion that they were alive and thriving. It provided a powerful psychological solace. As night descended slowly, the darkness over the sea arrived with remarkable swiftness. The sky transformed from a brilliant crimson sunset to a profound indigo. Stars twinkled, resembling scattered diamonds on a velvet canvas. A silver moon, akin to a disk, rose from the horizon, casting a fragmented silver path upon the shimmering waters. The sea breeze turned slightly chilly. The two took turns keeping watch, Lin Yuan during the first half of the night, and Yu Mengbing during the latter half. Lin Yuan perched on the edge of the wooden raft, his feet immersed in the cool sea water, idly swaying them. Meanwhile, Yu Mengbing rested in the small cabin, her breathing steady. The world was enveloped in silence, save for the whispers of the wind and the gentle lapping of the waves. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in their minds. World announcement. Attention, all survivors. This voice starkly contrasted the usual system notifications. It was grand, authoritative, as though it emanated from the heavens above. Yu Mingbing, who had been resting, instantly opened her eyes. Lin Yuan straightened up, the languor on his face vanishing. The novice survival teaching phase will officially conclude in 7 standard days. Countdown, 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. After the teaching phase, all survivors, regardless of their location, will be uniformly transported to the central continental region of the Endless Sea. At that time, the regional barriers will completely vanish, and systems such as faction, guilds, and world bosses will be simultaneously activated. The true survival game is about to commence. Survivors, cherish the remaining novice protection period, strive to enhance your abilities, and prepare yourselves. Wishing everyone good fortune. The resounding voice abruptly ceased. The world returned to its silence. Yet Lin Yuan understood that something had irrevocably changed. The novice period? The teaching phase? It turned out that the horrific storm, which had nearly eliminated half of the participants, that bloody skirmish, was merely an appetizer. In 1 week, everyone would be transported to the same location. He could only imagine the chaos, bloodshed, and pandemonium that awaited. Thousands of survivors, driven by the primal instinct for resources and survival, engage in the most primitive and brutal of conflicts. He turned his gaze towards a small cabin. Yu Mingbing had emerged, standing gracefully behind him. Under the moonlight, her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and her ice-blue eyes were filled with gravity. It was evident that she, too, had heard the announcement. Central Continent, she murmured softly. It seems our previous days of comfort are drawing to a close. Lin Yuan withdrew his foot from the water and stood upright. He gazed into the boundless darkness of the sea, his expression profound. No, it is not the end. It is merely the beginning. Chapter 12. Casual conversation, the resounding voice dissipated into the night breeze, yet the lingering echoes stirred unending ripples within their hearts, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The sea remained serene, and the moonlight shone with clarity. However, this tranquility was tainted by a hue of crimson. Named Countdown. Lin Yuan gazed at Yu Mingbing behind him. The moonlight delineated the taut contours of her profile, her icy blue eyes reflecting the unfathomable depths of the Black Sea. A weighty unease mingled with a trace of awakened warrior spirit lingered in her gaze. Complex emotions intertwined within her eyes. 7 days, she spoke, her voice slightly wavering against the sea wind. Time was running short. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and settled back down, his feet submerged in the cool sea water. What is the rush? His tone remained effortlessly languid. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to bear it. Right now, we are that someone. Yu Mingbing approached him, mimicking his posture as she sat beside him, yet she prudently avoided letting her feet touch the sea. Her JK uniform, having endured storms and battles, had become soiled and tattered. The damp fabric clung to her form, causing her to shiver involuntarily in the night breeze. Lin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her. Go change your clothes. He retrieved a fresh set of garments from his inventory and tossed them at her feet. A loose black cotton t-shirt and a pair of gray drawstring shorts. Simple, clean, and practical, a reflection of his style. Yu Mingbing glanced down at the pile of clothing, then at her own disheveled uniform. Without uttering a word, she silently picked up the clothes and retreated into the makeshift wooden hut. Moments later, she emerged. The oversized t-shirt hung loosely on her frame, its hem reaching mid-thigh, creating an illusion of missing bottoms. Her long, straight legs glowed pale in the moonlight. She seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the attire, occasionally tugging at the hem of the t-shirt. She discarded her tattered uniform, along with the now unrecognizable white stockings, onto the deck. Dispose of this, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Lin Yuan stood, retrieving the discarded items. He picked up the still damp stockings and held them to his nose, taking a gentle whiff. Yu Mingbing's movements froze. She abruptly turned her head. Her icy blue eyes filled with bewilderment and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. What on earth is this man doing? Lin Yuan, however, bore no semblance of lewdness on his face. He simply examined the scent with earnestness, nodding as if conducting a scholarly evaluation. "Definitely not what you think," he remarked. "It's the salty scent of the sea." With that, he raised his arm, sending the garments laden with the girl's past arcing through the air, plopping into the depths of the Black Sea, swallowed whole. Yu Mingbing stared at him, her expression a peculiar blend of disbelief. She discovered that she seemed increasingly unable to comprehend this man. After completing his tasks, Lin Yuan clapped his hands and reclined back into his comfortable corner. In the latter half of the night, it was her turn. He closed his eyes, appearing ready to succumb to slumber. Yu Mingbing stood in place, silent for a prolonged moment. Instead of resting, she opened her panel and accessed the world channel that had remained dormant since the storm had passed. The impact of the world announcement had caused the entire channel to erupt in chaos. District 734, Zhongwei. What the hell? Central Continent? Are we gearing up for a massive escape? District 921, Lijiang, 7 days. Only 7 days left, and I don't even have a decent weapon. What should I do? Can anyone save me? District 545, Longgu. What are you afraid of? Listen up, I am Zhao Tianlong, a man of the streets in reality. We are recruiting now, prioritizing those who are strong and sturdy. And for women, beauty takes precedence. Follow me, and I guarantee you a life of luxury. District 921, Lijiang, Longgu. I'm willing to follow you. Photo. Yu Mingbing clicked on the photo. In the dim light, a woman with a sallow complexion and 2 enormous dark circles under her eyes struggled to muster a flattering smile. She furrowed her brow and promptly closed the image. Gritting her teeth to suppress her discomfort, she continued to scroll down. The channel was saturated with desperate wails, frenzied shouts, and various blatant transactions. District 688, Tiger Gang recruiting. Requirements. Must be a veteran or a martial arts enthusiast. We have ample supplies and weapons. Our goal is to unify the Central Continent. District 112, Free Alliance. We do not seek hegemony, only a cooperative win-win situation. All peace-loving survivors are welcome to join us as we weather this storm together. District 545, Zhao Tianlong. District 921, Lijiang with that face. You aren't even worthy to carry my shoes. Get lost. Is there anyone better? Who could bring me a beauty? I'll reward them with 3 days' worth of food. The vulgar language was unbearable. Yu Mingbing's expression grew increasingly cold. She was not merely a spectator. She recalled Lin Yuan's talent. Beauty proximity influences the probability of rare resources. She had previously deemed this notion absurd. However, now, under the pressure of a 7-day countdown, it had become the most crucial leverage they needed to exploit. She was searching for prey for him, or rather, a catalyst to enhance their team strength. Yet she quickly skimmed through the posts accompanied by photos. District 303, Xiaotian. Brothers, I am so scared. Who will protect me? Photo. In the photo, the woman was so distorted that her features were nearly unrecognizable. District 817, Boanghua. I will follow any man who can fight and protect me. I am 175 centimeters tall, weigh 150 pounds, and no sonda. Photo. The woman in the photo indeed resembled a formidable figure, robust and burly, her face full of excess flesh. Yu Mingbing's brows knitted into a tight frown. Is this the average standard of women among survivors? She began to doubt whether Lin Yuan's talent was merely a cruel jest of fate. After a prolonged observation, she found not a single individual who could rival her, and even those deemed merely attractive were few and far between. Irritated, she turned off the panel. What? Lin Yuan's voice suddenly broke the silence. He had awoken at some point and was now observing her with keen interest, his expression reminiscent of someone who had been constipated for days. I am assisting you in searching for tools that might enhance your probability of talent, Yu Ming coldly stated, leaving no room for misinterpretation of her intentions. And the outcome? Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. Unpleasant to behold, Yu Ming replied, her tone laden with disdain. Has humanity's aesthetic appreciation deteriorated to such an extent? Lin Yuan chuckled. What do you expect from a group of people adrift at sea for days, teetering on the brink of death? Besides, do you think beautiful women are as abundant as cabbages in a field? He sat up, gazing at Yu Ming's face, which appeared even more animated due to her distaste. Someone of your caliber would have been considered a campus belle in the previous world, wouldn't she? Yu Ming paused, turning her head to regard Lin Yuan. How do you know? Just a guess, he shrugged. With your looks, temperament, and that disdainful gaze, you are either a pampered young lady or a celebrated prodigy. In university, I imagine suitors would line up from your dormitory to the school gate. Yu Ming fell silent, her gaze drifting towards the distant sea, where the moonlight shattered into shards of icy blue stardust within her eyes. After a long pause, she spoke softly. I have never been in a romantic relationship. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why not? No time, Yu Ming replied succinctly. Moreover, they're all rather dull. Lin Yuan could easily envision the scenario. A group of self-important young men employing various clumsy tactics to win over an iceberg, only to end up frozen and wounded. And what about you? Yu Ming suddenly turned the question back to him. You seem the type who wouldn't lack for female attention. Me? Lin Yuan chuckled, leaning against the railing, hands cradling his head. I have no time for such thoughts. I am an orphan. He spoke these words with a dispassionate tone, as if recounting someone else's tale. Yu Ming's breath caught imperceptibly. She studied Lin Yuan, his face appearing slightly blurred in the moonlight, his eyes perpetually carrying a hint of lazy humor. In that moment, she understood. She grasped the origins of his easygoing demeanor, which transformed into unwavering reliability in critical moments, and realized why he possessed such a cold yet lucid understanding of the rules of survival. Because he has always had to rely solely on himself. On the raft, silence enveloped them once more. Yet this silence was no longer the awkwardness and hesitation of before, but rather a subtle emotion that was quietly fermenting. The sea breeze tousled Yu Mungbing's silvery white hair, a few strands brushing against Lin Yuan's face, tickling him. He did not flinch. Chapter 13. Can a raft transform into a small boat? I am an orphan, like a stone cast into a deep pool, the ripples lingering long after. In the days that followed, the atmosphere on the raft underwent a subtle transformation. Silence remained the norm, yet it was no longer the watchful and scrutinizing silence of before. Instead, it resembled a comfortable familiarity, a tacit understanding between two individuals sharing the same space, yet refraining from disturbing one another. The sun shone brightly, and the sea lay tranquil, resembling a vast expanse of blue silk, disturbed only by the occasional swoop of a seabird that would create a fleeting ripple upon its surface. Lin Yuan maintained his habitual, unperturbed demeanor, sprawled out on the deck of the wooden cabin, with a thick, hardback book, whose origin was a mystery, covering his face. His flip-flops dangled from the railing, swaying gently with the rhythmic motion of the raft. Only the perpetually refreshing talent panel attested to the fact that he was not truly asleep. Meanwhile, Yu Ming channeled her almost obsessive-compulsive tendencies to the utmost degree. Each day, she meticulously wiped the deck until it gleamed spotless. All supplies were labeled with precision and arranged in designated locations, with not a single angle allowed to deviate. She even cultivated a small garden in one corner of the raft using a wooden box and some soil, planting several nameless green plants that sprouted from her talents. Under her diligent care, this drifting raft in the apocalyptic seas transformed from a mere survival tool into a well-organized maritime studio apartment. Of course, aside from maintaining the interior, she devoted most of her time to monitoring the global channel. The emergence of a 7-day countdown loomed like a Damoclean sword above everyone's heads. The global channel buzzed with unprecedented activity, panic, despair, camaraderie, and factionalism. The myriad facets of human nature played out vividly within the confines of a small chat box. Yu Ming felt no interest in these emotions. She operated like the coldest of intelligence analysts, swiftly filtering out the superfluous information in search of any hint that might elevate their chances of survival. At last, she discerned an anomaly. Amid the torrent of desperate pleas and requests for companionship, there occasionally appeared statements that were starkly different. Zone 42, Dragon wanders the world. I finally have a boat. You bunch of losers still playing on rafts. Accompanying the message was a screenshot. It was not a raft, it was a bona fide boat. Though modest in size, resembling a single-masted sailboat, it boasted a complete hull structure, a proudly raised sail, and even a small rudder. It floated upon the sea, a striking contrast to the scattered remnants of dilapidated rafts around it. This screenshot detonated like a deep-water bomb, causing a commotion within the global channel. Zone 119, Survivor. Holy crap. Is that a boat? How did you acquire it? Zone 666, the Wind-like man brother. Name your price. I'll trade you all my supplies for that boat. Leave. This is not for sale. It is of no consequence to share this with you. If you desire a vessel, you must first acquire a design blueprint. The phrase design blueprint caused Yu Mengbing's pupils to constrict slightly, etching the term firmly in her memory. She continued to scroll down. Soon, further details regarding the blueprints and ships were disclosed by those fortunate individuals who had successfully leveled up, exuding an air of ostentation. The drop rate for blueprints is exceedingly low. They can only be found in treasure chests at sea, with a minuscule probability. After opening hundreds of chests, I obtained the most inferior small fishing boat design blueprint. Moreover, upon upgrading to a ship, one unlocks a wireless system space. This is merely the beginning. You lot playing in the mud have no comprehension of what lies ahead. Indeed, each design blueprint is unique. I obtained a ferry-style sightseeing boat design blueprint, which, upon upgrading, comes equipped with a purification fountain that produces 10 liters of high-quality fresh water daily. Accompanying this message was a screenshot, a gracefully designed, entirely white, streamlined small boat, adorned at the bow with an exquisite fairy statue from which water gushed forth from a vessel cradled in its hands. This was in stark contrast to the rugged single-masted sailboat previously seen. For a fleeting moment, Yu Mengbing's breath caught in her throat. She finally comprehended the truth. The raft was merely the novice village. Only by possessing a ship alongside that unique design blueprint could one truly claim to have acquired a ticket into this game. The infinite system space and ships with special functions indicated that this was no longer a mere survival endeavor. This was development, expansion, the genuine commencement of maritime dominance. She closed the panel, her chest rising slightly with the weight of this revelation. Turning her gaze towards Lin Yuan, who remained motionless, she spoke with an icy clarity. Tinged with undeniable authority, stop pretending to be asleep. A hand removed the book resting on Lin Yuan's face. As he opened his eyes, there was no hint of drowsiness, only a terrifying clarity. Did you hear? Yes. Lin Yuan sat up, stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones resonating softly. Design blueprint, infinite system space, and a unique ship. He leisurely repeated the key phrases. It seems our previous approach has been rather conservative. Yu Mengbing stepped closer, looking down upon him. Conservative? We have not even glimpsed a shadow of a design blueprint. With less than 5 days until the end of the novice period, we will soon be transported to the so-called Central Continent, crowded with thousands of survivors. At that point, do you think a level 3 raft will hold a candle to a ship with special functions? Her words flowed swiftly, each syllable striking the fabric of reality like a cold stone. Lin Yuan regarded her intently. Gazing into her ice-blue eyes, which sparkled with urgency, he suddenly smiled. You are anxious. Yu Mengbing's breath hitched. I am not. You are, Lin Yuan replied, rising to his feet and closing the distance between them. He towered over her, able to discern the delicate quiver of her long eyelashes and the slight tightening of her lips provoked by his words. You are worried that we might be left behind. His tone was calm, yet cut through her proud facade with the precision of a scalpel, revealing the anxiety beneath. Yu Mengbing remained silent, turning her head to avoid his gaze, a tacit acknowledgement. Her inherent competitiveness forbade her from lagging behind anyone, especially in a game where life and death were at stake. Lin Yuan observed the taut lines of her profile, his smile deepening. At that moment, a flicker of light flashed before his talent panel. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a rare bonus. You have received a pair of brand new white silk over-the-knee socks. Lin Yuan froze, a peculiar expression crossing his face. After a moment of silence, as if making a firm resolve, he retrieved the newly generated rare item from his inventory. It was a pair of socks, neatly folded, pristine, and even exuding a faint scent of fabric, white over-the-knee socks. The silk texture shimmered softly in the sunlight. Time seemed to stand still. Lin Yuan held the socks aloft. presenting them to Yu Mangbing, his face adorned with a blend of mockery, amusement, and a hint of voyeuristic delight. Here, the system provided this for you, suggesting it was time to change those trousers you've been wearing for several days. Yu Mangbing slowly turned her head, her gaze first landing on the glaringly white socks, then gradually shifting inch by inch to Lin Yuan's face, which bore an infuriating grin. Her cheeks flushed from pale white to a light pink, then to a deep crimson. Lin Yuan. The name escaped her lips through gritted teeth. I believe you might be eager to experience what it feels like to be dismembered by dolphins. No need to be so angry, Lin Yuan chuckled, shaking the socks in his hand with increasing delight. These are rare materials. Look at the quality, the sheen. It indicates the system has assessed their high value. Who knows, wearing them might confer some special bonus. Yu Mangbing glared at him, her eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through him. Her chest rose and fell violently, clearly agitated. She longed to swat the obnoxious item away and perhaps send the man before her into the sea to feed the fish. Yet, her gaze uncontrollably drifted back to the socks, brand new, clean, and soft. She glanced down at her own attire. The work pants, although meticulously cleansed by her, bore the evident scars of storms and struggles. At the hem, there remained an indelible dark red stain of blood that defied all attempts at removal. An inexplicable emotion surged from the depths of her being, disdain. A disdain directed towards her current appearance. It was also a primal attraction to the refinement and cleanliness represented by those socks, emblematic of a civilized world. Abruptly, she raised her hand and snatched the soft sock from Lin Yuan's grasp with such force that it momentarily stunned him. She clutched the delicate fabric tightly in her palm, and a suspicious flush crept onto her icy visage. Turning her back to Lin Yuan, her voice emerged stiff as ice. Turn around. Do not look. Chapter 14. Fishing for boxes, seeking the blueprint behind the dark entrance of the humble wooden cabin. Lin Yuan leaned against the railing, arms crossed, his gaze inexplicably drawn towards that direction. The sea breeze caressed him, carrying the coolness of the night. He heard the subtle sound of fabric brushing against itself, accompanied by her restrained, seemingly impatient, soft breaths. A smile unconsciously curved at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. He could envision the expression on the iceberg's face at that moment, perhaps furrowed brows, a countenance filled with disdain, yet forced to submit to the awkwardness of reality. This stark contrast amused him greatly. The curtain of the wooden cabin was lifted by a hand. Yu Mangbing emerged. In that instant, even the sound of the waves seemed to fade away. Lin Yuan's smile froze. He stood rooted to the spot. The moonlight cascaded like flowing liquid silver upon her. The oversized black t-shirt he had casually tossed her way draped just enough to cover the tops of her thighs. Beneath the empty hem hung two perfectly straight, proportionate legs, devoid of any blemish. Yet, the most striking feature was her socks, new, pure white, snugly enveloping her slender calves and knees, the silk-like texture reflecting a soft glow under the moonlight. The white fabric melded almost seamlessly with her pallid skin, untouched by sunlight, yet the differing textures accentuated breathtaking curves. Between the hem of the black t-shirt and the edge of her knee-high socks lay a bare expanse of skin, an absolute realm illuminated by the cool moonlight, glaringly white. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, a few strands lifted by the night breeze, brushing against her aloof profile. She stood there like an illusion, a being that seemed to have stepped out of a two-dimensional comic. Pure, yet exuding an ascetic beauty. The ultimate sanctity clashed with the utmost temptation, creating a rending contradiction within her. Lin Yuan felt his throat dry. He forgot to breathe. He also forgot to think. The entire world seemed to dissolve, leaving only the image before him. Yu Mangbing sensed his burning, undeniable gaze. Unlike her usual demeanor of cold reprimand, she slowly turned her head, her ice-blue eyes shimmering under the moonlight, as clear as a frozen lake. She regarded him, observing his dazed, entranced expression. A small, yet world-altering smile suddenly graced her lips. Do you find it beautiful? Her voice was soft, gentle, laced with an unrecognized hint of pride, like a feather lightly brushing against Lin Yuan's heart. My legs, she added, her ice-blue gaze fixed upon him, imbued with an unprecedented, almost provocative playfulness. Is it even more beautiful than you imagined? A thunderclap resounded in Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Did this woman know what she was saying? Does she comprehend the implications of her current demeanor and tone toward the man of sound mind? In that fleeting moment when Yu Mengbing uttered those words, she herself was taken aback. An unexpected wave of warmth surged from her neck, igniting a fire that reached her ears. What was she doing? What had she just said? The overwhelming sense of shame engulfed her like a deluge, drowning the fleeting sense of triumph and vindication that had just surfaced. Her cheeks transformed from a pallid hue to a vivid crimson at a noticeable pace. She yearned to articulate an explanation, yet her tongue faltered, rendering her speechless. Abruptly, she turned away from Lin Yuan, her back to him, clutching her clothing tightly. This panicked stance laid bare the turmoil within her. Lin Yuan observed her tense silhouette, her nape flushed with color, and finally emerged from the shock of the moment. He could not suppress a low chuckle. It turned out she was but a paper tiger, bristling with bravado, yet faltering first. Clearing his throat, he stifled his laughter and resumed his usual nonchalant tone. Stop standing there like a fool. The dawn is nearly upon us. Do you not wish to retrieve the design? The mention of the design was akin to a bucket of cold water, dousing the chaos in Yu Mengbing's mind. She inhaled deeply when she turned back. The crimson tint on her face had faded significantly, replaced by her usual icy demeanor. Yet her slightly evasive gaze betrayed her inner unrest. How do we proceed? Her voice bore a hint of stiffness. Lin Yuan offered no reply, choosing instead to approach the edge of the wooden raft, gazing at the dark expanse of the sea. Numerous wooden crates bobbed on the surface, remnants left by those unfortunate souls who had met their demise in the storm. They resembled nameless gravestones scattered across the waters. Previously, Lin Yuan had deemed it too laborious to salvage them. However, now, in pursuit of that elusive design, he found it necessary to commence work. He accessed his talent panel. Ding! Congratulations! Rare bonus triggered. Acquired reinforced steel telescopic retrieval rod with powerful magnetic head, X1. Ding! Acquired resilient nylon rope net X1. Ding! Acquired high magnification monocular X1. A set of professional salvaging tools materialized in his hands. He extended the sleek black rod, now measuring 7 or 8 meters, the magnetic head shimmering with a metallic luster. Satisfied, he nodded at its weight. I will handle the nearby salvage, Lin Yuan said, glancing at Yu Mengbing. As for the distant ones, they are mine to retrieve. Yu Mengbing settled on the opposite side of the raft, crossing her legs and closing her eyes. The pendant around her neck, filled with blue liquid, began to emit a gentle glow. The light pulsed rhythmically, in sync with her breathing. Lin Yuan chose not to disturb her, instead lifting the monocular to scan the surface of the sea for targets. Soon, he fixated on a wooden crate floating in the distance, appearing relatively intact. He cast out the retrieval rod, the magnetic head tracing a precise arc through the air before snapping firmly onto the metal corner of the crate. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly dragged the heavy wooden box closer. With a decisive motion, he pried open the latch with his machete. Acquired moldy biscuits 3. Acquired damaged fishing net 1. Acquired a bottle of expired beer 1. All mere refuse. Lin Yuan was not surprised and casually discarded these items to the side, intending to toss them into the sea later. He continued his search for the next target. Meanwhile, the surface of the sea beside Yu Mengbing began to stir with activity. A few dolphins leaped from the water, emitting cheerful calls. They circled around the raft, as if greeting Yu Mengbing. Shortly thereafter, further out at sea, a series of water lines appeared. These were several massive orcas, their colossal bodies resembling black submarines, partially obscured in the moonlight. Responding to some unseen call, they gently began to nudge the floating crates, one by one, towards the raft. Lin Yuan observed this scene, a trace of admiration flickering in his eyes. The woman's talent was indeed remarkable, akin to a natural and highly efficient salvage team. They worked in unison, one employing technology, the other harnessing metaphysics. One focused on precision retrieval nearby, while the other managed bulk transport from afar. The empty crates on the raft piled higher, and the materials retrieved varied widely. Among the useful items were canned beef, fresh water, and medical kits, while the useless included a rusty iron pot, a single sock, and a soaked romance novel. They even uncovered a book titled Postpartum Care for Sows. When Lin Yuan discarded that book into the trash pile, he noticed a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of Yu Mengbing's mouth. Time rapidly slipped away amid this monotonous and repetitive labor. The sun rose and gradually set. The two worked almost the entire day without rest. Apart from replenishing their essential food and water, every moment was devoted to opening crates. Even Lin Yuan felt a tinge of fatigue. Yu Mengbing's complexion had grown paler. Her prolonged communication with marine creatures clearly drained her mental energy. The deck of the raft was now piled high with an array of spoils, meticulously categorized and stacked by Yu Mengbing's obsessive tendencies. Yet, the most crucial item, the blueprint, still eluded them. Should they continue? Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Yu Mengbing. Her lips were somewhat chapped, yet her gaze remained resolute. Continue, she simply stated. At that moment, a dolphin approached, nudging a crate that was distinctly different from the others. It was a petite, metallic box, radiating a dark golden hue. The surface of the box was intricately engraved with ancient patterns, and at its center lay a peculiar keyhole. Unlike other gaudy trinkets, this one captivated Lin Yuan's spirit. He promptly retrieved the metallic box, feeling its substantial weight. Attempting to pry it open with a machete resulted in a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. The hardened blade merely left a faint white mark upon the box's surface. It remained stubbornly shut. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow in frustration. Yu Mengbing approached, her gaze fixed on the keyhole, lost in contemplation. A key. Where could one possibly find a key? Before she could finish her thought, Lin Yuan's talent panel flickered to life once more. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a super rare bonus. Acquired Universal Key 1. A smile of realization graced Lin Yuan's face as he opened his palm. A uniquely crafted key, made entirely of crystal and emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, lay serenely in his hand. Yu Mengbing regarded the key, then glanced at Lin Yuan, her expression akin to that of an awestruck gamer witnessing a cheat. Lin Yuan paid her no mind. He inserted the crystal key into the ancient keyhole. It fit perfectly. With a crisp click, a melodious, unlocking sound resonated like celestial music. The lid of the metallic box sprang open automatically. No dazzling golden light nor treasures of rarity awaited them. Inside, there rested only a yellowed scroll made from some beast's hide, quietly lying in wait. Their eyes met, both reflecting a shared thrill. Lin Yuan gingerly extracted the scroll and unfurled it. A line of archaic characters came into view. Design blueprint for a small skiff quality. Worn construction requirements: 200 wooden planks, 50 scrap iron, 10 rags. Vessel attributes: durability 80-80, speed 5 knots. Special functions: none. Evaluation: a slightly oversized, leaky coffin lid. Perhaps its sole advantage is allowing you to drown in a different position. The air thickened instantly. Lin Yuan's smile froze in place, and the excitement in Yu Mengbing's eyes morphed into bewilderment. After toiling tirelessly for an entire day and night, they were met with such a trinket? A small skiff? Worn quality? Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the scornful evaluation, his lips twitching in disbelief. He carelessly tossed the so-called design blueprint onto the deck. The hide scroll landed on the wooden planks with a faint yet jarring sound. Yu Mengbing stared at the scrap of paper, then gazed out at the boundless ocean, remaining silent for a long while. She neither complained nor felt disheartened. Instead, she reached up to tuck a strand of silver hair, tousled by the sea breeze. Behind her ear, it seemed they would need to seek a larger box. Chapter 15. The strange radio. The design drawing of the leaky coffin lid was disdainfully pinched between Yu Mengbing's fingers before being tossed into the designated garbage corner. Her movements were decisive and brisk, as if discarding something that sullied the eye. Lin Yuan, observing her demeanor, could not help but chuckle. This woman possessed a certain fastidiousness even in her anger, an air that repelled others from a great distance. Take it easy, he drawled lazily. What if the next one turns out to be a brick that swims on its own? Yu Mengbing shot him a cold glance, remaining silent. Yet, Her actions spoke volumes. She approached the wooden raft, closed her eyes once more, and the blue pendant around her neck began to flicker with light and shadow. Soon, the diligent dolphins and Orcus resumed their new round of transport work. The two seemed to be locked in a battle with those infernal boxes. The tedious task of opening boxes continued until the afternoon of the following day. The supplies accumulated on the raft were sufficient for them to live luxuriously for several months. Moreover, two new design drawings had indeed been uncovered. The first design was extracted from a pink box adorned with a charming duck motif. Design drawing for inflatable duck for children's pool. Quality. Toy. Construction requirements. Inferior plastic 5, colored paint 1. Boat attributes. Durability 5-5. Speed depends on your paddling frequency. Special function. Built-in quacking sound effect horn damage. Evaluation. Congratulations. You now possess a maritime dominion that captures the attention of all children under 3, as well as the gaze of every deep-sea behemoth that sees you as a meal. Lin Yuan held the childish design drawing and, with utmost seriousness, read every word aloud to the expressionless Yu Mengbing. Upon finishing, he nodded as if it were a matter of great significance. I find this quite agreeable. The bright yellow will stand out. If a ship passes by, they'll spot our distress signal at a glance. The corner of Yu Mengbing's eye twitched imperceptibly. Yet she chose to ignore Lin Yuan's nonsensical chatter. The second design drawing emerged from a time-worn wooden box, encrusted with barnacles. The process was equally ceremonial, still requiring that universal crystal key. At the moment of opening, a plume of smoke, imbued with the scent of mildew and the passage of time, wafted forth. The outcome, too, was disheartening. Design drawing for a decayed canoe. Quality. Antique, implying it could collapse at any moment. Construction requirements. 1 nearly rotted log 1. Your tears 2 drops. Used to seal the cracks. Boat attributes. Durability 12-12. Slightly faster than a turtle stroll. Special function. Structural disintegration. It will fall apart at the most inconvenient time. Evaluation. It carries not you, but the dust of history. Constructing, it is a dual affront to both trees and tears. This time, even Lin Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. He felt as though the system of this world was mockingly undermining the efforts of all survivors in a remarkably cruel manner. Yu Mengbing gazed silently at a design draft that was inferior to toilet paper for an extended period. Slowly, she raised her hand to tuck a strand of silver hair. Tousled by the sea breeze behind her ear, it seemed her voice was calm, devoid of any hint of discouragement, embodying a cold, relentless obstinacy that vowed not to relent until her goals were achieved. We need to find a larger box. Just then, a orca approached, gently nudging a distinctive box with its broad head. This was not a wooden crate, but rather a military green hard-shell case made of high-strength engineering plastic. The surface bore a faint number, and in one corner, a Red Cross emblem was visible. It appeared infinitely more reliable than the gaudy refuse they had encountered. Lin Yuan felt a surge of spirit as he used a salvage rod to pull the heavy box closer. The surface of the box had several clasps, which he deftly pried open with the back of his machete. With a resounding pop, the lid sprang open. Inside, there were no supplies, no food, only a thick layer of shock-absorbing foam. Nestled in the center of the foam lay a black walkie-talkie, seemingly sturdy, yet marred by several noticeable cracks in its casing. The screen an abyss of darkness. A faint scent of burned electronic components wafted from within. Clearly, it had been waterlogged and was severely damaged. Yu Mengbing approached and took a glance. It's broken. She arrived at a straightforward conclusion. Perhaps it can be repaired. Lin Yuan retrieved the heavy walkie-talkie, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. This device held more value than any of the junk they had previously salvaged. It represented a possibility, a chance for point-to-point communication, disconnected from the chaos of the world around them. He opened his talent panel, silently invoking repair tools. Ding! Rare bonus triggered. Obtained Universal Precision Electronic Repair Toolkit 1. Ding! Obtain Miniature Energy Core 1. Ding! Obtain Signal Amplification Module 1. A complete set of remarkably professional tools materialized at his feet. A silver metal briefcase opened to reveal various models of screwdrivers, tweezers, soldering guns, and some precision instruments whose names he could not even begin to guess. Among them was an energy core no larger than a fingernail, emanating a ghostly blue glow. Yu Mengbing observed this scene with a sense of familiarity. Silently, she crouched down, methodically arranging the tools according to size and function on a clean cloth. Her compulsive tendencies never faltered, regardless of the circumstances. Lin Yuan picked up the walkie-talkie and, illuminated by the fading rays of the setting sun, commenced his repair work. He was intensely focused. His eyes, usually carrying a hint of languor, were now sharp as an eagle's. With slender fingers, he wielded a screwdriver finer than a needle, deftly removing the screws from the casing. His movements were not swift, yet each step was executed with unparalleled precision. There was not a trace of superfluous action. Yu Mengbing knelt quietly before him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. She watched as he delicately grasped a chip, tarnished black by the corrosive touch of seawater, with tweezers. She observed him ignite a small soldering gun, from which a blue flame emerged, deftly rejoining a severed circuit. The setting sun cast its golden light upon his profile, accentuating the seriousness of his features with remarkable clarity. In this moment, Lin Yuan shed all traces of languor and nonchalance. He was no longer the man in flip-flops, lounging on the deck under the sun like a languid fish. He had transformed into a master craftsman, a creator capable of transmuting decay into wonder. This unwavering focus left Yu Mengbing somewhat entranced. She realized that she could increasingly perceive the enigma of this man. He could be the most brutal butcher or the most indolent ne'er-do-well. Now, he had also become a deft engineer. How many more facets of himself remained unknown to her? Time passed unnoticed. At last, Lin Yuan set down his tools, embedding the pristine micro-energy core into the slot at the back of the intercom. He pressed the power button. A soft hum of electricity filled the air. The once obsidian screen flickered and then illuminated, revealing green numbers and lines denoting signal strength. Success. A faint smile finally graced Lin Yuan's lips, and the tension that had gripped Yu Mengbing's body began to ease. He began to rotate the frequency knob at the top. The intercom crackled with a series of sharp static noises. Patiently, he adjusted it notch by notch. The world seemed to dissolve into the monotony of static, punctuated only by the rhythmic lapping of waves against the wooden raft. Just as he was about to complete a full frequency cycle, a faint voice emerged, cutting through the cacophony. Help! The voice was fragile, intermittent, like a flickering candle, poised to extinguish at any moment. It was a woman's voice, fraught with terror and despair. Lin Yuan and Yu Mengbing exchanged a glance, each perceiving the gravity in the other's eyes. Lin Yuan immediately ceased his adjustments, striving to stabilize the frequency at this point. Is anyone able to hear? We are on Lighthouse Island. Help! The woman's voice became slightly clearer. Lighthouse Island. Lin Yuan noted this name. They're not human. They are demons. A piercing scream erupted from the intercom, shattering the air and assaulting their eardrums. Immediately following, a more violent and jarring noise surged forth, overwhelming the woman's voice. This was no ordinary static. It was a malicious, artificially generated strong interference signal. It was as if someone on the other end of the channel was furiously scratching a blackboard with their nails. Then, a man's voice, laced with mockery and a cruel mirth, emerged distinctly from that cacophony. TSK, TSK, TSK. Another unsuspecting little fish caught. I have already stated, this is our hunting ground. The voice, deep and hoarse, slithered into your ears like a venomous serpent through the airwaves. Listen well, all you wretches who can tune into this frequency. Lighthouse Island now belongs to us, the Deep Sea Brotherhood. Any vessel that dares approach will be deemed a provocation against us. As for the man, we shall flay his skin and fashion it into sails. And the woman? The man emitted a nauseating, lewd chuckle. We will ensure she comprehends the true essence of living delightfully. Welcome, all, to your demise. With that final pronouncement, the signal was abruptly severed. The intercom fell into an abyss of hollow static. The sea breeze swept by, carrying an unusual chill. The raft lay in a deafening silence. Yu Mengbing's complexion was as pale as parchment. In her icy blue eyes, an unusual flame of fury burned brightly. She was no saint, Yet the man's words, dripping with cruelty and malevolence, transcended mere survival of the fittest. It was a pure, inhumane atrocity, reveling in the torment of others. Lin Yuan switched off the intercom. Leaning against the railing, he gazed into the abyssal depths of the ocean, now engulfed by the night. His expression was inscrutable. Neither anger nor fear was discernible. Only a profound tranquility. Lighthouse Island, he murmured, repeating the name. Deep Sea Brotherhood. He uttered another name. Turning his gaze towards Yu Mengbing, he inquired, "What are you thinking?" Yu Mengbing lifted her head to meet his eyes. The fury in her ice-blue gaze had dissipated, replaced by a chilling, almost brutal rationality. They are at Lighthouse Island. Where there is a lighthouse, it is typically the tallest structure in the vicinity. They possess the capability for regional signal interference and broadcasting. This indicates they have established a relatively functional base and may even have a vessel. Her analysis of the situation was lucid and precise. Furthermore, she paused, lowered her voice. A high-quality design blueprint is likely in their possession. The air seemed to freeze. Risks and opportunities lay starkly on the table. To go could mean death. Yet to refrain might leave them far behind the forces that had already taken the initiative. In 7 days, when transmitted to the central continent, they could become the harvested, the lowest of lambs. Lin Yuan regarded her, captivated by the astonishing brightness of her eyes under the moonlight. Suddenly, he smiled. It seems we have set new objectives. Chapter 16. The awakening of talent. Lin Yuan's words floated lightly onto the silent deck. We have a new objective. Yu Mengbing raised her gaze to meet his. The sea breeze tousled her silver hair, and within her ice-blue eyes, the last remnants of anger had extinguished, leaving only a chilling, crystalline rationality. She did not inquire whether they truly intended to proceed, nor did she voice concerns about the peril that lay ahead. In that moment, as Lin Yuan articulated his intention, she understood that a consensus had been reached. This was not an endeavor to save anyone. They were not heroes. Rather, it was because the Deep Sea Brotherhood coiled like a venomous serpent upon the path they must traverse to attain greater strength. The high-quality blueprints they had sought in vain were likely hidden upon that very island. We do not know where Lighthouse Island is, she stated, her voice calm and devoid of tumult, as though recounting an unrelated fact. Lin Yuan smiled, shaking the walkie-talkie in his hand, now rendered useless. Did someone not just point us in the right direction? He turned and walked back to a pile of wooden crates that they had rummaged through countless times. Casually kicking one aside. Ding. Obtained a box of damp matches. He kicked another. Ding. Obtained half a bar of hardened soap. Yu Mengbing stood still, observing his futile efforts in silence. She understood that he was waiting for his talent to provide him with an answer. Lin Yuan continued to kick open 5 or 6 empty crates, each containing nothing but worthless debris. He paused, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. It seemed that merely having a goal was insufficient. He needed a more concrete notion. He closed his eyes and began to visualize a nautical chart in his mind, a chart indicating their current position, marked with a conspicuous red cross denoting the location of Lighthouse Island. Upon reopening his eyes, he delivered a forceful kick to the last and largest tin box. Bang! The box toppled over, and a distinctly different sound echoed, accompanied by a magnificent visual effect flashing before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations! Triggered a super rare bonus. Obtained Never Drifting Nautical Chart 1. A smile finally curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. He approached and opened the tin box. Inside lay a rolled-up scroll made of some unknown waterproof material. Quietly resting at the bottom, he retrieved the scroll and unfurled it upon the deck. Yu Mengbing stepped closer, peering down. It was an exquisitely detailed nautical chart, intricately depicting the currents, reefs, and islands of the region. At the center of the chart, a tiny light symbolizing their raft flickered slowly. To their northeast, approximately 100 nautical miles away, a black island resembling a skull was encircled by a blood-red ring. Beside it, a line of small text was inscribed in dark crimson ink. Lighthouse Island, a beacon of the old era, a graveyard of the new. Warning, high-risk area, inhabited by a predatory group known as the Deep Sea Brotherhood. Extremely dangerous. Those who approach do so at their own peril. The map even delineated an optimal route, skillfully circumventing all reefs and treacherous currents. Yu Mingbing gazed at the map in silence for an extended period. She raised her head, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as she regarded Lin Yuan. Your talent sometimes makes me want to dissect you, just to understand. Lin Yuan shrugged and folded the sea chart. Please refrain from looking at me like a lab rat. Hurry and prepare. We must set sail. We need to arrive within a day. Without further ado, Yu Mingbing sprang into action. She reinforced all supplies, consolidating food and fresh water into the sturdiest storage box. Weapons were meticulously cleaned and placed within easy reach. Even the planks on the deck were thoroughly inspected, ensuring every nail was secure and reliable. Her obsessive diligence rendered the wooden raft, poised to enter the battlefield, exceptionally organized yet rife with latent danger. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, attended to the most critical task. He unearthed a large, indeterminate piece of waterproof black cloth from the materials generated by his talent. Securing the cloth to one side of the raft, he fashioned a rudimentary sail. Then, using several sturdy oak planks, he crafted a makeshift rudder at the rear of the raft. Though crude, it was better than nothing. With the rising sun casting its glow, this hastily modified Level 3 raft finally possessed a clear objective. It turned its course, hoisting the black sail, and surged towards the island that symbolized both death and opportunity. The voyage was monotonous, an endless expanse of identical seascape. The ceaseless sounds of wind and waves accompanied them. Lin Yuan steered the rudder, maintaining their direction, while Yu Mingbing sat at the bow, eyes closed, seemingly engaged in a form of communion with her marine companions. Probing the waters ahead, her long legs, clad in white knee-high socks, were casually crossed, glimmering in the sunlight with a somewhat dazzling brilliance. Lin Yuan's gaze flicked over briefly before quickly averting, fearing distraction might lead the raft into treacherous reefs. Time flowed slowly in silence. As the sun passed overhead and began its descent, discordant elements started to surface on the tranquil sea. A floating plank emerged, adorned with a peculiar, flame-like totem painted in red. Stop! Yu Mingbing suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Yuan halted the raft, allowing it to drift on the water surface. Yu Mingbing directed a dolphin to nudge the plank closer. She retrieved it and placed it on the deck. The edges of the plank bore signs of having been hacked by a sharp instrument. More startling to her was the sight on the reverse side of the plank. Above, a severed arm was nailed down. The arm, having turned pale and swollen from immersion, still bore the marks of its owner's desperate struggle before death, evident in the clenched fist. Adorning the wrist of that arm was a flame totem, not belonging to the Deep Sea Brotherhood. Lin Yuan regarded the totem with an indifferent tone. It was the mark of another faction. It appeared they had sought to seize territory, only to meet with failure. Yu Mingbing's complexion paled slightly as she pushed the board, bearing the remnant limb back into the sea. This place is even more chaotic than we had imagined. Lin Yuan remained silent, resolutely grasping the helm, adjusting their course to proceed further. This maritime expanse resembled a shadowy forest, and they were deliberately drawing closer to its deepest recesses, to the lair of the most ferocious beasts. The further they advanced, the more debris floated upon the water's surface, tattered sails, broken masts, and scattered remnants of human belongings. An empty can, a torn leather boot, and a diary, rendered unrecognizable by seawater. They even beheld the wreckage of a completely destroyed raft, its remains marred by numerous cuts and gashes, stained with large patches of dried, blackened blood, silently narrating the tale of a brutal massacre that had transpired here. A faint scent of blood seemed to pervade the air as the sea breeze turned increasingly cold. Yu Mingbing remained silent, her grip tightening on the machete hanging at her waist. Nightfall descended once more. As the last vestiges of twilight were swallowed by darkness, a massive black island, resembling a great beast sprawling across the ocean's surface, finally came into view. The island was entirely composed of black rock, its terrain rugged and barren. At its highest point stood an ancient, weathered lighthouse, like a solitary sentinel, silently looming. The top of the lighthouse emitted no light, save for a faint, flickering glow reminiscent of an oil lamp, barely visible through a window at its pinnacle. There lay Lighthouse Island, the lair of the deep-sea brotherhood. The raft came to a halt approximately 1 nautical mile from the island. Lin Yuan lowered the sail. The world around them fell into a chilling silence, broken only by the dull, rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks, akin to the breathing of a colossal beast. Chapter 17, The Locals. The night was thick and impenetrable, akin to unfurling ink. Lighthouse Island lay silently upon the sea, resembling a slumbering behemoth cloaked in black scales. The ancient lighthouse stood as the creature's solitary horn, piercing the night sky. The only source of light emanated from a small window at the pinnacle, casting a dim, yellow glow reminiscent of a dying star. Prepare to disembark. Lin Yuan's voice broke the stillness of the raft, low yet resolute. He retrieved a pitch-black compound crossbow from his gear, methodically inspecting its mechanism and bowstring. His movements, unhurried, exuded a sense of reassuring steadiness. He then produced 2 finely crafted harpoons, their tips glinting with a cold sheen honed by moonlight. Offering one to Yu Mingbing, she accepted it wordlessly, the icy metal sending a shiver through her palm, settling her tumultuous thoughts somewhat. She secured her trusty machete back at her waist, now gripping the more lethal weapon with both hands. Lin Yuan then pulled out a simple tactical backpack, stuffing in several cans of beef, 2 bottles of fresh water, and a length of sturdy nylon rope. After completing his preparations, he glanced down at his flip-flops and nodded in satisfaction. This was the combat attire he felt most at ease with. Yu Mingbing observed his unchanged appearance, then looked down at herself, dressed in an oversized black t-shirt and knee-high socks that glowed white under the moonlight. In this moment, her attire seemed absurd and out of place for their imminent venture into danger. Yet, she had neither the time nor the inclination to change. Silently, she tied her silvery hair into a sleek high ponytail, the exposed curve of her pale neck forming an elegant silhouette against the night. Exchanging a glance with one another, they refrained from further conversation. The raft was silently maneuvered into the shadow of a rocky outcrop and secured with a rope. Lin Yuan was the first to leap onto the wet, slippery black rocks, the flip-flops making a soft plop. Yu Mingbing followed closely behind. The air on the island was tinged with the brackish scent of decaying seaweed, intermingled with a faint, rust-like metallic tang of blood. The coarse gravel underfoot was mixed with sharp shell fragments, causing discomfort with each step. They did not immediately head towards the lighthouse. Instead, they crept along the island's edge, shrouded in shadows, akin to 2 panthers blending into the night. After traversing nearly 50 meters, Lin Yuan abruptly halted. He raised a hand, signaling for silence. Yu Mingbing followed his gaze to a nearly invisible fine wire stretched across the sandy ground ahead. One end of the wire connected to a massive fishing net camouflaged among the rocks. Each mesh of the net was adorned with sharpened shark teeth, forming a rudimentary yet insidiously cunning trap. Should anyone hastily traverse the darkness, the consequences would be dire. They circumvented the trap, only to encounter a series of similar hazards lurking in the shadows. A bottomless pit, shrouded in a carpet of withered leaves. A colossal tree, sharpened at one end, suspended in midair by a solitary vine. Hidden cunningly within the crevices of the rocks, bamboo spikes smeared with a sinister black venom. The arrangement of these traps exudes a primitive, savage cunning. The designers seemingly indifferent to sophistication, solely fixated on the most direct lethality. Lin Yuan and Yu Mingbing maintained a deliberate and unhurried pace, their gazes akin to precision scanners, meticulously surveying every inch of the terrain. Every trap was discerned and silently circumvented by them. The pathway to the lighthouse resembled a perilous obstacle course, and they were 2 players, imbued with an extraordinary calmness. At last, they arrived at the base of the lighthouse. The towering structure, when viewed from close proximity, emanated an even greater sense of oppression. The mottled stone walls were adorned with deep green moss and white traces left by the weathering of sea salt, resembling the aged skin of a colossal beast. A nauseatingly pungent odor wafted from within the tower. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the lighthouse's interior, slicing through the stillness of the night. That sound was filled with profound agony and unfathomable terror. Lin Yuan halted momentarily, while Yu Mengbing's body tensed instinctively. The scream lasted but 2 fleeting seconds, abruptly cut off as if severed by some unseen force. Following this, a damp, grating, tearing sound faintly resonated, accompanied by low, satisfied murmurs that bore no resemblance to human voices. Yu Mengbing's complexion paled slightly. Although she had encountered death before, the raw, primal fear embodied in that sound sent a chill coursing through her bones. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed tightly, and he signaled to Yu Mengbing to follow him. They opted not to enter through the lighthouse's main entrance, instead circling the tower in search of an alternative entry point. Lin Yuan soon discovered a raised platform composed of several colossal rocks on the tower's side. From there, they could gaze down upon an area resembling an open courtyard on the opposite side of the lighthouse, which appeared to be the primary activity zone, illuminated by flickering torches that cast erratic shadows in the night breeze. The pair stealthily ascended the rocky platform, moving like lifeless statues, revealing only their eyes as they scrutinized the courtyard below. Upon discerning the scene within the courtyard, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Yu Mengbing instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. There were 3 figures in the courtyard. No, they could hardly be termed human. They possessed the general outline of humanity, yet their entire forms were cloaked in a ghastly, nearly translucent skin. Beneath the skin, a network of dark blue veins was disturbingly visible. Their limbs were elongated beyond those of a typical human, their joints contorted at eerie angles, resembling a collection of withered branches haphazardly assembled. Their heads were completely bald, devoid of any hair. On their faces, there were no noses, only 2 enormous, rounded black orbs occupying half of each visage, reminiscent of deep-sea creatures, devoid of any emotion. Beneath these orbs lay a gaping maw, stretching down to the base of their ears, lined with an array of densely packed, needle-like teeth. At this moment, these 3 grotesque entities encircled a still warm corpse, which had been torn apart mercilessly. On the arm of the body, a flame-shaped totem tattoo gleamed strikingly in the flickering light. A remnant of the group they had previously encountered at sea. One of the monsters, with claws resembling talons, was tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh from the corpse, greedily stuffing it into its ghastly maw. Blood and shredded meat dripped continuously from the corners of its mouth. The other 2 creatures emitted low, guttural growls filled with satisfaction as they feasted on the remaining portions. This was not mere slaughter. It was consumption, the primal act of a predator devouring its prey. Lin Yuan and Yu Mengbing observed in silence, witnessing the gruesome and terrifying spectacle. All prior assumptions had been utterly dismantled. The so-called deep-sea brotherhood, the player organizations, none of it was true. The true masters of this island, the inhabitants of these lighthouses, were the indigenous beings of this world, real monsters that fed on humanity, unlike anything they had ever encountered before. Chapter 18. The spoils of war. The flickering flames in the courtyard cast distorted and enormous shadows of the 3 monstrous beings upon the mottled stone walls, reminiscent of ancient, malevolent deity murals. The stench of blood mingled with the briny scent of the sea, interwoven with an indescribable odor emanating from the non-human entities, so potent that it nearly became tangible, invading the nostrils and churning the stomach. Yu Mengbing clamped her hand tightly over her mouth to stifle any retching that threatened to escape her throat. Her body trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from a primal instinctual dread deeply rooted within. Her icy blue eyes reflected the grotesque scene of carnage illuminated by the firelight, shattering all semblance of reason and composure, leaving only raw, primal terror. Lin Yuan lay prostrate beside her, his body pressed against the frigid rock, utterly still. He did not glance at Yu Mengbing. His entire focus was riveted on the 3 beasts below. His breath was slow and soft, as if he had melded with the nocturnal breeze. His eyes, typically imbued with a languid air, were now sharp as a hawk's, greedily absorbing every detail before him. The creature's movements, their strength, their feeding habits, every shadow in the courtyard, every stone that could serve as cover. The corpse of a member of the flame totem was soon devoured to the bone, crunched effortlessly by the monster's massive jaws. emitting a sickening crackling sound before being swallowed down along with the shredded flesh. They consumed without leaving a trace. Once finished, the tallest of the creatures straightened its disproportionately elongated form. It shook its bare head, its two enormous, vacant black eyes scanning the courtyard with an eerie hollowness. Then, it strode toward a peculiar apparatus situated in a corner of the courtyard. This device resembled a rusted marine radio salvaged from a sunken ship. Yet its exterior was haphazardly adorned with numerous metallic spikes and entwined with slick, dark tendrils reminiscent of seaweed. Several semi-transparent, writhing tubes extended from the base of the device, plunging deep into the stone foundation of the lighthouse, as if siphoning some form of energy from this ancient edifice. The entire contraption exuded an unsettling amalgamation of technology and flesh, evoking a profound discomfort. The creature approached the device and extended its claw-like, pallid fingers. It groped about and pressed the largest, most conspicuous red button on the apparatus. A familiar, faint sound of electricity crackled to life. Almost immediately, a woman's voice emanated from the speaker, jarringly clear amidst the eerie silence of the courtyard. "Help!" Lin Yuan's pupils dilated suddenly. It was that voice, the one they had heard over the intercom, imbued with terror and despair. "Is there anyone who can hear our cries from Lighthouse Island?" The recording continues to play. Yu Mengbing also recognized the voice, her hand covering her mouth unconsciously tightening, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. A deeper chill crept up her spine, ascending further. So it was like this. There were no survivors at all. There was no distress signal. Everything was a meticulously crafted trap, a bloody hunting ground lured by a recording. They are not human. They are demons. That chilling scream erupted once more from the loudspeaker. Even the creature that pressed the button seemed momentarily startled, its body slightly recoiling. Then, the voice of a man, laced with mockery and cruel amusement, belonging to the deep-sea brotherhood, resonated. Another unsuspecting little fish caught. It has been said, this is our hunting ground. The monsters appeared utterly unresponsive to the man's voice. They merely stood in place, their hollow black eyes gazing vacantly toward the dark sea, as if waiting for something, waiting to be lured by this false hope, offering themselves willingly as new prey. Listen well, all you wretches who can hear this frequency. Lighthouse Island now belongs to us. The Deep Sea Brotherhood. The man's voice on the broadcast proclaimed his dominion with utmost arrogance. Any vessel that approaches will be regarded as a provocation against us. As for the man, we shall skin him and fashion his hide into sails. As for the woman, we will teach her what true, living pleasure is. That repugnant, lecherous laughter echoed through the courtyard. Welcome, everyone, to your demise. ZZZ, the recording concluded. After a strong burst of static noise, silence reigned once more. The creature withdrew its hand, surveying the surroundings with its vacant eyes, seemingly confirming something. Then, it turned, accompanied by two other creatures, moving with an eerie gait toward the pitch-black doorway at the base of the lighthouse. The heavy stone door slowly closed. In the courtyard, only the flickering torches remained. Amidst the blood-soaked chaos, along with the peculiar device still emanating faint energy fluctuations. And there, beside the device at the very center of the courtyard, a massive chest carved entirely from obsidian materialized without warning. The surface of the chest was adorned with intricate, ancient patterns. Streams of ethereal blue light flowed gently through the crevices of the designs, seemingly breathing like a living entity. It stood there silently, exuding an otherworldly, enticing aura, an essence that only they, the players, could perceive and sense. Those monstrous entities passed by, seemingly oblivious to its presence, as if it and they resided in entirely distinct dimensions. Lin Yuan's breath momentarily faltered, his gaze fixated unwaveringly upon the treasure chest. Risk, opportunity, death, treasure, everything was laid bare upon the scales at that singular moment. Slowly, he turned his head to glance at Yu Mengbing, who was also looking at him. Her complexion remained pallid, yet the icy blue of her eyes had transformed, the initial fear replaced by a fervent intensity. It was a tumultuous blend of anger, dread, and an insatiable thirst for power. She too beheld the treasure chest and understood its significance. It represented the high-quality blueprints they had desperately sought, yet had never touched. It was her sole hope to escape the confines of a child's swimming pool and the leaky coffin-like confines, to truly set sail into the unknown. Now, it lay within arm's reach, yet separated by the chasm of life and death. Within the lighthouse lurked three unknown, terrifying creatures that feasted upon humanity. And they were but two individuals, armed with a fragile raft that could be shattered by the waves at any moment, a composite crossbow, and two harpoons, all while clad in a t-shirt and flip-flops that felt woefully inadequate against the sea breeze. To go or not to go? This question scarcely needed voicing. Lin Yuan discerned her answer in her gaze, a resolute, frenzied look akin to that of a gambler staring at the fateful cards that held their entire fortune. How is he any different? In this damned world, adhering to the rules equated to being eliminated, devoured. Only by wagering their lives could they grasp that slender thread of survival. He remained silent, slowly raising the composite crossbow in his hands. He rested the bow against the rock before him, the cold metal but pressing firmly against his shoulder. Through the sight, he locked his vision onto the peculiar broadcasting device below. This was an unmistakably clear signal. Yu Mingbing understood. Her body ceased to tremble. She gripped the harpoon behind her, adjusting her stance, her body slightly crouched, resembling an elegant yet lethal silver female leopard poised to spring from the underbrush. They exchanged glances once more. This time, all hesitation and fear had evaporated, leaving only the chilling, imminent fervor for bloodshed. They were determined to strike. Tonight, here, they would erase those three creatures along with this accursed lighthouse from the expanse of the sea, and claim the spoils that were rightfully theirs. Chapter 19. Nailed to the wall. The night breeze swept into the courtyard, causing the torches to flicker and sway, casting erratic shadows that danced in the dim light. Lin Yuan's breathing steadied as he rested the compound crossbow against the massive rock before him, the cold metal stock firmly pressed against his shoulder. The world around him rapidly constricted within his vision, leaving only the reticle and, at its end, the recently sealed, formidable stone door. Silence enveloped them. Yu Mingbing remained equally mute, lowering her body further, gripping the heavy harpoon with white-knuckled intensity. The moonlight accentuated the taut contours of her profile, and her ice-blue eyes reflected a reservoir of emotions that had settled into a singular, chilling intent to freeze everything in its path. They waited, poised for the signal to strike. Lin Yuan gradually shifted the reticle from the stone door to the nearby broadcasting device, which still emitted faint energy fluctuations. This was an unmistakable signal. Yu Mingbing understood and nodded, her body coiled like a drawn bow, ready to unleash its tension. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan filled his lungs with the cold, briny air. Then he squeezed the trigger. A soft, muted sound, barely perceptible against the wind, was followed by the flight of a black bolt, which departed the bowstring, leaving behind a fleeting shadow undetectable to the naked eye. In the next instant, boom, the enigmatic broadcasting device, composed of unknown metals and flesh, erupted violently. Blue arcs of electricity splattered everywhere, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched debris and the jarring sound of twisted metal, resonating throughout the courtyard. This noise surpassed any scream in its intensity. Creak! Almost simultaneously with the explosion, the heavy stone door was forcibly flung open from within, propelled by an immense force. Three pale, elongated figures surged forth, carried by a gust of foul wind. Their speed was astonishing, their movements devoid of any human coordination, resembling three enraged giant spiders instead. They emitted no sound. Only their three pairs of enormous, jet-black eyes reflected a disquieting, hollow light in the flickering flames. They were searching for the source of the disturbance. Now was the moment. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan fluidly knocked a second bolt. His innate talent had conjured sufficient ammunition within his mind. Ding! Host detected in an extremely dangerous environment. Probability of rare resource generation significantly increased. Ding! Host detected collaborating with the high charisma unit Yu Mingbing, increasing synergy. Additional bonuses activated. Ding! Acquired armor-piercing explosive bolt 10. Ding. Acquired military compound crossbow silence version 1. Ding. Acquired adrenaline injector fast-acting 2. Almost as soon as the notification chimed, a brand new, entirely black compound crossbow appeared at Yu Mengbing's side. Without a glance, she instinctively grasped the weapon. She had witnessed Lin Yuan's knocking technique once. It was sufficient. Puff! The second arrow loosed by Lin Yuan soared forth, targeting the monstrous creature on the far left. The explosive crossbow bolt, infused with a terrifying force, struck the creature's massive eye, which dominated half of its face, with precision. Contrary to expectations, there was no agonizing scream. Instead, a dull, thunderous sound erupted, akin to the rupture of resilient leather. Black ichor, mingled with pallid tissue, erupted violently. The tremendous impact sent the creature's colossal form flying backward. Thud! It was impaled against the stone wall of the lighthouse. The arrow's tip buzzed ominously, still resonating from the immense kinetic energy. Its limbs twitched erratically, as if caught in a bizarre rhythm, yet it could not escape the binding that penetrated its skull. At that moment, another deadly sound of air being sliced through emerged from Lin Yuan's side. It was Yu Mengbing, who had taken her shot. Her first arrow was equally swift, precise, and ruthless. She aimed at the creature on the far right. The crossbow bolt pierced through its neck, emerging from the other side, releasing a fountain of dark blood. The same fate befell this second creature, which was forcefully pinned to the wall beside its counterpart. The two horrific beings resembled grotesque artworks, grotesquely suspended against the wall, struggling futilely. From the initiation to the subjugation of both monsters, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. It was an exquisite display of lethal synergy and unspoken coordination. In the courtyard, only the final creature remained. It ceased its movements, showing no interest in the fate of its companions, nor did it flee out of fear. Instead, it slowly turned its noseless, bald head, its enormous, hollow black eyes, traversing the flames and the chaos of the courtyard, locked onto the figures concealed in the shadows on the rocky platform with eerie precision. There was no anger, no astonishment, only a chilling, inhuman rationality, as if it were calculating something. In the next instant, its body suddenly sank, its limbs coiling like springs. Whoosh! It surged forth, not in a sprint, but in a catapulting motion. Its elongated limbs propelled it off the ground, transforming its form into a pale streak of lightning, hurtling directly towards the rocky platform. Such speed was beyond human capability. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He relinquished his composite crossbow, swiftly drawing the hefty harpoon from his back. Down! He bellowed at Yu Mengbing. Almost simultaneously with his shout, he leapt from the opposite side of the rocky platform. His flip-flops traced an elegant arc through the air before landing heavily on the blood-soaked sand of the courtyard. With a soft thud, he firmly positioned himself between the creature and Yu Mengbing, interposing his body to obstruct the monster's attack trajectory. Yu Mengbing's movements slowed by merely a fraction. Without a trace of hesitation, she seized another composite crossbow and a quiver of bolts, leaping from the platform to land gracefully on the opposite side of the courtyard. Her mission was unmistakable, to safeguard the spoils while simultaneously seeking an opportunity for a lethal strike. The monstrous creature, suspended in midair, effortlessly dug its claw-like fingers into the rugged rock. Without a moment's pause, it twisted its body against the cliff face and silently descended before Lin Yuan, now less than 5 meters away. The proximity allowed him to discern the pungent stench of blood mingled with the odor of decaying seaweed that clung to it. It stood there, head tilted, scrutinizing Lin Yuan with its pitch-black orbs, akin to a butcher sizing up a beast destined for slaughter. Lin Yuan gripped the harpoon firmly, his muscles taut, every fiber of his being heightened to an extreme alertness. The flip-flops on his feet rendered him an incongruous figure, like an unwitting visitor in a slaughterhouse amidst the gruesome tableau. Yet his eyes remained eerily calm. There was no wind. The courtyard lay in utter silence, save for the crackling of the torches and the faint, agonized clicks emanating from the two creatures on the wall. The monster moved. There was no forewarning. Its right arm lashed out like a white whip, producing a sharp, piercing shriek that sliced through the air. Its fingertips glimmered with a metallic sheen. aimed directly at Lin Yuan's throat. It was too swift. Lin Yuan's body instinctively recoiled backward, barely evading the razor-like tips that grazed his nose. A few strands of hair, caught in a fierce wind, fell silently to the ground. He could even sense the icy chill emanating from those fingertips, undeterred by its initial failure. The creature's assault continued without interruption. Its left arm, an unnatural angle, swept upward, aiming for Lin Yuan's legs. The onslaught was seamless, cunning, and replete with primal efficiency in its intent to kill. Lin Yuan could retreat no further. With a sudden motion, he thrust the harpoon downward. Clang! The heavy tip struck the monster's wrist with a resounding impact, sending sparks flying. Its skin proved as resilient as stone. The tremendous recoil left Lin Yuan's hands tingling. Yet he had successfully thwarted the creature's attack. The monster appeared momentarily taken aback, its movements momentarily stalling. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced a step, closing the distance between them. He thrust the harpoon forward. With a satisfying thud, the sharp tip of the trident finally pierced the creature's tough hide, plunging deep into its abdomen. A viscous, black liquid erupted from a wound. A high-pitched, inhuman shriek erupted from the creature's maw, a sound akin to nails scraping frantically against glass, sending a jolt of pain through Lin Yuan's eardrums. It was wounded, yet, rather than retreating, a fervent excitement gleamed in its enormous black eyes. It extended its hands, disregarding the still bleeding wounds, and grasped the harpoon lodged in its abdomen. Then, with a sudden, fierce tug, Lin Yuan felt an irresistible force pulling him uncontrollably towards the monstrous creature. This is dire. The creature's maw gaped wide, revealing a dense array of needle-like teeth shimmering with a ghastly white glow in the flickering light. A putrid wind assaulted him, the scent of death never felt so imminent. At this critical juncture, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, striking the creature's left wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The explosive power of the bolt detonated instantly, reducing its entire left hand, along with the wrist bone, to a mangled mass of flesh. In pain, it instinctively released its grip. This fleeting moment of disarray granted Lin Yuan precious time. He decisively relinquished his hold on the harpoon, abandoning his weapon. Simultaneously, his body rolled to the side, propelled by the inertia of being pulled. Crack! The creature's massive jaws clamped shut with a sound that made one's teeth ache. It had bitten nothing but air. Lin Yuan tumbled across the ground, coming to a disheveled stop several meters away, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Yu Mengbing on the opposite side of the courtyard, poised with her compound crossbow, ready to shoot. Her typically icy countenance appeared somewhat pale from tension, yet her grip on the bow was as steady as a rock. "Thank you," Lin Yuan murmured softly, quickly scrambling to his feet. The creature let out an enraged roar, glancing at its mangled left hand and then at the harpoon still embedded in its abdomen. Without hesitation, it yanked the harpoon free, black blood gushing forth once more. But it seemed unperturbed. It seized Lin Yuan's harpoon with its remaining intact right hand, aiming the bloodied spearhead directly at Lin Yuan. It had learned to wield a weapon. A sinking feeling enveloped Lin Yuan. The creature's intelligence surpassed his expectations. Now he was barehanded. Although Yu Mengbing's crossbow bolts held tremendous power, reloading required time. The two creatures pinned against the wall struggled increasingly, causing the bolts restraining them to loosen. The situation had taken a rapid turn for the worse. "Shoot its joints," Lin Yuan shouted urgently to Yu Mengbing, while drawing the machete hanging at his waist. The slender blade seemed almost laughable in the face of such a formidable battle. It was his sole weapon at this moment. The creature did not afford him further time. Clutching the harpoon, it lunged forward with a clumsy yet lethal aggression. The heavy harpoon felt as light as a mere twig in its grasp. It was devoid of technique, relying solely on the simplest, most direct thrusts, sweeps, and slashes. Yet, coupled with its terrifying speed and power, each strike carried the ominous threat of death. Lin Yuan could only rely on his remarkably superior reflexes to awkwardly evade the onslaught. The mountain-cutting knife clashed incessantly with the spear, producing a jarring clang that pierced the air. With every block, He felt as though his arm might shatter under the force. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt struck the creature's right knee, causing its movements to falter abruptly. Its right leg bent unnaturally for a moment. An opportunity. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he pressed forward rather than retreating. He surged into the creature's embrace like a bullet, abandoning all defense. This was a gamble, wagering that he could outpace the beast. The mountain-cutting knife arced upward with a cunning trajectory, aiming for the creature's intact right hand that clutched the spear. Crack! The blade struck precisely at the joint of the creature's wrist. This time, he was not deflected. Lin Yuan channeled all his strength into this strike. The blade embedded deeply into the bone. The creature let out a howl of excruciating pain, its right hand relinquishing its grip, the heavy spear clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan retreated without hesitation. A gaping wound, revealing bone, appeared on the creature's wrist. It was incapacitated. Of the three monsters, one had lost a hand, and two had been pierced at the joints. Yet they still breathed. However, their threat had significantly diminished. Lin Yuan gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. His t-shirt was drenched in sweat and splattered with the creature's blood. He gazed at the howling monster before him and glanced at the two still futilely struggling against the wall. He understood that the battle was far from over. Yu Mengbing had reloaded her crossbow, the cold arrowhead poised at the nearest beast. Her gaze remained unwavering. Lin Yuan slowly raised his mountain-cutting knife, black liquid dripping steadily from the blade onto the ground. It was time to cleanse the battlefield. He stepped forward, deliberately approaching the weaponless creature. In those eyes, usually tinged with a hint of lethargy, there now remained only the icy resolution to reap lives. Chapter 20. May I kiss you? The stillness of the courtyard was violently shattered by the creature's labored breaths. The monster, rendered armless, tilted its head and fixated on Lin Yuan with its pitch-black, emotionless eyes. A wound in its abdomen oozed a continuous stream of viscous black fluid, while deep gashes on its wrists laid bare the bone, causing its claws to droop helplessly. Like a cornered beast, battered and bruised, it had become even more perilous. Lin Yuan gripped the slender machete with one hand. Drops of the creature's dark blood trickled from the blade, staining the blood-soaked sand beneath, leaving dark imprints. His chest heaved violently, each breath igniting a searing pain within. Sweat trickled down his brow, stinging his eyes, yet he did not wipe it away. All his focus was on the creature's every subtle movement. Meanwhile, Yu Mengbing had reloaded the crossbow. The cold, explosive bolts glimmered with a lethal sheen in the flickering firelight. She refrained from firing immediately, biding her time for a moment that would not be squandered. The two formed an unstable triangle with the creature, one to the left, the other to the right. The wind stilled. The flames of the torches stood unwavering, reaching straight upwards. The monster emitted a low, guttural growl, abandoning its pursuit of Lin Yuan. In a sudden pivot, it lunged toward Yu Mengbing with a clumsy yet swift motion, its intent clear, to eliminate the distant threat that posed a mortal danger. Yu Mengbing's expression remained unchanged. At the instant the creature lunged, she moved as well, not retreating but sidestepping deftly. This maneuver allowed her to evade the monster's frontal assault while simultaneously creating an unobstructed angle for Lin Yuan to strike. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yuan surged forward like a phantom. His flip-flops carved a silent arc across the sand as he wielded the machete. With the momentum, he executed a swift, upward slash that glimmered ominously. With a precise thrust, the blade penetrated deeply into the soft lower back exposed by the creature's turn, then twisted fiercely upward and sideways. Lin Yuan exerted his entire weight into the strike. The monster emitted a short, peculiar shriek, akin to a deflating bellows. Its massive form froze momentarily, then collapsed forward weakly. The heavy body thudded against the ground, sending dust and blood into the air. It convulsed twice before falling still. The battle appeared to have reached its conclusion. Yet at that moment, a sharp crack, a second crack, the crisp sound of metal and bone fracturing resonated from the walls of the lighthouse. The two grotesque creatures, impaled by crossbow bolts and pinned against the wall, managed to break free from their restraints through sheer force of will after a prolonged struggle. They tumbled to the ground. One of them had half of its skull shattered, exposing ghastly white tissue within. The other bore a massive gash in its neck, from which dark blood gushed forth. Mortally wounded, they still clung to life. Unsteadily, they rose from the ground, their four pairs of enormous black eyes fixating on Lin Yuan and Yu Mingbing in the center of the courtyard. There was no intelligence, no strategy, only the primal urge for flesh and blood remained. Lin Yuan withdrew the cleaver embedded in the creature's carcass and flicked away the bloodstains. He glanced at the approaching monsters and then at Yu Mingbing. One for each. His voice was calm, as if discussing the most mundane matter. All right. Yu Mingbing responded with a single word, not even raising her composite crossbow. Instead, she slung the formidable weapon behind her back and deftly drew a heavy harpoon. Using bolts against these maimed beasts, stripped of speed and strength, would be a waste. Lin Yuan picked up the harpoon, now stained with the creature's black blood, which belonged to him. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and then stepped forward simultaneously, embracing the confrontation. There were no superfluous movements, no intricate tactics, only the purest act of reaping. Lin Yuan thrust his harpoon into the eye socket of the damaged creature, piercing through its entire skull. Yu Mingbing's harpoon, meanwhile, plunged cleanly into the gaping neck of the other monster, shattering its spine completely. The creatures could not muster even a semblance of a roar before they crumpled to the ground. Silence enveloped the courtyard once more, broken only by the flickering torches and the nauseating scent of blood that lingered in the air. All was concluded. Lin Yuan stood still, breathing heavily. As the tension in his body dissipated, fatigue and soreness washed over him like a relentless tide. He looked down at himself. His t-shirt bore not only sweat and the black blood of the monsters, but also a dark stain, his own blood. A 10-centimeter-long wound on his left side oozed crimson, inflicted by the creature's last desperate counterattack. During the battle, he had felt no pain, but now the injury burned like fire, sending waves of excruciating agony through him. He furrowed his brow, pressed his hand against the wound, and leaned against a relatively clean stone pillar. Yu Mingbing extracted her harpoon from the creature's corpse and approached Lin Yuan, saying nothing. Her gaze fell upon his hand pressed against the wound. In her icy blue eyes, no emotion could be discerned. She silently crouched down and rummaged through Lin Yuan's tactical backpack, carelessly discarded on the ground, retrieving the first aid kit. This was a supply generated by Lin Yuan's talent that had remained untouched until now. She opened the kit, taking out antiseptic spray, gauze, and bandages. Her movements were deft, as if she had performed this countless times before. Let go, she instructed, her voice still maintaining that cold, emotionless tone. Lin Yuan complied, releasing his grip. The wound was exposed to the air, the torn flesh appearing somewhat gruesome in the flickering firelight. Yu Mingbing paused for a moment, her gaze fixed on the injury. She took the antiseptic spray and aimed it at the wound. A sharp hiss echoed as the irritating liquid sprayed onto the injury, causing Lin Yuan to flinch, a sharp breath escaping him. The pain was genuine. Yu Mingbing seemed oblivious to his reaction, focusing intently on cleaning the blood around the wound with a cotton ball. Her movements were gentle and meticulous. Lin Yuan leaned against the stone pillar, his head bowed as he observed her. He could see her long, silver eyelashes, the delicate curve of her small nose, and the graceful line of her lips, which were pressed together in concentration. A playful strand of silver hair slipped from behind her ear, brushing against her cheek. The firelight cast a soft, warm glow on her fair profile, dispelling the perpetual chill that surrounded her. The air, thick with the scent of blood, seemed to be softened by a faint, pleasant aroma reminiscent of pine after a snowfall that enveloped her. As Lin Yuan watched, he suddenly felt the pain in his side ease somewhat. This woman always exhibited a breathtaking beauty in her most disheveled moments, particularly against the backdrop of life and death struggles, where blood and fire intertwined. The stark contrast held a deadly allure. Yu Mingbing was now covering his wound with gauze. Her fingertips, cool to the touch, inadvertently brushed against his skin beneath his ribs, causing his body to stiffen once more, but this time not from pain. Her fingers recoiled as if burned, quickly retreating. She did not raise her gaze, but there was a noticeable hint of fluster in her actions. She picked up the bandage, wrapping it around his injury in careful circles. Her nervousness rendered her movements somewhat clumsy, the bandage twisting awkwardly. She unraveled it and began anew, repeating this process twice before finally achieving a satisfactory result. She tied a knot and trimmed the excess bandage, then quietly tidied the first aid kit, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. Lin Yuan remained silent, watching her intently. He noted the blush creeping into her ears, her somewhat stiff movements, and the way she struggled to maintain her composure, unable to conceal the turmoil within. He suddenly realized that this woman, who always masked herself with coldness and sharp words, was, in fact, quite endearing. A thought emerged from the depths of his heart, utterly unanticipated. It was a wild notion, one that even he found astonishing. Perhaps the adrenaline had yet to fully dissipate, or perhaps the relief of having survived a calamity heightened all his senses and emotions. Or maybe it was simply the sheer beauty of the scene before him that captivated him. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he spoke. His voice was somewhat husky. "May I kiss you?" In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. In the courtyard, only the sporadic crackling of the burning torches punctuated the silence. Yu Mingbing's movements came to a complete halt. She froze, neither raising her gaze nor responding. Lin Yuan could even perceive the delicate, swan-like elegance of her fair neck turning a faint shade of pink at a visibly rapid pace. That blush spread upward, swiftly covering her entire face. She kept her head bowed, her silvery hair veiling her expression. Yet, the crimson hue of her earlobes, almost as if it would drip with blood, betrayed the turmoil within her. Lin Yuan refrained from speaking further. He simply gazed at her, his lips curving upwards involuntarily. He understood that he had already received his answer. Chapter 21. The Archie did not await a response. He afforded Yu Mingbing no opportunity for refusal. Lin Yuan leaned in, advancing forward. Through his actions, he provided himself with the answer to that question. The intense stench of blood in the courtyard seemed, at that moment, to be supplanted by a more potent, aggressive aura. It was a scent uniquely belonging to the man before her, an amalgamation of sweat, sea breeze, and a hint of iron. Yu Mingbing's pupils dilated instantaneously. Her body became as rigid as ice. Her mind came to a complete standstill, a void of thoughts. Then, she felt a warmth, soft yet imbued with an undeniable force. It pressed against her lips, light as a feather, yet bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. It shattered all her thoughts and facades in an instant. Her long, silver eyelashes trembled violently for a brief moment before, in a resigned manner, they slowly descended. She could hear the frantic thumping of her own heart. Once, then again, as if it were striving to escape her chest. Those hands, which were always firmly grasping weapons, steady as a rock, now found themselves helplessly clutching the fabric of her clothing. Lin Yuan did not delve deeper. The kiss was fleeting, yet it bore a sovereign, audacious significance. He quickly withdrew, leaning back against the stone pillar, as if the previous action had drained him of all his strength. His gaze remained steadfastly locked onto her face, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk, tinged with fatigue. Yu Mingbing kept her head bowed. She dare not raise it. She could feel the heat radiating from her cheeks, alarmingly intense. The blush that had just begun to fade now surged back with a ferocity, reclaiming every inch of skin from her neck to her ears. The air grew once more thick with tension. This silence, however, was longer and more suffocating than any prior. The crackling of the burning torches was distinctly audible. The two lifeless corpses of the monsters on the wall seemed to silently mock the bizarre atmosphere. At last, Yu Mingbing moved. She sprang to her feet, her movements somewhat unsteady due to the abruptness. With her back to Lin Yuan, she methodically packed the items from the first aid kit, zipping it closed with almost mechanical precision. Then, she tossed the tactical backpack at Lin Yuan's feet. Throughout the entire process, she did not glance back, nor did she utter a word. The contents needed to be sorted. Her voice finally broke the silence, dry, rigid, with a barely perceptible tremor. She referred to the stone door that had been forcefully breached, the lair of the three monsters. She forcibly redirected the conversation to an utterly safe and rational domain, as if by not looking, not listening, and not contemplating, everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Lin Yuan observed her rigid silhouette, imbued with a sense of stubbornness and evasion, and let out a low chuckle. He refrained from further pressuring her with words. Some matters, once acted upon, were sufficient. All right, he acquiesced, then leaned against the stone pillar, gradually straightening his posture. The movement tugged at the injury beneath his ribs, eliciting a sharp pang of pain, yet the smile on his face remained undiminished. The two walked in silence, one following the other, neither uttering a word. They tacitly circumvented the three lifeless bodies on the ground, along with the viscous, congealed pools of black blood. They approached the heavy stone door, ajar before them. The darkness beyond was profound and tranquil, resembling the maw of a colossal beast poised to devour. As they drew nearer, a pungent odor, mingling dust with an unknown metallic scent, grew increasingly potent. This scent starkly contrasted with the fresh blood that lingered in the courtyard. It bore the essence of decay, steeped in the passage of time. Yu Mengbing stepped inside first, her pace swift and steady. It seemed that as long as she pressed forward, the tumult of emotions would not catch up to her. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, retrieving a spare chemical light stick from his waist. He bent it and gave it a vigorous shake. With a crack, a soft, luminous green glow instantaneously dispelled the darkness beyond the door, revealing a clear sight. Contrary to expectations of a gruesome den, what lay beyond the stone door resembled a small, stone-built storage room. The space was modest, roughly 30 square meters, with walls and floor polished to an immaculate smoothness, devoid of any visible seams. The room was largely empty, save for a solitary box positioned at its center. This box defied precise description. It measured approximately 1 meter on each side, constructed from a material akin to the broadcast device Lin Yuan had previously shattered with an arrow. It bore the appearance of a dim metal, adorned with eerie textures reminiscent of flesh. The surface of the box was etched with countless intricate and twisted runes, pulsating gently with a weak blue-purple glow, as if it were breathing in rhythm with the energy within. Yu Mengbing paused before the box, her ice-blue eyes now devoid of panic and shyness, replaced by a demeanor of caution and alertness. Lin Yuan approached her side, standing shoulder to shoulder. He embedded the light stick into a crevice in the wall, casting elongated shadows of the two upon the ground. This object does not appear particularly welcoming, Lin Yuan remarked. Breaking the silence, Yu Mengbing did not respond. Instead, she extended her hand, seemingly intent on touching the box. Do not touch it. Lin Yuan's tone turned serious. His hand swiftly seized her wrist. Her wrist was slender, the outline of the bones beneath her skin distinctly palpable, and her touch was icy cold. Her body stiffened once more due to the sudden contact. Lin Yuan also realized that his actions were somewhat inappropriate, promptly releasing his grip. My talent does not indicate danger, he said, his voice softening as if providing an explanation, yet it offered no assurance of safety. Beep. Unknown energy treasure chest detected. Opening method. Requires the host to link using blood as a medium. Warning. The chest contains high-energy items. The opening process may result in unpredictable energy overflow. Please ensure the surrounding environment is secure. The system's notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. He glanced at Yu Mengbing. Step back a bit. Yu Mengbing regarded him with a deeply complex gaze, but refrained from asking further questions. Following his instruction, she retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance. Her hand once again resting on the harpoon's grip behind her, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan extended his right hand, gently slicing the palm of his left hand with a mountain-splitting knife still stained with the monster's black blood. A crimson gash opened, and warm blood surged forth without hesitation as he pressed his bleeding palm against the peculiar chest. As the warm blood made contact with the surface of the chest, a low, ancient rumble resonated throughout the stone chamber. The blue-violet runes on the chest flared to life, their brilliance intensifying. They appeared to come alive, swirling, twisting, and reconfiguring in a frenzy. A vast, yet gentle energy surged through Lin Yuan's palm into his body, chilling and boundless, as if he had plunged into an endless abyss. Beep. Link successful. Initiating authorization verification. Beep. Talent God level resource authorization confirmed. Beep. The chest is being opened. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the legendary item, Arc Core Design Blueprint. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special item, World Tree Seed 5. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the rare energy, Void Energy Core Dormant 1. A cascade of system notifications erupted in his mind like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the enormous chest, resembling a living entity, began to dim its radiant glow. The wandering runes converged at the center of the chest's lid, forming an extraordinarily intricate star map-like pattern. With a soft click, the chest slowly opened from the middle. There was no blinding light or terrifying spectacle, only 4 items resting quietly upon the soft, velvet-like lining within the chest. On the far left, a diamond-shaped crystal floated in mid-air, continuously rotating. Inside the crystal, countless specks of light formed an intricately detailed 3-dimensional structure of a ship. Before him lay the Arc Core Design Blueprint, accompanied by 5 diminutive, amber-like transparent orbs. Each orb enveloped a petite seed exuding a gentle verdant glow. These were the seeds of the World Tree. Adjacent to them rested a fist-sized sphere, entirely black, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Its stillness evoked a sense of trepidation, akin to gazing into the abyss. This was the Void Energy Core. To the far right, a silvery, technologically advanced metal chip gleamed, its surface adorned with flowing patterns reminiscent of data streams. This was the Talent System Upgrade Module. Lin Yuan beheld the treasures within the box. His breath momentarily suspended. He realized the bounty was beyond his expectations, transcending mere resources. Each of these 4 artifacts held the power to alter the fate of any survivor in this world, and now they belonged to him. Is this? A voice, tinged with disbelief, emanated from behind. It was Yu Mingbing, who had also caught sight of the contents within the box. Even with her composure, a note of astonishment colored her tone. Lin Yuan did not turn back. He extended his hand, cautiously lifting the suspended, diamond-shaped crystal. It felt cool to the touch, possessing a texture akin to jade. The moment his fingers brushed against the crystal, detailed information regarding the blueprint flooded his mind. Arc Core Design Blueprint, Talent-bound. Level, Legendary, Upgradable. Description, a miraculous creation from an unknown civilization. It is not a fixed blueprint for a vessel, but a core framework. The ultimate form, function, and special abilities of the vessel will entirely depend on the innate talents of the builder. Construction requirements. 1. Core framework. Arc Core Design Blueprint. Held. 2. Main keel material. Varies with the life energy of the wood. 3. Hull structure material. Varies with the strength and energy conductivity of the metal. 4. Core energy source. Void Energy Core. Held. Special Note 1. The greater the builder's talent, the more terrifying the potential of the Ark. Special Note 2. When companions who resonate with the builder's talent board the vessel, certain special abilities of the Ark will experience significant amplification. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply as his gaze instinctively flitted over the 5 amber orbs containing the seeds of the World Tree. Was there anyone imbued with greater life energy than that which would emerge from the World Tree? His attention ultimately settled on the second special note, companions resonating with the builder's talent. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he slowly turned around. He gazed at the silver-haired woman standing not far behind him, observing the items within the box with a scrutinizing glance. Chapter 22. The formal departure. Yu Mingbing's gaze was firmly fixed on the open box before her. Her breath became somewhat erratic, stirred by the extraordinary aura emanating from the items within. She remained oblivious to Lin Yuan's turning, yet she could sense the weight of a penetrating gaze upon her. That gaze, more disquieting than the black orb radiating the essence of the abyss within the stone chamber, sent a shiver through her. Her body instinctively tensed, her fingertips curling slightly. Lin Yuan remained silent, merely observing her, his eyes reflecting a curiosity interlaced with a hint of amusement, perhaps unbeknownst even to himself. This box is a reward generated based on my talent. His voice shattered the suffocating stillness of the stone chamber. Yu Mengbing's body quivered lightly. She abruptly lifted her head, her ice blue eyes locking onto Lin Yuan's. A reward generated based on talent? The memories of their earlier battle surged through her mind. The sudden appearance of the composite crossbow and explosive arrows, along with the seemingly inexhaustible supplies. It dawned on her that none of this was mere coincidence. She glanced back at the contents of the box, her heart racing at the sight of the legendary blueprint representing a future vessel, the 5 seeds of the world tree, existing only in myth and the void core. A terrifying source of energy. The value of these items surpassed her comprehension of the material hierarchy of this world. If the composite crossbow and provisions had merely hinted at the practicality of Lin Yuan's talent, the items now before her could only be described with a single term: terrifying. A potential so formidable it could upend the very rules of this world. Thus, in this realm, every individual uncovers distinct treasures from such boxes. Yu Mengbing's voice was soft, a statement of a staggering truth that she had just confirmed for herself. Perhaps so. Lin Yuan carefully placed the diamond-shaped crystal back in a box. It's merely good fortune. He shrugged, his demeanor nonchalant. Yu Mengbing refrained from further dialogue, offering Lin Yuan a profound and complex glance, one filled with shock, inquiry, vigilance, and a trace of relief. She averted her gaze, forcing herself to redirect her focus to the task at hand, collecting the spoils. Turning, she made her way out of the stone chamber. The 3 corpses required disposal. The scent of blood could attract unwelcome attention. Her posture remained erect, her steps swift and steady, as if the emotional turbulence of the previous moment had never occurred. Lin Yuan observed her somewhat frantic retreat, the curvature of his lips becoming more pronounced. He meticulously stored the 4 items from the box into his system space. He then collected the now hollow, bizarre blood and metal box as well. The material of this object was quite unique. It might prove useful in the future. After completing this task, he leisurely exited the stone chamber. In the courtyard, the stench of blood lingered heavily in the air. The 3 colossal corpses of the monsters lay grotesquely on the ground, their pitch-black eyes staring vacantly at the night sky. Yu Mengbing stood beside the bodies, frowning, seemingly pondering how to dispose of these behemoths. I have a solution. Lin Yuan approached. From his system space, he retrieved several previously generated items that had gone unused, high-temperature incendiary bottles. He tossed the incendiary bottles onto each of the 3 corpses, then picked up a burning torch and hurled it from afar. The torch traced an orange arc through the air. Boom! 3 fiery spheres, radiating a pale blue flame, erupted violently. The terrifying heat instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. The air distorted under the force of the heat wave. The monsters' bodies quickly carbonized in the flames, curling up and emitting a series of crackling explosions. The rich scent of blood was swiftly replaced by the acrid stench of charred flesh. Though equally unpleasant, at least it would no longer attract predators drawn by the scent of blood. Yu Mengbing silently observed the 3 blazing fires and glanced at the man beside her, who always seemed to produce an array of peculiar items. She asked no questions. The 2 waited in silence until the 3 corpses were completely reduced to piles of blackened charcoal. A sea breeze swept through, stirring a cloud of dark ash. The courtyard finally regained its intended silence. Let us depart, Lin Yuan spoke. It was time to return. They left the eerie lighthouse and returned to the wooden raft anchored at the shore. In stark contrast to the carnage and chaos of the lighthouse courtyard, the small wooden raft now seemed remarkably safe and reassuring. Lin Yuan piled some basic spoils, such as the 2 composite crossbows and the remaining bolts, in a corner of the raft. He then sat cross-legged. Steady yourself, he advised Yu Mengbing, who stood at the opposite end of the raft. Upon hearing this, she crouched down, gripping the edge of the raft with both hands. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting. His consciousness sank into the system space. He selected the Arc Core design blueprint. Ding! Detected that the host is in a safe environment. Would you like to use the basic raft as a vessel to initiate the Arc Core framework? Activation requires wood 500, metal parts 100, fiber 200. Current materials are sufficient. Confirm? Confirmed. Lin Yuan responded without hesitation. At the moment of his confirmation, the raft beneath him and Yu Mengbing trembled violently. Crack! Crackle. The crude planks forming the raft began to groan under the newfound burden. The ropes binding them began to snap one by one. The entire raft seemed to be disintegrating. Yu Mengbing's pupils contracted slightly as she clutched the splintering planks, her body tense and poised to leap into the ocean at any moment. Yet in the next instant, she realized that the disintegrating boards did not sink into the depths of the sea. Instead, they floated upon the surface, buoyed by an unseen force. Then those very planks, along with the mountain of wood, metal parts, and fibers that Lin Yuan had just retrieved from the system space, transformed into countless streams of radiant light. These streams began to whirl and intertwine rapidly around a central point beneath their feet, merging into a colossal, intricately designed three-dimensional structure, radiating a soft blue glow. This was the projection of the Arc Core design. Countless streams of material, akin to iron filings drawn to a magnet, precisely surged toward every node of the structure. The sea beneath them transformed into an immense, imperceptible 3D printing platform. The keel of the vessel materialized first, a robust and metallic sheen glistening upon it, far thicker than any wood they had encountered before. Following this, the framework of the hull emerged, with pristine, smoothly polished planks growing from the void, fitting seamlessly together. The deck rapidly expanded beneath their feet, transforming the once diminutive raft, capable of accommodating only 2 or 3 individuals, into a genuine ship measuring approximately 15 meters in length and 5 meters in width. The lines of the hull were both fluid and sturdy. At the stern, a semi-open small cockpit arose. Within the cockpit, a rudimentary steering wheel materialized. In the center of the vessel, a closed cabin, roughly 10 square meters with a small window, slowly took shape. At the bow, the deck gently arched upward, creating a small platform for observation. This entire transformation took less than 5 minutes. When the final stream of light merged with the hull, all radiance converged instantaneously. A brand new ship, exuding the fresh scent of wood and metal, floated serenely upon the sea, replacing the rudimentary raft and becoming their new mobile home. Beep. Arc Core framework construction completed. Current status, primary form, upgradable. Current area division, control area, living area, storage area. Deck area. Core, energy void, energy core, dormant, detected, install. Warning. After installation, the Ark will initially possess autonomous sailing capabilities, but will continuously consume energy. Installation de fait. Lin Yuan silently resolved. He slowly rose to his feet, stepping onto the solid deck beneath him, a profound sense of security enveloping him. He turned to gaze at Yu Mengbing, who remained crouched in place, her face a tableau of astonishment. She extended her hand, incredulously touching the pristine railing beside her. The cold, metallic texture confirmed to her that this was indeed reality. At last, we possess a true vessel. Lin Yuan approached her, leaning against the railing as he gazed out at the shimmering expanse of the endless sea illuminated by moonlight. Yu Mengbing gradually rose to her feet. She did not glance at Lin Yuan, her gaze equally fixed on the distant horizon. The sea breeze tousled her silver hair, sculpting it into graceful arcs in the air. A single strand gently brushed against Lin Yuan's arm, icy soft. His heart skipped a beat once more. Instinctively, he turned to the woman beside him. Her profile, perpetually cloaked in frost, appeared particularly gentle under the cool moonlight. In her ice-blue eyes, the entire starry sky and ocean were reflected, as if sensing his gaze. Yu Mengbing's body stiffened once again. She abruptly turned her head, intent on uttering something to dissolve the subtly charged atmosphere. Yet, when she met Lin Yuan's eyes, filled with laughter, all her carefully prepared, barbed words became lodged in her throat. Ultimately, she managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" With that, she pivoted and strode briskly into the newly constructed, modest cabin. A soft thud resonated as the cabin door was shut behind her. Lin Yuan stared at the closed wooden door, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. He understood that from this day forth, everything would change. He would possess a unique ship, ready to gallivant across the future seas. Chapter 23. The end of the novice period. Lin Yuan leaned against the ship's railing, refraining from disturbing the tightly shut door. The sea breeze, imbued with a briny chill, dispersed the lingering sense of blood and charred remains from the courtyard, carrying away the last vestiges of his exhaustion. He did not seek immediate respite. This vessel, his newfound sanctuary, held many mysteries yet to be unraveled. With eyes closed, his consciousness once again submerged into the attributes panel of the Ark, vividly manifesting within his awareness. Beyond the fundamental delineations of territories, a novel feature captivated his attention. Ark storage space beginner. Description: a dimensional storage space bound to the host's talent god-level resources. Current capacity 100 cubic meters. Items stored within this space will be nourished by the talent's energy. Food will not spoil, and tools will not wear down. Upgrade requirement: elevate the Ark level. A subtle arch of his brow revealed his intrigue. With a mere thought, he transferred several legendary items previously stored in his personal system space into the Ark storage space. The process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hindrance. This revelation further elevated his spirits. It signified that he no longer had to fret over his personal space becoming cluttered with an assortment of timber, metallic fragments, and provisions. The ship had truly transformed into his mobile repository. His gaze then descended, detecting a new resonance talent holderboarding. Survivor, Yu Ming Bing, talent, marine creature communication, resonance assessment in progress. Assessment successful. The Ark Noah has acquired a new characteristic, marvelous treasure. Phantom navigation, passive effect. While the Noah is sailing, its hull will receive offerings from surrounding creatures, potentially treasures, miscellaneous items, or even living beings. Note: marine creatures are unaware of your needs. This too was a remarkable feature, albeit regrettably not an active skill. Should the triggering probability be low, its potency might wane. He stretched languidly, his joints releasing a gratifying crackle. After a night of toil, it was time for a well-deserved rest. He made his way to the small cockpit at the stern of his ship. Though rudimentary, it offered shelter from the elements. From his personal space, he retrieved a soft military cot and unfurled it, then laid down fully clothed. The gentle lapping of the waves against the hull resembled a soothing lullaby. Lin Yuan succumbed to slumber almost the instant his head met the pillow. The following day, Lin Yuan awoke to a rhythmic thudding sound. He opened his eyes to find the morning sun streaming through the window frame of the cockpit, warming his face pleasantly. The air was filled with a faint scent of wood shavings. He sat up, tousling his disheveled hair, and ventured outside. On the deck, Yu Mangbing stood with her back to him. She had donned a clean black combat suit, accentuating her nearly flawless physique to striking effect. Her silver hair was deftly tied into a high ponytail with a black hair tie, slicing through the air with powerful arcs as she moved. In her hand, she wielded the mountain-cutting knife that Lin Yuan had previously discarded on the raft. She was meticulously using the back of the blade to flatten the tiny, raised wooden splinters that had emerged from the rapid generation of the deck. Every movement was precise, each inch of the deck attended to with an almost obsessive dedication, rendering it as smooth as glass. Lin Yuan leaned against the door frame of the cabin, silently observing her without interruption. The morning light cast a gentle golden hue upon her stern profile. The pendant around her neck, containing a blue liquid, refracted the sunlight into a crystalline glow. It seemed she sensed the gaze behind her, causing Yu Mangbing to momentarily pause her actions. Without turning around, she remarked in her trademark cool, emotionless tone, "The floor is all yours." "What do I do?" Lin Yuan yawned lazily as he sauntered over. Yu Mangbing straightened, her icy blue eyes scanning him briefly. "Cabin," she uttered succinctly, indicating the need for separation. Following her gaze, Lin Yuan glanced at the soul-enclosed cabin. He understood the implication. Sharing a cabin for two was indeed impractical. He approached the cabin door, placing his palm against the door panel. With a thought, he activated a command. "Bing, would you like to consume 50 wood and 10 metal parts to modify the internal structure of the living area?" Confirmed. In the next moment, a faint sound of wood and metal grinding together echoed from within the cabin. Yu Mangbing's pupils subtly contracted, though she had witnessed such miraculous creations before. Each instance still left her with an indescribable awe. Minutes later, the noise ceased. Lin Yuan opened the door to find that the once spacious 10-square-meter cabin had been divided in two by a sturdy wooden wall. At the center of this partition, a new, closable wooden door had emerged, forming two independent spaces, one for each of them, fair and just. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Yuan tilted his chin towards Yu Mengbing. She remained silent, entering the newly created space and inspecting the partition wall. After tapping and pushing it to confirm its sturdiness, she nodded and wordlessly stepped into the left room. The door slammed shut behind her. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose, feeling a touch of exasperation. This woman truly embodied the notion of burning bridges after crossing them. He then entered his own room, which, though modest at approximately 5 square meters, was ample for one. He again utilized his talent. A comfortable single bed, a simple wooden cabinet for storing clothes, a petite table, and a chair. All these items materialized within the room, consuming merely the most basic wood. For him, whose resources were perpetually on the rise, such consumption was negligible, akin to a drop in the ocean. Thus, a cozy little sanctuary, uniquely his, was arranged. After completing this endeavor, he stepped out of the room. The door next door remained firmly shut, and he chose not to disturb it. He understood that, true to her nature, the woman was likely organizing her own space in her own manner. The ensuing days unfolded in rare tranquility. Only 3 days remained in the novice protection period. The waters around them were calm, devoid of even the most elementary sea monsters. Save for the occasional drifting supply crate, Lin Yuan and Yu Mengbing existed like two neighboring islands, isolated from the world. Their exchanges were scant. Most often, Yu Mengbing would articulate a need with a word or two, and Lin Yuan would employ his talents to fulfill it. For instance, he procured a small gas stove suitable for cooking, as well as a simple shower device that desalinated seawater and provided hot water. He also gathered various utensils, cookware, and condiments. As the living amenities aboard the Ark became increasingly refined, their quality of life visibly improved. They even established a small planting area enclosed by wooden boards. Lin Yuan took out 5 seeds of the world tree, but refrained from planting them immediately, for such treasures required an absolutely secure environment. Instead, he sowed some ordinary vegetable seeds. Nurtured by the energy of his talent, those seeds sprouted and grew at an astonishingly visible rate. Within just 2 days, they were able to enjoy a fresh vegetable salad harvested from their own efforts. On that day, Yu Mengbing spoke to Lin Yuan for the first time with a sentence exceeding 3 words. "The taste is good," she remarked, seated at the dining table, delicately savoring the salad on her plate, her expression still rather inscrutable. Yet, Lin Yuan discerned her mood from the subtle relaxation of her previously taut lips. He chose not to respond verbally, but instead sliced a piece of sizzling, prime Wagyu steak and placed it onto her plate. Yu Mengbing momentarily froze, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her icy blue eyes regarded him quietly. Lin Yuan did not shy away. He returned her gaze with a gentle, harmless smile. Ultimately, Yu Mengbing yielded, diverting her eyes and lowering her head to stab at the steak with her fork, silently bringing it to her mouth. A faint, suspicious blush crept onto her cheeks. The smile on Lin Yuan's face deepened. Such serene days, tinged with a hint of subtle ambiguity, swiftly approached their conclusion. On the final day of a novice protection period, dusk fell. The setting sun bled into the horizon, casting a magnificent yet ominously dark crimson hue across the entire expanse of the sea. Lin Yuan and Yu Mengbing stood side by side at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze playfully tugging at their garments and hair. Silence enveloped them as they awaited the impending, unknown twist of fate. At long last, as the final ray of sunlight sank beneath the horizon, the world succumbed to profound darkness. A chilling, emotionless mechanical voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of all survivors. The novice protection period has officially concluded, commencing maritime zone division, transferring based on a survivor's comprehensive strength, talent level, and survival points. Transfer countdown 10, 9, 8. Yu Mengbing instinctively gripped the handle of the harpoon behind her. Her body instantaneously entered a state of heightened alertness. Lin Yuan's expression turned grave as he sensed the faint humming emanating from the ark beneath their feet. An immense, irresistible spatial force enveloped the entire vessel. 3, 2, 1. Transfer commencing. In the instant the words fell, Lin Yuan's vision blurred violently. The familiar ocean scenery was abruptly replaced by a multitude of distorted, rapidly flashing lights. A profound sense of weightlessness, akin to that of seasickness, surged over him. He instinctively reached out to grasp the ship's railing, only to find cold, soft sensation Yu Mengbing's hand. At that moment, her own equilibrium faltered due to the sudden spatial transfer. Their hands entwined, a connection forged in the chaos. Yu Mengbing's body shuddered. Yet this time she did not pull away. Rather, she tightened her grip, as if to find a semblance of security amidst the turbulent currents of time and space. The duration of this experience felt both interminable and fleeting. As the light coalesced once more and the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, the vessel beneath them regained its stability. Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, the sight before him rendering him utterly motionless. Chapter 24. Are you jealous? What unfolded before their eyes was a vast sea of pink. It was not the dark crimson cast by the setting sun, but rather a pure, somewhat luminescent hue, reminiscent of strawberry milk, both magnificent and surreal. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance, a blend of cherry blossoms and sea salt sweetness. The sky had transformed from its familiar azure to a profound, nearly violet expanse. A gigantic, silvery moon hung high above, its light cascading down, bestowing an ethereal, dreamlike quality upon the pink sea. Here was Yu Mengbing's voice, tinged with an irrepressible astonishment. She released Lin Yuan's hand, her ice-blue eyes scanning the unfamiliar, newly unveiled world with vigilance. Ding. Teleportation complete. Welcome to the Pink Shark Sea region. Danger level assessment. Grade C-. Region characteristics. Beneficial mutation. The regional leaderboard and channel have been unlocked. In this world, the sea's danger level is graded from A to D, with ascending risks. The higher the grade, the more perilous the waters. For instance, Grade A represents the safest waters, further divided into upper and lower tiers, with Grade A upper being marginally safer than Grade A lower. However, the distinction is minimal, and the system does not clarify the upper limit of the highest grade. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in their minds at an opportune moment. Pink Shark Sea region. Lin Yuan murmured the name, directing his gaze towards the tranquil pink surface beneath, which lay in extraordinary clarity. He could distinctly perceive massive, spindle-shaped shadows gliding slowly beneath the vessel. They were sharks, and the sheer number was staggering. Grade C- ranked as the third lowest danger level. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, his taut nerves relaxing slightly. It seems we are fortunate, having not been directly transported to a hellishly difficult region. Yu Mengbing remained silent, her attention fixated on the shadows beneath the surface, her beautiful brow slightly furrowed. At that moment, the sharks that had been meandering in the depths seemed to have taken notice of the unwelcome guests aboard their vessel. 1, 2, 3. Countless colossal shadows began to converge from all directions towards them. The numbers swelled rapidly, and before long, no fewer than 20 sharks encircled their ark. Each was immense, measuring at least 4 to 5 meters in length, their muscles rippling with raw power. Yu Mengbing's hand instinctively gripped the harpoon handle at her back. Her ice-blue eyes sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade. Despite the system's low danger assessment, the oppressive instinctual fear stemming from being surrounded by such apex predators sent chills down their spines. Lin Yuan's expression also became more subdued as he prepared to conjure weapons and engage in combat at a moment's notice. However, the sharks exhibited no signs of aggression. They lingered around the ark, gliding leisurely like a curious congregation surveying their domain. One of the largest sharks even approached the vessel, raising its massive head above the water surface. A pair of obsidian eyes, devoid of emotion, fixated on the two individuals aboard. There was neither a roar nor a collision. It merely observed for a moment before seemingly losing interest, yawning widely to reveal a formidable array of teeth, and slowly descending back into the depths. The other sharks followed suit, casting glances before dispersing into the pink-hued waters, as if their sole purpose was to glimpse the newcomers. Yu Mengbing gradually loosened her grip on the harpoon, her expression a complex blend of absurdity and relief. Beneficial mutation, Lin Yuan mused, articulating the term from the system prompt. It appeared to refer to this, a school of herbivorous sharks? Or perhaps they simply held no interest in bipedal creatures like us. A false alarm. The tense atmosphere relaxed instantaneously. With a sense of temporary safety confirmed, Yu Mengbing's mind, ever the strategist, began to race once more. She returned to the cabin and accessed her system from her room, unlocking the newly available regional channel. An avalanche of messages flooded her screen. What in the world is this place? The sea is pink. Am I hallucinating? Is there anyone experienced here? Help! I'm starving. My talent is nail PvP champion. My nail hardness doubles during PvP. Is there a team that could use my skills? Help! I'm surrounded by sharks. They don't seem to bite. Are they waiting for me to feed them? Don't be foolish upstairs. What do you have that they will want to eat? Run. Who's at the top of the leaderboard? Lin Yuan? Over 1,000 points? How is that even possible? I'm still at 0. A legend has appeared. Lin Yuan, please, let me cling to your coattails. I can do anything. I can warm your bed. Move aside, you lot. Don't disgust the legend. Look at me. I'm a D-cup. Fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs. My talent is 1 cup of milk tea a day. I can satisfy your spiritual needs. The regional channel was filled with cries of despair. The majority were still reeling from the shock and panic of their new environment. Yet, some astute individuals had begun to seek allies or showcase their worth. Yu Mengbing's gaze instinctively dismissed the futile lamentations, focusing instead on those who introduced themselves, particularly the female survivors proclaiming their talents and specialties. Her slender fingers glided rapidly across the screen. This one's talent is utterly useless. Next. This one seems like a fraud. Next. She, who claims to possess fair skin and beauty, yet speaks frivolously and exhibits an unstable temperament, may very well become a disruptive element within the team. Excluded. Lin Yuan's talent constitutes their greatest asset for survival in this world. To maximize the value of this asset and to unleash miraculous potential at critical moments, a specific catalyst is required, an individual of high quality and beauty. This was the most straightforward conclusion drawn by her during the lighthouse battle. She, Yu Mengbing, is one of those catalysts. However, one is insufficient. To confront the increasingly severe challenges ahead, to secure more and better resources, and to construct that legendary arc, they require additional catalysts. This represents an exceedingly clear and rational optimal solution based on the maximization of interests. Yu Mengbing repeatedly emphasized this logic within her mind. Her expression remained as composed as ice. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the utterances of the woman who boldly claimed an F-cup, her fingertips involuntarily hesitated momentarily. An indescribable, bittersweet emotion surged unexpectedly from the depths of her heart, akin to a drop of ink mingling with clear spring water. Though minuscule, it was impossible to ignore. A subtle, inexplicable pressure settled in her chest. Instinctively, she straightened her posture. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan, lazily leaning against the ship's railing, seemingly engrossed in the pink sea. He appeared oblivious to the information within the channel. This realization alleviated her discomfort slightly, but it was soon replaced by a more intense irritation. What was she doing? She was scouting potential companions for him. She was sifting through resumes like a headhunter for their mutual benefit. Yet he, the pivotal individual in this matter, was merely enjoying the scenery as if nothing were amiss. Yu Mengbing furrowed her brows. She shut off her tablet. Come here, she called out coldly to Lin Yuan's back. He turned around, puzzled by the displeasure etched on her face. What's wrong? He approached. Did someone provoke our icy-beauty right after arriving at a new place? Don't call me beauty. Yu Mengbing's tone grew even colder. She presented the tablet before him. Regional channel. You can see for yourself. You need to recruit new crew members. She stated this fact in a tone devoid of personal sentiment, purely businesslike. Your talent requires this, she added, as if to justify her proposal solely for the team's benefit. Lin Yuan's gaze, shifting from her feigned icy eyes to the screen of the tablet, caught sight of the F-cup woman's remarks. The curvature of his lips instantaneously transformed into a smirk of amusement. He lifted his gaze once more towards Yu Mingbing. Oh, who do you think I should recruit? The one who enjoys a cup of milk tea every day? Yu Mingbing's lips pressed into a straight line, and she remained silent. Or perhaps, Lin Yuan deliberately elongated his tone, leaning slightly forward to close the distance between them. He lowered his voice to a volume that only the two of them could perceive, a hint of mockery lacing his words as he inquired, "Are you jealous?" The term caused Yu Mingbing's body to instantly tense up. She reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly shaking off his hand and stepping back to widen the gap between them. "Don't speak nonsense." Her voice regained its customary chill, even tinged with a note of warning. Lin Yuan glanced at his empty hand, then at her defensive posture, bristling with caution, and chuckled nonchalantly. It was just a joke. He leaned against the ship's railing, redirecting his attention to the expanse of pink-hued sea. A danger level of 3rd from the bottom sounded rather appealing. At least it wasn't a plunge straight into the depths of hell. Yu Mingbing did not respond. She too approached the ship's edge, standing a few steps away from him, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Chapter 25. The astrology cabin seeking sponsorship after the jest, the subtle ambience of flirtation dissipated into the salty breeze of the sea. Yu Mingbing returned to her cold demeanor, distancing herself a few steps away, resembling a flawless ice sculpture. Lin Yuan chose not to provoke her further, understanding that excessive teasing would be counterproductive. He was acutely aware of the hardness of her exterior and the complexities of her inner self. Lazily reclining against the ship's railing, he gently tapped the air with his fingertips, activating the recently unlocked regional channel. The screen displayed a relentless stream of messages, akin to a cascading waterfall, interspersed with fear, despair, and various forms of desperate self-promotion. "Boss Lin Yuan, look at me. I could do anything. Truly, Brother Lin Yuan, I am an athlete, exceptionally strong. Pick me." The woman who previously claimed to possess a size F cup was still fervently spamming the screen, her words increasingly bold and explicit, accompanied by deliberately revealing and obscured images of her figure. Lin Yuan's gaze swiftly scanned through the messages. His expression shifted from initial amusement to a flat demeanor, ultimately settling into a state of pure scrutiny. He indeed required new crew members, or rather catalysts. Yu Mingbing's assessment was harsh yet astutely accurate. To unleash his innate talent and transcend his limits, he needed a specific energy field. However, not just any individual of the opposite sex would suffice. Like a finely tuned engine that requires premium fuel rather than any inferior liquid, he needed the right companion. Observing the messages filled with either seductive postures or humble pleas, he gently shook his head. None of these were what he sought. Their eyes reflected fear and dependency, lacking the independent and powerful essence of a true soul. He had witnessed that quality in Yu Mingbing, a resilience that refused to surrender thought even in dire circumstances, a tenacity that clutched its weapons tightly, striving to seize fate with its own hands. This was the essence he required, a genuine partner who could stand beside him on this vessel, confronting the endless tempests of the future, rather than a beautiful vase in need of constant protection. He scrolled through the screen in frustration, feeling as though he were sifting through a vast landfill in search of a minuscule diamond. Hope seemed bleak. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps halted beside him. It was Yu Mingbing. He had not noticed when she had approached, her ice-blue eyes now fixed on the screen before him. "There's nothing suitable," Lin Yuan remarked, shutting off the interface with a tinge of resignation. It was as expected. Yu Mingbing's voice betrayed no emotion. She did not look at him, but extended her slender, pale fingers to operate her own system panel. Then, she turned a luminous screen towards him. This was not the chaotic and clamorous public channel he had been viewing. Rather, it was a distinct interface, designed with extreme simplicity, exuding an air of mysterious elegance. At the pinnacle of the interface, in an elegant font reminiscent of celestial trajectories, 3 words are inscribed: Astrology Cottage. Within the entire cottage channel, there exists but a solitary pinned post. The poster's ID is Yihan N. Title: Seeking a Visionary Protector. Serious inquiries only. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This introduction was distinctly unique. He continued to read. Body. I possess the innate ability of probabilistic divination, conducting 3 readings daily. I can foresee the success rates of short-term events, aiding in risk avoidance and resource identification. I am not one for conflict or physical labor, seeking a life of comfort and quality. Currently, I seek a protector who meets the following criteria to establish a long-term collaborative relationship. Requirements are as follows. 1. Must provide an independent, safe, and comfortable private room. 2. Must guarantee daily meals with ingredients that are fresh, high quality, and diverse. I have discerning tastes and cannot tolerate inferior food. 3. The protector's vessel must be capable of independent navigation in class, say, or higher danger zones. 4. The protector must possess a clear, long-term vision for the future. I refuse to associate with those who are short-sighted and seek only ephemeral comforts. 5. Most importantly, the protector's personal charisma must earn my approval. Interested parties, please include unretouched, clear photographs of both yourself and your vessel. I will perform divination independently and decide whether to respond. At the conclusion of the post, a photograph was attached. It was not a full-body shot, nor even a complete view of the face. The focus seemed to rest solely upon a pair of eyes. The backdrop was a profound expanse of starry sky, seemingly capable of drawing one's very soul into its depths. A woman, her profile turned, wore a large hood that obscured much of her visage, revealing only her smooth jawline and a pair of amethyst-like, enigmatic eyes. Her deep blue hair cascaded loosely from the edge of the hood, resting delicately upon her pale collarbone. She did not gaze at the camera. Instead, her eyes appeared to penetrate the screen, staring into a distant time and space. In her gaze, there was no hint of desperation or anxiety for survival, but rather a lazy indifference, as if the world held no allure for her, an embodiment of serene composure. Beneath that calm, however, lay a subtle, almost imperceptible curiosity for the unknown, an exquisite beauty, an unparalleled grace. This woman, Xie Xuan, through merely a photograph and a post, exhibited a transcendent demeanor that starkly contrasted with Yu Mengbing's presence. Lin Yuan's breath momentarily faltered, almost imperceptibly. He sensed a brief stiffness in Yu Mengbing beside him. The air felt as though it had solidified. The once sweet, pastel-hued sea breeze now carried an undercurrent of tension. Her demands were lofty. Ultimately, it was Yu Mengbing who broke the silence, her voice striving to maintain an even tone. Most individuals find it challenging to meet the criteria, particularly the final stipulation. This nearly amounts to a selection of the most elite survivors from the vast ocean. Yet for you, Yu Mengbing did not finish her sentence. But the implication was unmistakable. These stringent conditions seemed tailor-made for Lin Yuan, who possessed extraordinary talent and had constructed an arc from the very outset. A subtle smile curved the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth as he turned his gaze from the breathtaking photograph to Yu Mengbing's exquisitely chiseled profile. So, you'll find her and show her to me? His tone bore a hint of jest. Yu Mengbing's lashes fluttered slightly. She did not turn back, her eyes fixed on the distant, silvery moon. Her talent was undeniably useful, immensely so. It was as if she were persuading Lin Yuan while simultaneously convincing herself. With probability divination, we can evade the vast majority of lethal dangers and more efficiently locate high-quality resources. This represents the optimal choice for maximizing team interests. Her tone was calm and rational, reminiscent of an emotionless analytical machine, each word underscoring the principles of benefit and reason. Lin Yuan observed her tense profile and the alarmed ice-blue depths of her eyes, feeling a mixture of amusement and an inexplicable tenderness stir within him. This woman, despite her heart aching with bitterness, still sought to extend another olive branch to him. She cloaked her most uncontrollable emotions in the most rational of logic. "You are entirely correct," Lin Yuan said, suppressing his smile and adopting a serious demeanor. He took the light screen from Yu Mengbing's hands. The moment his fingertips made contact, Yu Mengbing swiftly recoiled as if scalded. "Will you contact her?" she inquired, gazing at him. "No," Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. He opened his system interface and summoned the camera function. Instead of turning the lens towards himself, He aimed it at the arc bathed in silvery moonlight beneath him. The vessel's sleek, streamlined hull, its smooth and sturdy deck, the cozy living quarters, and the small garden at the stern, flourishing with vibrant green vegetables. All details radiated an extraordinary sense of security and vitality far beyond this era. He captured a panoramic shot, then opened the private chat channel with the astrology cabin. Without typing any words, he simply sent a photograph of the Arkansas. After completing this task, he turned off the screen. Yu Mengbing regarded him with a look of confusion. You did not send your own photo? Wasn't she interested in personal charm? Lin Yuan leaned against the ship's railing, redirecting his gaze towards the enigmatic yet beautiful pink ocean. This ship is my greatest charm, he replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. If she were astute enough, she would understand. Yu Mengbing fell into silence. She gazed at Lin Yuan's silhouette, then turned her attention to the deep, luminescent pink sea. Within the waters, enormous shadows glided silently. This man, at times, was as languid as a puddle of mud, yet at other moments exuded a confidence that rendered him utterly captivating. The inexplicable sense of suffocation in her chest not only persisted but intensified. Chapter 26. The heart of Yihan Heng. After sending the photo, the private chat channel fell into a profound silence. Time seemed to slow, bound by the sweet fragrance of this pink ocean. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. There was no response from the other side. Yu Mengbing's hands, hanging by her side, turned pale at the knuckles from attention. The pendant around her neck, filled with blue liquid, swayed gently with her subtle breaths, reflecting the silvery moonlight. The blue hue appeared deeper than usual. Yet, Lin Yuan seemed utterly oblivious to the heavy atmosphere. He even retrieved 2 cans of chilled cola from the ark storage space. He offered 1 can to Yu Mengbing, who did not accept it. Instead, she fixed her icy blue gaze upon him. Aren't you worried she might refuse? Lin Yuan pulled the tab, and the can emitted a crisp sound. He tilted his head back and took a large gulp, exhaling with satisfaction. Worried about what? The one who should be concerned is her. He pressed the cold can against his cheek, his eyes reflecting a languid insight into everything. In this precarious sea, what is a top-tier beauty endowed with formidable support abilities yet lacking self-defense? A moving treasure, the most alluring prey, coveted by all. Her post, rather than filtering for protectors, ignited a torch in the darkness, signaling to all beasts, I am here. She was astute, setting the threshold exceedingly high to deter the less worthy wolves. However, she must swiftly find a sufficiently powerful master, or she would soon be torn apart by the sharks sensing blood. Each of Lin Yuan's words sliced through the woman's polished exterior, calmly dissecting her true predicament. Yu Mengbing's pupils subtly constricted. She realized she had previously only seen the woman's pride and composure, neglecting the immense peril lurking beneath that calm. At that moment, her personal terminal on her wrist vibrated gently. It was not from Lin Yuan, but from her. Yu Mengbing glanced down. A private message appeared. Sender ID, Yihan Heng. The message contained a brief sentence. Keep that man away. I want to talk to you. Yu Mengbing's breath caught for an instant. She suddenly looked up at Lin Yuan. He too had seen a message, and an intrigued expression spread across his face. How intriguing. He picked up the unaccepted can of cola, turned, and strolled towards the stern of the ship, appearing ready to enjoy the scenery. You converse with her. Let us see what our astrological maiden has in store. He walked away decisively, leaving the entire deck to Yu Mengbing. As Yu Mengbing gazed at his languid silhouette, her eyes fell upon the command-laden text on the screen. An absurd sensation surged within her. She, the esteemed executive of the lighthouse, was now compelled to conduct an interview for another woman on behalf of this man. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumultuous, indescribable agitation rising within her. With icy fingertips, she tapped upon the screen. Yu Mengbing, what do you wish to discuss? The response was nearly instantaneous. Yi Hanhen, is that ship his creation? Yu Mengbing, indeed. Yi Hanhen, to construct a vessel of such caliber just after completing the novice phase. His talent is extraordinary. Yi Hanhen, what is it? Yu Mengbing paused momentarily. Talent was the greatest secret of every survivor. She hesitated to respond immediately. Yi Hanhen seemed to sense her apprehension. Yi Hanhen, do not be anxious. I am merely assessing the value of the commodity. After all, if I am to sell myself, I must choose a fair price. Her choice of words was bold and candid, imbued with a self-mocking nonchalance. Yet, Yu Mengbing furrowed her brows tighter. This woman had likened herself to a commodity, evoking an instinctive aversion within her. Yet reason dictated that this might be a form of probing from the other party. Yu Mengbing, divine level. She uttered these two words. Silence enveloped the conversation. This silence lingered for a full 3 minutes. Yu Mengbing could envision the myriad expressions gracing the face of the woman on the other end of the screen. At last, a new message appeared. Yi Hanhan, I see. No wonder you dare to send only a photo of a ship. Yi Hanhan, what about you? Are you also one of the commodities? This question pierced Yu Mengbing's heart like an icy needle. Her fingertips turned suddenly cold, and the blue pendant around her neck seemed to dim slightly. She yearned to retort, to assert that she was not. She was his companion, his comrade. However, the term companion seemed so woefully inadequate in the face of such divine talent. She understood all too well that her presence on this vessel was primarily due to Lin Yuan's need for her. She was the catalyst for his growth. From this perspective, she and Yi Hanhan were fundamentally indistinguishable. This realization weighed heavily upon her chest. Yu Mengbing, to answer your question, yes. In the end, she struck the key, declaring a harsh truth to both herself and the woman she had yet to meet. Meanwhile, far beyond the ark, amidst an expanse of pink seas, a uniquely shaped vessel resembling a colossal shell bobbed gently. A woman clad in a voluminous hooded robe languidly reclined against the soft cushions of the cabin. She was Yi Hanhan. Strands of deep blue hair slipped from the edge of her hood, cascading upon her pallid, almost translucent collarbone. She stood barefoot, delicate silver bells adorning her fair ankles. As the waves ebbed and flowed, they occasionally produced a crisp, melodious sound, tinged with a hint of solitude. Before her floated a luminous screen, displaying the conversation between her and Yu Mengbing. Upon encountering a particular word, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in her amethyst-like eyes. She had anticipated a denial or some ambiguous response, yet the reply was unequivocal. An intriguing woman, she mused softly, a lazy smile curving her lips. With a gentle flick of her finger, she enlarged the panoramic image of the Arkansas. Her gaze meticulously roamed over every detail of the vessel. The mirror-like deck spoke of exquisite craftsmanship, while the secluded cabins indicated a respect for privacy. The small, vibrant garden at the stern hinted at a long-term vision and composure regarding the future. A sense of security, order, and an unmistakable feeling of home emerged. Elements far more precious than any gold or jewels amidst this chaotic sea. Her expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness as she shed her languid demeanor and sat up straight. It seemed she had encountered a significant opportunity. A big fish, she whispered to herself. Closing her dreamy violet eyes, she extended her right hand. A thread of invisible luminescence, akin to stardust, began to swirl and coalesce around her slender, pale fingertips. Talent, probability divination, activated. Her lips moved soundlessly as she intoned a silent inquiry regarding her collaboration with the owner of the ship and the trajectory of their future. The starlight at her fingertips suddenly flared brilliantly. A myriad of fragmented, distorted images raced through her mind. Towering waves, fearsome sea monsters, and endless battles. Yet, more prominently, there was a colossal ship that continuously evolved and grew stronger. This vessel shattered storms and vanquished foes, sailing ever further across the boundless ocean. The silhouettes aboard multiplied, each one powerful and beautiful. And there she was, seated at the pinnacle of the ship, leisurely sipping afternoon tea, watching as the man below stirred a legendary sea beast into chaos in his quest for the freshest tea leaves. The scene crystallized on the man's face, his refreshing black hair, gentle smile, and deep-set eyes concealing an ambition more profound than the darkest depths of the sea. Abruptly, Yi Hanhan opened her eyes. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling with intensity. A sickly flush crept onto her face, which had long been devoid of color. The starlight at her fingertips gradually dissipated. The results of the divination were strikingly clear. The risks and opportunities were far greater than she had ever imagined. She licked her somewhat parched lips, her violet eyes ablaze with a flame known as excitement. It had been far too long since she had felt this sensation, the exhilarating thrill of intertwining her fate with that of a formidable being, filled with uncertainty yet boundless potential. She hesitated no longer. She reopened the chat interface with Yu Mengbing. Yihan Wei, divine talent, a commendable offer. I accept this transaction. Yihan Wei, share your coordinates. Let us meet. Yihan Wei, I need to ascertain in person whether my new master is truly worthy of having this merchandise willingly bear his label. Her words retained a provocative edge. Yet this time, Yu Mengbing discerned a hint of urgency within them. She relayed their conversation to Lin Yuan at the stern of the ship. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan merely smiled. He sent over his coordinates, and soon after, the other party's coordinates were returned. Yu Mengbing promptly opened the maritime map, entering the two sets of coordinates. A red dashed line, representing the course, appeared on the map. Beneath the dashed line, a number emerged that surprised both of them. Distance, 1,000 nautical miles. Upon seeing this figure, Yu Mengbing's brow furrowed slightly. 1,000 nautical miles was a considerable distance for their vessel, which could only drift along with the ocean currents. She pondered how much time it would take to reach their destination. However, Lin Yuan gazed at the number with an expression that betrayed no change. He simply stretched and returned to the bow of the ship. It seemed we have tasks to attend to. He looked towards the distant silvery moon, walking slowly, for time was still on their side. Chapter 27. Yu Mengbing's initiative. The small white boat, resembling a colossal seashell, glided gracefully across the pink-hued sea, creating a solitary yet exquisite ripple. Yi Hanan reclined against the soft cushions of the cabin. The silver bells adorning her delicate ankles remained eerily silent, as if in harmony with their mistress's contemplative mood. Before her floated a maritime map, where a luminous dot representing her was connected by a virtual line stretching 1,000 nautical miles to another distant point. This distance was imbued with uncertainty. She did not take the helm. The vessel seemed to possess a will of its own, or perhaps it was adhering to a deeper, intangible guidance, sailing steadily towards its destined course. Her fingertips unconsciously traced patterns in the air, while her mind replayed the fragmented yet striking images witnessed during her divination. Towering waves, fearsome sea monsters, endless battles, and the ever-evolving black arc that consumed all in its path, becoming akin to a moving continent. And there stood the man atop the arc, his gaze gentle, yet his ambition deeper than the ocean itself. Risk and opportunity loomed large, akin to a wager that risked everything. And she, Yi Hanan, was inherently a gambler drawn to thrill. She glanced at the message. I accept this transaction. Share your coordinates. I need to ascertain in person whether my new master truly possesses the merit to claim me willingly. The curve of her lips became languid yet perilous. She was both challenging the silver-haired woman and testing the man. She sought to discern whether this man, endowed with divine talent, would exhibit an impatient desire for possession over such a precious commodity or maintain an air of composed insight. In the end, he remained unruffled, casually providing a coordinate, as if to say, I am here, whether you come or not, I remain. This confidence ignited within her a long-forgotten thrill, sending shivers down her spine. She gradually straightened, her ample hood slipping slightly, revealing more of her deep azure locks and an astonishingly pale yet exquisite visage. She extended her hand, gently caressing the cold system display before her, which showcased a panoramic image of the Lin Yuan, Arkansas. A sense of security, order, and an inexplicable feeling of home enveloped her. What an irresistible bait it was. She murmured softly, her amethyst-like eyes ablaze with flickering flames. No longer hesitating, she lightly tapped the map, inputting a new navigational command into the core of the shell-like vessel. The boat shuddered slightly, its speed accelerating abruptly. With her eyes closed, she surrendered herself back into the softness of the cushions, allowing her entire being to sink into that languorous state. Yet, the silent silver bells on her ankle, with the acceleration of the vessel, finally began to chime with a series of crisp, melodious sounds, imbued with boundless anticipation. The ark drifted alone across the vast, pink ocean, swayed by the currents. The night deepened, and the eerie silver moon cast its cold luminescence across the deck, outlining the contours of all things. The gentle, monotonous sound of waves lapping against the hull created an atmosphere of tranquility. This sea was unnaturally serene. Lin Yuan had long returned to his cabin. Yu Mingbing had also retreated to her room. Yet, sleep eluded her. She lay on her bed, wide awake, her ice-blue eyes gazing vacantly at the ceiling in the dim light. The scornful remark from Night hung in the air like an incantation, echoing repeatedly in her mind. This realization sent a chill surging from her tailbone, coursing up her spine to the crown of her head, rendering her limbs somewhat stiff. She clutched the blue pendant at her chest tightly. The familiar cold touch, for the first time, failed to provide solace. A sense of bitterness and suffocation churned within her chest, washing over her proud rationality, almost engulfing her entirely. She could no longer endure it. An idea, wild and uncontrollable, erupted from the depths of her heart. Yu Mingbing abruptly sat up in bed. She approached the wardrobe, flung open the doors, and without hesitation, discarded the black combat suit that symbolized her defenses and distance, letting it fall to the floor. From the hanging garments, she selected an oversized white t-shirt belonging to Lin Yuan. The soft cotton fabric still bore the languid, familiar scent of the man, both comforting and irritating. She donned the t-shirt, its hem barely concealing the tops of her thighs. In the mirror, the girl with cascading silver hair and dazed ice-blue eyes appeared fragile and helpless in her empty attire. Her gaze fixated on her reflection, ultimately landing on a box tucked in the corner of the wardrobe. After a moment's hesitation, she crouched down and retrieved it. Inside lay a pair of pristine white over-the-knee socks, never before worn. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she slowly pulled the long socks over her ankles, caressing her slender calves until they enveloped her legs. Standing once more before the mirror, the reflection transformed entirely. The icy barrier that once repelled others shattered, replaced by a breathtaking, deliberate, yet clumsy allure. She was intentional in her actions. Drawing in a deep breath, barefoot on the chilly metal floor, she stepped forward, one deliberate stride after another, toward Lin Yuan's chamber. The door was ajar, leaving a narrow crack. She gently pushed it open and entered. Lin Yuan lay on the bed, breathing steadily, seemingly fast asleep. Moonlight streamed through the porthole, casting a soft shadow across his profile. Yu Mingbing stood by the bedside, observing his unguarded, sleeping face. Her heartbeat resounding alarmingly in the stillness of the room. The bitterness, grievance, and resentment that had lingered in her heart reached a crescendo at that moment. No longer hesitating, she took a long stride, her body leaning forward with a resolute, unyielding momentum, and leapt toward him. The soft mattress suddenly sank under the unexpected weight. Lin Yuan opened his eyes almost instantaneously as she leapt onto him. In his gaze, there was no trace of drowsiness, only an understanding glimmer tinged with a hint of mockery. Their eyes met. Yu Mingbing straddled him, looking down with an elevated stance. Her silver hair cascaded down, with a few strands brushing against his cheek, causing a slight tickle. "You weren't asleep," she declared, her voice trembling just perceptibly, as if making an accusation. "Couldn't he sleep? Waiting for you," Lin Yuan replied with a calmness that left her momentarily bewildered. His gaze drifted from her reddened eyes to her slightly parted lips, finally resting on the outfit she had deliberately chosen, lingering for a moment on her legs clad in long stockings. "This attire suits you quite well," he remarked. Yu Mingbing's cheeks flushed crimson. She leaned down, her hands pressing against his chest, her nose almost brushing against his. "Lin Yuan, I am not a commodity," she insisted, her voice low yet imbued with undeniable conviction. "I know," Lin Yuan responded, his demeanor remaining composed. His hand glided over her thigh, clad in white stockings, the warmth of his palm seeping through the thin fabric, directly scorching her skin. Yu Mingbing's body shivered involuntarily. I am also a catalyst, the finest kind." She bit her lip, as if summoning every ounce of strength to utter this statement laden with both shame and pride. At her words, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. His hand on her leg caressed the inner thigh with a deliberate pressure. "Oh, really?" he drawled lazily, a hint of hoarseness in his tone. Then I suppose I must test the merchandise. This audacious remark momentarily short-circuited her thoughts. Before she could respond, Lin Yuan reached with his other hand, gripping her nape and pulling her down forcefully. Their cool lips met his warm ones in a fervent embrace. In that instant, a thunderous sound echoed in her mind as all her taut nerves, all reason and pretense, crumbled into oblivion. She clumsily yet fervently reciprocated, an overwhelming yearning pouring forth. The sweet, salty sea breeze flowed in through the slightly ajar porthole, while the silver moon discreetly hid behind the clouds. In the room, only their interwoven breaths and the rising, suggestive warmth remained. A peculiar, unprecedented energy radiated from the two, swiftly expanding outward. It was a perfect, exquisite fusion that made the very air in the room quiver. Time became irrelevant as their lips parted. Their foreheads touched, breaths quickened. Lin Yuan gazed in her dazed eyes, leaning in closer to her ear, whispering in atonement solely for them. Well, the test results. He paused deliberately, then leisurely announced, genuine. Chapter 28. Lin Yuan's ambition in the early morning. The soft pink sunlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating Lin Yuan's chamber. The air, no longer solely imbued with the salty sweetness of the sea breeze, now carried a trace of a refreshing, delicate fragrance belonging to another. Lin Yuan opened his eyes to find himself enveloped by a warm, gentle sensation. Yu Mingbing lay nestled in his arms, akin to a cat that had shed all defenses, peacefully slumbering. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall of moonlight across his chest and pillow. The frosty demeanor she typically bore was replaced by a serene and relaxed expression, her lips curving into the faintest hint of a smile in her dreams. Her cheek rested against his chest, and the pendant around her neck, containing a blue liquid, pressed against his skin, imparting an unusual, soothing coolness. Lin Yuan gazed down at her unguarded visage, a tender emotion swelling within him. He could distinctly sense the fluidity of resources generated by his innate system in his mind, flowing smoother and more powerfully than ever before. It was as if a parched riverbed had been suddenly replenished by a torrential spring rain. He remained still, simply observing her. After an indeterminate time, Yu Mingbing's eyelashes fluttered gently. She slowly opened her ice-blue eyes, their newly awakened gaze clouded with a hint of drowsiness, devoid of her usual sharpness and vigilance. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere shifted subtly. Yu Mingbing's body tensed momentarily. Last night's bold, resolute, and shameful memories surged back into her mind like a relentless tide. Her cheeks flushed with a rapid crimson hue, spreading from her face to her ears, even her pale neck tinged with a delicate pink. Instinctively, she attempted to extricate herself from his embrace. Yet Lin Yuan tightened his grip, holding her firmly against him. "Good morning," he murmured, his voice carrying the characteristic huskiness of dawn. Yu Mingbing's body quivered at the sound. She remained silent, burying her face in his chest, trying to conceal her current embarrassment and flustered state. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "The results are satisfactory, authentic and trustworthy." At his words, Yu Mingbing's body melted against him completely. She lifted her head, her ice-blue eyes shimmering with moisture, glaring at him fiercely. However, this glare held no real menace. It resembled more of a playful reprimand. No longer struggling, she leaned in, her cool lips clumsily, yet insistently, sealing his mouth, attempting to silence any further nonsense he might utter. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere aboard the Ark underwent a profound transformation. The invisible wall of ice that had separated them melted away entirely. They no longer slept in separate quarters. Under the shimmering moonlight of the night, they embraced in slumber. By day, they were nearly inseparable. When Lin Yuan fished, Yu Mingbing would bring a chair to sit beside him, quietly observing. As she polished her harpoon, Lin Yuan would recline against the boat's railing, languidly recounting jokes from his previous world. She seldom laughed, yet the impenetrable ice behind her eyes gradually melted into something warmer. They would prepare meals together in that modest kitchen, often sharing intimate physical touches over trivial matters. Lin Yuan would seize the opportunity to wrap his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. She would feign resistance briefly before acquiescing to his playful antics. Unbeknownst to them, kisses had transformed into an act as natural as breathing, perhaps sparked by a shared glance or an inadvertent brush of arms, leading their lips to meet. The entire vessel was suffused with the sweet, intoxicating scent of young love. That afternoon, they lounged at the stern of the boat, observing the harmless pink sharks gracefully gliding through the sea. The sea breeze was gentle, and time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, Lin Yuan broke the tranquility with a revelation. The astrologer was already on her way. Yu Mengbing paused momentarily while holding a glass of water. Though she did not turn to face him, Lin Yuan sensed the tension in her muscles, which had tightened instantly. The bittersweet emotion that had only recently subsided appeared to resurface. Her talent is quite beneficial to us, Yu Mengbing stated, her voice regaining a semblance of calm, as if relaying a simple fact. I know, Lin Yuan replied, sitting up from the lounge chair and shifting closer to her, enveloping her in his embrace from behind. He grasped her hand that held the water cup, her knuckles slightly pale. Mengbing, look at me. Her body stiffened, yet she obediently turned her head. Lin Yuan gazed earnestly into her ice-blue eyes. My talent, as you know, is unique. To survive upon this endless sea, to thrive and construct a truly legendary ark, I require greater strength. And you are the source of that strength. Yu Mengbing's lips pressed into a straight line. So, I am merely one of your sources. Her voice was soft, yet laced with sharpness. No, Lin Yuan shook his head, his expression more serious than ever. You are the first and the only person willing to stand on this ship when I had nothing. You are the cornerstone of this vessel. She was a newcomer, capable of being a formidable ally and an important companion, yet she could never replace her. He extended his other hand, gently caressing the blue pendant around her neck. What I desire is not a harem. What I aspire to create is an unparalleled, true maritime kingdom, of which you shall be the sovereign lady and my queen. A queen requires her own subjects and allies, rather than a cadre of envious, bitter women. Do you comprehend? His words fell like pebbles into the seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuously roiling lake of Yu Mengbing's heart. A queen? Subjects? Allies? This man's ambition was far grander than she had ever imagined. He sought not merely survival, but the conquest of these waters. As she gazed into his profound eyes, reflecting her own image, she found therein no deceit, no pretense, but a candid, undeniable aspiration. The thorn in her heart appeared to be gradually smoothed by this very ambition, the bitterness replaced by a more intricate, more monumental emotion. She ceased to speak, instead clasping his hand and gently resting her head upon his shoulder. This was a silent acquiescence. Just as this warmth was poised to reach its zenith, a chilling, ominous system alert reverberated unexpectedly in their minds. Area alert. A large-scale, high-risk biological cluster is detected migrating. Target, man-eating shark tide. Expected arrival, in 3 hours at current coordinates. Danger level assessment. Level C, due to the clustering effect, danger level temporarily elevated. Warning, this biological group exhibits extreme aggression, inconsistent with the traits of the native species in the pink shark waters. All survivors are advised to seek shelter immediately or prepare for combat. The warmth on their faces evaporated in an instant, replaced by a shared gravity of expression. The area channel erupted after a brief silence. Man-eating shark tide. What on earth is that? Aren't the sharks here herbivorous? Help! I see them. Below the surface. All those red eyes. They are hunting the pink sharks. My goodness. The water is turning red. Run. Hurry. Their speed is incredible. It's over my raft. It is falling apart. Someone save me. Lin Yuan, please. Despairing cries for help flooded the channel, mingled with the final screams of those torn apart by sharks. In that moment, this gentle pink haven revealed its most ferocious fangs. Lin Yuan and Yu Mengbing exchanged a glance, each recognizing the calm and deadly intent reflected in the other's eyes. The honeymoon phase was over. Preparation for battle ensued. Lin Yuan rose, the languid vacationer vanished without a trace, replaced by a king poised to enter the fray. Yu Mengbing had already released his hand and swiftly made her way toward the cabin. When she emerged, she had donned a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her breathtaking curves to perfection. In her hand, she tightly grasped the gleaming harpoon, its cold light shimmering with a menacing allure. Her icy blue eyes regained their sharp, glacial intensity, yet this time, there was an additional fervor ignited by an unwavering resolve to protect those who stood behind her. The two figures stood shoulder to shoulder at the bow of the ship. The distant sky, unbeknownst to them, had become enveloped in a foreboding, dark crimson twilight. The once sweet fragrance of cherry blossoms mingled with sea salt was now overpowered by a nauseating stench of blood that hung heavily in the air. The previously tranquil pink surface of the sea began to churn violently. A sinister black line, formed by countless dorsal fins, emerged at the horizon of the ocean. This ominous silhouette expanded rapidly, drawing nearer with each passing moment. With a horrific tearing sound that sent shivers down their spines, a gigantic pink shark erupted from the water not far from them. Its body was marred by Chapter 29. Bloodbath of the shark tied the scent of blood hung thick in the air, suffocating as though it were a physical entity, constricting one's throat. The once pink sea had transformed into a roiling pool of crimson. Those sharks, cloaked in obsidian with blood-red eyes, were even larger than the pink sharks previously encountered. Their skin was not smooth. Rather, it was encrusted with a rough, carapace-like layer. Each one resembled a small, malevolent submarine, brimming with ferocity. Bang! A ravenous shark rammed its scarred head violently against the side of the Arkansas. The tremendous impact caused the entire vessel to shudder. On the deck, Lin Yuan staggered slightly, but remained firmly rooted in place. He gazed at the point of impact, where the robust hull bore only a faint white mark. Bang! 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 More collisions reverberated from all directions. These creatures, driven by an insatiable lust for slaughter, regarded the indigestible ark as their sole target for venting their fury. The deafening sounds of impact echoed continuously, relentless and unyielding. The ark stood resolute amidst the storm, akin to a steadfast rock, impervious to the crashing waves. Were they sharpening their teeth? Lin Yuan's tone betrayed no hint of anxiety. Instead, it possessed a calmness reminiscent of one appraising merchandise. Yu Mengbing offered no reply. Her ice-blue eyes remained fixed on a massive shark attempting to leap and seize the ship's railing. Her body slightly sank, her back taut as a drawn bow, muscles rippling under her tight combat suit, exuding strength. Patience, Lin Yuan said, extending his hand to restrain her poised arm ready to launch a harpoon. Engaging such a multitude of lesser foes with a harpoon would be an imprudent expenditure of energy. Yu Mengbing hesitated, glancing at him, her expression questioning. Lin Yuan released his grip, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. He closed his eyes, focusing his mental energy to an extraordinary degree. Yu Mengbing stood beside him, serving as the most efficient signal amplifier. He sensed the primal force within him, a power capable of creating all things, surging forth with unprecedented speed and intensity. He required a weapon, an instrument potent enough to sweep through this sea of blood, efficient and imbued with the aesthetics of violence. A low hum resonated in the air. Countless pale, golden points of light materialized, rapidly converging before him, coalescing. It was not a crossbow. Rather, it was a colossal, metallic crossbow affixed to the ship's railing, shimmering with a cold gleam. Its frame, crafted from an unknown black alloy, bore intricate, precise energy patterns. The arms of the crossbow were broad, exuding a palpable sense of power. Most striking was its ammunition system, a vast, honeycomb-like quiver situated beneath the mechanism, housing neatly arranged hundreds of pitch-black bolts, their tips flickering with an eerie blue electric glow. Item name: Fury of the Storm Repeating Crossbow. Item level: Rare Blue. Item effect: Automatic cocking, lightning enchantment. Piercing. Note: when a beautiful lady stands beside you, filled with concern, your creativity is bound to flourish beyond the ordinary. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, contentedly patting the menacing killing machine. He turned to Yu Mengbing and raised an eyebrow. Now it was time to begin. My lady, please enjoy a fireworks display prepared solely for you. Yu Mengbing gazed at the extravagant crossbow, then at the slightly smug expression on Lin Yuan's face, and a complex wave of emotions rippled through her icy blue eyes. She said nothing, merely taking a step back, ceding the main battlefield to the man. Lin Yuan settled into the metallic chair behind the crossbow, gripping the control handles firmly. His vision synchronized with the crossbow's scope in an instant. Through the lens, a great white shark gaped its massive maw, lunging towards a makeshift wooden raft floating not far away. On the raft, a man was emitting desperate cries. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a sharp, piercing sound that tore through the air. A jet of pitch-black light, trailing a faint blue arc, traversed nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Thud! The bolt struck true, piercing the shark's gaping mouth and traversing through its entire skull. Exploding from the back of its head, the violent power of lightning erupted within its body. The 5-meter-long beast stiffened suddenly, its enormous eyeball bursting in an instant, as its massive body convulsed helplessly before sinking into the crimson depths. A single lethal strike. The man on the raft, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed to the ground, staring blankly towards the direction of the arc. Lin Yuan, however, paid him no heed. His fingers began to rhythmically dance upon the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sounds of piercing air were dense, like the relentless drumming of death itself. Streams of black lightning, dragging arcs of electricity, shot forth from the arc in all directions. Each bolt inevitably found its mark in the body of a great white shark. The lightning erupted, flesh and blood scattering. Those fierce, frenzied predators became the most vulnerable targets in the face of absolute power. They could not even approach the arc. The fury of the storm stood like an insurmountable tower of death. Any creature daring to approach would be mercilessly torn apart. The regional channel was utterly submerged in fear and despair. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? My raft has been shattered. I don't want to die. There are sharks everywhere. Red eyes. They're devouring people. Lin Yuan. It's Lin Yuan's ship. I see him. He's killing sharks. Like chopping vegetables. Boss, I beg you to save me. I am willing to pay any price. It's too late. Messages abruptly ceased. Behind every extinguished avatar lay a soul, consumed by the tide of sharks, engulfed in despair. The sea, for the vast majority of people, is a veritable hell. The gentle pink hue is merely the final illusion before death. Yu Mingbing stood quietly behind Lin Yuan, observing the scene with an unwavering gaze. Her eyes scanned the futile cries for help that filled the channel, her ice-blue irises devoid of any compassion. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where sympathy is the most trivial and futile of emotions. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon Lin Yuan's silhouette. He deftly maneuvered the crossbow with a calm and efficient demeanor. Each shot he fired was both precise and lethal. His profile flickered in and out of light as the thunderous arrows cleaved through the night sky. The nonchalance he typically exhibited had vanished, replaced by a cold, ruthless focus that exuded mastery over everything. This man was declaring his existence to all the survivors in this domain in the most direct manner possible, simultaneously underscoring the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. Blood stained the waters surrounding the ark, while the corpses of sharks piled high. The pungent scent of blood incited the remaining sharks into a frenzy. They no longer charged blindly at the ark, but began to linger at a distance, their blood-red eyes fixated upon the steel fortress. Suddenly, a roar, deep and oppressive, unlike that of an ordinary shark, resounded from the depths of the sea. The entire surface of the ocean quaked in response. The lurking man-eating sharks, as if responding to a royal decree, parted to create a pathway. An enormous shadow slowly emerged from the crimson waters. It was a shark, one exceeding 15 meters in length, nearly half the size of the ark itself. Its body was pitch black, yet its back bore a row of menacing, sword-like spines. Its head was broader and flatter than that of a typical great white. Most terrifying were its eyes, not two but four, for crimson orbs ablaze with savagery and intellect. Coldly locking on a Lin Yuan. Elite creature, four-eyed demon shark, danger level, medium C, traits, bone armor, bloodthirsty frenzy, mental shock. The behemoth has arrived. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. The slaughter of lesser foes had begun to lose its allure. Without hesitation, He redirected the crossbow to aim at the four-eyed demon shark. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 thunderous arrows shot forth in a formation towards the creature's head. Clang, clang, clang. To his astonishment, a crisp metallic sound resonated as the arrows, capable of piercing ordinary sharks, were deflected by the creature's formidable bone armor upon impact. Only 3 inconspicuous white marks remained on its surface. A look of human-like disdain flickered in the 4 eyes of the demon shark. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing an invisible wave that expanded violently. Mental shock. Lin Yuan's head felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and a sharp buzzing resonated in his ears. A powerful wave of dizziness caused his grip on the control handle to slacken. At that moment, a cool breeze, imbued with a faint, fragrant aroma, wafted from behind him. Yu Mingbing had, unbeknownst to him, positioned herself at his side. She extended a hand, gently pressing it against the nape of his neck. The pendant around her neck, filled with blue liquid, emitted a soft, clear radiance. The mental assault, potent enough to shatter an ordinary person's psyche, swiftly dissipated upon contact with the azure glow, akin to snow melting in the warmth of fire. Lin Yuan's consciousness was instantly restored to clarity. "Thank you," he murmured, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. The four-eyed demon shark appeared taken aback by the ineffectiveness of its mental onslaught. It violently lashed its tail, stirring up a tremendous wave, and then its colossal body plunged into the blood-red waters below. Attempting to flee? Lin Yuan scoffed. Yet, he soon realized that the creature had no intention of retreating. The waters beneath the ark began to churn violently. A massive shadow surged upwards from the depths of the ocean with astonishing speed, its target, the bottom of the ark. The most formidable fortress is often most vulnerable from within. This demon shark exhibited tactical awareness. "Brace yourself," Lin Yuan barked, gripping the control handle tightly. Yu Mingbing's countenance grew grave. She held a harpoon in one hand while firmly grasping the base of the crossbow with the other. Her ice-blue eyes remained fixed on the deck beneath them, her center of gravity lowered. She sensed the lethal threat emanating from the abyss. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very foundation of the Arkansas. An irresistible force propelled the vessel upward from beneath the waves. The hull was catapulted into the air, an exhilarating sensation of weightlessness enveloping the two. In the silvery moonlight, the entire underside of the ark was laid bare to the open air, while the fearsome four-eyed demon shark pressed its spiny back against the ship's bottom, intent on overturning the craft entirely. Now was the moment. A frenzied light flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Just as the vessel reached its apex, teetering on the brink of descent, Yu Mingbing sprang into action. Releasing her hold on the crossbow, she launched herself like an arrow from the inclined deck. Clad in black combat attire, she traced a breathtaking arc through the night sky. The harpoon in her grasp glimmered with a chilling brilliance under the moonlight. Her target was not the shark's armored back, but rather its 4 glaring, crimson eyes. Exposed to the air, with a swift thrust, the harpoon, fueled by her full weight and the force of her descent, pierced deeply into the left eye of the four-eyed demon shark. The tip of the harpoon penetrated the eye socket, driving straight into the brain. Roar! The four-eyed demon shark emitted a heart-wrenching, anguished roar, a sound steeped in agony. The excruciating pain rendered it incapable of maintaining its stance against the vessel. Its massive form thrashed wildly in the ocean, stirring up tumultuous waves of blood. In that fleeting moment when the harpoon found its mark, Yu Mingbing propelled herself forcefully off the shark's head. With a graceful flip, she adeptly landed back on the plummeting deck of the Arkansas. The entire sequence unfolded with an elegance akin to flowing water, an exquisite blend of violence and beauty. The ark, with a resounding thud, crashed back onto the surface of the sea, sending a towering splash skyward. The vessel remained unscathed, while the once mighty four-eyed demon shark writhed frantically in the water. Its brain injured, its struggles created a colossal whirlpool in the surrounding sea. Lin Yuan seized this opportunity, returning to the crossbow, his gaze firmly locked onto the remaining 3 eyes of the shark. The end had come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts shot forth in rapid succession, deftly extinguishing the last flicker of light from the colossal beast. The shark's movements abruptly ceased. After a few final convulsions, its immense body sank slowly into the dark, frigid depths of the ocean. With the demise of their leader, the remaining man-eating sharks descended into chaos, abandoning their assault on the Ark to flee in a frenzied scatter. Thus, the shark tide, capable of annihilating all ordinary survivors in this sea, came to an end. On the deck, only the lingering scent of gunpowder from the crossbow and the thick, inescapable stench of blood remained in the air. Chapter 30. Post-war, tasting the acrid aroma of smoke intertwined with the metallic scent of blood lingered stubbornly in the briny sea breeze. The Ark floated serenely upon the crimson expanse of the ocean, surrounded by the mangled corpses of man-eating sharks, resembling a solitary altar that had just witnessed a gruesome sacrifice. In the distance, the dark red twilight had completely faded, replaced by a profound night sky, adorned with countless stars. The moonlight, cold and pure, bathed the chaos in an ethereal glow, not bestowing beauty, but rather rendering the battlefield more pallid and desolate. Lin Yuan rose from the seat of the crossbow, stretching his stiff neck. His visage bore splatters of shark blood, now congealed into dark brown stains. He extended a hand, casually wiping them away, his gaze calmly surveying the deathly waters he had wrought. There was no elation of victory, nor the exhilaration that follows slaughter, only a faint weariness, akin to the relief after resolving a troublesome affair. Yu Mingbing approached him, gently resting the harpoon still smeared with the brain matter of the magical shark against the ship's railing. She removed her water-soaked black gloves, revealing slender hands marked by prominent knuckles, yet still fair and graceful. She did not glance at the shark carcasses, nor did she regard Lin Yuan. Her eyes were fixed on the now tranquil horizon, her ice-blue irises reflecting the vast expanse of the starry sky. Yet Lin Yuan was acutely aware that her entire focus resided upon him. Her taut physique had completely relaxed after the battle, embodying a profound trust, one devoid of all defenses. At that moment, the chilling sound of the system notification reverberated through the minds of all survivors. This time, it was not the jarring alarm, but rather a grand proclamation imbued with finality. Regional event man-eating shark tide has concluded. Conducting survival assessment. Assessment complete. In this event, Pink Shark Waters, a total of 784 survivors faced the man-eating shark tide, with 39 individuals surviving, resulting in a survival rate of 4.97. All survivors will receive corresponding rewards based on their contributions. Survivor rewards: Small Water Purifier Blueprint X1, Compressed Biscuits X10. Contribution rankings open. First place, Lin Yuan. Contribution, 98. 7. Evaluation: Single-handedly ended the catastrophe. You are the undisputed sovereign of these waters. Special rewards: Flintlock, Rare, Blueprint X1, Basic Firearm Parts Kit X1, Energy Crystal, Grade C, X3. Second place, Yu Mingbing. Contribution, 1-2. Evaluation: Delivered a lethal blow to an elite creature at a critical moment, demonstrating extraordinary courage and skill. Special rewards: Stealth Combat Suit Fine, Blueprint X1, Energy Crystal, Grade C, X1. The voice of the system had just faded away, and the once tranquil channel erupted as if a depth charge had been detonated. Fewer than 40 souls remained. This number sent a chill of dread through all the survivors. Alongside this, an almost frenzied reverence and awe arose for the name that topped the list. I survived. I actually survived. Oh, how many were there? Just 39. Nearly 800, and only this handful remains. Did you see that contribution rate? 98.7. My heavens. Lin Yuan single-handedly annihilated almost all the sharks. Not merely killed, it was a slaughter. I witnessed it firsthand. Black lightning shot from his vessel, and those sharks exploded upon contact. It was like fireworks. That was no lightning. It was a crossbow. A massive, rapid-firing crossbow. Terrifying. Great one. Lin Yuan, please accept me. I could do anything. I can repair ships, cook meals, and even warm your bed. Get lost upstairs. The Great One is mine. Great One, look at me. I used to be a fitness coach, exceptionally fit. Desperate wails transformed into fervent adulation. The channel brimmed with various declarations from those eager to align themselves with him. Lin Yuan cast a mere glance before shutting off the panel. These individuals resembled hyenas clinging to a lion. He held no interest in them. His gaze shifted to the design that materialized on his wrist. Item name: Flintlock Antique. Item level: Rare Blue. Item special effect: Armor piercing. Easy to manufacture. Required materials: iron ingots X10, wood X20, basic firearm parts X5, gunpowder X1. Note: though antiquated, sometimes the most primitive weapons prove to be the most reliable. At least it won't turn into a mere stick when energy is depleted. A single shot, close-range defensive weapon, better than nothing. He casually stowed the design, his gaze returning to Yu Mengbing beside him. She seemed to sense his scrutiny and turned her head, her ice-blue eyes quietly meeting his. Your reward, Lin Yuan stated. She responded softly, her emotions barely shifting. A finely crafted combat suit held little allure for her. The one she wore surpassed it in performance. Lin Yuan smiled, choosing not to speak further. He understood that, for her, the greatest reward was not what the system provided, but the fact that he stood there unscathed. Yu Mengbing fell into silence for a moment before turning toward the control panel in the cabin. Her movements were fluid, as though she had performed them countless times before. She did not attend to the spoils of war, nor cleanse the blood from her body, but instead adeptly opened the world channel and began setting the filtering criteria. Area: unlimited. Gender: female. Talent level: C grade or above. Appearance rating: above 85, with a series of meticulous filtering criteria established. The multitude of messages on the global channel was instantaneously reduced by 99%. What remained was but a scant few. Yu Mengbing leaned against the control panel, her ice-blue eyes beginning to scrutinize, one by one, the information of the high-caliber women who had survived the selection. Her profile, illuminated by the gentle blue glow emanating from the console, radiated an extraordinary focus. Her expression did not resemble that of a woman seeking the next target for a man. Rather, she appeared as a diligent queen, screening for valuable new subjects to enrich her kingdom. Lin Yuan stood quietly at the ship's railing, observing her silhouette in silence. He refrained from interrupting her. He understood that once she convinced herself to accept everything, she would no longer be that girl who felt a tinge of jealousy over trivial matters. She was partaking in his grand ambition to conquer these seas in her own unique way. The sea breeze tousled her silvery hair, accentuating the fierce beauty of her black combat suit, which perfectly outlined her curves. The heavy scent of blood in the air seemed unable to mask the refreshing fragrance that enveloped her. After a while, Yu Mengbing appeared somewhat fatigued from her observations. She stretched lazily and closed the channel. There are no suitable candidates. Turning to Lin Yuan, she spoke in a flat tone, akin to reporting on her work. Norus. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. We have plenty of time. He extended his hand toward her. Yu Mengbing's gaze lingered on his palm for a fleeting second before she stepped forward, placing her slightly cool hand into his warm grasp. Lin Yuan pulled her into his embrace. Let us first deal with the spoils. His chin rested against her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Then, it's time to reward my queen properly. Yu Mengbing's body shivered slightly at his words, her ears quickly tinged with a delicate shade of pink. She did not resist, merely responding with a soft, almost inaudible sound. Nightfall descended once more. The deck of the Ark had been thoroughly cleared, the shark carcasses, along with the blood-stained seawater, disassembled and purified by an unseen force, returning to the system's storage as resources. Under the moonlight, the sea surface had regained its former tranquility. Yet, a faint lingering sweetness remained in the air, that of the last tenderness from the pink shark waters. The room was dim, devoid of artificial light. Only the moonlight streamed through the porthole, casting a silvery glow. Lin Yuan leaned against the headboard, cradling the warm, soft body of Yu Mengbing in his arms. She had changed out of her cold combat attire into a silk nightgown. Her silver hair lay scattered across the pillow, a few strands playfully entwined around his fingers. She lay with her eyes closed, breathing evenly and deeply. Yet Lin Yuan knew she was not asleep. The gentle quivering of her eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. The fierce battle of the day seemed to have drained her of all strength and stripped away her facade. In this moment, she was no longer the sharp-edged warrior nor the cold queen seated beside the throne. She was merely an ordinary girl, curled up in her lover's embrace, seeking warmth and tranquility. Lin Yuan lowered his head and gently brushed his lips against her smooth forehead. Her body shuddered slightly. Then, she slowly opened her ice-blue eyes. In the dim moonlight, those eyes lacked the coldness and sharpness of the day, replaced instead by a soft, misty gentleness. As their gazes met, something unspoken began to brew in the air. Lin Yuan remained silent. He simply reached out, delicately tucking a strand of her silver hair behind her ear, savoring its smoothness and coolness against his lips. Yu Mingbing's lips moved slightly, as if she wished to speak. But he did not grant her that opportunity. He leaned down, sealing all her unuttered words with his own lips. This kiss was not as commanding and unyielding as the one during the day. Rather, it was suffused with tenderness and lingering passion, akin to a silent, intimate conversation. Initially, Yu Mingbing felt somewhat stiff, but soon her body completely melted into his embrace. She wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to his kiss with a clumsy, earnest affection. From tentative explorations of their lips to the mingling of their breaths. The temperature in the room rose rapidly unbeknownst to them. Lin Yuan's hand glided down her smooth back, finally resting at her slender waist. He could distinctly feel the shivers of her skin beneath her nightgown, as well as the rapid heartbeat within her chest. He pulled back slightly, resting his forehead against hers, his hoarse voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the room. "Today, you were breathtaking." He spoke of the moment she descended from the heavens under the moonlight, piercing the eye of the monstrous shark with her harpoon. In that instant, she had been stunningly beautiful. Yu Mingbing's breath hitched sharply. She had not anticipated his sudden declaration. The color that had just returned to her cheeks flushed crimson once more. She buried her face in his chest, avoiding his gaze. "Close your mouth," she said, her voice laced with a hint of embarrassment, yet lacking any intimidation, sounding more like a playful pout. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, the vibrations from his chest resonating against her cheek. He ceased teasing her, letting his actions speak louder than words. He turned, gently pinning her beneath him. The moonlight was entirely obscured by his towering figure, plunging Yu Mingbing into an absolute darkness and heat enveloped by his presence. All she could hear were his increasingly heavy breaths and the thunderous beating of her own heart. Their garments slipped away silently. Warm skin pressed closely together. The insatiable desire between them surged wildly. This time, there were no more hesitations or awkwardness. Only the most primal and pure fusion of spirit and flesh. Outside the window, a gentle moonlight bathed the tranquil sea. Inside, a tumultuous and searing tide, boundless and belonging solely to the two of them, enveloped the room in an endless spring. Chapter 31. Night Arrival. A night of entanglement dissolved all the tension and fatigue brought about by the bloody battles of the day. The following morning, Lin Yuan was roused by a faint vibration. It was not the rocking of the vessel, but rather the subtle buzz emanating from the personal panel on his wrist. A line of small text flickered silently. Navigation alert. Arrived at designated coordinates, -334, 789. Target within observable range. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. In his arms, Yu Mingbing remained in a deep slumber. She appeared to have exhausted all her energy, her serene face exuding tranquility. Her silvery hair spread around, with a few strands entwined around his arm. The icy demeanor she usually bore was absent now, revealing the faint traces of indulgence from the previous night. With great care, Lin Yuan extracted his arm from beneath her neck. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before rising from the bed and slipping into a loose t-shirt. As he stepped outside the room, the sea breeze greeted him. The sweet fragrance that belonged to the pink shark waters had completely dissipated. In its place was a purer, saltier scent of the deep sea, cold and bracing. The water's hue transformed from a dreamlike pink to a profound, unfathomable blue. They had long since departed from that gentle resting place. As Lin Yuan approached the bow of the ship, he noticed that Yu Mingbing had awakened at some point, now donned in a sleek black combat suit, leaning against the railing and gazing into the distance. Her hair was simply tied back into a high ponytail, exposing her smooth neck and perfect jawline. Her ice blue eyes remained calm and unruffled. Upon seeing Lin Yuan approach, she said nothing, merely gesturing with her gaze towards the distant horizon. Following her line of sight, Lin Yuan observed a minuscule black dot at the edge of the azure sea. The dot was steadily making its way towards the Arkansas. As the distance closed, the silhouette became clearer. It was a ship, a modest, single-masted sailboat, constructed from wood with a few metal reinforcements. The vessel was approximately 10 meters long, appearing somewhat flimsy against the vast expanse of the ocean, almost pitiful in its simplicity. Signs of numerous repairs adorned its hull, and the canvas looked somewhat worn, yet overall, it remained relatively clean and tidy. This craft would likely struggle to maintain its integrity amid the tempestuous waves. In stark contrast, the iron arc beneath Lin Yuan's feet, forged from an unknown alloy, radiated a brutal beauty and an aura of science fiction. One resembled a desperate refugee vessel, while the other stood as a moving fortress of war patrolling these waters. "Xie's coming." Yu Mengbing's voice was soft, devoid of emotion. Lin Yuan nodded, hands casually tucked in the pockets of his beach shorts. He could see a slender figure standing at the bow of the sailboat, clad in a voluminous, deep blue hooded robe that obscured their features. The individual was shrouded in mystery. Yet that solitary figure, navigating a small vessel, dared to traverse perilous waters with an unruffled demeanor, perceivable even from a considerable distance. The two boats finally came to a halt, less than 50 meters apart. The individual aboard the sailboat gradually lifted her head, lowering her hood. A pale, yet exquisitely breathtaking visage was unveiled to the sunlight. Her deep indigo hair danced in the sea breeze, loosely braided into an elongated plait that cascaded beside her. Her eyes, a profound amethyst, seemed to harbor stars and enigmas, adorned with a languid smile that conveyed an air of omniscience. She first cast a glance at the colossal vessel beneath Lin Yuan's feet, her amethyst eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment and admiration. Then, her gaze shifted to Lin Yuan and Yu Mengbing at the bow of the boat. Upon recognizing their features, her surprise deepened. Her eyes lingered momentarily on Lin Yuan's face before sweeping over Yu Mengbing's frigid yet stunning profile. Finally, an intriguing smile curved her alluring lips. She understood. No wonder this man's talents flourished in the presence of a beautiful woman. He inherently possessed the allure to attract the most exquisite of beauties. It seemed she had not come to the wrong place. Her voice, imbued with an unusual magnetism, was languid and melodious, carried clearly by the sea breeze. Lin Yuan remained silent, merely maneuvering the ark to lower a broad metallic gangway onto the sailboat. This was an invitation. Knight Hanhua's smile deepened. She lifted the hem of her robe, revealing two long, slender legs encased in black stockings. Stepping into a pair of black high-heeled ankle boots, she gracefully traversed from her swaying little boat onto the steadfast steel ark. Her demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a desperate seeker of refuge, but rather that of a queen approaching her domain. She strode directly to stand before the two, pausing as an elusive, mysterious fragrance, akin to a blend of starlight and night, wafted through the air. Her gaze momentarily met Yu Mengbing's icy blue eyes, devoid of hostility or provocation, merely an unspoken appraisal shared between kindred spirits. Then, she turned her attention entirely to Lin Yuan, her amethyst eyes locking onto him with boldness and directness, brimming with unabashed aggression and possessiveness. "You are even more delectable than I imagined," Knight Hanhua murmured, her voice laced with a hint of beguiling laughter. In the next instant, amid Yu Mengbing's subtly shifting expression, Knight Hanhua executed an unexpected gesture. She extended her arms, willingly encircling Lin Yuan's neck, rising onto her toes to press her cool, soft lips precisely against his. It was a kiss devoid of any carnal desire, yet rich with the essence of declaration, fleeting yet profound. Han Hui released her grip and took a step back, her amethyst-like eyes shimmering with a cunning glint. She licked her lips, as if savoring a delightful memory. "Master," she spoke, her voice languid yet uttering a term capable of igniting fervor in any man. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Yuan maintained his unperturbed demeanor, with a hint of nonchalance gracing his expression. He merely extended his hand, gently brushing his lips with his thumb, as if the kiss that had just transpired was but a butterfly that had accidentally landed there. The true transformation, however, lay with Yu Mengbing. Her body remained still, her expression as frigid as ever. Yet Lin Yuan could distinctly sense the tension in the hand that hung by her side. Her fingers tightened momentarily, the knuckles whitening from the strain. The icy aura that had taken so long to thaw appeared to be on the verge of resolidifying. It was merely a sign, a fleeting glimpse of tumultuous emotion struggling within the depths of her ice-blue eyes, only to be forcibly subdued by a more formidable force, reason and a broader perspective. She inhaled deeply, her clenched fist gradually loosening. Without casting another glance at Ye Hanhui, she turned to Lin Yuan and declared, "I shall go in first." Her voice regained its usual calmness, devoid of any tremor. With that, she pivoted and strode into the cabin, her silhouette tall and proud, unyielding and resolute. She was not fleeing. Rather, she was asserting her stance through action. "I am a queen. I disdain competing for the king's favor with a newcomer. This stage is temporarily yours." As she vanished from view, a flicker of genuine surprise crossed Ye Hanhui's eyes. She had anticipated a scene of rivalry and jealousy, even preparing her words to diffuse the hostility. Yet the other's reaction had far surpassed her expectations. This silver-haired woman possessed a heart and vision far grander than her icy facade suggested. A most intriguing individual. Ye Hanhui withdrew her gaze and turned her attention back to Lin Yuan, her smile now imbued with a touch of sincere admiration. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, refraining from engaging further. He gestured to the deck beneath their feet, then to the formidable storm's wrath repeating crossbow looming behind them. "Welcome aboard my ship. Now, we may discuss your value, Miss Astrologer." He emphasized the word value, reminding her that the earlier deposit was but a fraction of what was required. Ye Hanhui's smile blossomed even brighter. She relished this direct and forthright manner of communication. Striding with elegance, she circled the massive crossbow, her slender fingers gently caressing the cold metal surface etched with energy patterns. It was as if her fingertips were entwined with an invisible starlight. As her fingers grazed the crossbow, a multitude of data and images flickered rapidly within her amethyst eyes. "Storm Fury repeater crossbow," she whispered, lacing her tone. "Rare grade, imbued with lightning enchantments and armor-piercing capabilities. Fully automatic loading." "My goodness, are you cheating?" She abruptly turned to Lin Yuan, regarding him as if he were a monster cloaked in human skin. "You should be somewhat aware of my talent." Lin Yuan's response was noncommittal. He pulled a lounge chair towards him, reclining as if in his own garden. "I can glimpse fragments of the future." Night Hanhui's breath quickened slightly. She forced herself to regain composure, calming the tumult within her. "I witnessed a shark tide, countless deaths, and I saw you. I saw you standing atop this iron fortress like a deity bringing an end to that calamity. Thus I have come." She approached Lin Yuan, looking down at him from her elevated position. "My ability is called Glimpse of Destiny. Thrice a day, I can pose inquiries to fate and receive answers that, while somewhat vague, are pointedly clear. For instance, I could ask where the next resource-rich area lies or the nature of the forthcoming regional disaster. I can even scry for an individual, discerning their potential and weaknesses." She paused, her crystalline gaze locking onto Lin Yuan's eyes. "Your talent is formidable, yet it is fraught with uncertainty. My gift can provide your immense power with the most precise direction. I am your eyes, your compass. Are you satisfied with this value, my master?" Her voice brimmed with confidence and allure. Lin Yuan reclined in the lounge chair, gazing up at her. In the sunlight, her pale, exquisite face was breathtakingly beautiful. In her amethyst eyes burned ambition, wisdom, and a fervent thirst for the unknown. She was a clever, powerful, and exceedingly dangerous woman. She knew her worth and understood how to maximize it. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth finally curved upwards. "It's a deal." Upon finishing, Night Hanhui leaned in for another kiss, this time lingering far longer than the previous 5 seconds. Chapter 32. New Talent. Foreknowledge. Lin Yuan's countenance remained serene, adorned with a hint of languor. He merely extended his hand, gently brushing his lips with his thumb, as if the kiss just shared was but a fleeting butterfly that had inadvertently alighted upon him. Deal. As Lin Yuan's words resonated, the smile on Yi Henin's face blossomed even more radiantly. She released her embrace around Lin Yuan's neck and took a step back, her amethyst-like eyes shining with unabashed satisfaction. She relished such decisiveness. Then, Master, she altered her address, her voice laced with a subtle allure. Will you not grant me a tour of your kingdom? Lin Yuan stood from the recliner, choosing not to acknowledge her suggestive title, and spoke coolly, Follow me. He turned, leading the way towards the ship's cabin. Yi Henin's gaze lingered on his broad back for a moment, a playful smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, before she strode forward, leisurely keeping pace with him. This is the main control room of the Arkansas. Lin Yuan pushed open a heavy metallic door, revealing a space brimming with technological sophistication. Dozens of blue screens of varying sizes floated in mid-air, displaying a myriad of complex data streams and environmental parameters. Nautical charts, meteorological data, hull structure analysis, energy reserves. All information was presented clearly. The Ark's core energy source was the energy crystal nucleus. Currently, we have 27 grade C crystals in reserve, sufficient for a long-distance voyage or to engage in a battle of shark-tide magnitude. Lin Yuan's fingers glided across the control panel. One of the screens enlarged instantly, revealing a complete three-dimensional structural diagram of the Arkansas. The vessel was divided into 3 layers. The deck layer, where they currently stood, primarily responsible for combat and vigilance. In addition to the storm's fury, visible, 16 small automated defense turrets were embedded along the sides of the hull, powered by lower-grade energy crystals, capable of effectively addressing minor nuisances. Yi Henin's amethyst eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed the ominous energy auras flickering from the concealed gun ports beneath the steel armor. The armament of this Ark was far more formidable than she had anticipated. The middle layer comprised living and functional areas. Lin Yuan guided her down a spiraling metallic staircase. On either side of the corridor were identical metallic rooms. This is the lounge area, he explained, comprising 8 rooms, each equipped with independent purification and temperature control systems. He casually opened one of the doors. The room was modest yet complete, featuring a soft large bed, a private bathroom, and a small porthole through which the azure sea could be glimpsed. From now on, this will be yours. Lin Yuan's tone was devoid of embellishment, as if assigning a most ordinary item. Yi Henin's stepped inside, her fingers gently gliding over the cold, solid metal walls, savoring the sensation. I'm quite pleased, Master. She turned, leaning against the doorframe, her posture relaxed as she regarded Lin Yuan. However, I am more curious to know which room belongs to you. Her gaze was bold and direct, brimming with unabashed aggression. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Once you demonstrate sufficient value, you shall find out. He closed the door, severing the connection to her almost magnetic stare, and continued onward. Yi Hanhong's lips did not curl in anger. Instead, they uplifted into a more pronounced smile. This man was even more elusive than she had anticipated. Yet he was also far more intriguing. This is the materials processing and storage area. Lin Yuan pushed open another, larger door. Beyond it lay a vast expanse resembling a miniature factory. Various unnamed mechanical devices, such as the universal decomposer, material synthesizer, and automated cooking machine, were neatly arranged. All the spoils could be dismantled here into their most basic components, and then, through the synthesizer, transformed into anything we required. Provided that we had the blueprints. Lin Yuan gestured towards the mountains of wood, iron ingots, and energy crystals of various hues piled in the corner. Our stockpiles are sufficient to allow 100 individuals to live extravagantly at sea for an entire year. Yi Hanhong's breath caught once again. She gazed at the towering heaps of resources, and for the first time, a sense of shock flickered in her amethyst-like eyes. She had always believed that her solitary sailboat, relying on the gaze of destiny to locate resource points, afforded her a life among the most fortunate in this world. Yet now, witnessing Lin Yuan's reserves, she comprehended the reality. Her modest possessions barely amounted to a fraction of his. This was no longer mere survival. This was the inception of a mobile, self-sustaining empire amidst the apocalyptic seas. The lower level housed the power room and life support systems, which were rather unremarkable. Lin Yuan's voice pulled her back from her astonishment. He returned to the deck, the sea breeze tousling his dark hair. Now, you have a general understanding of my kingdom. He turned to face Yi Hanhang, who had followed closely behind. What is your choice? Yi Hanhang did not respond immediately. She approached the ship's railing and glanced back at her own solitary mast sailboat, which appeared pitifully small beside the steel ark. That vessel had accompanied her through the most arduous times since the dawn of the apocalypse. It was her sole home. A fleeting hint of nostalgia crossed her eyes. But that sentiment lasted less than a second before being supplanted by a resolute ambition. She opened her personal interface and decisively selected the decompose option. The target was none other than her own sailboat. Do you confirm the decomposition of old sailboat? Decomposing will yield wood X158, iron ingot X12, worn canvas X1. Confirm. She whispered. The moment her words fell, the sailboat, peacefully floating upon the sea, seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand. The hull disintegrated into countless specks of light, ultimately coalescing into a heap of fundamental materials, which were automatically stored within her system space. On the surface of the sea, only a few faint ripples remained. Having completed this, Yi Hanhin turned around to face Lin Yuan once more. She raised her hand and directed an application towards him. Player Yi Hanhin requests to join your team. Do you agree? A genuine smile finally graced Lin Yuan's lips, and he chose to accept. Congratulations, Team Member 1. Your talents have been affected, slightly increasing the probability of rare material refresh. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Yuan's mind, detecting a new resonance talent holder boarding. Survivor, Yi Hanhin, talent, glimpse of destiny, resonance judgment in progress. Judgment successful. The Ark Noah has acquired a new characteristic, foreknowledge. Foreknowledge, passive effect. When sailing, the Noah will alert the captain of the presence of dangers or related treasures in the vicinity. Welcome aboard. Lin Yuan extended his hand. Yi Hanhin stared at his outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. Then, she extended her own slender, fair hand and grasped his. Lin Yuan's palm was warm and strong. Now, go tidy your room, he said, his tone remaining placid. I do not keep idlers on my ship. I expect to see a report on the optimal choices for our future routes by tomorrow morning. As you wish, my dear master. A languid, captivating smile returned to Yi Hanhin's face. She performed an elegant curtsy towards Lin Yuan before turning away, her steps light as she made her way to her designated room. Her demeanor resembled that of a newly favored concubine entering the palace to arrange her chambers. Lin Yuan observed her retreating figure and shook his head. A clever, powerful woman who knows what she desires. She is a nuisance. Yet, she is also a nuisance that could yield tremendous benefits. He reclined once more in his chair, closing his eyes to relish the rare tranquility. At that moment, a gentle breeze, imbued with a unique fragrance, wafted past him. He did not open his eyes, already cognizant of the visitor's identity. In the next instant, a supple yet slightly cool body settled into his lap. Yu Mingbing straddled his legs, her hands firmly cradling his face, compelling him to open his eyes and meet her gaze. The icy blue of her eyes was devoid of the previous calm and restraint. Instead, they burned with an intensity of possessiveness. She uttered not a word. Instead, she lowered her head and, with an irresistible demeanor, pressed her lips against his. This kiss was unlike Yi Hanhin's tentative and declarative kiss, nor was it akin to the tender entanglement they had shared the previous night. It was filled with dominance, declaration, and a hint of barely perceptible grievance, akin to a lioness patrolling her territory, asserting her sovereignty in the most direct manner to any potential challengers. This man is mine, for a long time, until Lin Yuan felt a hint of suffocation. Yu Mingbing finally loosened her grip on him slightly. Her forehead rested against his, breaths rapid, her chest rising and falling violently. A captivating flush graced her normally frosty visage. Who she is, I do not care. Yu Mingbing's voice, tinged with a post-kiss huskiness, nevertheless conveyed an unwavering conviction. What she can offer you, I also do not care. I only wish for you to remember one thing. Her ice-blue eyes bore into Lin Yuan's, each word etched with resolve. The mistress of this ark shall forever be only me. Lin Yuan gazed into the fervent obsession reflected in her eyes and chuckled softly. I thought, Mingbing, you would be more magnanimous. Magnanimous? Yu Mingbing scoffed lightly. My magnanimity permits you to have more women, to amplify your talents. Yet, this does not signify that I shall relinquish what belongs to me to another. She extended her tongue, delicately caressing her slightly swollen lips, an action laden with provocation. Tonight, come to my room, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. I shall make you aware of who the true master here is. With that, she rose from Lin Yuan's embrace, adjusting her slightly disheveled combat attire. That aggressive aura retracted instantly, transforming her back into the aloof, ethereal Ice Queen, seemingly untouched by the world. Without casting another glance at Lin Yuan, she turned and strode towards her room, leaving him with a proud and solitary silhouette. Chapter 33. Transformation and raft survival. The demands and declarations of the previous night seemed to have drained all the strength accumulated by Yu Mingbing. She sank into a deep slumber, only to awaken slowly as the sunlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating the room with a bright glow. Lin Yuan was no longer by her side. The air still lingered with his refreshing scent, mingled with the lingering intimacy of their entanglement from the night before. Yu Mingbing propped herself up, the silk nightgown slipping from her shoulder, revealing skin marked with faint traces. She did not rise immediately. Instead, she remained seated quietly, her ice-blue eyes gazing out at the vast expanse of azure beyond the window. The restlessness and anxiety that had settled in her heart miraculously dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of steadiness and tranquility. That man had responded to her declaration in the most direct and primal manner. She was undeniably the sole mistress of this ark. As Yu Mingbing exited her room, she found Lin Yuan reclining on a deck chair, leisurely sipping a cold cola from the vending machine. The sunlight was just right, and the sea breeze was gentle. Not far away, a figure clad in a dark blue silk robe was barefoot, curiously examining the storm's fury-repeating crossbow. Yi Hanwei had changed into a different outfit, no longer wearing the mysterious hooded robe from the previous day. The new robe was more form-fitting, accentuating her stunning curves, while the high-slit design allowed her long, slender legs to peek through enticingly. A delicate silver anklet adorned her ankle, from which small amethyst beads dangled, refracting tiny shards of light in the sunlight with her every movement. Good morning. Yi Hanhui noticed Yu Mingbing's presence, turning around with a languid smile in her amethyst-like eyes. Her address carried a hint of teasing, yet it aptly indicated her position. Yu Mingbing merely cast her a fleeting glance, refraining from acknowledging the greeting, and walked straight to Lin Yuan's side, taking the cola from his hand and sipping from it. The gesture was so natural, it seemed as if she had performed it 1,000 times before. Lin Yuan chuckled at her, not minding, and ordered another for himself. Are you also born from this sea? Lin Yuan inquired casually, casting a glance at Yi Hanwei. He was curious about the vastness of this world and whether different survivors were born in similar environments. No. Yi Hanwei shook her head, approaching leisurely. Her voice possessed a peculiar magnetism. Where I was born is far more interesting than here. She stepped closer to Lin Yuan's chair, and under Yu Mingbing's cold gaze, made a bold move. She lifted her anklet-adorned foot and gently placed it on Lin Yuan's empty leg. The delicate arch of her fair foot contrasted starkly with Lin Yuan's bronze skin, creating a striking visual impact. The silver anklet rested lightly on his calf, bringing a cool touch. Yu Mingbing's eyes instantly turned icy. Yet, Yi Hanhui seemed oblivious, continuing to speak as if nothing had happened. I was born in a place known as the Paradise Sea. The waters there taste like soda, sweet and effervescent. Floating in the sea are not mere wood and plastic, but rather colossal building blocks, rubber ducks, and wind-up toy fish. The clouds in the sky are crafted from cotton candy, and one can simply pluck them down to satisfy hunger. Her description sounded like an absurd fairy tale. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. It sounded like a novice's welfare zone. Welfare? Yihan In chuckled softly, a glimmer of all-knowing sarcasm flickering in her amethyst-like eyes. Master, have you ever encountered a building block that devours its prey? Have you seen a rubber duck capable of crushing a raft with a single bite? That place may appear enchanting, yet its peril is far greater than the shark tides you have endured. She paused, tracing gentle circles on Lin Yuan's leg with her toes. Most crucially, that sea is completely isolated from this one. I can sense an invisible wall between them, akin to two sovereign realms with their own dominions. I paid an exorbitant price to escape from that paradise. At that moment, a grand and chilling proclamation resonated unexpectedly in everyone's minds. This was no longer a localized alert. It was a revolutionary update to the rules for the entire oceanic world. World announcement. The novice protection period has concluded. All survivors' rafts will be forcibly upgraded to survival vessels, with upgrade templates automatically generated based on individual survival assessments. The era of rafts has ended, and the era of ships has officially commenced. Please note, survivors who fail to upgrade their rafts to any level of vessel before this announcement have been deemed eliminated. The announcement's tone was succinct yet brutal. The three individuals on the deck were momentarily stunned. Lin Yuan's relaxed demeanor vanished for the first time. Yu Mengbing unconsciously tightened her grip around her cup. Yihan In's foot, previously resting on Lin Yuan's leg, ceased its movement. They all acutely detected the most critical and gruesome piece of information in the announcement: elimination. This term signified death. Lin Yuan immediately opened the world channel. The channel, which should have been buzzing with excitement due to this significant update, was instead enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, sporadic messages began to emerge. The content of these messages sent shivers down one's spine. Where is everyone? Why is no one speaking? Why has half of my friend list turned gray? What does elimination mean? The raft next to me, which was just greeting me moments ago, vanished into a burst of light as soon as the announcement sounded. Forced upgrade? I survived. My raft has transformed into a rickety little skiff. Haha. I survived. So did I. Though it is merely a shabby boat, it is far superior to a raft. At last, the fear of being overturned by the waves has dissipated. The information within the channel is alarmingly sparse. Each speaker exudes a euphoric yet fearful relief, as if they have narrowly escaped a perilous fate. Lin Yuan swiftly perused the content, and a startling realization dawned upon him. This so-called mandatory upgrade is, in truth, no boon at all. It is a silent purge aimed at all the marginalized survivors. The system, in its most merciless fashion, has eliminated those who failed to keep pace with the game's progression, those who stubbornly clung to their rudimentary rafts. From the very onset, this ocean survival game has afforded no mercy to the weak. The so-called novice protection period serves merely as the final deadline for all to develop. Once the time elapses, those unable to present a satisfactory outcome will be eradicated without hesitation. Good heavens! Yihan Hui withdrew her foot, standing upright. Her face, usually adorned with a languid smile, now bore the unmistakable mark of genuine shock for the first time. This world is far more ruthless than I had envisioned. She had once thought her escape from the wondrous paradise was perilous enough. Yet now, it seems the brutality of that maritime realm pales in comparison to the overarching rules of this world. At this moment, we have truly become survivors. Lin Yuan deactivated the panel, his voice betraying no emotion. His gaze swept over the unassailable steel arc beneath him, then to the two exceptional women beside him, distinguished in appearance, character, and capability. For the first time, he acutely felt the immense advantage he possessed, while others reveled in a meager vessel barely capable of sheltering them from the elements. He had secured a mobile fortress that could overpower all, the era of ships. For others, it marks a new beginning. For him, it merely signifies a new phase wherein he can infinitely amplify his advantages. Chapter 34. The former celebrity the shock brought about by the world announcement still reverberates. The aftershocks lingering. The silence of the channel renders that silent elimination increasingly cold and starkly real. Yi Henin's face, usually adorned with a languid smile, has now grown considerably solemn. She reclines back onto the carpet beside her chaise lounge, her long legs, clad in black stockings, crossed elegantly. In her amethyst-like eyes, the previous playfulness has been replaced by a deeper contemplation of the world's rules. It seems my choice was indeed prudent. She gazes up at Lin Yuan, her voice tinged with a sense of relief, as if she has survived a calamity. Had I not found you in advance, my little sailboat, even if it barely managed to navigate this forced upgrade, would likely not withstand the next tempest. Lin Yuan remained silent, idly fiddling with his personal panel. With Yi Hanin's official embarkation, it appears his talents have also received some invisible enhancement. The previously randomized resource list now exhibits subtle changes. Acquired quality plank X10, acquired quality nylon rope X5, acquired quality iron ingot X3. All foundational materials now carry the prefix of quality. This implies greater durability, enhanced resilience, and superior product outcomes. His gaze shifts to Yi Hanin's. The arrival of this woman not only provides a strategic ability for divination, but also tangibly elevates the quality of his daily resources. The allure of a beautiful companion influences the probability of rare materials. This talent is more direct than he had anticipated. Master, Yi Hanin's seems to sense Lin Yuan's scrutiny, languidly stretching, her silhouette elegantly outlined beneath the dark blue robe. Your talent is truly exceptional. She twirls a strand of her long hair with her fingers, her amethyst eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, imbued with curiosity. Given that my presence brings you benefits, does it imply that the more gems like me that draw near, the stronger your power becomes? Her words are bold and unreserved, devoid of any pretense. A playful smirk curls at Lin Yuan's lips. You can interpret it that way. Oh, Yi Hanin's eyes spark with intrigue, igniting a flame of curiosity and mischief within. That could be rather entertaining. Leaning closer, she whispers into Lin Yuan's ear, her warm breath brushing against him, her voice low and beguiling. Actually, in my circle, there are many women like me, devoid of combat prowess, possessing merely beauty and unique talents, who wish to lead a dignified life. Her words ripple through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Lin Yuan momentarily halts his movements. He turns to behold her exquisite visage, now so near. Your circle? Yes. Yi Hanin's sits upright, her expression returning to that of a knowing, languid smile that suggests she perceives all. We, much like the parasitic daughter, can only thrive by clinging to the robust branches of mighty trees. During our time in the Wonderland, we formed a modest alliance, exchanging intelligence and seeking warmth in one another's company. Eventually, I resolved to cross over in search of new avenues, while the majority of them remained hesitant, merely observing. She activated her personal interface, her slender fingers gliding swiftly across the screen, summoning an encrypted chat channel. The participants were few, no more than a dozen, yet each avatar was meticulously enhanced, showcasing stunningly beautiful individuals. Among them, some had grown weary of the illusory peace in Wonderland and yearned to venture forth. However, lacking my glimpse of fate, they were reluctant to take bold steps. Yehanhang liftet hergaze towards Lin Yuan. At this moment, I have discovered you, no, rather a mobile fortress of steel. I believe they would be eager to seek refuge with you. Lin Yuan leaned back against the chair, his expression unreadable. He was not a man easily swayed by mere beauty. What he sought were valuable allies, pieces that could aid him in conquering these waters, rather than a group of beautiful yet useless vases in need of protection. My ship does not accommodate the idle. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Beauty may serve as a threshold, but is not the sole passport. I require their talents, something of utility to me. He regarded Yi Hanhang with piercing eyes. Do you comprehend my meaning? Of course. A knowing smile graced Yi Hanhang's lips. She understood that this man was far from ordinary. His ambitions were far grander than the nonchalance he projected. Identifying talent was my forte. She turned the panel towards Lin Yuan, beginning to introduce each avatar in turn. This one is by Xie, with a talent for plant affinity, rated C. She can cultivate certain special medicinal plants and even grant wooden vessels a degree of self-repairing capability. Her flaw lies in her timid disposition, lacking assertiveness. A fleeting image of a girl with flaxen hair, and a gentle demeanor passed by. Lin Yuan shook his head. Next, this one is Anna, a Russian, with a talent for beast whispering, rated C. It is said she can communicate simply with certain lower-tier marine creatures, potentially making her a decent underwater scout. Her drawback is she is quite the appetite. An image of a blonde, blue-eyed woman with a figure as if drawn from a comic book appeared. Lin Yuan's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest. Communicating with lesser beings has some utility, but it is of limited worth. Next, Yi Hanheng maintained a confident smile throughout, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of Lin Yuan's dissatisfaction. She resembled the most seasoned headhunter, presenting resumes to her client with poise. The individual in question is named Tang Tang, possessing the talent of Dessert Master, classified as D-level. She is capable of transforming the most ordinary ingredients into desserts that confer unique beneficial effects, such as temporarily enhancing strength or accelerating stamina recovery. One might consider her a logistical asset, and she possesses an endearing appearance that can enliven any atmosphere. The girl, sporting twin ponytails and a cherubic face, playfully flashed a peace sign at the camera. Lin Yuan continued to shake his head. The talents of these individuals might be regarded as decent aids for an average survivor. However, for someone like him, who has acquired the Ark and already has top-tier companions such as Yu Mengbing and Yi Hanhua, they seem somewhat superfluous. What he truly requires is a core talent capable of instigating a substantial transformation. Observing Lin Yuan dismiss several candidates in succession, Yi Hanhua's gaze did not wane in disappointment. Rather, it sparkled with increased enthusiasm. What she desired was Lin Yuan's discerning nature. The higher his standards, the more they would attest to his ambition and strength. She licked her lips, and a glimmer of cunning flickered in her amethyst-like eyes. It appeared that only the most exceptional individuals could capture their master's attention. Thus, she delicately tapped the panel, bringing forth the final and, in her opinion, the most significant piece of information. Behold this, the Piscida Assistance. A photograph dominated the entire display. The backdrop suggested it was taken on the deck of an opulent yacht. A woman stood poised, clad in a form-fitting black dress tailored to perfection, her skirt cascading over legs enveloped in exquisite black stockings. She wore a pair of crimson stilettos, her figure elegantly leaning against the railing, exuding an air of haughty sophistication. Her wavy chestnut hair danced in the sea breeze, revealing a face of striking beauty, one that radiated an almost aggressive allure. Her features were sculpted like the finest of divine artistry, with slightly upturned eyes that conveyed an inherent arrogance and aloofness. Even in a mere photograph, the aura of a distinguished heiress and a prominent star was palpable, enough to overshadow everything in her vicinity. Sumenhui. Yi Hanhua pronounced the name with an inexplicable smile in her tone. You may have heard of her. In our world, she is a household name. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Although he held little interest in the entertainment industry, the name did ring a bell. What is her talent? This was the question that truly preoccupied Lin Yuan. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Yi Hanhua's lips. Her talent is quite intriguing. Doom dodging, classified as B-level. She possesses the ability to significantly enhance the evasion probability of a designated ally for a limited duration. In simpler terms, as long as she is by your side and activates her talent for you, you will transform into an extraordinarily fortunate individual, nearly impervious to attacks in the ensuing minutes. Yi Hanhua's description finally elicited a shift in Lin Yuan's expression. Evasion probability. This is an intangible attribute, elusive yet capable of determining life and death at critical moments. Especially when confronted with insurmountable lethal attacks, the value of this talent is magnified exponentially. What are her demands? Lin Yuan understood well that the more formidable the individual, the harsher the conditions they impose. She mused, elongating her tone and revealing a hint of mischief on her face. Her requests are quite simple, yet entirely befitting of her stature. First, she requires absolute security. Her vessel must be the most robust and comfortable in your possession. Second, she demands priority access to supplies, particularly those that will help maintain her appearance and physique, such as skincare products, cosmetics, and high-quality food. Third, And most crucially, Night Han Han paused, gazing intently at Lin Yuan, articulating each word with precision. She will not address you as master. She will acknowledge you only as captain, or perhaps partner. Concurrently, her talents will assist you in battle. At that moment, the air seemed still. Here stood a proud woman, unwilling to be subordinate to anyone. She is prepared to exchange her abilities for protection and resources, yet she would never relinquish her dignity and status. Lin Yuan observed the photograph of that haughty woman and suddenly burst into laughter. How intriguing! This maritime world indeed conceals remarkable talents. Convey to her that I am in agreement. Lin Yuan's response was succinct and decisive. However, he needed her to grasp one essential truth. His gaze shifted away from the panel, returning to the distant horizon, eyes profound. She had better be genuinely cooperative in our endeavors. Chapter 35. The resigned Su Minghua Yi Hanhan's lips curled into a knowing smile as she gazed at Lin Yuan, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance reminiscent of amethyst. Contact her. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, akin to issuing a commonplace directive. Of course, master, Yi Hanhan replied with a buoyant tone, deftly bringing up her personal interface and tapping a few buttons. A secure chat channel was established, and she skillfully located the avatar of Su Minghua, sending out a video call invitation without hesitation. Connecting to Wonderland Sea region, calibrating signal. Connection successful. Bidirectional distance approximately 2,173 nautical miles. The system's notification echoed in Yi Hanhan's mind. This distance was further than she had anticipated. It seemed this oceanic realm was vaster than anyone could imagine. The call request was answered. The screen momentarily shook before stabilizing, revealing an entirely different world. Wonderland Sea region. A luxurious yacht, adorned like a princess's castle, floated serenely upon the soda-scented waves. The deck was carpeted with soft wool, furnished with exquisite white loungers and umbrellas. Su Minghua reclined on one of the loungers, clad in a flowing white silk nightgown, her long legs, enveloped in flesh-toned stockings, casually crossed. Scattered at her feet were several fashion magazines, and on a nearby table rested a glass of freshly squeezed, fragrant juice. Not far off, enormous rubber ducks drifted lazily across the ocean's surface, while the clouds above took the form of cotton candy. Everything appeared as idyllic as a surreal dream. Yet, a lingering irritation marred Su Minghua's stunning visage. The upheaval from the global announcement resonated here, stirring considerable unrest. Although the rules of Wonderland differed from the outside world, the chilling sensation of being governed by a higher will was distinctly palpable. What troubled her further was the increasing danger in this seemingly tranquil sea. Once inert building blocks began to actively collide with vessels, and charming wind-up toy fish sprouted sharp metallic teeth. This facade of peace resembled a sugar-coated bomb, ready to shatter at any moment. At that moment, a video call request popped up on her personal interface. From Yi Hanhan, the enigmatic woman who often spoke in riddles yet always seemed to be correct. Su Minghua's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to accept the call. Han, how are things on your end? I heard the outside world just underwent a massive cleansing. She took the initiative, her tone laced with subtle concern. As the video stabilized, Yi Hanhan's languidly smiling face appeared on the screen. I am well, Minghua. The voice of Yi Hannin's resonated through the panel, imbued with an extraordinary power to soothe the heart. Moreover, I have discovered a rather splendid refuge. Su Minghua's gaze flickered slightly. Refuge? She astutely seized upon that term. Yi Hannin's did not respond directly, but instead slightly adjusted the camera angle. In an instant, Su Minghua's pupils constricted. What did she behold? It was not the modest cabin of Yi Hannin's previous dilapidated sailboat, but rather an expansive space brimming with futuristic technological allure. Dozens of blue light screens floated in midair, displaying complex data that she could not comprehend. A man, clad in a loose t-shirt and beach shorts, stood with his back to the camera at the control panel, casually gliding his fingers across one of the screens. Even from a mere silhouette, an indescribable sense of composure and mastery emanated. The camera then shifted its focus to the deck. Beneath the azure sky lay an endless steel deck, immaculate and unblemished. In the center of the deck stood a formidable and menacing repeating crossbow, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Along the sides of the ship's railing, cannon ports were neatly arranged, exuding a dangerous energy. Further away, a woman with silver-white hair, clad in a black combat suit, leaned against the ship's railing, her icy blue gaze casting a cold glance at the camera. That look bore an air of superiority and scrutiny. In that fleeting moment, Su Minghui felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. That woman was powerful, exceptionally powerful. Su Minghui's voice was somewhat parched. Her once proud luxury yacht appeared as nothing more than a delicate toy before this steel behemoth. The Ark, the Noah ship. Yi Henin's voice resounded once more, tinged with a hint of pride. My future home. She aimed the camera back at herself. Now, the person you see before you is the owner of this Ark, and also my future captain, Mr. Lin Yuan. As her words echoed, the man at the control panel slowly turned around. Su Minghui's breath halted at that moment. What a visage it was. Fresh black hair, with a few unruly strands appearing somewhat disheveled. His features might not conform to traditional notions of handsome, yet together, they exuded an intriguing harmony and allure. What captivated most were his eyes. They seemed to possess the ability to see through everything, imbued with a languid calmness that was unfathomably deep. He stood there nonchalantly, his gaze traversing the screen, looking over with a detached indifference. There was no aggression, no scrutiny, nor any stunning allure. It was as tranquil as observing the most mundane object. This feeling of utter disregard stirred an inexplicable sense of defeat within Su Minghui, who was accustomed to being the center of attention. Miss Su Minghui, greetings, Lin Yuan spoke, his voice flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Henin has already informed me of your situation. Su Minghui instinctively straightened her posture, the silk nightgown accentuating her graceful curves, as she slightly raised her chin in her accustomed manner before the camera. Mr. Lin Yuan, greetings. Her voice regained the characteristic aloofness and elegance of a great star. Since Henin has shared this with you, I trust you are aware of my demands. I require absolute security, the finest resources, and equal standing. She articulated her conditions with clarity, establishing her bottom line. Lin Yuan regarded the proud woman on the screen and suddenly smiled. He remained silent, casually pressing a button on the control panel beside him. In one corner of the deck, a metallic panel slid open soundlessly, revealing an automated vending machine that ascended slowly. Lin Yuan casually tapped a few options. Chilled Coca-Cola, French foie gras with black truffle, Kobe, 5 Wagyu steak, Hokkaido sea urchin sashimi. A dazzling array of exquisite food and beverages appeared on the vending machine screen. In the world before the apocalypse, these items were the epitome of luxury, and now, in this resource-scarce, oceanic realm, they were almost mythical. Su Minghui gazed at the familiar delicacies that existed solely in her memories, her eyes immediately glistening with tears. How long had it been since she had savored a proper meal? The food in the amusement park, while sufficient to sate her hunger, had long rendered her taste buds numb with its overly sweet sodas and flavorless cotton candy. She would willingly trade half her supplies for a piece of truly aromatic grilled meat, rich with savory fat. Lin Yuan retrieved a can of chilled cola, popped the tab, and a hiss of white bubbles erupted forth. After taking a sip, he leisurely spoke. Safety can be provided by this Ark. As for resources, as long as you contribute sufficiently whatever you desire, we have it here. He casually shook the soda can in his hand. Regarding status, his gaze returned to Su Minghui's face, a hint of amusement flickering in his calm eyes. Miss Su, you must understand one thing. Equality is founded on the basis of equivalent strength. Your talent, doom dodging, is indeed quite useful, but it is not sufficient for you to stand on equal footing with me. His words were direct and cutting. Yet Su Minghui found herself unable to retort. The talent she took pride in was merely deemed useful in this man's eyes. I can offer you the title of partner, granting you privileges second only to mine and Yumanbing's. Lin Yuan's voice held an air of undeniable authority. But remember, aboard this vessel, I am the sole captain. Yu Mengbing? Su Minghui noted this reference, instinctively glancing toward the silver-haired figure in the distance. A subtle smile curved Lin Yuan's lips. Her name is Yu Mengbing, the mistress of this arc, and she stands as the most formidable force within our team. Su Menghuai's pupils constricted once more in intense surprise. This man, Lin Yuan, not only possesses a mobile fortress of steel and an abundance of top-tier resources, but he is also surrounded by powerful and enigmatic women like Yi Han-in and Yu Mengbing. This is no longer merely a survival team. It has transformed into a burgeoning maritime empire. And as for her, she cast a glance at her opulent yet fragile yacht, then looked again at the increasingly avaricious rubber ducks gliding over the ocean surface. She had always believed herself to be a princess, only to realize now that she was merely a prisoner ensnared within a false castle, awaiting the monster's embrace. An unprecedented yearning surged from the depths of her heart. She wished to survive. No, she desired not just to survive, but to thrive as she once did, resplendent and sought after. And this man before her seemed capable of granting her all that. How should I approach? Su Menghuai's voice quivered for the first time, her pride wavering in the face of such overwhelming strength. You need not worry about that, came Yi Han-in's timely reassurance, as she redirected the camera towards herself, wearing a smile that suggested she had everything under control. My captain has his ways. You merely need to convey your choice to me. Su Menghuai took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She gazed at the screen, where the man resumed his reclined position, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to it all. She glanced once more at Yi Han-in, languidly fanning him, and Yu Mengbing, who stood vigilantly guarding everything. She made her decision. I choose to join. Chapter 36. The Savior. After a brief conversation with Su Menghuai, Lin Yuan ended the call amidst her reluctant gaze. He noticed the uproar in the World Channel. The Fury Guild is recruiting. The president is a former professional fighter. Ship rating C. Seeking combat personnel. Experience preferred. The Azure Sail is looking for players with life skills. If you can farm, fish, or cook, come join us. We offer absolute safety, with food and lodging provided. The Black Sail Avengers only accept the ruthless. Revenge for grievances. Settle scores. If you can't stand someone, we will take them down. Joining requires a pledge. A flurry of chaotic recruitment messages flooded the screen. Survivors were no longer content to fight alone. The consensus was to band together for warmth, to form factions. The entire World Channel had transformed into a colossal online recruitment fair, pulsating with a primitive energy. The strong were enlisting warriors, their words brimming with the ambition to establish a maritime kingdom. Meanwhile, the weak cautiously sifted through seemingly reliable factions, hoping to exchange their skills for a shelter from a storm. On the deck of the Ark, Yu Mengbing casually muted the clamor of the channel. A hint of disdain flickered in her ice-blue eyes. A throng of rabble. Her voice was cold, as if judging a swarm of oblivious ants. They hadn't even resolved the most basic survival needs, yet were already foolishly aspiring to establish some semblance of order. Leaning back in his recliner, Lin Yuan chuckled softly, refraining from responding. He was well aware that most of these so-called guilds were merely fragile shells. In the face of overwhelming resource scarcity and crushing power, any flashy slogans or grand ideals appeared utterly feeble. His kingdom required no allegiance to anyone. At that moment, a flurry of new notifications popped up on his personal panel. Numerous private message requests flooded in. He casually opened a few. The president of the Fury Guild invites you. Lin Yuan, esteemed figure. We cordially invite you to serve as our vice president. You will have first pick of all loot. What do you say? Consider it. The Goddess Guard captain invites you. Yuan Shun. We are all beauties here. As long as you join us, you will be the sole king. Please take us along. Almost all the messages stemmed from various emerging guilds. Their phrasing was increasingly earnest, and the conditions they offered grew more enticing. It was evident that these individuals had uncovered his status as the top survivor in the Pink Shark Sea region through some channel. For these burgeoning factions, the title of regional champion was undoubtedly a gleaming emblem of prestige. Securing a regional champion would not only significantly bolster the guild's strength, but also serve as a promotional asset, attracting more people to join. Lin Yuan viewed the messages with disinterest, swiping to disregard them. His kingdom required no subservience to anyone. However, just as he was about to press the button to delete everything. Amidst a plethora of flashy private messages, one particular message captured his attention. The sender's ID was quite distinctive, the Savior. This ID exuded a strong air of youthful bravado, yet bore an unmistakable arrogance. However, the content of the private message was markedly different from those of the impatient guild leaders. Lin Yuan's finger paused. The Savior. Greetings, Mr. Lin Yuan. I am Xie Xuan, the founder of the Human Guardian Alliance. First and foremost, congratulations on being ranked first in the survival assessment of the Pink Shark Sea region. Your Excellence deserves the respect of all survivors. The opening remarks were neither servile nor overbearing, polite and appropriate, devoid of any pressing urgency to recruit. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and continued to read. The Savior, I am reaching out not to recruit you into our ranks. For I understand that formidable individuals like yourself harbor their own pride and plans. I merely wish to extend an invitation. At this point, the casual demeanor on Lin Yuan's face began to wane. The Savior, following the world announcement, the dynamics of the entire ocean realm have undergone a seismic shift. While dangers have intensified, opportunities have arisen in tandem. We have discovered that the barriers between different sea regions are gradually dissolving, ushering in a broader and more intricate era. The Savior, while one may dominate a single sea region through solitary efforts, when confronted with the tides of the entire world, individual power is ultimately limited. Thus, I am reaching out to the top survivors of various sea regions in hopes of forming a round-table conference. The Savior, this conference will have no leader and no hierarchy. We shall merely be an egalitarian elite alliance, sharing intelligence and resources. In the face of common crises that no single entity can resolve alone, we can stand together. During times of peace, we shall develop independently, without interference from one another. These words transformed Lin Yuan's expression entirely. This individual, named Xie Xuan, with his expansive vision and grand perspective, far surpassed the guild leaders within the World Channel, who were solely focused on immediate gains. He did not fixate on the transient losses or gains of a single territory. Instead, he contemplated the future trajectory of the entire world. Furthermore, he astutely adopted an equal stance, not seeking subordinates, but rather partners of equal standing. This sincerity left Lin Yuan with no inclination toward any negative sentiment. Meanwhile, Yi Hanheng, who had been quietly polishing her tarot cards on the side, approached and caught sight of the entire private message. A flicker of surprise passed through her deep amethyst eyes. This Savior was indeed intriguing. He possessed a far-reaching vision. Lin Yuan's fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the reclining chair, lost in contemplation. The prospect of joining such an alliance presented both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits included immediate access to a broader intelligence network, as well as an additional contingency in the face of potentially unforeseen crises. Conversely, the drawbacks could involve being inadvertently drawn into unnecessary conflicts and prematurely revealing one's true capabilities. I believe he could initially agree. Yi Hanhen's voice echoed in his ear, imbued with her characteristic, subtly alluring undertone. It is merely a verbal alliance, devoid of any substantial constraints upon us. We can leverage their intelligence network to gain a clearer understanding of the world at large. As for the so-called mutual assistance, she paused, a teasing smile gracing her lips. That will depend on our mood at the time. Won't it? This woman's thought process was perpetually self-serving and pragmatic. Lin Yuan glanced at Yi Hanhen, then cast his gaze towards the expressionless Yu Mengbing, who was evidently eavesdropping from a distance. A decision crystallized in his mind. He picked up his personal interface and began to respond. Lin Yuan, I find your proposal intriguing. However, at present, I prefer to maintain a degree of freedom. He neither acquiesced outright nor completely declined, offering a vague yet flexible response. He was curious to observe how this so-called savior, Xie Xuan, would react. Almost instantaneously, a reply arrived. Savior, I understand. In the realm of the powerful, freedom is paramount. The doors of the council will always be open to you. Should you reconsider or require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. The other party's demeanor remained humble and amicable. showing no emotional shift in light of Lin Yuan's polite refusal. This elevated Lin Yuan's regard for the yet unmet savior. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived. Savior, by the way, as a gesture of goodwill for our initial correspondence, I am pleased to provide you with a piece of intelligence at no cost. Based on my calculations, in approximately 3 days, the world will witness its first wonder refresh. During this time, islands or structures with unique functionalities will appear in the ocean. Capturing them will yield immense, perhaps even unparalleled benefits. Savior, of course, with such advantages, one must also contend with dangers of equal measure. Best of luck, Mr. Lin Yuan. This demeanor solidified Lin Yuan's conviction. Chu Qianxing was indeed a true visionary, ambitious, resourceful, and possessing a magnanimous spirit along with long-term foresight. Wonder refresh. Lin Yuan pondered this novel term, his gaze deepening with introspection. The world was finally poised to unveil its grander and more perilous aspects. He switched off the private messaging interface and reclined once more in his spacious and comfortable armchair, his gaze fixed upon the boundless horizon of the sea. The sunlight was just right, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. His steel vessel, resembling a slumbering metallic behemoth, quietly floated upon the azure waters. Yet Lin Yuan, Yu Mengbing, Yi Hanheng, and all others were acutely aware of the terrifying power that would be unleashed when this colossal creature finally awakened. In Lin Yuan's heart, there was no trace of anxiety regarding the impending spectacle. Instead, a long-forgotten sentiment, known as anticipation, began to quietly blossom within him. This monotonous and tedious apocalyptic survival game seemed, at long last, on the brink of becoming intriguing. All he needed to do was to gather a more formidable force before the next wave truly arrived. For instance, to bring aboard that superstar, possessing the B-class talent of dune dodging, who was located over 2,000 nautical miles away. Chapter 37. Onward journey. The Ark Noah began to change its course. The immense vessel traced a smooth and resolute arc upon the sea, its bow no longer directed towards the unknown, but rather aimed at a specific destination, 2,173 nautical miles away, the enchanting realm of Wonderland Sea. Lin Yuan retracted his personal panel and reclined once more onto his expansive, comfortable chair, which was exclusively his. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a warm glow upon the deck, the temperature just perfect. Yu Mengbing stood at the ship's railing, her silvery hair gently tousled by the sea breeze. Her ice-blue eyes as frosty as ever, gazing intently at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Yi Hanheng languidly sat on the carpet at Lin Yuan's feet, having shed her black stockings, revealing her delicate, ivory-like feet, her toes playfully curling as if savoring the warmth of the deck. Master, are we truly going to fetch that superstar? Her voice carried a hint of barely discernible resentment. Lin Yuan kept his eyes closed, offering no response. Disappointed, Yi Hanheng pouted and commenced to fidget with her mysterious tarot cards. The ark sailed steadily, departing the familiar waters, and the salty tang in the air seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. The iconic pink waters of the Pink Shark Sea, imbued with a hint of sweetness, were gradually being supplanted by a more conventional azure. The sky appeared higher and more distant, the clouds no longer resembling low-hanging cotton candy, but sprawling out like vast fish scales. At the juncture of the two marine realms, there existed no definitive boundary. Instead, it resembled a gradient. The water transitioned from pink to pale purple, then to light blue, ultimately merging into the profound azure. The detritus upon the surface had diminished significantly, no longer littered with the remnants of toys and snack wrappers. Instead, there were driftwood entwined with dark green seaweed and the occasional skeletal remains of unknown fish drifting by. The sweetness in the air dissipated, giving way to a heightened saltiness, now accompanied by a frigid and damp essence that belonged to the depths of the ocean. The entire world seemed to have shifted from the dream of a youthful girl to a more mature and callous reality. Something feels amiss. The previously silent Yi Hanheng suddenly spoke. She halted her shuffling of cards, her amethyst-like eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, her expression turning grave. I sense an unstable omen. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, aware of Yi Hanhang's gift. She would not speak without cause. Do a divination. Very well. Yi Hanhang nodded, closing her eyes as her fingers glided gently over the tarot cards, emanating an aura of mystery and concentration. A few moments later, she drew a card, refraining from revealing it, merely caressing its back with her fingertips, her brow furrowed tightly. Regarding that Suming Huai, her situation is currently secure, but this security is fragile. Yi Hanhang opened her eyes, her voice lowered. I have seen the shadow of the tower. This signifies a sudden calamity, with the inherent order collapsing. Tomorrow, at the latest by noon, she will encounter significant trouble. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened in an instant as he glanced at Yu Mengbing beside him. Yu Mengbing merely cast a cold glance his way, yet her posture straightened, expressing her resolve. Accelerate, Lin Yuan commanded, his tone calm but imbued with an undeniable authority. He was no tender-hearted saint, and he would not permit any unforeseen circumstances to disrupt what he deemed essential before it was secured. With his directive, the engine of the Ark emitted a deep, rumbling growl. The vessel trembled slightly, and the white foam at the stern surged more violently. The speed of the colossal steel beast escalated significantly. They officially entered the transitional zone between two maritime domains. The waters here were far more tumultuous than those of the Pink Shark territory. Waves crashed against the hull, producing a dull thud. Yet, the Noah stood firm like a moving mountain amidst the tempest, feeling as stable as a rock, devoid of even the slightest sway. This stability instantly reassured Yi Hanhui, who had just been fretting over Suming Huai. She hugged her knees, gazing at Lin Yuan's unflinching profile, his amethyst-like eyes glimmering with myriad hues. This man always exuded an inexplicable sense of security. As they ventured deeper, peculiar creatures began to emerge from the depths. Transparent jellyfish, resembling gelatin, floated by, their bodies encasing vibrant, candy-like colors. Schools of chocolate fish, adorned with cookie fins, swam past the vessel. Can we eat those? Yi Hanhui inquired curiously, pointing at the chocolate fish. Lin Yuan glanced over and retrieved a fishing rod from his storage space. Without bait, he casually cast the hook into the water. A chocolate fish, intrigue, approached, nudging the hook with its cookie fin before opening its mouth and biting down. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan effortlessly reeled the fish in. The fish flopped on the deck, producing not the sound of splashing, but a crisp crackling. Yu Mengbing approached, her combat boots thudding against the deck. With her tactical gloved hand, she grasped the fish, applying slight pressure until its body snapped in two. Rich, dark chocolate sauce oozed from the severed end, releasing an enticing aroma. Yi Hanhui leaned in, dipped her finger into the chocolate, and tasted it. Wow, this is delightful. Her eyes sparkled instantly. It was far superior to the cloyingly sweet candies found in Wonderland. Lin Yuan also broke off a piece to sample, finding the chocolate's texture smooth. Sweet yet not overly so, with a hint of ocean saltiness, the flavor surprisingly exquisite. It appeared that this maritime region was not solely fraught with peril. However, this harmonious atmosphere was soon shattered. Beneath the placid surface of the sea, a massive shadow surged toward the Ark with alarming speed. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. The entire Ark shuddered violently. Lin Yuan and his companions immediately became alert. On one side of the vessel, a colossal creature, fashioned from gingerbread and cream, was relentlessly pounding its massive, frosting-covered arms against the Ark's armor. Its eyes, two blood-red hard candies, gleamed with an insatiable greed and ferocity. As it opened its cavernous mouth, instead of teeth, there were rows of sharp, glistening rock candy spikes. Warning: hostile entity detected. Target: gingerbread giant, threat level D. The Ark's intelligence system emitted a chilling alarm. What a brutish way to extend a welcome. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. He could hardly be bothered to rise. With a flick of his wrist, an exquisitely crafted flintlock pistol, adorned with intricate engravings, materialized in his hand. Premium flintlock pistol. This was a new weapon acquired following his resource upgrade. Without even taking aim, he raised his hand and casually pulled the trigger towards the gingerbread giant's crimson candy eyes. Bang! A dull gunshot echoed across the surface of the sea. A glimmering silver bullet shot forth, tracing a straight path through the air. In the next instant, the giant's left eye shattered into a cascade of radiant, colorful sparks resembling fireworks. With a pained roar that was both deep and viscous, the gingerbread giant became even more frenzied, raising its other cream-covered arm high and bringing it crashing down onto the deck. Lin Yuan did not even glance in its direction. With a slight movement of his finger, the flintlock's chamber automatically opened, expelling the hot shell, while a new bullet was instantaneously loaded. The entire process was seamless and swift. Bang! Another shot rang out. The giant's right eye exploded in a burst of brilliant light. Deprived of its vision, the gingerbread giant descended into utter madness, flailing its arms wildly, its enormous form thrashing in the water, creating massive whirlpools. Yet, its assaults could no longer pose any threat to the Ark of Noah. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon another weapon beside him. Powerful alloy crossbow. This crossbow was significantly larger than the flintlock, constructed entirely of black alloy, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. He raised the crossbow, aiming at the giant's chest. A faint twang resonated as the string vibrated. A bolt, as thick as a human arm, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, striking true. The immense force drove through the seemingly sturdy body of the gingerbread giant. With a resounding crash, massive cracks began to spread from the point of impact. Its struggles ceased. Moments later, its colossal form disintegrated, transforming into countless fragments of cookie and cream, sinking to the ocean floor. Once again, tranquility enveloped the scene, as if the recent brief yet intense skirmish had never transpired. Lin Yuan languidly sheathed his weapon and reclined once more, not altering his posture throughout the entire ordeal. Night Han Han observed this scene, her amethyst-like eyes sparkling with admiration. Such overwhelming strength, displayed with such nonchalance, captivated her far more than any elaborate technique. At that moment, the previously silent Yu Mengbing suddenly stirred. She approached the ship's railing, extending her right hand, clad in tactical gloves, and gazed intently at the ocean below with her icy blue eyes. She did nothing but stand there quietly, yet an intangible, peculiar wave emanated from her being. Moments later, the once tranquil surface of the sea began to stir. The nearby chocolate fish, the jellyfish concealed among seaweed, and even smaller, bizarre candy creatures seemed irresistibly drawn to an unseen call. They emerged from their hiding places, converging towards the Noah. However, their intention was not to assail the vessel, but rather to offer tribute. A slightly larger chocolate fish swam vigorously to the ship's side, opened its mouth, and released a small, shimmering wooden chest. It then turned and swam away. Following suit were a second and a third, and soon, an increasing number of marine creatures emerged from their lairs, presenting an array of treasure chests, some wooden, some bronze, and even a silver one. They left the chests at the ship's edge, bowing respectfully as they retreated. Before long, a multitude of chests, large and small, floated around the Noah. This was Yu Mengbing's extraordinary ability. While she could not directly command these creatures, she could emit a unique beacon that attracted those bearing spoils to come forth and pay homage. This power was akin to a mobile treasury, perfectly tailored for Lin Yuan. My heavens! Night Han Han was utterly astonished. She had known of Yu Mengbing's prowess, yet she was unprepared for such an ability that could only be described as a game-changer. What are you waiting for? Open the chests. Lin Yuan's languid voice broke her reverie. Oh, right. Night Han Han snapped back to reality, her face alight with excitement. Nothing delighted her more than opening treasure chests. She dashed to the ship's edge, her gaze sweeping over the troves, and without hesitation, she reached for the solitary silver chest. She hoisted it onto the deck and gently pressed her fingers against the latch. A fleeting glimmer of invisible starlight, belonging to the diviner, flickered and vanished. With a soft click, the chest sprang open. A gentle white light emanated from within, and, as the radiance faded, a yellowed blueprint depicting intricate mechanical structures lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. Night Han Han picked up the blueprint and read aloud the inscription. Automatic grappling claw, fine design blueprint. It can be installed on the ship's railing. automatically retrieving floating materials and treasure chests within a 30-meter radius. Required materials: 20 high-quality iron ingots, 10 high-quality nylon ropes, and 1 small power core. Nighthan's eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness. This device is simply too practical. With it, there will be no need to laboriously fish for items anymore. She eagerly handed the design blueprint to Lin Yuan. Master, look. Lin Yuan took the blueprint and glanced at it casually. Then, he began to operate on his personal panel. Would you like to consume automatic grapple? Fine. Design blueprint X1 for learning. Yes. Learning successful. Would you like to consume high-quality iron ingot X20, high-quality nylon rope X10, small power core X1 for construction? Yes. In a corner of the deck, blue light converged. Countless tiny energy particles began to swiftly assemble. In merely a few seconds, a massive claw, imbued with a metallic texture and a sense of power, resembling a scorpion's tail, materialized on the deck. It automatically glided onto the track at the ship's railing, its cold metallic claws poised to seize the remaining treasure chests on the sea surface. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the grapple shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, precisely capturing a bronze chest before swiftly retracting. The entire process was swift, accurate, and fierce, embodying the unique, brutal beauty of industrial creations. Chapter 38. The useful talent on the morrow. The morning breeze carried a distinct chill, unlike that of the previous day. The Ark Noah had completely departed from the transitional waters, entering the realm of a wondrous paradise. Yet, the anticipated cacophony of a world brimming with candy and cookie creatures did not materialize. The sea lay tranquil, resembling a vast expanse of cream-colored glass, devoid of any ripples. A rich, almost viscous sweetness pervaded the air, yet the source of this aroma remained elusive. All the creatures that had been visible at the boundary of the sea, chocolate fish, jellyfish made of gelatin, and gingerbread men, had vanished without a trace, as if an invisible hand had meticulously swept through the waters. Upon the deck, the newly installed automatic claw hovered silently at the ship's edge, its cold metallic arm untouched by even a single drop of seawater. It had maintained this position for an entire morning. Lin Yuan reclined in a lounge chair, cradling a cup of ice-cold cola synthesized from provisions. The straw stirring within the cup, producing a faint sound. His gaze traversed the lifeless surface of the sea, his expression devoid of emotion, save for a hint of scrutiny. Anomalies often herald the presence of the extraordinary. This adage holds true in any realm. Something is amiss. The voice of Xie Xuan shattered the stillness of the deck. She had risen at some point and approached the ship's railing. Her oversized hoodie billowed in the wind, revealing her elegantly sculpted chin. It is too quiet, eerily so, as if the stage were set for a grand performance. Yu Mengbing stood beside the helm, her silvery hair neatly tied into a sleek ponytail. Though she remained silent, her grip on the wheel tightened imperceptibly. Throughout the vessel, only Lin Yuan maintained a leisurely demeanor. Master, it seems this place has been cleared by something. Xie Xuan turned to Lin Yuan, her amethyst-like eyes reflecting a serious expression. I can sense an immense, singular will enveloping these waters. It has banished all weaker beings, transforming this area into its own hunting ground. Lin Yuan took a sip of his cola, the icy liquid sliding down his throat. Let's consult the oracle. Very well. Xie Xuan ceased her chatter, settling cross-legged on the carpet and laying out a pristine deck of tarot cards. She closed her eyes, her elongated fingers hovering above the cards without touching them, yet a glimmer of invisible starlight danced upon the spread as if alive. Moments later, her eyes flew open, and she drew a card. The illustration depicted a man adorned with a crown, wielding a scepter, seated upon an opulent throne. The emperor, she spoke in a hushed tone, her voice tinged with an unusual tremor. This signifies absolute dominion, worldly power, and an insatiable possessiveness. There exists a king in these waters. She paused, then added, a tyrant with an overwhelming sense of territoriality. Lin Yuan's face finally displayed a glimmer of interest. He set aside the cup of cola and straightened his posture in the reclining chair. At that moment, a faint green dot appeared on the radar screen. entering the detection range. It was Su Menghuai's vessel, now less than 5 nautical miles from us. Yu Mengbing's cold voice resonated as she began to make slight adjustments to the ship's course. Lin Yuan rose and walked to the bow of the ship. Shortly thereafter, a white, modified luxury yacht emerged at the horizon where the sea met the sky. On the deck stood a tall figure clad in a black fitted dress, complemented by matching high heels, gripping the railing and anxiously gazing in our direction. Even from a considerable distance, one could sense the exquisite yet proud aura that enveloped her. It was a renowned star, Su Menghuai. Her yacht appeared to be impeccably maintained, yet its speed was notably slow, as if cautiously maneuvering through this eerily tranquil sea. The two vessels were steadily drawing closer, and everything seemed to unfold smoothly. However, as the distance between them shrank to less than 1,000 meters, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The entire expanse of the sea abruptly sank downward, as if an invisible giant beneath the waves had taken a deep breath. The colossal body of the Noah ship suddenly lurched downward, while Su Menghuai's relatively smaller yacht began to sway violently, almost on the brink of capsizing due to the overwhelming suction. In quick succession, a blood-red regional announcement filled with ominous warnings began to flash frantically on everyone's panels. Regional emergency announcement. The master of the wonderful paradise sea, the gluttonous cream giant whale, has been awakened. Warning. The gluttonous cream giant whale has entered hunting mode. Regional task issued. Defeat the gluttonous cream giant whale. Task reward. Distributed according to contribution. The top contributor will receive a unique reward. The announcement's text burned itself into the retina of every observer like a brand. A thunderous roar, beyond the capacity of language to describe, emanated from the depths of the ocean. The tranquil surface of the sea was instantaneously torn apart. A shadow, immense to the point of despair, began to rise from the deep. It was a whale, a colossal creature entirely composed of cream, waffles, and frosting. Its body dwarfed even that of the Noah ship. Its skin a delicate pure white cream, adorned with massive, scale-like colorful candy sprinkles. A row of sharp dorsal fins made from chocolate wafers grew along its spine. Most terrifying of all were its eyes, a blueberry hard candy of over 3 meters in diameter, devoid of pupils, revealing only a bottomless, greedy vortex. As it breached the surface, the resultant waves tossed Su Menghuai's yacht like a leaf in a tempest, teetering perilously. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the yacht. Su Menghuai clutched the railing with all her might, her exquisitely proud visage now etched with horror and pallor. She had encountered monsters before, even slain them with her own hands. Yet, the entity before her transcended the very limits of her comprehension. It was not merely a creature, it epitomized a living, moving island. The colossal blueberry eye of the cream-colored giant whale slowly rotated, locking its gaze upon Su Menghuai's yacht, perceiving it as nothing more than a slightly oversized appetizer. It opened its mouth, an enormous maw capable of engulfing an entire house, devoid of teeth, but instead revealing a swirling vortex of caramel-like serrated edges, continuously spiraling inward. A terrifying suction emanated from its gaping maw, as seawater was frantically drawn into it, forming a vast marine tornado. Su Menghuai's yacht was being inexorably pulled towards the abyss of death by that insatiable force. Help! The desperate cries were carried by the wind to the deck of the Noah. Yi Hanhan's complexion paled slightly, instinctively grasping Lin Yuan's coat. Master, can we contend with this? Even she, upon witnessing the beast, felt a flicker of helplessness. Yu Mengbing remained silent, yet had already retrieved a shimmering ice-blue longsword from her storage space, visible frost swirling along its blade. Lin Yuan did not respond to Yi Hanhang. He merely observed the imposing beast in all its glory and glanced at Su Menghuai, who was struggling on the brink of death. A faint, amused smile graced his lips. How intriguing. Finally, he spoke, his voice soft yet clear, reaching the ears of the two women. At last, a worthy plaything has arrived. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, signaling for battle. As his words echoed, the heavy armored plates on either side of the Noah slowly slid open, revealing not cannons but a full dozen formidable alloy crossbows, exuding a chilling metallic aura. These crossbows were several times larger than the handheld versions Lin Yuan had previously wielded, each equipped with automatic cocking and targeting systems. The arrows, as thick as a man's arm, gleamed ominously in their launching slots. These were true weapons of war, mass-produced from the resources he had gathered over the past few days. "Target that mouth," Lin Yuan commanded through the ship's intercom system. "Fire." The sound of 12 crossbows resonated with a terrifying twang. 12 alloy arrows, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, transformed into streaks of black light, accurately soaring towards the giant whale's immense maw. The cream-colored giant whale, reveling in the thrill of its prey being drawn into despair, was evidently unprepared for the audacity of an even larger morsel daring to strike first. It barely had time to react. With a series of thuds, 12 crossbow bolts were forcefully embedded into its caramelized maw. The immense kinetic energy shattered rows of its sugary teeth into a million fragments. A deafening roar, filled with agony and fury, erupted from the giant whale's mouth, transforming from a dull sound into a sharp cry, reminiscent of countless shards of glass shattering simultaneously. In its moment of pain, the suction within its jaws vanished instantaneously, granting Su Menghuai's yet a precious moment to breathe. She collapsed onto the deck, gasping for air, her beautiful eyes reflecting the shock of having narrowly escaped disaster while gazing at the Ark, which stood like an iron fortress. The creamy giant whale was utterly enraged. It abandoned Su Menghuai, the mere morsel, and fixated its enormous blueberry eye on the Noah. Its colossal body plunged suddenly, then surged toward the Noah at an astonishing speed that belied its size, resembling a moving mountain crashing into another peak. "It's coming. Yahan ne claim it. Steady." Lin Yuan's voice remained calm. He faced the charging beast, advancing instead of retreating, and as the two titans were on the verge of collision, Su Menghuai forced herself to stand, her gaze fixed on the man daring to confront the whale, gritting her teeth. She understood that her only chance of survival lay on that vessel. Raising her hand, she activated her talent, Fate Evasion. A faint golden aura, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, emanated from her, enveloping the Noah in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the whale's enormous blueberry eye unleashed a viscous, scalding torrent of deep purple liquid, the concentrated blueberry jam cannon. It was propelled with blinding speed at an awkward angle, aimed directly at the Noah's cockpit. Yet, at the very moment before the jam cannon was to strike, the Noah inexplicably shifted to the left by less than half a meter. That half meter made all the difference. The lethal jam cannon grazed the side of the Noah, whistling past and splashing into the sea, turning a vast expanse of water into an eerie shade of purple, releasing hissing white smoke. A flawless evasion. Lin Yuan's brow arched slightly as he glanced at Su Menghuai, a hint of admiration in his eyes. This talent was indeed quite useful. His counterattack was swift to follow. "Dinner is served," Lin Yuan murmured. At the center of the Noah's deck, a massive armored plate slid open, revealing an even larger and more menacing weapon rising slowly. It was a single-barreled cannon, robust and embodying the aesthetics of raw power. Riptide-class main cannon. The barrel was aimed squarely at the giant whale's colossal blueberry eye. "Farewell." Lin Yuan pressed the firing button. Chapter 39. Firearms. The roar of the Thunderstorm-class main gun shattered the cacophony of the sea. A specially designed armor-piercing round, trailing a path of destruction, struck the enormous blueberry candy eye of the cream whale with unerring precision, as Su Menghuai watched in astonishment. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a dull and eerie shattering sound. Crack! The blueberry candy orb, at the epicenter of the impact, instantaneously fractured into a web of cracks. In the next moment, it erupted violently. What spewed forth was not blood or flesh, but an immense quantity of scalding, viscous, deep purple blueberry jam. This jam, exuding high temperatures and corrosiveness, splattered upon the ocean's surface, emitting a hissing, piercing noise as vast expanses of azure water were tainted with an ominous purple hue, rising in billowing white smoke. The cream whale let out a howl more harrowing than any before. Its voice transcended mere rage, infused with profound agony. The sharp sound waves causing visible ripples in the air. The grievous loss of one eye plunged it into utter madness. However, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. From the shattered eye socket, fresh, pure white cream surged forth as if imbued with life, frantically filling the gaping wound. In but a few breaths, a brand new, identical blueberry candy eye reformed in its original place. Yet, the swirling vortex within the eye deepened in color and spun with greater ferocity. It had not only withstood the grievous blow, but had, in fact, become more perilous due to the excruciating pain. How could this be? Night Hand Hana's voice trembled slightly. This almost instantaneous regenerative ability exceeded all reason. Yu Mengbing tightened her grip on the ice-blue long knife, the cold aura emanating from the blade nearly congealing into frost. The playful smile had vanished completely from Lin Yuan's face, replaced by a frigid calm devoid of emotion. "This is somewhat troublesome," he murmured softly. The regenerated eye of the cream whale fixed its gaze firmly upon the Noah. It seemed to comprehend that conventional impacts and jam projectiles posed no lethal threat to this steel fortress. It suddenly opened its enormous maw, which had just been ravaged by 12 alloy crossbow bolts. This time, no suction was produced. Gurgle, gurgle, a nauseating sound, reminiscent of dough fermenting, emanated from the depths of its throat. Following that, a torrent erupted from its mouth. This was not liquid, but hundreds of small monsters formed from its own bodily material. A battalion of soldiers, armed with candy cane spears and constructed of gingerbread, marched in perfect unison, landing upon the ocean-esque surface as if it were solid ground. Charging toward the Noah. In the sky, dozens of cupcakes danced about, their paper cups adorned with propeller-like wings, while atop each confection rested cherries that resembled red eyes. Incessantly dripping scalding, corrosive strawberry jam. Beneath the ocean's surface, sharks composed of dark chocolate emerged, their mouths filled with almond-crusted teeth, swiftly swimming toward the hull of the Arkansas. An assault from air, land, and sea unfolded in three-dimensional chaos. In an instant, the Ark found itself entirely encircled by this vast army of deserts. Warning: a significant number of D-class hostile units detected. Warning: the hull's armor is under attack. The ship's alloy crossbows automatically fired, releasing a barrage of black bolts that pinned gingerbread soldiers to the surface of the sea, bringing down cupcakes from the sky. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of gingerbread soldiers climbed up the chain of the anchor, surging onto the Ark's deck. They emitted eerie, chattering cries, brandishing their candy cane spears as they charged towards the three individuals on the deck. Annoying flies. Yumingbing's voice was cold as ice. She moved, transforming into a silvery afterimage that instantaneously pierced through the ranks of gingerbread soldiers. Her ice-blue long knife carved through the air, leaving deadly arcs in its wake. The temperature plummeted wherever the blade passed. Those struck by the knife did not simply sever. Instead, a layer of frost rapidly enveloped their wounds, culminating in a resounding explosion that scattered them into countless cold cookie crumbs. Her combat style was devoid of superfluous movements, precise, efficient, and imbued with a devastating beauty, akin to a finely tuned machine born for slaughter. "Master, its weakness. I need time," Yi Han exclaimed urgently, her eyes closed. Invisible starlight from her fingertips rapidly entwined, attempting to uncover the one flaw amidst the tangled threads of chaotic fate. At that moment, several cupcake drones in the sky locked onto the rampaging Yumingbing, tilting their bodies as scalding strawberry jam poured down like a torrential rain. Yumingbing, besieged by a dozen gingerbread soldiers, had no time to heed the threat looming above. On a distant, dilapidated yacht, Su Menghuai sat slumped on the ground, her face as pale as parchment, the scene she witnessed having nearly drained her of all strength. Yet, upon seeing Yumingbing in peril, a flicker of struggle ignited in her beautiful eyes. She bit her lip, the sharp pain restoring a semblance of clarity. She understood that the people aboard that ship were her only hope. Gritting her teeth, she extended her trembling hand, summoning every last ounce of her dwindling power. "Dodge!" she shouted hoarsely, invoking her talent, fateful evasion. A faint golden halo erupted from her, instantly merging with Yumbing Bing's form. As Yumbing Bing swung her knife, she suddenly stumbled, her body uncontrollably lurching to the side. It was a seemingly clumsy step that changed everything. The air was thick with strawberry jam, cascading down her back and pooling at the spot where she had just stood. The steel coating of the deck emitted a hissing sound as it corroded, releasing billows of black smoke. Yu Mingbing steadied herself and cast a glance back towards the yacht. A flicker of emotion stirred within her icy blue eyes for the first time. Lin Yuan observed it all keenly. Due to this sudden crisis, the speed and quality of resource refreshment on his personal panel were soaring uncontrollably. Acquired. High-quality wood X100 acquired. Compressed biscuits X50 acquired. Drinking water X20L. These mundane supplies barely registered in his mind. What he sought were elements capable of altering the tide of battle. The game of miscellaneous soldiers was drawing to a close. His gaze turned frigid. As his thoughts shifted, the notifications on his personal panel underwent a radical transformation. Rare item probability boost activated. Acquired. Glock 17 pistol X1 acquired. Remington M870 shotgun X1 acquired. AK-47 assault rifle X1 acquired. MP5 submachine gun X1 acquired. Barrett M82 A1 anti-material sniper rifle excellent X1 acquired. Fragmentation grenade X5. In an instant, a small arsenal materialized within his storage space. Two sleek ebony MP5 submachine guns manifested in Lin Yuan's hands. He remained reclined on his lounge chair, merely lifting his hands. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Twin tongues of fire erupted from the muzzles, unleashing a torrent of bullets that swept across the sky like a curtain of death. The hovering cupcake drones burst like punctured balloons, disintegrating into a shower of cream and cake debris. With the aerial threat neutralized, Lin Yuan casually tossed one MP5 to the battling Yu Mingbing. She caught it effortlessly, without a moment's hesitation, and pulled the trigger. Hot-tot-tot-tot. The ferocious firepower obliterated the gingerbread soldiers before her in an instant. With the inclusion of modern weaponry, the battle's momentum shifted dramatically. Found it. Yihan Heng suddenly opened her eyes, her amethyst-like gaze shimmering with the thrill of a successful deduction. Its energy core lies behind, beneath the third chocolate waffle fin from the top. Her voice resonated clearly in Lin Yuan's ears. However, there's a thick layer of cream armor protecting it, making our attacks difficult to penetrate. Lin Yuan remained silent. He set aside the other submachine gun, replacing it with a heavy and menacing anti-material sniper rifle, embodying the aesthetic of metallic violence. Finally, he rose from the lounge chair. With one hand, he hoisted the sniper rifle, which would feel overwhelmingly heavy to an ordinary person, steady as a rock. Through the scope, he locked onto the massive waffle atop the giant whale's back. As Knight Han Han remarked, the area was enveloped in a thick layer of cream armor, while the colossal whale continued to roll, stirring the waves, attempting to strike that elusive point, a feat akin to reaching for the heavens. Its defenses were not invincible. Knight Han Han's voice echoed once more, and I discerned an opportunity. It was gathering energy for the next jam cannon attack, channeling power towards its eyes. At that moment, the defenses on its back would be at their lowest. Time. Lin Yuan's voice was succinct yet powerful. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. Lin Yuan's breath grew calm and measured. In his world, it seemed that only the target in the crosshairs and Knight Han Han's countdown remained. 5, 4, 3. Su Menghuai aboard the yacht observed Lin Yuan's movements, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. She summoned the last vestiges of her mental strength, unleashing her innate talent once more. This time, her target was not an ally, but the massive beast itself. She could not inflict harm upon it, yet she could bestow upon it a modicum of misfortune. 2. The cream-covered giant whale, rolling in the sea, suddenly stiffened. A chocolate shark beneath it inexplicably lost control and collided forcefully against its side. This seemingly trivial impact caused a fleeting, unnatural pause and tilt in its immense form. In that instant, the vulnerable spot on its back, shrouded in heavy cream, lay bare before Lin Yuan's gun. 1. Now was the time. Lin Yuan squeezed the trigger. Bam! A sound unlike any preceding gunshot, heavy as thunder, reverberated across the expanse of sea and sky. The 12, 7mm armor-piercing incendiary round, spinning and roaring, erupted forth. The bullet traced a visible, searing trajectory through the air. Time seemed to decelerate in that moment. The bullet accurately tore through the massive chocolate waffle dorsal fin. Then, without obstruction, it penetrated the weakened layer of cream armor below. A second of silence. Immediately after, a resounding boom. A brilliance, more radiant than the sun, a fusion of white and gold light, surged from the whale's back. This was not an explosion. It was pure energy, a chaotic release. The gargantuan whale's form abruptly stiffened. The attack it had been conjuring came to an abrupt halt. The greedy whirlpool within its blueberry eyes instantly dissipated, leaving them hollow and vacant. It emitted one final, brief, and feeble wail. Then, its mountain-like body began to disintegrate from within, inch by inch. The sturdy waffle crumbled into powder. The delicate cream melted into a white liquid. The gleaming sugar needles lost all their luster. The enormous beast, within mere seconds, completely disassembled, transforming into countless primal dessert ingredients. Slowly sinking into the bizarre ocean, it had stained purple. The regional mission has been accomplished. Contribution assessment in progress. Congratulations to the survivor Lin Yuan. Ranked first in contributions, earning a unique reward. The world has finally regained its tranquility. The sea breeze blows, carrying away the remnants of smoke and the lingering sweetness of chaos. Lin Yuan set down his sniper rifle, the barrel still emitting wisps of smoke. He turned his gaze away from the now serene sea, resting instead upon the dilapidated yacht and the woman sprawled upon the deck, a survivor of the ordeal. Chapter 40. Su Meng Huai joins the eerie expanse of purple on the sea, is gradually diluted by the currents. The air is thick with an odd aroma, a blend reminiscent of charred icing mixed with the scent of gunpowder. The world has returned to silence, save for the faint sound of waves gently lapping against the hull of the Noah. Lin Yuan casually tossed the Barrett sniper rifle, still radiating an astonishing heat, back into the storage space. His movement was nonchalant, as if the thunderous shot he had just fired was merely the act of tossing a stone. Regional mission completed. Calculating contribution score. Calculation complete. Congratulations, survivor Lin Yuan, for ranking first in contribution. Receiving a unique reward. The gumball machine of the wonderful paradise. Excellent. A new line of prompts appeared on his personal panel. Lin Yuan's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. A gumball machine? With a thought, a half-human tall, whimsical machine materialized on the deck. The main body of the machine was painted in vibrant red metal, topped with a large transparent glass dome filled with multicolored, softly glowing candies. On the side was a bronze lever, and below it, a small dispensing outlet. Wonderful Paradise Gumball Machine. Quality, excellent. Effect, insert any basic resource with X1 metal fragment, X1 plastic X1. Pull the lever, and receive a random special food item from the wonderful Paradise Sea area. The food provides minor benefits, such as stamina restoration and fatigue elimination. Note today, have you spun to your favorite flavor? Yu Mingbing stowed away the MP5, now dusted with cookie crumbs. Her icy blue eyes glancing at the gaudy machine without much expression. Yi Han, however, curiously approached, her slender fingers tapping against the cool glass dome. Master, this seems quite intriguing. For any survivor struggling for existence, this machine was undoubtedly a divine item. It signified that with the most basic resources, one could obtain a continuous supply of high-quality food. Yet for Lin Yuan, the value of this contraption felt more like a mere ornament, a trophy, a whimsical monument attesting to his conquest of these waters. His gaze drifted past the new toy, settling on a dilapidated white yacht swaying in the waves not far away. On the yacht's deck, a tall figure sat collapsed on the ground, her black fitted dress stained with water and dirt, her meticulously styled hair in disarray, and one of her high-heeled shoes missing. Once a dazzling superstar, she now appeared disheveled, a survivor of calamity. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. Yu Mingbing said nothing, silently returning to the helm to maneuver the Noah closer to the yacht, which seemed on the verge of disintegration. As the two vessels floated side by side, the profound sense of security emanating from the steel fortress starkly contrasted with the fragility of the yacht. Su Mengguai, struggling to steady herself against the railing, gazed at the man at the bow, clad in beach shorts and flip-flops, who appeared as if he had just awakened. His eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions, shock, gratitude, and a hint of reverence, an emotion she herself had yet to recognize. Your boat won't last much longer, Lin Yuan stated, articulating a stark reality. Come aboard. Su Menghuai's lips moved as if to utter something, yet ultimately, she merely nodded. As she trembled and stepped onto the solid deck of the Noah, her entire being swayed uncontrollably for a moment. A cold yet strong hand steadied her arm. It was Yu Mengbing. Thank you, Su Menghuai murmured, her voice hoarse. Yu Mengbing offered no reply, simply releasing her and returning to Lin Yuan's side, resembling the most loyal of sentinels. Once Su Menghuai regained her footing, her gaze swiftly traversed the ship. The deck gleamed with an almost unnatural cleanliness, adorned with an array of incomprehensible yet evidently sophisticated equipment, and even in the corner, a comfortable lounge chair awaited. Not to mention the whimsical candy machine that had seemingly materialized out of thin air. Everything here stood in stark contrast to the cruel, bloody, and filthy apocalypse she had endured. This place felt akin to a secure island, isolated from the chaos of the world. Have some water, Lin Yuan said as he retrieved a chilled bottle of mineral water from the storage compartment and handed it to her. Su Menghuai accepted it, twisting off the cap and instinctively gulping down the entire bottle. The icy liquid coursed down her parched throat, alleviating the spasms of her weakened body slightly. She looked at Lin Yuan, who reclined in the lounge chair, resuming his sip of cola. I am Su Menghuai. She reintroduced herself, still carrying a hint of the pride characteristic of a star, even in such dire circumstances. I know, Lin Yuan replied, shaking the ice cubes in his cup. I have seen your films. Su Menghuai paused, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Films? What a distant term. I am curious, Lin Yuan continued, his gaze shifting from the rim of his cola glass to her face. With your fame, there should be many who would willingly follow you in this world. Why are you alone? The question pierced through the resilient facade Su Menghuai had painstakingly maintained, draining some color from her face. She remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking, her voice imbued with a profound weariness and disdain. At the beginning, there were indeed many. My fans, wealthy patrons eager to protect me, and some ill-intentioned individuals. They believed that I, as A-star, possessed some unique channel or hidden advantage. Her gaze turned hollow. They elevated me to a position of leadership, assembling a considerable team. It sounds like a promising beginning. Knight Han Han approached at an indeterminate moment, lazily interjecting. Not bad. Su Menghuai scoffed, her laughter laced with derision. What they sought was not a leader, but a banner they could discard at will, a target to attract attention, a mere plaything to satiate their sordid desires. I had witnessed, during times of scarcity, how they could cast aside former comrades for mere crumbs of bread. I had seen them deceive other survivors in my name, seizing their resources before silencing them. On one occasion, they even contemplated offering me as a gift to a formidable captain of a powerful ship in exchange for protection. As she spoke, her body began to tremble, not from fear, but from indignation. That night, I exerted every ounce of my strength, unleashing my gift and narrowly escaping. From that day forth, I understood. In this world, the human heart is far more terrifying than any monster. I would rather confront those beasts alone than remain among those so-called kindred. Upon finishing her tale, she fell into a prolonged silence, casting a somber pall over the deck. For the first time, Yu Mengbing's gaze softened, losing its icy demeanor, revealing a hint of kinship. It appeared she glimpsed a fragment of her own reflection in Su Menghuai. At that moment, a languid voice, tinged with a hint of self-importance, whispered in Lin Yuan's ear. Master. Knight Han Han leaned close to Lin Yuan's lounge chair, her breath fragrant as orchids. Her crystalline purple eyes mischievously blinked, surveying Su Menghuai's long, elegant legs. Are you pleased with this new toy I found for you? See, I told you my divination was accurate. It foretold that a beauty would come knocking. Her voice was perfectly modulated, audible to all present. Su Minghui abruptly lifted her head, directing a wary and embarrassed gaze at Lin Yuan. Toy. The term pierced her deeply. Yet, Lin Yuan merely cast a glance at Knight Han Han, his expression unchanged, as if regarding a mischievous child. His gaze habitually shifted towards Yu Mengbing. According to past experience, at such a moment, even if Yu Mengbing refrained from verbal mockery, her ice-blue eyes would typically emanate a chill capable of freezing the air. Surprisingly, there was none. Yu Mengbing simply stood quietly, observing the tense Su Minghui, her expression serene. It was a pure, emotionless scrutiny. She discerned that this woman, Su Minghui, was wholly preoccupied with the singular concern of survival. Her pride, vigilance, and bristling defenses were all mechanisms of self-preservation. At this moment, she held no thoughts of romantic entanglements or dependency on the powerful. Rather, she was filled with repulsion. She did not come to vie for anything with herself. She was merely a survivor, equally proud and equally wounded by this world. In fact, Yu Mengbing subtly inclined her head towards Su Minghui, a barely discernible gesture. It was not a welcome. Rather, it was an acknowledgement of her strength, of those two pivotal doom avoidance maneuvers she executed during battle. This woman is valuable, and moreover undemanding. That suffices. Lin Yuan observed everything with keen insight, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He appreciated such intelligent women, those who could perceive the circumstances clearly, whether it be Han Hai or Yu Mengbing. Now, perhaps, he would add another to that list. He straightened his posture in the reclining chair, a simple action that instinctively caused Su Minghui's body to tense further. Your ship has been destroyed. Lin Yuan regarded her with a calm voice. The Noah has vacant rooms. You may stay temporarily. His tone was neither a proposal nor an act of charity, but rather a straightforward notification. Su Minghui was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her modest request would bear any fruit, considering the man's multitude of weapons. She had envisioned numerous scenarios after witnessing him effortlessly complete the maritime task, her mind wandering to unseemly thoughts. She had anticipated humiliation, demands for recompense, or being held captive as spoils of war. Yet, she had never imagined such a nearly equitable invitation. Why? She instinctively inquired. Your talent is exceedingly useful. Lin Yuan provided the most direct and pragmatic rationale. During combat, you aided us. This is what you deserve. He paused to add, of course, the ship's rules stipulate that while you may enjoy free lodging and meals, you must contribute through work. For instance, cleaning the deck. His gaze landed on the brand new gumball machine. Help me see if that machine can dispense the limited edition. Su Minghui looked at Lin Yuan's overly youthful yet surprisingly composed face, her taut nerves gradually beginning to relax. She was uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, as if that breath carried away all her fatigue, anxiety, and struggles. All right, she nodded, her voice still hoarse but laced with newfound steadiness. Thank you. Chapter 41. The aftermath of the maritime announcement was spreading like wildfire among the survivors' channels. Is it true? Did he really fall? That's the regional lord. I just entered Wonderland, and my boat nearly capsized from a wave, so I quickly retreated. Who did this? Which deity is so formidable? Contribution leader, Lin Yuan. That name seems familiar. A new message was pinned to the top with high priority. I remember now. It's the Pink Shark Sea region. The one who single-handedly cleared all the tasks in that region. Is it him? He has taken down another regional lord. Is he even human? It's only been a few days since the server opened. His leveling speed is akin to riding a rocket. Does anyone know about the ship named Noah? Please, I need to ride on his coattails. The clamor and shock in the regional channel did nothing to disturb the tranquility aboard the Noah. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at the fervent messages. The astonishment of others held no significance for him. Knight Han Han's amethyst-like eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze trailing along Su Minghui's long, slender legs encased in black athletic pants. She leaned closer to Lin Yuan's lounge chair, her warm breath nearly grazing his ear. Lin Yuan rose. Follow me. I will take you to your room. He led the way to the entrance of the cabin. Yu Mengbing returned to the helm, remaining vigilant. Knight Han Han followed behind. Her interest peaked as she appraised Su Minghui, her gaze akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a new acquisition. Su Minghui bit her lip and trailed after them. Passing through the heavy alloy door, the interior of the Noah once again shattered Su Minghui's perceptions. There was none of the expected narrowness and oppression of a ship's cabin. Instead, a spacious and bright corridor unfolded before her, with soft, comfortable carpeting beneath her feet and walls adorned with gentle, luminous strips of light. The air bore no hint of the salty tang of seawater. It was dry and pristine. This place resembled the interior of a luxury hotel far more than a vessel navigating the apocalyptic seas. Lin Yuan halted before a door. "This is it." He pushed it open. The room was modest yet well-equipped. A soft single bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and even a private bathroom complete with a shower. All the furnishings were brand new, imbued with the fragrance of fresh wood. Towels and toiletries were neatly arranged in the bathroom cabinet. You can find some spare clothes in the wardrobe. Once you're settled, come out. We're preparing to set sail. Having given his instructions, Lin Yuan did not linger and turned to leave. Su Minghui stood alone in the room, gazing at the clean, tidy space that radiated a sense of security. Feeling momentarily dazed, she reached out her hand, gently brushing the white sheets of the bed. The soft texture felt so tangible and real. She had lost track of how long it had been since she last slept on a proper bed. A wave of emotion surged through her, causing her nose to tingle and her eyes to redden uncontrollably. Yet she swiftly quelled that fragile sentiment, forcefully blinking away the tears. She made her way to the bathroom, turning on the tap, where warm, clear water gushed forth. Gazing into the mirror at her pale complexion, disheveled hair, and disheveled appearance, she took a deep breath. She had survived. Moreover, it seemed she had found a place that could truly be called a sanctuary, just as she resolved to fully integrate into this team. A new message popped up on Lin Yuan's personal panel in the cockpit. New resonance talent holder detected boarding. Survivor, Su Minghui, talent, doom evasion, superior. Resonance assessment in progress. Assessment successful. The Ark Noah has acquired a new characteristic, phantom navigation. Phantom navigation, passive effect. While navigating, the Noah will gain an invisible dune deflection force field. All remote lock-on attacks aimed at the ship will have a 15% chance of automatically deviating from their target. Note, sometimes, luck is also a part of strength. Lin Yuan regarded this notification with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. This talent characteristic proved to be far more practical than he had anticipated. A 15 evasion rate could significantly alter the course of a battle at a crucial moment. Su Minghui's value was immediately apparent. A low hum resonated as the Noah's hull trembled slightly. Yu Mengbing had already activated the engines, and the ship began to slowly change direction, preparing to depart from the now-cleared waters. Yi Hanhua stretched lazily and approached Lin Yuan. "Master, having defeated such a formidable boss and gained a powerful new crew member," she said, a hint of playful amusement in her voice. "Shouldn't we celebrate?" "Celebrate?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "How about throwing a party?" Yi Hanhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Right on the deck. We can bring out the lounge chairs and grab some tasty snacks from that candy machine. I could even do a divination to see if tonight's starry sky is suitable for stargazing." The more she spoke, the more animated she became, as if envisioning the festive scene. "It's too noisy." A cold voice emanated from the direction of the helm. Yu Mengbing replied without turning around. "Now is not the time to relax. We should quickly head to the next resource point." "Oh, Mengbing, you're just too serious." Yi Hanhua waved her hand dismissively. "A balance of work and play is essential for survival. Besides, we must let our new friend experience the team culture of the Noah, right?" She winked at Su Minghui, who had just stepped out of the cabin, now clad in a clean black tracksuit. Though less exquisite than her previous dress, it still accentuated her tall and graceful figure. She washed her face, her damp long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, embodying a beauty that was less sharp and star-like and more pure and serene. Upon hearing the word party, she visibly paused. In a world where everyone lived in fear and struggled to find sustenance, a party? That was nothing short of a fantasy. She glanced at Lin Yuan, curious to see what decision this team's true leader would make. Lin Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He cast a glance at the meticulous Yu Mengbing, then at the ever-chaotic Yihanhang. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the recently revived Su Minghuai, whose spirit remained taut. Suddenly, he found Yihanhang's proposal rather appealing. A string that has been taut for too long requires timely relaxation. Moreover, his eyes swept across his personal panel. After vanquishing the cream whale, his supplies had reached an alarmingly abundant level. Hosting a party was hardly a challenge. Even constructing a swimming pool on the deck would pose no difficulty. Very well, Lin Yuan declared, arriving at a decision. Let us host a party. However, he quickly added, the ingredients and venue arrangements shall be entrusted to the two of you. He pointed at Yi Hanhang and Yu Mengbing. Yay, that's wonderful. Yi Hanhang immediately cheered, dragging the reluctant Yu Mengbing into an enthusiastic discussion about the party's details. Su Minghuai stood rooted in place, gazing at this absurd yet genuine scene, lost in thought for an extended moment. Chapter 42, Black or White. The night enveloped the sea like deep blue velvet, gently cloaking the entire expanse. Yet aboard the Noah, a scene of warmth and vibrancy stood in stark contrast to the impending doom. Several outdoor camping lamps, salvaged from the storage, hung from the railings, casting a soft orange glow that illuminated the deck as bright as day. The air was rich with tantalizing aromas that stirred the appetite. The sizzle of premium Wagyu beef grilling over charcoal, the sound of fat dripping, and the delightful scent of fresh scallops, enhanced with garlic and butter, slowly transforming into golden delicacies on the iron plate. Nearby, a fizzy strawberry soda, freshly dispensed from a gumball machine, added a hint of sweetness to the atmosphere. In a corner, a portable Bluetooth speaker played soothing light music, its melodies flowing gently with the sea breeze. Lin Yuan reclined on his exclusive lounge chair, leisurely savoring a skewer of freshly grilled squid tentacles, seasoned with cumin and chili powder. This little gathering was a spontaneous celebration, a tribute to their successful conquest of the Sea Lord and a warm welcome for the new member. Yu Mengbing stood at the ship's edge, detached from the grilling festivities, quietly gazing at the inky blackness of the sea. Her silvery hair fluttered in the night wind, and her ice-blue eyes reflected the twinkling stars above. Suddenly, she extended a hand, her delicate and pale fingers reaching towards the water, mere inches from the surface. An imperceptible chill emanated from her fingertips, merging with the ocean beneath. A wondrous spectacle unfolded. The previously dark waters ignited with shimmering azure specks. Gradually, more and more luminescent creatures surfaced from the depths. Schools of bioluminescent deep-sea fish drawn by the mysterious force, yet hesitant to approach too closely. They circled the Noah, forming a vast, ever-changing halo of life beneath the water. The fish danced in spirals and scattered like a galaxy, performing a silent, grand ballet in the profound ocean. This marine constellation illuminated the hull of the Noah in a haunting blue glow, harmonizing with the orange glow of the deck lights, creating a surreal tapestry of dreams. Wow! An involuntary gasp of admiration escaped from nearby. Su Minghuai, holding a plate piled high with grilled meat and seafood, stood transfixed, her gaze lost in the beauty before her. Her tattered black dress had been replaced with a clean white athletic outfit that Lin Yuan had found among the supplies. Though simple in design, it accentuated her tall figure beautifully. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such tranquility and beauty. Since the apocalypse had descended, her world had been filled with either filthy waters, grotesque monsters, or the twisted ugliness of human nature. It has been a considerable time since she last savored a true meal. In her previous team, she was merely a banner, fortunate enough to receive a few packs of compressed biscuits and filtered water, which were considered a privilege. Such a steaming, fresh, and meticulously prepared dish was, to her, more opulent than any jewel. She lowered her head, spearing a piece of still-steaming steak with her fork and placing it into her mouth. The meat was tender, succulent, and the smoky aroma of char, combined with the piquancy of black pepper, exploded on her palate. That long-lost taste, named happiness, brought a warmth to her eyes, nearly causing her to shed tears. She held back, consuming voraciously as if to fill the void left by months of hardship with exquisite cuisine. Yehanhang apruruchither, holding a glass of red wine, her gait leisurely, Slow down. No one is competing with you, she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. There is plenty more in the pot. Su Minghuai's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a touch embarrassed as she paused to dab her mouth with a napkin. Thank you. No need to thank me. If you must, thank the host. Yi Hanhang gestured with her wine glass, her amethyst-like eyes glancing toward the leisurely man lounging on the chaise. Everything here belongs to him. Following her gaze, Su Minghuai felt a tumult of emotions swell within her. After satisfying her appetite, Su Minghuai felt rejuvenated, warmth and strength coursing through her body. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered her courage and approached Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin Yuan. Her voice was tinged with shyness. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze and regarded her. Is there something? Su Minghuai momentia fan de. She wished to express her gratitude sincerely, yet felt that words would be woefully inadequate. Lin Yuan perceived her discomfort and casually picked up an elegant gift box from beside him, extending it toward her. For you, a welcome gift. Instinctively, she accepted it. The box was not large, yet it felt substantial, adorned with the logo of a renowned luxury brand she recognized. With a hint of confusion, she opened the box. Upon seeing its contents, she was utterly taken aback. Inside lay a neatly arranged set of brand-new, unopened high-end skincare and makeup products. From facial cleanser to serum, foundation, eyeshadow, and lipstick, it was all there. There were even 2 bottles of her favorite limited edition perfume from that brand. These items, once commonplace before the apocalypse, now served as a key, unlocking a world that had long been sealed away. For a woman who had etched beauty and refinement into her very being, this was far more soothing to her soul than any food or weapon. It symbolized her potential to transform back into the glamorous, proud Su Minghuai, rather than a disheveled survivor struggling for existence in a post-apocalyptic world. She could not contain a brief, sharp cry, a mixture of surprise and disbelief. She clutched the box, bouncing on the spot, her smile radiant like the midday sun of summer. It was a pure, unadulterated joy emanating from her heart, reminiscent of a little girl savoring her beloved candy. In that fleeting moment, she shed all her hardened exteriors, devoid of the arrogance of a celebrity and the vigilance of a survivor, revealing simply a blissfully happy woman. Even Yu Mingbing, not far away, couldn't resist casting a glance in her direction. Yi Hanhan covered her mouth, letting out a soft laugh. Su Minghuai realized her own lapse in composure. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she held the box, feeling a bit flustered. Thank you. This time, her gratitude was profoundly earnest and sincere. She lifted her gaze to Lin Yuan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears of appreciation. Truly, thank you so much. This means the world to me. Her smile was bright and captivating, exuding a purity that washed away all superficiality. Lin Yuan's gaze gradually shifted from her excitedly flushed face down to her long, slender legs, which were still astonishingly curvaceous beneath her white sports pants. His eyes lingered for a brief moment. Su Minghuai noticed his stare. In the past, such an unabashed gaze from any man would have instantly raised her defenses, provoking a surge of offended disgust within her. She had encountered too many men with eyes filled with greed, possession, and desire, as if they wished to strip her bare. Yet Lin Yuan's gaze was different. It was a pure, appreciative look, akin to an artist admiring a flawless painting or a sculptor examining a masterpiece. There was not a trace of impurity, clean, clear, and imbued with a sense of rightful admiration. He was not merely observing a woman. He was inspecting the details of a perfect treasure that belonged to him. This sensation was peculiar. Instead of feeling affronted, it caused her recently steadied heart to skip a beat uncontrollably. This man was unlike anyone she had ever encountered. As night deepened, the party began to wind down. The shoals of fish in the sea had mysteriously dispersed, leaving only a few scattered glimmers in the distance. Su Minghuai, cradling her precious treasure, was led by Yu Mingbing to an empty cabin to rest. On the deck, only Lin Yuan and Yi Hanhan remained. Yi Hanhan approached Lin Yuan's lounge chair and naturally settled on the carpet beside him, resting her head gently on his thigh. Master, her voice, in the stillness of the night, carried a languid allure that penetrated to the very bone. Did you enjoy yourself today? Lin Yuan remained silent. merely extending his hand to stroke her dark blue hair, silky, smooth to the touch. Yi Han comfortably squinted her eyes, resembling a cat contentedly petted. She lifted her hand, seizing the one that Lin Yuan had been wandering through her hair, and deftly guided it to rest upon her exposed thigh, clad only in shorts. Her skin was delicate, warm, and possessed an astonishing elasticity. Lin Yuan's fingers gently tapped rhythmically against her smooth thigh. With each soft percussion, Yi Han's body quivered slightly. She tilted her head back, her amethyst-like eyes shimmering in the night, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. "My master, come to my room tonight," she whispered, pausing for a moment before adding in a breathy tone near his ear, "I will wear black stockings, awaiting your arrival." In that very instant, a cold, emotionless voice echoed from a distance. I were both black and white. Yu Mengbing had returned, her presence unannounced. She stood a few meters away, meticulously polishing her ice-blue long knife with a pristine cloth. Her gaze did not waver towards them, as if her previous words were merely stating a fact as mundane as the weather. Yi Han's body stiffened. Lin Yuan's hand, which had been caressing her thigh, halted as well. The air on the deck grew palpably tense. For reasons unknown, Lin Yuan's heartbeat quickened unexpectedly. Chapter 43 Wonders. The first light of dawn pierced through the mist, casting a slanted glow upon the deck of the Noah. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, rising from the soft embrace of the expansive bed in Yu Mengbing's chamber. The air still lingered with her distinctive scent, a blend of coolness intertwined with a hint of elusive fragrance. Last night's images flickered through his mind. It is often said that a man's shoulders bear the weight of responsibility and burdens. Last night, he profoundly realized that some weights are not merely physical. There is the searing heat beneath the cold skin, the gentle tickle of silver hair brushing against his cheek, and the torrent of suppressed desire in those icy blue eyes, which ultimately succumbed to chaos. Those legs, clad in Valentino stockings, felt heavy yet intoxicating, promising an allure that would never wane, even decades hence. As he stepped out of the room, Yu Mengbing stood at the helm, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. She remained the aloof ice goddess she always was, though a barely perceptible flush at her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Yuan returned to the deck, sinking back into his spacious and comfortable lounge chair. The sea breeze caressed his face, imbued with a hint of saltiness, yet immensely pleasurable. His life philosophy was straightforward: exert oneself fully when necessary, and indulge completely when it is time to relax. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to indulge in a brief respite, a grand and chilling mechanical voice resonated unexpectedly in the minds of every survivor. World announcement. To all survivors who have withstood the great elimination, congratulations, you have proven your worth to survive in this brutal world. The old order has collapsed. A new era is about to commence. The Wonders Refresh event will officially commence in 30 minutes. At that time, 1 million unique structures imbued with extraordinary powers will be randomly generated across the globe. Wonders are categorized into island type, architectural type, and relic type. Each wonder possesses a singular, formidable ability capable of altering the regional landscape. The first team or individual to successfully claim a wonder will gain permanent control over it, along with substantial rewards from a system. Tip 1. The energy fluctuations of the wonders will attract formidable guardian beings. Danger and opportunity coexist. Tip 2. The coordinates of the wonders will be made public to all survivors. Competition will be the sole theme. Wishing you all good fortune. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Within his profound gaze, there was no trace of the shock or panic exhibited by others, only a serene understanding. Chu Tianxing, the man who claimed to be the savior, his prophecy was uncannily accurate. The value of this information was beyond measure. Buzz, the alloy door of the cabin slid open. Yi Han emerged barefoot, clad only in an oversized men's t-shirt that barely covered the upper thighs, her astonishingly long legs exposed to the morning light. She stretched languidly, her dark blue hair cascading in a carefree manner. "Master, it seems that something intriguing is about to unfold." In her amethyst eyes, excitement and curiosity sparkled. Yu Mengbing remained by the helm, her voice cold as it resonated. The coordinates have been disclosed, and all are vying for them. This signifies that what we are to confront is not merely the monsters guarding the wonders, but all other survivors as well. She articulated the harsh essence of this event with chilling clarity. At that moment, the door on the opposite side swung open, and Su Menghuai stepped out. All gazes were irresistibly drawn to her. She donned a pristine white tracksuit, yet her face was adorned with exquisite makeup. Her complexion was flawless. Her brows and eyes artfully defined, and a bold stroke of lipstick rendered her radiantly striking. Her visage mirrored that of the celebrity gracing television posters nationwide, gleaming and resplendent. Imbued with just the right measure of pride and confidence, she was no longer the beleaguered survivor, but the dazzling star, Su Menghuai. Spotting Lin Yuan, she bestowed upon him a bright, enchanting smile, her eyes shimmering with unabashed gratitude and a hint of intimacy. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. A team requires diverse roles. Yu Mengbing is the indomitable blade, Yihan Hui the visionary mind, and Su Menghuai is emerging as the most resplendent banner of this team. As the atmosphere aboard the Noah subtly shifted, the global channel erupted into a frenzy. After a brief silence, a torrent of information cascaded forth. Wonders. Were they? A system update with a new instance? Damn. Coordinates revealed. They're compelling us all to engage in a global war. 100 wonders. It sounds like a lot, but divided among the millions of survivors worldwide, it leaves us with naught. Don't be foolish. Does this have anything to do with ordinary folk like us? This is clearly a feast prepared for those regional titans. Raging Tide, Guild, assemble everyone. After the coordinates refresh, head straight to the nearest wonder. If you can't secure one, then seize from those who do. Azure Sale issues a bounty, a reward of 1,000 units of food for anyone providing accurate information about the wonders. Assist our guild in conquering the wonder, and you'll instantly become a core member. Oh no, there's a coordinate point near me. The surrounding waters seem to be changing color. ISNT heading there on my little raft akin to courting death? Brothers upstairs, don't go. Please don't go. This is nothing but a meat grinder. Let those titans clash first. We'll just observe. There's some wisdom in that. When the clam and the snipe quarrel, the fisherman benefits. We little fish and shrimp shall await our chance to scavenge. Scavenge? You're dreaming. Do you think those titans will grant you a chance to pick up leftovers? They'll feast on meat and leave not a drop of broth. The global channel transformed into an outlet for the survivors' emotions. Panic, greed, excitement, despair. A multitude of feelings intertwined, rendering the entire screen a cacophony of noise. The strong, invigorated, and eager are poised to embark on a grand endeavor, transforming this crisis into the cornerstone of their maritime empire. Meanwhile, the weak tremble in fear, hoping fervently that the tempest will spare them, with the mere aspiration of surviving in tranquility constituting their greatest luxury. Newly established guilds, still in the throes of recruitment, resemble sharks scenting blood, suddenly becoming exceedingly active. A flurry of recruitment notices, bounties, and alliance invitations flood the screens. The entire maritime realm has been set ablaze by this singular announcement. An unprecedented and bloody struggle for supremacy, centered around the spectacle, has unfurled its dramatic curtain. Chapter 44. Setting the destination, the cold, mechanical voice of the world announcement gradually dissipated in everyone's minds, leaving an echo akin to a deep-sea bomb being cast into a tranquil ocean. On the deck of the Noah, the atmosphere instantly solidified. 1 million seats. Su Menghuai murmured to herself, the vibrant color draining from her delicately made-up face. She understood fully what this signified. It meant that the entire marine world would abruptly transition from a mode of individual survival to one of fierce competition among the powerful. And whether they wished it or not, their vessel had already been swept into the eye of this enormous storm. Yehanui sitirichet lazidi. The hem of her oversized t-shirt swaying, revealing a glimpse of her fair waist. She licked her lips, her amethyst-like eyes sparkling not with fear, but rather with a thrilling excitement, as if the world was ripe for chaos. Master, this sounds rather intriguing, she mused. It was as though the system had unlocked a new expansion for high-end players like them. Her analogy was both precise and merciless. For ordinary survivors struggling to make ends meet, this was the apocalypse. Yet for those who had already ascended to the pinnacle of the pyramid, it was merely a more exhilarating game. Yu Mangbing stood before the helm, silent. Her icy blue eyes were fixed on the immense world map that had just materialized on her personal panel. 100 coordinates, glimmering with crimson light, scattered across the vast azure like stars stained with blood. Each point of light represented a wonder, as well as a bloody battlefield. There are no wonders refreshing within 20 nautical miles of us, she stated, her voice still as frigid as ever, as if declaring an objective fact. The nearest one was located to the southeast, approximately 130 nautical miles away, classified as a relic-type wonder. Lin Yuan reclined in his chair, his expression unchanged. He didn't even glance at the map, rife with temptation and peril. His gaze was fixed upon Yi Hanwei. "Do not look at the nearest one," he said softly, yet his words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Focus on the most unique, or rather, the one most suitable for us." These simple words instantly revealed the immense ambition concealed beneath his seemingly languid exterior. He had no intention of scavenging for scraps at his doorstep. What he sought was the most succulent, the core of this grand feast. Su Minghuai's heart raced. She gazed at the man lounging in the chair, seemingly indifferent to everything. And for the first time, she clearly sensed his innate, kingly aura. The corners of Yi Hanhui's lips gradually curled into a breathtaking arc. "I knew you would say that, Master." She appreciated this aspect of Lin Yuan. He would never be swayed by the trifling gains before him. His gaze was always fixed upon the most distant, resplendent stars. However, this targeted divination would require considerable resources. Knight Hanhan's tone carried a hint of playful affection as she expressed her potential frailty, suggesting that only her master's embrace could restore her strength. "Certainly," Lin Yuan replied succinctly. With a promise secured, Knight Han contentedly made her way to the center of the deck. She sat cross-legged, closing her enchanting violet eyes. This time, she refrained from drawing her tarot cards or forming any hand seals. An invisible, ineffable wave emanated from her, causing the very air on the deck to become thick and viscous. Yu Mangbing remained steadfast at the helm, yet her peripheral gaze was constantly affixed to Knight Han, a flicker of discernible gravity shimmering in the depths of her icy blue eyes. Su Minghui stood anxiously to the side, even moderating her breath for fear of disturbing her. Time trickled by, and Knight Hanhan's complexion paled visibly, fine beads of cold sweat beading on her smooth forehead, her body beginning to tremble slightly. Clearly this divination, which spanned the entirety of the world to filter specific targets from 100 high-energy reactions, placed an immense burden on her mental faculties. Just as Su Minghui could no longer suppress the urge to assist her, Knight Han suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her amethyst gaze shimmered with starlight, as if reflecting a tangible universe. "I found it." Her voice, tinged with a raspy weakness, was nonetheless infused with an exhilarating clarity of insight. In our true north, the distance to us." She paused, seemingly verifying the astonishing figure that astonished even her. 3,000 nautical miles. "What?" Su Minghui gasped in disbelief. 3,000 nautical miles. Such a distance was enough to instill despair in any survivor. To traverse 3,000 nautical miles in this perilous sea meant confronting countless unknown monsters, inclement weather, and even treacherous foes lurking upon the waves. It was nothing short of a gamble. Yu Mangbing's brow furrowed tightly. "It's too far. At the current speed of the Noah, even at full throttle, it will take 3 days. 3 days is ample time for any contest over a wonder to be resolved." Her analysis was calm and pragmatic. By the time they arrived, the opportunity would have passed. "No," Knight Han shook her head, leaning against Su Minghui's support, her gaze intensely fixed on Lin Yuan. "That wonder is different. I saw it enshrouded by an unrelenting storm. That sea region is called the Eye of the Storm. Ordinary vessels cannot penetrate it. Only a fortified behemoth like the Noah possesses the qualification to force its way in." Moreover, she inhaled deeply, casting forth the most pivotal information. "I have a strong premonition. That wonder should possess an overwhelming impact, It is most suited for us. A brief silence enveloped the deck. All eyes converged upon Lin Yuan. To go or not to go, only he could make this decision. Lin Yuan's gaze slowly traversed the three strikingly beautiful women before him, each with her own distinctive charm. The indomitable blade, Yu Mingbing, the mind that perceives the future, Yi Han Heng, and the one who brings fortune, Su Minghuai. A faint, elusive smile played upon his lips. 3 days? That was perfect. Let those pawns exhaust the monsters guarding the miraculous sight first. When we make our entrance, we shall reap the rewards together. His tone was casual, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He regarded the other survivors not as competitors, but merely as free laborers clearing his path. As his words fell, Yu Mingbing no longer hesitated. She forcefully pushed the ship's helm. The Noah emitted a deep rumble as its hull carved a massive arc across the sea, the bow turning sharply to face true north. The stern's thrusters flared with a brilliant azure flame, propelling the slumbering metal behemoth at full speed toward the unknown eye of the storm, 3,000 nautical miles away. Chapter 45. The marvelous effects of different wonders. The Noah sailed forth like an arrow released from a bow, cleaving a long white wake across the azure sea. The journey of 3,000 nautical miles was destined to be tedious and protracted. On deck, a rare tranquility had returned. Yu Mingbing was wholly engrossed in navigating the vessel, her ice-blue eyes fixed solely on the horizon where the sky met the ocean. Night Han Han, having exhausted herself with divination, was assisted back to her cabin for rest by Su Minghuai. Before her departure, she cast a lingering, enchanting gaze at Lin Yuan, promising to return once she had regained her strength. After ensuring Night Han Han was settled, Su Minghuai retreated to her own quarters. Not long after, she emerged again, this time equipped with a professional set of manicure tools. Sitting beneath a sunshade in the corner, she meticulously began to beautify her nails. The scene was a picturesque blend of sunshine, sea breeze, and leisurely elegance, a stark contrast to the increasingly chaotic world around them. Lin Yuan reclined in his exclusive lounge chair, feeling utterly bored, and opened the World Channel. As expected, in less than an hour, the entire channel had transformed into a tumultuous cacophony, rife with bloodshed and cries of despair. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I am being besieged by a flock of seagulls with human faces. They wish to seize my ship. Coordinates. Raging tide, guild, scoundrels. May you meet a wretched fate. We agreed to attack the shipwreck graveyard together, yet you stabbed me in the back. Offering information on the rotting sea demon lair. Abundant resources within. Only 300 units of fresh water. First come, first served. Ha ha ha. I have claimed a wonder, though it is merely a minuscule wishing fountain, producing only 10 liters of pure water daily. I am now a person of means. Don't get too excited upstairs. I have already spotted 3 ships heading towards your coordinates. Good luck. Countless messages cascaded through the channel like a torrential waterfall. Betrayal, slaughter, boasting, and pleas for mercy. The myriad facets of humanity in this apocalyptic world were vividly displayed on the small virtual screen. Lin Yuan found little interest in the struggles of these minor players. They stirred not a ripple in his heart. Just as he was about to close the channel, a message, repeated several times in bold red font, captured his attention. The sender SID was straightforward. Child of the Wind. Child of the Wind. I have discovered a wonder. It is a colossal statue of a winged being. It seems capable of granting wings to both my ship and myself. However, I do not know how to claim it. Does anyone have information? Urgently waiting. This message struck like a stone dropped into boiling oil, instantly igniting the channel into a frenzy. What the hell? What do you mean, wings? Is this for real? A flying unit? Brother, you're defying the heavens. To fly upon the sea would be invincible. No? Where's the photo? Show us the picture. Without visuals. Your claims are meaningless. Please, tell us what the statue looks like. Are there any special requirements? Faced with a barrage of inquiries, the one known as Child of the Wind appeared somewhat agitated and at a loss. After a considerable pause, he sent a new message accompanied by a blurry image. The image depicted a towering white statue standing majestically upon a rocky outcrop, reaching several dozen meters into the sky. The statue portrayed a strikingly handsome male figure, with a pair of grand and resplendent wings unfurled behind him. Child of the Wind, I am uncertain. As I approached it, a prompt appeared in my mind, stating that to receive the wind god's blessing, I must demonstrate sufficient devotion. Devotion? The term left everyone in stunned silence. What does devotion entail? Bowing down? Or perhaps lighting incense? Do not jest. This is a fight for survival, not a pilgrimage to a temple. I surmise it may require offering some special tribute, perhaps a rare material or something of the sort. As the crowd engaged in fervent speculation, Child of the Wind sent another message. This time, his tone was laced with hesitation and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Child of the Wind, no, it is not merely devotion. It also stated that to acquire its power, one must become its most faithful follower, praying to it for 3 hours each day. Furthermore, I must use my own blood to nourish the altar at its feet. Upon the revelation of this message, the channel was instantly enveloped in an eerie silence. If the previous demand seemed odd, this new requirement exuded an unmistakable aura of malevolence. After a few seconds, responses erupted in a torrent. What? It also demands your blood? This must be an evil deity. Brother, heed my advice and flee. This entity is certainly not benevolent. To claim it, you risk transforming from a mere survivor into its slave and a mobile blood bank. I have always said there is no such thing as a free lunch. Such immense power surely demands a monumental price. Who would have thought that price would be your very essence? 3 hours of prayer daily, alongside bloodletting. How is this different from a job? No, it is far worse than a job. Employment only demands your life, while this entity demands both your life and your faith. As he observed the multitude of discouraging remarks flooding the screen, Child of the Wind seemed to be embroiled in an internal struggle. He sent one last message, tinged with a quivering voice. Child of the Wind, but I truly desire those wings. With wings, I would no longer fear the monsters lurking in the sea. What should I do? Watching the survivor identified as Child of the Wind, caught in the agonizing dilemma between acquiring formidable power and the potential loss of freedom, even life, Lin Yuan expressionlessly closed the world channel. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest of the recliner, one after the other. The feathered statue requiring prayer and offerings held significant value as information. It corroborated Lin Yuan's hypothesis. These so-called wonders were not benevolent gifts bestowed by the system. They resemble independent entities, each governed by its own rules, and perhaps even possessing a form of self-awareness. To harness their power, one must adhere to their regulations, fulfill their requirements, and pay the appropriate price. What demands might await them at their destination? That marvel concealed beyond 3,000 seas, deep within the eye of the storm. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. The azure sea met the boundless sky in a seamless line. The Noah vessel surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward the deep blue, rich with both uncertainty and opportunity. This journey, it seems, will transcend mere conflict and conquest. Chapter 46. The Heart of the Titan, a deity that demands both followers and blood. At the cabin door, Yi Hanhua's voice drifted softly through the air. Having regained a modicum of her spirit, she leaned languidly against the doorframe, her oversized t-shirt imparting an air of casual elegance. In this world, every gift bears a price, hidden from view. The Son of the Wind, should he choose wings, may find his future consumed by prayers and sacrifices. There was a hint of mockery in her tone. Lin Yuan refrained from responding, yet her words crystallized a notion within him. They were aware that their objective lay within the eye of the storm, a perilous domain. However, the true nature of this marvel remained an enigma. What powers did it possess? What was the cost of claiming it? The unknown posed the greatest peril. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to Yi Hanhua, his eyes piercing and direct. Can your divination still be employed? Yi Hanhua paused, then comprehended his intent. A wry yet affectionate smile graced her lips. Master, you truly know how to exploit your employees. I have only just begun to regain my strength. Despite her verbal complaints, her body betrayed her willingness, moving toward him obediently. Nevertheless, as it was a command from her master, she resolved to fulfill it, even at the expense of her energy. She settled cross-legged in the center of the deck once more. What do you wish to divine? The specific capabilities of that marvel and the conditions for claiming it? Lin Yuan nodded. The complexity of this inquiry surpassed mere location. It was akin to probing the core secrets of an unknown entity. Yi Hanhua's expression grew serious again. This will demand a significant toll from me. Afterward, I shall need to rest in your chambers tonight. Before Lin Yuan could reply, a cold voice resonated from the helm. My room will suffice. Yu Mengbing remarked without turning. Yi Hanhua stiffened momentarily, then cast a provocative smile at Yu Mengbing's retreating figure. Very well, we shall see whom the master chooses first. With that, she disregarded Yu Mengbing, closing her eyes and forming an intricate, even more elaborate madra than before. A nearly invisible thread, seemingly woven from starlight, spilled from her fingertips, gradually merging with the air ahead. An imperceptible wave emanated from her, radiating towards the distant north, traversing 3,000 nautical miles in search of answers. In that moment, her countenance drained of color, turning pallid. Beads of sweat, the size of mung beans, continuously broke forth from her forehead, trickling down her ashen cheeks. Her body trembled violently, as if enduring an immense psychic upheaval. Standing nearby, Su Minghui clenched her fists tightly. Her heart lodged in her throat. 5 long minutes passed, an eternity akin to a century. Yi Hanin's suddenly opened her eyes, her body leaning back before she fell, only to be caught swiftly by Su Minghui. How are you? Lin Yuan's voice remained steady, as unyielding as a mountain before an impending collapse. Leaning against Su Minghui's soft embrace, Yi Hanin's gasped for breath, her violet eyes shimmering with an indescribable blend of exhaustion and ecstasy. I saw it. Her voice, fragile from extreme fatigue, nonetheless conveyed clarity. The spectacle unfolded upon an island forged of black metal. At the center of the island stood not a temple nor a statue, but an immense forge. The heart of the forge burned with an eternal, deep-sea blue flame, never to extinguish. I saw its name. She paused, summoning every ounce of strength to articulate. Word by word, it is called the heart of the Titan. Its power is a radiant light ignited in her eyes. It devours metal and replenishes energy. Moreover, it can forge external armor for ships, imbued with special attributes. At that moment, Yu Mengbing, who had remained silent, suddenly radiated an unprecedented brilliance from her ice-blue eyes. She whipped around, her gaze locking onto Lin Yuan, and for the first time, a flicker of excitement broke through her eternally stoic Fade. The heart of the Titan, this ability. It is tailor-made for the Noah. What is the core advantage of the Noah? Its potential for growth. And what is essential for growth? An abundance of metallic resources and a vast energy supply to sustain its continuous upgrades. This marvel perfectly addresses these 2 fundamental needs in one fell swoop. Devouring metal, replenishing energy, and forging external armor. This transcends mere reinforcement. It is a unique miracle that could transform the Noah from a powerful vessel into a true leviathan of the seas. Go! Lin Yuan finally spoke, uttering a single word that bore the weight of 1,000. His gaze sharpened, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating ferocity. What of 3,000 nautical miles? What the eye of the storm? He would claim the heart of the Titan. Yu Mengbing immediately turned, her hands firmly gripping the ship's helm. The hull of the Noah emitted an unprecedented, resonant roar, reminiscent of a colossal beast awakening. The thrusters at the stern erupted with a deep blue flame, nearly doubling in length, propelling this iron fortress forward at a frenzied pace towards the north, a realm brimming with hope and promise. Chapter 47. Entering the stormy seas, the Noah, with an audacious demeanor, traversed the boundless ocean at remarkable speed. The ethereal blue glow of its thrusters transformed the waters behind into a splendid tapestry of colors, leaving a trail that lingered long after. For the steel behemoth, the 3-day journey was but a brief interlude. However, for those aboard, it was a somewhat monotonous passage of time. Life on deck soon resumed a peculiar routine. Yu Mengbing became the very embodiment of a ship's helm, standing resolutely like a delicate ice sculpture, dedicated to ensuring the Noah's course remained impeccably true, save for the necessities of nature. Meanwhile, Yihan Hai, having exhausted all her mental faculties, contentedly embraced the role of a dependent, either reclining on Su Menghuai's lap or devising ways to nestle beside Lin Yuan's recliner, seeking a sliver of space. Su Menghuai, the former luminary, flawlessly epitomized the ultimate poise of an elegant woman. She first charmed Lin Yuan into procuring an entire set of top-tier skincare and cosmetics. Then, under the pretense of enhancing team morale with a touch of ceremony, she requested a magnificent hanfu adorned with wide sleeves. When she donned the flowing attire, seated beneath a sunshade, diligently applying nail polish, the scene was breathtaking, reminiscent not of an apocalypse, but rather of a promotional film shot in an exquisite island resort. Lin Yuan remained unchanged, reclining upon his throne, the expansive recliner, occasionally turning to read or listlessly browsing the global channel, treating the chaotic escapades of other survivors as mere entertainment to alleviate his solitude. All members of the Black Sails Avengers, heed my command. Target, storm, alter, spare no effort, seize at all costs. Once acquired, we shall reign over these waters. It was all over, utterly finished. Our rock-solid mutual aid society, over 100 strong, had not even glimpsed the guardian beast of the wonder before being ambushed by another group. Our ship is gone. A bounty for a woman named Jiang Huanling. The Oracle's Court Guild has issued a high-level bounty, a reward of 1 C-grade blueprint for valid information. Capture or kill her to receive a B-grade special item. A bold, blood-red bounty notice stood out starkly amidst the chaos of the channel. Oracle's Court? Lin Yuan recalled this name vaguely. It seemed to be one of the most rapidly ascending large powers following the world announcement, reputedly led by an individual endowed with an exceptionally potent prophetic talent. The bounty for a B-grade special item was indeed substantial. What transgression had this Jiang Huanling committed to incite such a formidable entity into action? Lin Yuan's finger paused momentarily over her name, but soon glided past it. He held little interest in troublesome affairs. His focus lay instead on the feedback from those survivors who had successfully claimed the wonder. Haha, I have succeeded. I have captured a water-breathing altar, although the effect is not particularly strong, allowing me to stay underwater for merely an additional 10 minutes. I no longer fear the prospect of drowning should I accidentally fall into the water. Here I possess a vitality spring, where a mere 10 minutes of soaking can equate to 2 hours of sleep. Rather satisfactory, albeit somewhat wasteful of water. My fortunate fishing net yields 10 kilograms of ordinary fish daily, a meager benefit, to say the least. Within the channel, the number of boastful posts from successful individuals is steadily increasing. Yet, judging by their descriptions, these so-called wonders predominantly offer merely basic supplementary functions, in stark contrast to the heart of the Titan, divined by Yihan Heng, which can devour metal, regenerate energy, and forge external armor. These feats seem trivial, like comparing a firefly to the luminous moon. At that moment, a private message request popped up. The sender's ID was none other than the Savior. The Savior. Mr. Lin Yuan, I trust this message finds you well. The Savior, I presume you've noticed that the majority of these wonders possess rather mundane effects. The Savior. According to our intelligence compilation, these inferior wonders appear to serve as a filtering mechanism. They employ seemingly useful, yet ultimately trivial abilities to deplete the time and energy of most ordinary survivors. The Savior, the truly formidable. Game-changing strategic wonders come with exceptionally high risks and challenges in acquisition. Our Roundtable Council has already suffered significant losses, with 3 members failing in their attempts to seize advanced wonders. The Savior. I merely wish to caution you. Should you select any advanced wonder as your objective, please exercise utmost vigilance. This world will not readily bestow power upon us. Lin Yuan glanced at Chu Tianxing's private message, a slight smirk gracing his lips. This man is indeed astute. His words, seemingly a benevolent warning, subtly showcased the intelligence capabilities and elite combat strength of their Roundtable Council, while simultaneously probing Lin Yuan's intentions and aspirations. Lin Yuan, thank you for the reminder. I shall proceed with caution. A simple response, devoid of any information disclosure. After closing the private message, Lin Yuan stretched lazily. his gaze sweeping across the three distinct beauties on the deck. The journey to conquer the world does not appear to be so tedious, after all. As night descended, the interior restaurant of the Noah was warmly illuminated. Following a sumptuous dinner, the customary evening entertainment commenced promptly. Master Yi Hanhang, barefoot and clad only in Lin Yuan's oversized white shirt, which barely covered her essential areas, revealed her long, snow-white legs unabashedly to the open air. Holding a glass of red wine, she gracefully approached Lin Yuan, her body seemingly devoid of bones, yearning to lean into his embrace. This evening's waves seem rather tumultuous. I feel somewhat frightened sleeping alone. I wish to join you in your chamber, as only the sound of your heartbeat can lull me to sleep. Her voice was soft and seductive, her amethyst-like eyes brimming with unabashed invitation. However, before she could draw nearer, a slender hand, pale as porcelain, deftly grasped her by the back of her collar, lifting her effortlessly. It was Yu Mingbing. Unbeknownst to her, she had already positioned herself at Lin Yuan's side. Clad in a modest silk nightgown, her expression impassive as she regarded Yi Hanhan. Your room is equipped with an independent shock absorption system, no matter how tumultuous the waves. You remain oblivious. Moreover, I believe it would be prudent for you to don your trousers. Yi Hanhan, suspended in midair, felt no anger. Instead, her laughter grew more exuberant as she playfully stuck out her tongue at Yu Mingbing. Oh dear, is Sister Ice feeling a tinge of jealousy? Fear not. The master's bed is spacious enough for us both. Yu Mingbing, unfazed by her provocation, exerted a slight pressure on her grip, preparing to cast this indiscreet woman out. Lin Yuan, observing the scene, yawned and rose from his chaise lounge. I'm tired. You two entertain yourselves. He disregarded both parties and made his way directly to his captain's quarters. Yi Hanhan watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, her cheeks puffed in mild frustration. The master was far too passive, rendering her allure ineffective, as though all her charms were absorbed by cotton, wielding no power. In contrast, once Lin Yuan had retreated to his room, Yu Mingbing released Yi Hanhan and silently followed suit to her own quarters. Before long, a faint yet palpable chorus of breaths, laced with a hint of pain and boundless ecstasy, began to echo softly in the silent corridor, seeping through the door's crack. Yi Hanhan, listening to the sound, clenched her teeth in exasperation. This reticent ice queen perpetually asserted her dominance in such a manner. The following day, a stark demarcation appeared on the horizon of the sea before the Noah. One side displayed tranquil azure waters, while the other revealed a dark, tempestuous expanse, alive with flashes of lightning and the growl of thunder. Countless ashen clouds, resembling mountainous formations, churned violently above the ocean, forming an immense, slowly rotating vortex. Thick bolts of lightning lashed out from the clouds, occasionally striking the sea and sending towering columns of water into the air. The surface of the ocean roiled with colossal waves, each crest capable of shattering an ordinary wooden sailboat into splinters. They had arrived at the eye of the storm. Everyone donned full-sealed, pressure-resistant suits. Yu Mingbing's voice crackled through the ship's intercom system, tinged with static yet retaining an air of calm. The pressure and wind speed within the storm are sufficient to inflict lacerating injuries on the human body. Soon, the three women had completed their preparations. Their suits, entirely black and resembling form-fitting diving attire, accentuated their delicate figures with exquisite precision. Ugh, how dull, Yi Hanhan remarked, tugging at the zipper on her chest. I had hoped for an opportunity to showcase my prowess swimming nude amidst the storm for the master. Be quiet, Yu Mingbing coldly retorted. Su Minghui chuckled softly to herself, adjusting her helmet before the gleaming metallic wall, ensuring her hairstyle remained immaculate. Lin Yuan stood at the bow of the ship, allowing the wild wind to whip his garments with a resounding flutter. Instead of commanding a reduction in speed, he uttered a phrase that invigorated everyone present. Mingbing, unleash maximum power. We shall charge forth. Chapter 48. The contest for the heart of the Titan received. The voice of Yu Mingbing resonated through the internal communication, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, embodying absolute resolve. Boom! The hull of the Noah emitted a sound so profoundly jarring that it set teeth on edge. It was not a collision. Rather, It was the thunderous roar of all power cores being instantaneously pushed to their limits. The previously exaggerated azure flames at the ship's stern abruptly contracted, only to erupt into an incandescent brilliance so dazzling it was almost blinding. The furious energy transformed into an unmatched thrust. At Lin Yuan's command, the slumbering steel behemoth, the Noah, awakened with unwavering determination. Without a moment's hesitation or a hint of deceleration, it charged headlong into the apocalyptic tempest of howling winds, monstrous waves, and raging thunder. A cataclysm potent enough to obliterate all. Warning: the external armor of the hull is enduring pressure beyond the safety threshold. Warning: detecting ultra-high intensity electromagnetic interference. Radar systems have failed. Warning: wind speeds have reached 120 meters per second. The piercing alarm echoed frantically within the cockpit. Su Minghua instinctively grasped the nearby handrail, her face drained of color. Through the specially designed observation window, she beheld a world that utterly defied the laws of physics. The sea had ceased to be a liquid, transforming into relentless, unyielding walls crashing against them. The boundary between sky and ocean had vanished, rendering the entire realm a frenzied, swirling, dark gray washing machine. In such an environment, any ordinary vessel, even a colossal 10,000-ton behemoth from the pre-apocalypse, would be torn asunder in an instant. Yet, the Noah endured. It resembled a searing blade, forcefully slicing through a block of cold, stubborn iron. Each titanic wave that struck the hull echoed with earth-shattering resonance. But instead of yielding, the waves shattered against it. The bolts of lightning powerful enough to cleave mountains merely ignited a flurry of sparks upon the black hull, which were perfectly channeled into the sea. The thunder is loud, but the raindrops are minuscule. Yi Han pursed her lips, having reached the edge of the deck. Leaning against the railing, curiously observing the chaotic spectacle outside, as if she were indulging in an extravagant special effects film. Her fitted pressure suit accentuated her breathtaking silhouette exquisitely. "Master, do you think if we open the lid on top of the ship, some foolish deep-sea behemoth might get swept up by the storm and land on our deck?" Her thought process was perpetually unique. Lin Yuan disregarded her whimsical musings and activated his personal panel. As anticipated, upon entering this peculiar maritime region, the original world channel had automatically switched to a brand new Eye of the Storm regional channel. At that moment, this regional channel was abuzz with activity. Iron Fist, damn it, this cursed weather. The armor of Myland Shark is about to get dented. How far is that damned island? Sharp Pepper, Iron Fist, refrain from your complaints. Anyone capable of navigating these waters is merely a rusted hulk. My Deep Diver 3 sonar indicates we are approximately 15 nautical miles from the central coordinates. Black Widow, are all your vessels so robust, gentlemen? My sweetheart is on the verge of falling apart. Is there a benevolent soul willing to allow me refuge on their ship to escape the tempest? Iron Fist, away with you, venomous spider. The last individual who sought passage on my vessel has already been fed to the fishes. The channel was sparsely populated, with only 7 or 8 IDs circulating messages. Yet each one evidently represented a formidable ship and a powerful faction. These individuals had all been drawn by the allure of Heart of the Titan. True dragons crossing the river. Lin Yuan silently observed their exchanges, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. Just then, large, icy raindrops began to pelt down from the dim sky. The deluge descended swiftly and ferociously, coalescing into a curtain of rain that further obscured an already murky view. Sharp Pepper, it's raining. Splendid. According to my intel, this storm heralds the phenomenon known as awakening. When the rain ceases, the opportunity to seize will commence. White Knight, seize? How effortlessly you speak. Do you even comprehend the conditions for seizing? A phenomenon I previously encountered required me to offer my own blood as sustenance, akin to a vampire. Black Widow, I know of one that demands something even more grotesque. It requires the slaughter of all crew members, rendering one the sole master to gain its favor. Of course, I'm not so heartless. I would certainly leave their remains intact. Her casually spoken words enveloped the channel in a momentary silence. This woman, indeed, was as ruthless as her moniker suggested. Lin Yuan slightly raised an eyebrow, realizing his prior suspicions were validated. Each phenomenon possessed its own unfathomable conditions for conquest: blood offerings, sacrificial crew members. What, then, would be the demands of Heart of the Titan? Dream Ice, our location, Lin Yuan spoke calmly, surpassing all detectable signal sources. Yu Mengbing's voice came through, laced with a barely perceptible pride. We are expected to reach the target coordinates in approximately 5 minutes. So soon? Su Menguai et Golim. While those others struggled 15 nautical miles away, they were already on the brink of arrival. The speed of Inoa had not diminished upon entering the storm. Rather, it had intensified, becoming even more formidable with full power engaged. This was the disparity, one that could instill despair in all competitors through absolute performance supremacy. Soon, amidst the rain curtain ahead, a vast and indistinct black silhouette emerged. As the Noah drew ever closer, that outline sharpened into clarity. It was an island constructed entirely of an unknown, obsidian-like metal. The island, though modest in size, boasts an extraordinarily peculiar shape, resembling an immense metallic hand emerging from the depths of the sea. At the center of this palm stands a colossal forge, akin to a towering peak quietly looming. Within its heart, a flame of a deep oceanic blue blazes fiercely, vaporizing the heavy curtain of rain into a veil of white mist. They have arrived at the heart of the Titan. Just then, the detection system of the Noah finally pierced through the electromagnetic interference, marking several distinct red dots on the radar display of the personal panel. Surrounding the Ebony Island, 5 vessels had already arrived ahead of them. These ships, resembling primordial beasts from diverse civilizations, formed a semi-encircling formation upon the sea surface, eyeing each other warily and maintaining a delicate balance of power. To the east lay a rugged and savage battleship, its sides bristling with menacing horns and spikes, while a colossal metallic ram, reminiscent of a bull's skull, was welded to its prow. This was the Iron Fist land shark. To the south, a sleek, technologically advanced submarine, with a smooth hull and a modest command tower atop, revealed its underwater superiority. This was the Deep Diver 3 from Shark Pepper. To the west, a flamboyantly pink, elegantly modified cruise ship lay at anchor, its lights aglow, with glimpses of scantily clad women moving about. This was the Black Widow's Sweetheart. To the north, a magnificent trimaran sailboat, its 3 hulls connected by a broad deck, displayed a flag adorned with a swirling emblem. Despite being a sailboat, its hull shimmered with a metallic luster, indicating extensive modifications. This was the steed of the White Knight. Lastly, the farthest vessel was a ghost ship, its dilapidated hull draped in tattered sails and encrusted with a ghastly green algae and barnacles, shrouded in an ominous, frigid mist. None of these 5 ships were to be trifled with. Their masters had evidently noticed the swiftly approaching Noah. The regional channel erupted with chatter. Iron Fist, what the hell is that? Where did this 6th one come from? Shark Pepper, what astonishing speed. My sonar just picked it up. It surged straight in from the storm's periphery. The power system of that vessel is terrifying. Black Widow. Ah, we have a robust new friend arriving. But I wonder, is this friend foe or ally? Under the gaze of all, the Noah showed no signs of slowing down. Its massive, imposing black hull brazenly breached the encirclement of the 5 vessels, positioning itself in the closest proximity to the heart of the Titan. This spot had been tacitly recognized as a forbidden zone by the 5 factions. Lin Yuan stood at the bow of the ship, allowing the cold rain to drench him, his gaze calmly surveying the 5 warships, each displaying a distinct style. Chapter 49. The arrogance of Lin Yuan. The intrusion of Inoa was akin to a searing battle axe, ruthlessly cleaving through the fragile and taut equilibrium among the 5 factions. In the regional channel, a brief moment of astonishment gave way to heightened vigilance. I'll be damned. This ship's hull is thicker than my land shark, exclaimed Iron Fist, incredulity evident in his voice. Where on earth did these people come from? Not only is it thick, but its structural design is exceptionally orderly, unlike a makeshift vessel. Its energy core, the power is terrifying. My sonar system nearly overloaded as it approached, remarked Shark Pepper, tension palpable in her tone. Ha ha ha. The newcomers do not seem benevolent, chuckled Black Widow. However, no matter how formidable the ship, it ultimately depends on who is at the helm. Perhaps inside, there resides merely a timid couch potato. Despite her jest, no one dared to genuinely entertain such thoughts. The audacity to breach the core zone amidst such treacherous weather spoke volumes of their strength. As speculation swirled, a side door on the Noah's hefty alloy hull slid open silently. A gangway descended slowly, securely bridging to the dark metallic island below. The first figure to emerge caused all captains observing through telescopes or detection devices to catch their breath. It was a man sporting neat black hair, clad in the most unremarkable of attire, an ordinary t-shirt and beach shorts, his feet adorned with flip-flops, with his hands tucked into his pockets and an air of nonchalance. He seemed less a contender for an apocalyptic spectacle than a leisurely beachgoer, meandering to witness the sunset. Despite the howling winds and the icy raindrops dampening his hair, he appeared unfazed, curiously surveying the bizarre warships around him. This relaxed demeanor starkly contrasted the surrounding tempestuous and lethal atmosphere, creating an absurd dissonance. Yet, before they could fully grasp this incongruity, three figures followed closely behind the man, descending the gangway in succession. At that moment, all text input within the regional channel came to a halt. Leading the trio was a woman clad in a black, form-fitting pressure suit, her tall and graceful silhouette commanding attention. Her long, silver hair fluttered in the storm, and her icy blue eyes glinted like frost as they swept across the surrounding vessels, assessing them as if they were mere heaps of scrap metal awaiting dismantlement. Her very presence was an announcement of undeniable strength and pride. Following her was another woman, also dressed in a pressure suit, yet her aura contrasted sharply with that of her predecessor. With deep blue hair loosely braided down her back, even encased in functional attire, her almost otherworldly curves remained unmistakable. She leaned casually against Lin Yuan, her amethyst-like eyes sparkling with a hint of lazy amusement as she blew a meaningful, slightly provocative kiss toward Black Widow's pink cruise ship, a pure seduction born of absolute confidence. The last woman to emerge exerted a pressure that even Black Widow could not ignore. Clad in a pressure-resistant suit, she exuded an innate elegance and grandeur that even such a garment could not conceal. She stood there, meticulously adjusting her helmet, her movements precise and deliberate, as if she were not on a storm-tossed island, but rather backstage at an elite fashion gala. The tranquility and refinement she embodied were in themselves a formidable presence. A seemingly ordinary, languid man stood alongside three women, each strikingly beautiful in their own unique style, their powerful aura almost suffocating. Together, these four individuals quietly occupied the bow of the Noah, positioned at the eye of the tempest. On the Black Widow's sweetheart, a provocatively dressed woman could not help but whisper to the red-haired captain beside her, "Captain, those women." The Black Widow, licking her crimson lips, felt the frivolity in her gaze vanish, replaced by a weighty seriousness. She murmured, "Silence." For such exquisite beauties to thrive amidst the apocalypse, willingly following that man. He is 100 times more formidable than we can fathom. The astute could glean ample information from this tableau. The intruder, known as Noah, likely possessed strength surpassing that of everyone present. Now then, the winds and rains are fierce outside. Don't catch a chill. Lin Yuan stretched lazily and addressed the three women beside him. Let us prepare to move. I sense this place will not allow us to enjoy the scenery comfortably. TCH, utterly boring, Knight Henin scoffed, casting a flirtatious glance toward the ghost ship before swaying gracefully back to the cabin. Su Minghuai nodded slightly at Lin Yuan, maintaining her elegance, before following suit. Yu Mingbing, however, lingered a moment longer, gazing longingly at the massive forge. A flicker of desire flashed in her icy blue eyes before she silently turned and returned to the cockpit. On the deck, Lin Yuan found himself alone. He pulled over a folding chair and sat in the rain, resembling a solitary angler. His demeanor left the other captains perplexed. After a prolonged silence in the regional channel, someone finally broke the stillness. "Hey, newcomer." State your name. We discovered this place first. There should be an order to things. Lin Yuan glanced at the messages on his personal panel, uninterested in responding. Friend, we've been waiting here for nearly an hour. This wonder is peculiar. None of us have received its ability description or occupation conditions. According to the World Channel's intel, such circumstances typically suggest it is a high-level wonder, with a very unique occupation method. His tone was relatively polite, more akin to an exchange of information. Handsome, your ship is called Noah, is it not? What a splendid name. How about we collaborate? This place feels ominous. More hands mean more strength. Once we seize the wonder, we can split the spoils. 60 for you. 40 for us. What do you say? Lin Yuan remained unresponsive. His silence weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, rendering the atmosphere increasingly eerie. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. All personal panels, including the regional channel interface, began to flicker violently. The once technologically sophisticated blue interface appeared to be infected by a virus, rapidly enveloped by a foreboding. Lava-like dark red hue, lines of text composed of this molten color, exuding an aura of primal wildness, replaced the original chat content, forcefully searing into everyone's retinas. The heart of the Titan is about to awaken. The breath before awakening will sweep the seas and select the worthy. Trial countdown, 30 minutes. Warning, the breath will indiscriminately obliterate all creations below a certain specification. Vessels lacking sufficient strength, please evacuate the eye of the storm immediately. Upon the conclusion of the countdown, surviving vessels will gain the qualification to enter the palm. Each line of text seemed to radiate a searing heat. The regional channel fell into a profound silence. Moments later, it erupted into a frenzy. Iron Fist, what the hell is this? A trial? And a selection process? Sharp pepper, specifications. What are the specific specifications? Damn it, there's absolutely no data reference. This is a sheer gamble. Black Widow's tone shifted, tinged with excitement and cruelty. How intriguing, truly fascinating. This is the spectacle that a high-level wonder should possess. It seems some small fry hoping to take advantage of the chaos will be eliminated beforehand. Her gaze subtly drifted towards the silent ghost ship. The enigmatic, White Knight, finally spoke, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. White Knight, the heart of the Titan. Just hearing that name reveals its extraordinary nature. This trial suits me perfectly. My Stormhorn was born to conquer such scenarios. Everyone's emotions ignited at the sudden announcement. Tension, thrill, and a fervent desire for the unknown power. They were all warriors who had struggled to survive in the apocalypse, ultimately rising above the rest. None were cowards. This clear, strength-based rule only fueled their fervor. Lin Yuan slowly rose from his chair, gazing up at the imposing, majestic forge that loomed larger amidst the storm. A slight, intrigued smile curved upon his lips. A selection process, is it? Very well. It saves me the trouble of cleaning up the trash myself. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly through some amplification device, cutting through the howling winds and thunder, precisely reaching the ears of every captain present. Arrogance. That was the first thought that sprang to everyone's minds. But it was swiftly followed by a chilling realization, for they found themselves utterly unable to refute it. Chapter 50. The Trials of the Heart of Titan. All personnel, return to combat stations. Lin Yuan's voice resonated through the internal communication system, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Mengbing, prioritize the allocation of 80% of the Noah's energy to the structural field generator and the outer deflection shield. Eliminate all unnecessary energy expenditures. Received. In the cockpit, Yu Mungbing's fingers danced across the virtual display with such swiftness that they seemed to blur. Command after command was executed, and the interior lights of the Noah dimmed significantly. The energy supply to the dining hall, recreation room, and even portions of the corridors was abruptly severed. The colossal energy surged forth like rivers converging into the sea, entirely directed towards the vital systems sustaining the vessel's integrity. The structural field strength surged to 120%, and the deflection shield was fully charged, expected to withstand an instantaneous impact exceeding 30% of its design limit. Yu Mungbing's voice was cold and precise, reminiscent of an emotionless supercomputer. In the weapons maintenance room, Su Minghui had shed the cumbersome pressure suit for a more agile black combat uniform. Her well-manicured fingers skillfully replaced the energy magazine of a menacingly designed electromagnetic rifle. The sizzle of high-voltage currents coursing through the weapon harmonized with her dissatisfied murmurs. "Honestly, this smell of machine oil is nearly overpowering my perfume," she complained, her delicate brows furrowing as she secured a Gauss pistol in the thigh holster with practiced efficiency. Han, can't your mystical divination serve any purpose? Perhaps predict whether the breath will come from the left or the right. Which angle will present the smallest wave? Can it help preserve my hairstyle? "Oh, Sister Hui, you're putting me in a difficult position," Yihan Hua said lazily, reclining against a crate of high-explosive grenades, toying with a tarot card and grinning. "The currents of fate cannot predict the minutiae. I can only glimpse vague images. For instance, I see that Oaf Iron Fist ship will be in for a rough time, and that gaudy pink vessel belonging to Black Widow seems poised to lose its paint. She will surely be heartbroken." She paused, her amethyst-like eyes flickering towards Su Minghui, and with a playful blink, she added, "As for your hairstyle, I could indeed divine that. Tonight, does the master prefer your hair flowing freely or tied in high ponytail? I'm quite confident in this reading's accuracy." "You." Su Minghui's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a huff, she chose not to pursue the topic further, hastening her weapon checks instead. Standing on the bridge, Lin Yuan gazed out through the expansive observation window at the 5 ships, equally poised for action. His expression bore no trace of anxiety. While the 30-minute preparation might be torturous for others, for him, possessing the Noah, it was merely a process of reaffirming his advantages. The countdown ticked away, each second slipping by. When the numbers on the personal panel transitioned from 0:01 to 00:00, it was as if the entire world had been muted. The sounds of wind, rain, and thunder vanished in an instant, enveloping this expanse of sea in an intense and heart-stopping silence. Following this, a deep resonance, too low to be perceived by the ears, yet palpable through the body, emanated from the heart of Titan, forge at the island's center. The azure flames of the forge's core abruptly contracted inward, only to erupt in a blinding flash of white light. This was neither an energy wave nor a shock wave. Rather, it was an erasure at the level of fundamental rules. From the forge as its epicenter, an invisible, distorted force field expanded outward at an astonishing speed. Where the force field swept across, the sea did not rise in towering waves. Instead, it peculiarly plummeted almost 10 meters, as though a substantial portion of the water had been excavated from this space. Subsequently, the displaced water, under the correction of physical laws, surged back from all directions, igniting a more chaotic and violent whirlpool of currents. Warnings blared, anomalous fluctuations in spatial curvature detected. The hull is experiencing non-standard gravitational compression. Warnings. Shield energy consumption rate has surged by 700%. The shrill alarms reverberated through the Noah, the entire vessel groaning under the unbearable strain, while the internal metal structure trembled slightly. Su Minghui was caught off guard, nearly toppling over, only to be swiftly steadied by Yi Hanhang. "Damn, what kind of attack is this?" The furious roar of Iron Fist echoed through the regional channel, filled with rage. Mylan Shark armor plate was warping. It felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing my ship. Not merely gravity, but also repulsion. This force relentlessly pulled and compressed. Shark Pepper's voice trembled, as my deep diver 3 spiraled into complete chaos. It aimed to crush me into the seabed, while simultaneously attempting to tear me in half. At this moment, Black Widow's splendid little sweetheart also revealed its true nature. The pink exterior was instantaneously stripped away, unveiling a menacing armor gleaming with metallic luster, riddled with welding scars. Countless decorative structures shattered and fell away, akin to a beautiful woman suddenly removing her makeup to reveal a fierce warrior. How explosive indeed. Fortunately, beneath this exterior, I conceal genuine substance. However, not everyone possesses the resources to withstand this breath of chaos. The previously confident White Knight now emitted a terrified scream. "No! Hold on. Please. Hold on. His Stormhorn tri-hull sailboat, designed for ultimate speed and agility, despite utilizing reinforced metal for the connecting platform between the three hulls, had become its most fatal weakness under this tear from the realm of spatial anomalies, which disregarded conventional physical defenses. Crack! A sound of metal fracturing that sent shivers through the battlefield echoed. In the astonished gaze of all, a massive crack appeared in the connecting platform between the main hull and the two side hulls of the Stormhorn. The eerie force field, akin to a merciless giant hand, seized the three hulls of the vessel and violently tugged them in different directions. No! Accompanied by the final, desperate cry of the White Knight. The elegantly designed tri-hull ship was brutally torn into three pieces. The remains of the vessel, now devoid of structural integrity, struggled in the tumultuous waters for scarcely 3 seconds before being ruthlessly swallowed by a colossal vortex that suddenly appeared, leaving not even a splinter behind. In the regional channel, the White Knight, ID, instantaneously turned gray. This scene sent a chill surging up the spines of all the surviving captains. This trial was undeniably serious. Lives were at stake. As their minds were thrown into turmoil, the performance of the Noah once again redefined their perceptions. Faced with a terrifying force field capable of rending warships apart, the Noah merely bobbed gently and steadily on the surface of the sea. Although the hull vibrated, it maintained its integrity. An imperceptible deflection shield around the vessel stirred ripples, dissipating the majority of the destructive force externally. The structural force field remained stable, with energy reserves at 61%. Yu Mungbing's calm voice acted as a sedative for the crowd, resonating like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the other captains. For them, such a level of assault constituted a life-and-death trial, while for the Noah, it appeared to merely consume some energy. The disparity was staggering. At last, the all-encompassing fluctuations of the force field gradually subsided. The waters within the eye of the storm became remarkably tranquil, and the passage to the central island was now unobstructed. Lin Yuan gazed at the personal radar, observing the completely vanished red that alongside several others that, while still present, shone with significantly dimmed light. His expression remained unchanged. He picked up the internal communicator and uttered a single sentence. Mingbing, move closer. Chapter 51. The Determination of the Victor. The surface of the sea, following the breath of the tempest, exhibited an eerie tranquility. The storm continued to rage violently in the periphery of its eye, forming a natural barrier that completely isolated this testing ground from the outside world. Yet, in this core area, the waves had become docile, reminiscent of a tame beast, eager to please its new master. Within the regional channel, an oppressive silence reigned. The gray ID of the White Knight loomed like a cold gravestone, a stark reminder to all that this was no mere game. The heavy panting of Iron Fist broke the stillness after a prolonged moment, tinged with a hint of dread. Damn, that guy, just like that, he's gone? Shark Pepper interjected. His hull structure had fatal flaws. Under such targeted spatial strikes, his vulnerabilities were magnified instantaneously. The heart of the Titan. It tests not only the thickness of the armor, but also the overall design and structural integrity of the vessel. Black Widow remained silent, yet the battered armor of her ship, the Sweetheart, bore testimony that the previous ordeal had not been easy for her either. Meanwhile, the silent ghost ship, shrouded in a ghastly green mist, appeared somewhat less dense than before, indicating it too had not emerged unscathed. At that moment, a new system announcement, still in molten lava-colored font, materialized on the panels of all survivors. Those worthy may come forth to pay homage. The forge awaits its master. The message was succinct yet imbued with an irresistible authority. The path to victory had been laid bare. With a thunderous roar, the Noah was the first to act. Its immense hull glided smoothly across the water, unwavering and powerful, making its way toward the island's metallic palm, a naturally formed harbor. The entire process was fluid and sleek, exuding a robust confidence born of industrial aesthetics. Observing this, the other vessels promptly followed suit. The Iron Fist, S-Land Shark emitted a rough growl from its engine, charging forward like a rampaging bull. Shark Pepper, S submersible number 3 glided silently, embodying the cold precision of technology. Despite the disheveled appearance of Black Widow's sweetheart, its sailing posture retained an alluring grace. Lastly, the eerie ghost ship made its approach. It emitted no engine sounds, nor did it bear sails, yet it floated mysteriously, like a specter, unfurling leisurely at the rear of the formation. 5 doomsday warships, each distinct in style, docked sequentially at the dark metallic harbor. As the gangplanks were lowered, the most elite survivors of this post-apocalyptic sea finally stood face to face for the first time. Iron Fist was the first to leap onto the dock, his massive frame crashing down with a resounding thud. Standing over 2 meters tall, he was a behemoth with a gleaming bald head, a grotesque scar etching across his face, and both arms were placed with gleaming metallic prosthetics. He flashed a grin, revealing a mouthful of alloy teeth, his voice booming like a bell. At last, a moment to breathe. I am Iron Fist. Anyone who dares to challenge me, step forward. In contrast, Shark Pepper maintained a more refined demeanor. He was a slender man adorned with tactical goggles, clad in a form-fitting, high-tech combat suit of silvery gray. In his hand, he held a data pad, his fingers gliding across its surface with precision, his gaze sharp and composed. Shark Pepper, he declared, I harbor no interest in brawls. I place my faith solely in data. A melodic laughter, akin to the chime of silver bells, resonated as the Black Widow descended the gangway, her sinuous figure undulating like a serpent. Her long, fiery red curls cascaded down, perfectly complementing her tight-fitting black leather attire, accentuating every curve of her form. Following her were 2 equally statuesque women, their expressions devoid of emotion, their eyes alert and predatory as a beast's. You may call me Black Widow, she addressed the 2 gentlemen. Do temper your tempers. We might yet find ourselves in a position to assist one another. Lastly, from the phantom vessel emerged a figure, entirely cloaked in a tattered black cape. A sickly green mist swirled around its feet, obscuring its visage and physique, rendering it indiscernible in gender. It stood silently, an onlooker from the abyss, uttering not a word. As the factions surveyed one another, the atmosphere thick with tension, Lin Yuan leisurely descended the gangway of the Noah. He remained clad in his casual t-shirt and flip-flops, his presence instantly capturing the attention of all. Following closely were Yu Mengbing, Yihan Heng, and Su Minghuai, who joined him in a line. As the trio positioned themselves behind Lin Yuan, the ambience around them froze, the air charged with an electric stillness. Iron Fist's wide, bell-like eyes bulged in astonishment, his mechanical limbs momentarily forgotten. The data pad in Shark Pepper's grasp paused its movements, the tactical goggles revealing a fluctuation of data that had never been encountered before. Even the Black Widow, who typically exuded confidence in her allure, momentarily froze her smile. Her 2 female bodyguards instinctively took half a step back, a primal retreat in the presence of a superior being, a figure as frigid as an eternal glacier, an enchanting seductress reminiscent of a fairy, and a regal lady adorned in noble elegance. Each of these women, individually, could incite a riot. Yet now, they stood like the most loyal knights, quietly supporting the seemingly unremarkable man. The visual impact they presented was far more formidable than any grotesque armor or potent weaponry. Intriguing, the Black Widow mused, licking her lips, her gaze flitting between Lin Yuan and the 3 women, her interest shifting from mere flirtation to a blend of profound curiosity and apprehension. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the scrutinizing eyes upon him. Instead, he raised his gaze toward the heart of the island, the immense forge. The closer he approached, the more he could feel the searing heat and the overwhelming power contained within the flames, as if capable of forging all things. Let us proceed to examine our spoils, he remarked nonchalantly before taking the lead toward the forge. The others exchanged glances and promptly followed suit, none wishing to lag behind at such a pivotal moment. A group of individuals, each harboring distinct thoughts, traversed the vast metallic plain, ultimately arriving beneath the forge, towering like a mountain. The immense furnace bore ancient and enigmatic runes, while a flickering azure flame at its core appeared almost sentient, dancing joyfully as they approached. Iron Fist, the most impatient among them, was the first to step onto the circular platform at the base of the forge. The moment his foot touched the ground, a resonating hum echoed. All present, including those stationed aboard the ship, witnessed their personal panels illuminate simultaneously with a molten glow. The final conditions for the conquest of the Titan's heart were proclaimed in an irrefutable manner. The Titan's heart recognizes but one quality: strength. It seeks not worshippers but dominators. Not servants but artisans. The ultimate trial, the forge duel. The rules: the last standing team on this island shall claim ownership of the Titan's heart. A reminder: alliances are permitted, treachery encouraged. The trial begins. At the instant the announcement concluded, a translucent energy shield, shimmering with azure light, surged upwards from the island's edge, forming a colossal dome that enveloped the entire island along with the 5 ships in the harbor, sealing them off completely. The retreat was cut off. This place had transformed into an enclosed arena, where only one victor could emerge. The air grew thick and perilous in an instant. What had been restrained, gazes now brimmed with unmasked intent to kill. Iron Fist suddenly turned, his mechanical eyes fixed fiercely upon Lin Yuan's team, the most unpredictable of all. Shark Pepper silently retreated a couple of steps, creating a safe distance from everyone. The cloaked figure of the ghost ship began to swirl with mist beneath the hood. He. The Black Widow laughed once more, but this time her laughter was laced with a dangerous allure. She sauntered towards Lin Yuan, her gaze enchanting. It seems handsome, we must get serious. How about we join forces first? Let us eliminate that iron clump and the one who feigns mystery. Then we can leisurely discuss the ownership of this treasure. What do you think? Iron Fist scoffed at her words, steam hissing from the joints of his mechanical arms. Poisonous spider with sweet words. If you wish to strike, just say so. Yet, Lin Yuan did not acknowledge either party. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the colossal forge, imbued with a hint of admiration, as if contemplating a work of art soon to belong to him. It seems I must first tidy up. Before his words had fully settled, a magnificent and lethal spear, crafted from pure ice crystals, materialized in Yu Mengbing's hands. Beneath Su Menghuai's flowing sleeves, 2 Gauss pistols crackled with arcs of electricity, aimed squarely at the nearest Black Widow. A chaotic melee to determine the future of this maritime realm, and the rightful owner of the Titan's heart was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 52. The battle. The proposal from the Black Widow was like a droplet of oil cascading into icy water, instantly igniting a more intense chemical reaction within the arena. Her words were laced with temptation, each syllable striking precisely at the fragile points of human nature. First, to unite against lesser foes and eliminate the greatest threat. This stratagem, understood by all in times of apocalypse, resonated deeply. The mechanical eye of Iron Fist glimmered with a crimson light, its internal calculating units rapidly analyzing the current situation. Lin Yuan's team, led by a man whose depths remained inscrutable, accompanied by 3 women of unparalleled poise and strength, undoubtedly represented the most significant variable. Eliminating them first would allow the remaining factions to negotiate based on merit. This was indeed the optimal solution. I suppose this venomous spider has spoken a truth. Iron Fist grumbled, his robust mechanical arms slowly rising, aimed at Lin Yuan. Steam hissed from the joints, signaling his position. Kid, blame it on your ostentatiousness. This place is not meant for you. Shark Pepper remained silent, yet his furtive retreat and the rapid scroll of unknown codes on his data pad spoke volumes. He resembled a serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike fatally. Meanwhile, the ghostly captain shrouded in black robes stood amidst a sickly green mist that pulsed rhythmically, as if establishing a connection with some unknown entity. An eerie, distorted aura, unsettling to the mind, began to permeate the air. Under the Black Widow's instigation, the 3 factions reached a tacit temporary alliance, their singular goal clear: the Ark of Noah. Observing her scheme bear fruit, the smile on the Black Widow's face grew increasingly beguiling. She approached Lin Yuan with feline grace, her captivating waist swaying, seemingly intent on reassuring this soon-to-be besieged ally with her sincerity. Handsome, look, they're all in agreement. If we join forces and first deal with that hunk of iron, and the one who plays tricks, the heart of the Titan shall be ours to claim. Her voice was sultry, imbued with an enchanting power that compelled trust. Behind her, two female bodyguards subtly spread out, forming a triangular formation that shadowed Lin Yuan's flanks. The air thickened with a palpable intent to kill. Su Minghuai's brow furrowed slightly, her Gauss pistol concealed beneath her flowing sleeves brimming with energy. The muzzle wavering between the Black Widow and Iron Fist. She despised this feeling of being manipulated and abhorred the way the Black Widow regarded Lin Yuan, as if he were mere prey. Master, Knight Han Hong's voice retained a hint of languor, yet her amethyst-like eyes flickered with a cold glimmer. The red-haired woman's heart raced, her pupils constricted, adrenaline coursing through her veins. She is lying, and she intends to strike. Lin Yuan appeared oblivious to Knight Han Hong's warning. Disregarding the watchful foes from the three factions, he merely extended a finger to lightly scratch his nose, then smiled, a pure, genuine expression of amusement at the unfolding situation. En alliance? Betrayal? He seemed to have heard an amusing anecdote. Such games were but the pastime of children. In the realm of adults, the resolution of issues is typically more straightforward. The moment his words fell, movement ensued. No, to be precise, it was Yu Mingbing beside him who stirred. Without any forewarning or superfluous gestures, a flash of icy blue appeared as her figure instantaneously materialized at the forefront of the ranks. The long spear, forged entirely of pure ice crystals, had coalesced into form unbeknownst to them. With a subtle flick of her wrist, a visible torrent of frigid air, interspersed with countless tiny ice shards, unfurled before her like an insurmountable wall of sighs. The Ice Age. Crack, crack. The extreme cold swiftly siphoned all warmth from the air, and the ancient runes upon the ground were enveloped in a thick layer of frost within moments. This wall of ice surged upwards, not only obscuring Iron Fist's line of sight, but also perfectly curving to isolate the trajectories of both Shark Pepper and the ghostly captain's attacks. This sudden maneuver left everyone momentarily stunned. They had envisioned countless scenarios for the onset of battle, yet none anticipated such an almost unreasonable partitioning of the battlefield by their adversary. Attempting to flee, Iron Fist roared, believing this to be a signal of retreat. The armor at the tips of his mechanical arms sprang open, revealing the gaping mouths of multi-barrel rotating machine guns beneath. Taste this. Metal storm. Ah-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The deafening roar of gunfire shattered the arena silence. Countless armor-piercing rounds, trailing crimson flames, crashed violently against the crystalline ice wall. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded. Those bullets, capable of rending alloy armor, dramatically slowed upon contact with the ice, as if the air surrounding them had solidified, ensnaring them mid-air. The dense cluster of projectiles hung suspended before the ice wall, forming a bizarre forest of bullets constructed from death. What? Iron Fist's mechanical eye nearly sparked with disbelief. His assault had been so effortlessly neutralized. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At that very moment of Iron Fist's astonishment, a lithe figure emerged, gliding with an elegant and lethal grace from the side of the ice wall. It was Su Minghuai, her resplendent wide-sleeved gown, far from being a hindrance on the tumultuous battlefield, traced exquisite arcs with each of her movements. As her skirt billowed, two Gauss pistols, flickering with ghostly blue arcs of electricity, completed their lock-on. Rude men were the most detestable. She murmured softly, pulling the trigger. There was no deafening gunfire. Only two faint sounds, akin to the slicing of air. Two alloy armor-piercing projectiles, propelled to their utmost velocity by an electromagnetic railgun, hurtled toward Iron Fist with a terrifying speed several times that of sound, striking first with precision at the mechanical arms still belching flames. Iron Fist, endowed with vast combat experience, sensed the impending danger the moment Su Minghuai appeared. With a furious roar, he attempted to cross his mechanical arms to shield his body. However, at that very instant, an eerie sensation enveloped him. He felt as though his movements had slowed by a fraction. No, it was not merely a slowdown. An invisible force seemed to induce an almost imperceptible deviation in his actions. It was as if he had aimed straight ahead, yet his arm inexplicably shifted a centimeter to the side. In the throes of high-speed combat, that centimeter proved fatal. With a muffled thud, the two Gauss bullets grazed the edges of his mechanical arms, striking precisely into the weakest joint seam where his shoulder met the prosthetic limb. A surge of high-voltage energy erupted, obliterating the intricate internal mechanisms. A pained roar escaped Iron Fist as he beheld his once mighty arms, now rendered powerless, hanging limply as the flames at their barrels extinguished. "My hands!" He gazed in disbelief at his wrecked limbs, his eyes filled with astonishment and fury. In the distance, Yi Hanhua's fingertip glimmered with a faint, invisible starlight that dimmed slightly. She cast a flirtatious glance at Su Menghuai, mouthing, "No need to mention it, Sister Huai." Su Menghuai acknowledged her with a knowing look, yet her movements remained uninterrupted as she pivoted her weapon toward the lurking shark pepper. This was the modus operandi of the Noah team. Yu Mengbing was responsible for crowd control and defense. Su Menghuai executed precise kills, while Yi Hanhua employed her enigmatic fate manipulation to create the most opportune moments for her comrades. The trio operated in seamless harmony. However, just as Iron Fist was rendered armless and the tide of battle appeared to shift irrevocably, the Black Widow, overlooked by all, made her move. Her target was not the injured Iron Fist, nor the suppressing Su Menghuai, nor even the defensive Yu Mengbing. From the outset, her singular focus had been one individual, Lin Yuan. Her seemingly sluggish approach had been meticulously calculated with every step. Now, she stood less than 5 meters from Lin Yuan, an assassin's ideal striking distance. "Heh, darling, your little treasures are quite capable, but it seems you've forgotten about yourself." The Black Widow's smile morphed into a grotesque, cruel grin as her scarlet-tipped nails elongated, transforming into 5 glistening, venomous claws shimmering with an eerie green luminescence, aimed directly at Lin Yuan's heart. Simultaneously, her 2 female bodyguards launched their assault. They drew 2 uniquely shaped curved blades from their waists, their blades shimmering with an eerie purple glow, effectively sealing off all escape routes for Lin Yuan. Their speed was nothing short of extraordinary, their movements seamlessly coordinated, clearly the result of countless rehearsals. This was a meticulously planned assassination attempt aimed at the leader. They believed Lin Yuan to be the core and brain of this team. If he were to be eliminated, the remaining 3 women would merely be headless sheep awaiting slaughter. Yet, in the face of this sudden and lethal ambush, Lin Yuan displayed not a trace of panic. He remained rooted to the spot, his hands still tucked in his pockets, his posture unchanged. With a gentle sigh, a hint of resignation flickering in his gaze, it seemed he lamented, "Why must you force my hand? Alas, I warned you to keep warm, yet you would not listen." Just as the Black Widow's venomous claws were about to graze his t-shirt, Lin Yuan's body shifted backward in a manner defying the laws of physics, gliding precisely half a meter away. This exact distance rendered the Black Widow's assured strike futile. Her pupils constricted in shock. She could not fathom how someone could achieve such an uncanny displacement without any apparent exertion. However, what astonished her even more lay yet ahead. As Lin Yuan evaded her attack, his right hand finally emerged from his pocket. In his grasp, there was neither gun nor knife, but rather an unremarkable folding beach chair, seemingly conjured from thin air. Indeed, it was the very chair he had occupied moments before on the deck, admiring the scenery. He swung the chair with a motion that appeared languid, almost as if he intended to unfold it and rest. Yet the 2 female bodyguards, as if colliding willingly, found their curved blades striking directly against the seemingly fragile canvas seat. And then, nothing happened. There was no sharp clang of metal meeting metal, no sparks from an energetic collision. The 2 blades, seemingly imbued with deadly poison and razor-sharp, upon contact with the chair's surface, sank as if ensnared in a quagmire. Their force instantly absorbed and nullified. The expressions on the faces of the 2 bodyguards shifted from ferocity to bewilderment, ultimately morphing into terror. They felt as though their weapons had been ensnared by an irresistible force, rendering them unable to withdraw. The concept of mutual force, such a simple principle, had they not learned it in school? Lin Yuan's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed in their ears. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the folding chair with exquisite precision. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds reverberated as the two bodyguards were propelled by an overwhelming force, their bodies losing balance and crashing violently into one another, emitting a pained groan before succumbing to unconsciousness. From the Black Widow's sudden assault to the swift resolution of her two bodyguards by a mere beach chair, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. So rapid was it that Iron Fist and Pepper, still reeling from the shock, had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding events. In the arena, only the Black Widow remained, frozen in a forward-leaning stance. The charming smile that once adorned her face had vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming, inescapable fear. She gazed at the man casually wielding a folding chair with one hand, a chilling sensation coursing from her tailbone to the crown of her head. This man, he was not the vulnerable core in need of protection. Rather, he was the most terrifying monster within this group. Chapter 53. Conclusion: Fear is a contagion, an emotion that spreads like wildfire. As the Black Widow fell into a stupor, ensnared by Lin Yuan's enigmatic prowess, this very fear transmitted through her rigid form and pallid visage to her distant allies. Cold sweat beaded on the forehead of Pepper Shark, while the ghostly captain cloaked in black found the ghastly green mist that surrounded him in disarray. The chilling force, which had incessantly sought to erode the spirits of all, evaporated and dispersed upon encountering Lin Yuan's presence, as though it had met a searing iron. A dry, rasping laughter escaped the Black Widow's throat, an attempt to mask her terror with a smile, yet the grotesque contortion of her face betrayed her inner collapse. Handsome, it's all a misunderstanding. I merely wish to jest with you. Lin Yuan advanced toward her, carrying a seemingly innocuous folding chair. Each step he took, the sound of his flip-flops echoed against the frigid metallic floor, each clap resonating like a thud upon the Black Widow's heart. He paused, tilting his head slightly, a gentle, even amiable smile gracing his features. I do not appreciate such humor. I must confess, I possess a touch of obsessive cleanliness. What I detest most is the act of clearing away refuse. As his words lingered in the air, a cold, emotionless voice emerged from behind the Black Widow. Noise! The Black Widow froze, spinning around abruptly to encounter a pair of ice-blue eyes, reminiscent of a deity surveying mortals. It was Yu Mengbing. Unbeknownst to her, the formidable ice wall had been dismantled, and she had silently approached the Black Widow from behind, wielding a crystalline spear, its tip glistening with a fierce chill, harboring enough energy to freeze a soul. Instincts of survival ignited within the Black Widow, propelling her to unleash her full potential as she lunged sideways to evade the lethal strike. However, in that fleeting moment of movement, she felt her footing betray her. Lowering her gaze, she discovered that her stiletto heel had been ensnared by a nearly invisible layer of frost, binding her to the ground. It was this infinitesimal delay that sealed her fate. With a sickening puncture, the ice spear pierced her body, void of any spattering blood. An overwhelming cold erupted from the wound, freezing the expression of terror on the Black Widow's face, her very essence suspended in that instant. She transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture, her eyes reflecting the last flicker of yearning and resistance for life. With a flick of her wrist, Yu Mengbing shattered the icy form, scattering countless crystalline shards to the winds, leaving no trace behind. The ID of Black Widow faded quietly to gray in the regional channel. This scene obliterated the last vestiges of hope among the remaining factions. Madmen, you are all mad. Pepper Shark screamed, abandoning any pretense of composure. He forcefully slammed the data pad onto the ground, which instantly unfolded into a small drone launch platform. The air buzzed with the sound of dozens of fist-sized drones, shimmering with electric light, swarming towards Lin Yuan and his companions like a horde of enraged wasps. Electromagnetic pulse net. Disable them. Shark Pepper bellowed, turning to flee towards his ship. He understood well that in a direct confrontation, he stood no chance. His only hope lay in escaping back to his submersible No. 3 and leveraging its stealth capabilities for a slender chance of survival. Trying to run? Yihan Heng yawned lazily, seemingly unfazed by the menacing swarm of drones before her, which appeared to her as mere bothersome flies. She extended her slender index finger and gently pointed at the massive drones. I hope their power systems encounter a minor malfunction. Her words carried a peculiar rhythm, as if she were not making a wish but proclaiming a predetermined fact. In the next moment, something astonishing occurred. The leading drones, brimming with menace, suddenly experienced a brilliant flash of electric light, and then, like kites severed from their strings, they plummeted from the sky, trailing dark smoke. This was soon followed by a second wave, then a third. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. Within mere seconds, those dozens of high-tech drones went haywire, self-destructing and crashing, none able to approach Lin Yuan and his group within 10 meters. Shark Pepper had reached the edge of the gangway, and upon turning back to witness this spectacle, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. What kind of ability is this? Is it a case of words manifesting reality? Just as he was lost in astonishment, a flash of light caught up with him. It was Su Minghuai. She didn't even need to use a gun. Instead, she executed a graceful and fierce arc through the air with her long legs clad in stockings and high heels. A swift, precise kick struck Shark Pepper on the back of his neck with a resounding crack. He flew through the air like a ragged sack, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling still. The idea of Shark Pepper faded to gray. At this point, only two enemies remained on the battlefield. One was Iron Fist, who had lost both arms and wore a face of despair. The other was the silent ghost captain, who had not uttered a single word throughout. Iron Fist observed the slaughter unfolding before him, and for the first time in years, dulled by alcohol and combat, he felt the chilling grip of death. He was no fool. He knew his fate was sealed, yet he did not beg for mercy. As one of the former overlords of these waters, he held on to his pride. Gasping for breath, Iron Fist leaned against the cold forge, retreating step by step until his back pressed against the icy metal. He lifted his head, fixing his good eye determinately on Lin Yuan. I, Iron Fist, have ruled these waters for 3 years, never imagining I would fall to your hands. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with a fierce determination born of desperation. Come on, grant me a swift end. After 18 years. No, this damned world has no future of 18 years. Strike. Lin Yuan regarded him, his gaze devoid of mockery or pity, only calmness. As you wish. He refrained from ordering the 3 women to intervene, a final gesture of respect for a fallen warrior. He raised his hand, and within it, unbeknownst to him, had materialized an archaic yet aesthetically violent revolver. Its dark silver body was etched with peculiar patterns, as if it were a relic from another era. Bang! A dull gunshot reverberated through the desolate arena. The Iron Fist's robust form jolted, a small crimson hole appearing on his forehead. The ferocity and defiance in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a sense of liberation. His body gradually slumped against the forge, and the idea of Iron Fist turned to ash. Now, only one outsider remained on the island, the ghostly captain, Lin Yuan, Yi U Menbing, Su Minghuai, and Yihan Hai formed a semicircle around him. It is your turn. Lin Yuan exhaled the smoke from the revolver's muzzle and spoke coolly. Will you act? Or shall we assist you? The figure cloaked in black finally stirred. Slowly it lifted its head. Beneath the shadows of the cloak was no face, no features, only a swirling, distorted mass of ghastly green mist, reminiscent of a nebula. A voice, not of this world, but woven from the anguished cries of countless souls, resonated directly within the minds of Lin Yuan and his companions. Mortal beings, you are formidable, but you ought not covet the creations of the divine. As the voice echoed, the mist at its feet suddenly expanded outward, morphing into numerous vengeful spirits, their claws outstretched, surging towards the 4 with an icy chill. This was an assault directly targeting their minds and souls. Su Minghuai and Yi Hanhai's faces paled slightly, feeling as though their brains were pierced by countless steel needles, their consciousness momentarily wavering. Yu Mengbing let out a muffled groan. Her ice-blue eyes glimmered with a cold light, her formidable willpower barely allowing her to withstand the mental onslaught, yet her complexion turned somewhat ashen. However, when these attacks reached Lin Yuan, they vanished without a trace. As if swallowed by the sea, Lin Yuan's expression grew serious. Although he was but a player like the others, The ghostly captain's theatrics disgusted him, making him feel as if he were somehow elevated above the rest. Creations of a divine? Lin Yuan chuckled, weighing the revolver in his hand. What a coincidence! I aim to slay gods. He raised his weapon, aiming at the swirling mist. No, it cannot be. Why is your soul so resilient? The mental presence finally betrayed a hint of fear. Because I am well-fed and well-rested. Lin Yuan pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet penetrated the mist, devoid of explosion or sound. The pallid green mist, akin to a punctured balloon, suddenly retracted inward with a violent shudder, followed by a resonant, anguished wail that echoed through the heavens and the earth. The black cloak fell limply, and the mist within dissipated into the air like ethereal smoke. The ID of the ghost captain finally faded to a dull gray. Thus, the arena was rendered immaculate, devoid of any remnants. The world fell into a profound silence. Lin Yuan holstered his revolver, stretched his limbs, and exercised his muscles. All was in order. The cleanup was complete. He glanced at the three uniquely enchanting girls beside him and smiled. Let us proceed to claim our rewards. By the way, Ming Bing, from whence did you acquire that firearm? It was a reward for securing second place in a marvelous paradise. Then your reward is undoubtedly far more advantageous than mine. At that moment, the colossal heart of Titan Forge erupted with an azure flame that soared skyward, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. A voice, commanding and resonant, seemingly echoing from the annals of time, reverberated in everyone's minds. Final trial concluded. The ruler has been born. The heart of Titan acknowledges your power. Artificer, welcome to your forge. Chapter 54. The Titan affix as the majestic proclamation reverberated and gradually subsided within his mind. The atmosphere of the metallic island underwent a subtle transformation. The prior sense of ancient grandeur, which had repelled all who approached, dissipated, replaced by a gentle resonance imbued with a hint of familiarity. The azure flames of the furnace danced with increasing exuberance, akin to a child who has discovered a cherished toy, eagerly displaying its joy to its new owner. Lin Yuan, accompanied by the three women, ascended the circular platform at the base of the forge with measured steps. As he set foot upon the core of the platform, a fantastical spectacle unfolded. Countless lava-hued data streams surged forth from the ruins of the platform, akin to serpents imbued with life, coiling around Lin Yuan's form before ultimately merging with his personal interface. Subsequently, a torrent of detailed information flooded into his consciousness. Wonder, heart of the Titan, inactive. Level, growth type, current level 1. Status, acknowledged master, binder. Lin Yuan, core function 1. Embrace of the Titan, passive. Description, the heart of the Titan will automatically absorb the remnants of surrounding metallic constructs, transforming them into pure Titan alloy energy for storage. The stored energy can be utilized to generate the Titan armor that envelopes the surface of the Noah. This armor operates independently of the ship's structural integrity, serving as an additional layer of shielding capable of withstanding physical, energy, and certain dimensional attacks. The thickness and strength of the armor depend on the maximum storage of Titan alloy energy. Current energy reserve, 10,000. Core function 2, Forge of the Furnace, active. Description, the heart of the Titan is the world's premier forging furnace. You may input specified grades of materials and weapons, consuming Titan alloy energy to conduct grade-up forging. Upon successful forging, the weapon will ascend one level and has a chance to acquire a random Titan affix, special effect. Warning, forging is not guaranteed to succeed. The lower the grade of the input materials, the higher the failure rate for forging advanced weapons. Failure will result in material destruction. Cost, each forging, regardless of success, will consume a substantial amount of Titan alloy energy and place the heart of the Titan in a temporary hungry state, necessitating the replenishment of energy before the next forging can take place. Core function 3, Fusion of Wonders, activated. Description, upon activation, the heart of the Titan will undergo a deep fusion with your vessel. The entire island will transform into a protective barrier, merging with the Noah. A process that will not increase the ship's mass or navigational burden. Shall the heart of the Titan be activated immediately, initiating the fusion of wonders? Lin Yuan swiftly assimilated this information, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The heart of the Titan was, without a doubt, the ultimate enhancement meticulously crafted for apocalyptic naval warfare. The embrace of the Titan adeptly addressed the Noah's lack of armor despite its robust structural integrity, effectively adding an entire health bar that could be replenished through the reclamation of debris, epitomizing perfect resource reutilization. The forging capabilities of the furnace are boundless, signifying that the weaponry in his possession possesses infinite potential for growth. An ordinary weapon, with sufficient materials and a stroke of fortune, may ultimately be forged into a legendary artifact. My master, what do you think? Knight Han Han inquired curiously, her amethyst-like eyes sparkling with intrigue. What is so entertaining about this great furnace? Entertaining? Lin Yuan chuckled, gesturing towards the remnants of weapons left by the vanquished foes and the two discarded mechanical arms of Iron Fist. It could transform this debris into our new attire. As he spoke, he silently chanted, "Activate the heart of Taihan, initiate the wonder fusion." At your command, my craftsman, the ancient voice resonated once more. In the next moment, the entire island trembled violently. A resounding roar erupted, more formidable than the previous exhalations, as if a colossal beast, having slumbered for millennia, was awakening from its dreams. What is happening? Su Minghuai stumbled, instinctively grasping Lin Yuan's arm. A rare expression of astonishment flickered across her usually composed and exquisite visage. Fear not. It is merely dressing up, Lin Yuan reassured her, gently patting her hand. At the core of the forge, the metallic island, resembling a colossal hand, began to fracture and decompose, the dark metal surface crumbling inch by inch. However, instead of sinking to the seabed, it transformed into countless shimmering metal modules, pulsating with ethereal blue runes. As if imbued with life, soaring skyward, the waters of the harbor began to churn violently, and the immense hull of the Noah was gradually lifted into the air by an unseen force. Countless metal modules converged above, forming spectacular torrents that enveloped Noah, initiating a dazzling reconstruction and assembly. The scene resembled the resurgence of myth. The metallic torrents did not merely adhere to the ship's hull. Rather, at a distance of approximately half a meter from the vessel, they constructed an entirely new layer of external armor, characterized by aerodynamic lines and a brutal aesthetic. This armor seamlessly integrated with the original design of the Noah, optimizing its form with smoother contours and sharper angles, exuding the essence of futuristic technology. The surface of the armor glimmered with ancient Titan runes, pulsating with an ethereal blue luminescence, as if it were breathing. The entire process spanned nearly 10 minutes. When the final metal module clicked into place, the Noah had undergone a remarkable transformation. It hovered serenely in the air, enveloped by a layer of ethereal blue armor, shimmering with runic brilliance, resembling an interstellar warship from a higher civilization, radiating an indescribable aura of majesty and dominance. Fusion complete. Embrace of the Titan has been activated. Metal debris detected in proximity. Shall we proceed with absorption? Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the remains of Iron Fist and its two mechanical arms on the platform. Absorb, he commanded. Upon the newly reborn Titan armor of the Noah, a rune illuminated. An invisible force emanated from the vessel, enveloping the metallic remnants on the platform. The two mechanical arms, forged from high-strength alloys, along with other metallic implants adorning the Iron Fist, seemingly weathered by eons in an instant, swiftly dissolved and disintegrated into pure metallic particles drawn into the Titan armor. The numbers on the personal panel indicating Titan alloy energy reserves began to fluctuate. 127, 158. Ultimately, the numbers settled at 435, 10,000. Was it truly the case that an elite captain's entire arsenal could yield only 435 points of energy? Lin Yuan stroked his chin, gaining a preliminary understanding of this energy threshold. It appeared that to satiate the Titan armor, countless warships would need to be consumed. Huaizhuan, Hanhua, let me see your weapons, Lin Yuan suddenly declared. Though Su Minghuai and Yi Hanhua felt a hint of confusion, they complied and handed over their weapons. Su Minghui presented her 2 Gauss pistols, while Yi Hanhua revealed a uniquely shaped dagger, adorned with an unknown crystal, her chosen means of self-defense. Lin Yuan took the weapons from the 2 women and approached the forging furnace. Attempting to forge. Please select the weapon to be forged. Lin Yuan placed one of Su Minghui's Gauss pistols onto the forge. Detected weapon, excellent grade Gauss pistol. Upgrading requires consumption of Titan alloy energy, 200 points. Success rate, 85. Proceed with forging? Quite intelligent. Lin Yuan nodded and confirmed his choice. Consuming 200 points of energy. A wisp of the azure flame from the core of the furnace coiled around the Gauss pistol like a sinuous serpent. The pistol was lifted by the flame, gently sinking into the furnace's heart. In an instant, the hue of the flames shifted from azure to a searing platinum. The temperature across the platform surged dramatically. Su Minghui watched the furnace's core anxiously. The pistol was one of her most reliable weapons, and its failure would grieve her for a long time. Meanwhile, Yi Hanhua observed with keen interest, her curiosity piqued by this transformative process. Approximately half a minute later, the flames of the furnace returned to their azure state, and the Gauss pistol slowly ascended from the flames, returning to Lin Yuan's hand. Its form had undergone a marked transformation. The once silver-gray body had morphed into a profound dark gold, now embellished with ancient runes akin to those on the Titan armor. The overall quality of the weapon had been elevated significantly. Forging successful. Acquired item, superior grade Gauss pistol, Titan affix, armor piercing. Armor piercing, bullets have a certain probability of ignoring a portion of the target's armor defenses upon impact. Wow! Su Minghui exclaimed in astonishment, snatching the pistol from Lin Yuan's grasp, her fingers caressing it with affection. She could distinctly perceive that the firearm, in terms of weight balance, and the flow of internal energy had ascended to an entirely superior level compared to before. Indeed, it was a remarkable piece of equipment. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he noticed that on his personal panel, the titanium alloy energy reserve had transformed to 10,000. The forging consumed 200 points of energy, and coupled with the energy previously absorbed, he had incurred a slight loss. As anticipated, immense power was invariably accompanied by substantial expenditure. Let us depart. It's time to return home, Lin Yuan declared with a cheerful demeanor, gesturing grandly. The Noah, having completed its fusion, gradually descended from the sky and came to a gentle rest upon the CS surface. The rampant storm surrounding the eye of the storm now appeared less as a threat and more as a natural fortress safeguarding the realm of the sovereign. In this fierce contest for the heart of the Titan, the Noah had emerged triumphant. Chapter 55. Humanoid natives as the colossal vessel known as the Noah, adorned in flowing blue runes and clad in Titan armor, gracefully descended upon the ocean's surface. Even the most tempestuous waves seemed to exhibit a modicum of reverence, gently caressing its pristine hull. The arena, or rather what was once an arena, had now seamlessly merged into the very fabric of the Noah. A massive forge, akin to a heart, stood resolutely at the center of the ship's body, its flames flickering steadily, providing an endless supply of enigmatic energy to the entire warship. Wow! Su Minghui caressed the transformed dark golden Gauss pistol in her hand, the chill of the metallic surface and the potent Titan runes evoking an irresistible allure. As she attempted to channel energy, a resounding flow of power surged within the weapon, far more fluid and vigorous than before. She could discern that the pistol's potency had increased by at least 30%, and the armor-piercing attribute granted it a qualitative leap against heavily armored adversaries. A finely crafted weapon, consuming 200 points of energy, could yield such enhancement. She glanced at Lin Yuan, her eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and dismay. It was indeed a costly endeavor. Its burning iron, Lin Yuan corrected her, nudging the metallic dust left behind after absorption with his foot. Captain Iron Fist has gone bankrupt, yet it suffices for you to upgrade a single gun, even leaving an excess of over 100 points. It seems we must be more diligent in scavenging for scraps in the future. Yi Hanhang leaned against the ship's railing, the sea breeze tousling her deep blue hair. her amethyst-like eyes mirroring the Noah's newly unveiled form as a lazy smile graced her lips. Our master is now a craftsman of the heart of the Titan. Scavenging does not seem particularly dignified. Yu Mingbing remained silent, extending her hand to lightly trace the glimmering Titan armor beside her. The surface was cold and unyielding, yet she could sense a distinct energy coursing beneath, one filled with weight and resilience, starkly different from her own power. This ship now resembled a fortress of steel, armed to the teeth, instilling within her an unprecedented sense of security. The icy tension in her cerulean eyes dissipated ever so slightly. Well, having savored the scenery and divided the spoils, Lin Yuan clapped his hands, shattering the momentary tranquility. We ought to deliberate on our next destination. He approached the control console and summoned the map of this maritime expanse. On the map, their current location lay at the eye of the storm, an undeniably secure zone. However, to depart, they would need to traverse the tempestuous belt capable of shredding steel once more. Return the way we came? Su Minghuai proposed the most prudent course, noting that although the route they had taken was perilous, it was at least familiar. Familiarity also breeds tedium. Yehanhang Yunit, gracefully striding towards the map in her high-heeled shoes, her slender finger tracing a circle on the map, encircling an unknown expanse of ocean that lay entirely opposite to their arrival path. How about we venture this way? I sense that something far more intriguing awaits us over there. Sense? Yu Mingbing's voice rang coldly across the apocalyptic sea in such dire circumstances. Sense is the first to perish. The uncharted waters signify unknown perils, perhaps a tempest of greater ferocity, or perhaps creatures beyond our comprehension. Yet, we're no longer that leaky coffin we once were, are we? Yihan En turned back, a sly smile glimmering in her violet eyes as she gazed at Lin Yuan. My lord, what say you? Shall we choose stability, or shall we opt for excitement? Lin Yuan's fingers danced lightly upon the control panel. He beheld the uncharted territory delineated by Yihan En. The nonchalance in his gaze was gradually supplanted by a spark of eager anticipation. The emergence of the heart of the Titan had imparted a crucial revelation. In this world, risk and opportunity are perfectly balanced. Adhering to the status quo may prolong existence, but it merely amounts to survival. To grow stronger, to truly establish a foothold, one must venture into the perilous unknown. A new path beckons. He made his decision. The Noah was now donned in a new attire that deserved a trial. His words resonated with finality. Yu Mingbing cast him a glance, but refrained from further dissent, silently moving to her station to inspect the weapon systems. Su Minghuai shrugged, a flicker of excitement crossing his features. Meanwhile, Yihan En threw Lin Yuan a flirtatious glance, as if to say, I knew you would choose this. The engine of the Noah emitted a deep rumble as the bow turned resolutely towards the shrouded unknown. The runes upon the Titan armor blazed fiercely, forming a visible energy barrier around the vessel. The once formidable gales and towering waves, which had posed a significant threat, now merely stirred feeble ripples upon the barrier. The passage through the storm was unprecedentedly smooth. When the Noah finally emerged into a tranquil expanse of sea, Lin Yuan instinctively opened the world channel, curious to discover what fresh events had transpired during his retreat. As soon as he did, a particularly heated post seized his attention. Title: Astonishing Discovery. This world harbors natives, living, breathing humans. Poster's ID: Wandering Scholar. Content: Brothers, I swear I am not mad. I stumbled into a fog-laden sea and discovered an island with a village. There are people living there. They resemble us perfectly, yet we cannot comprehend their language. Their technology is peculiar. They dwell in wooden and stone houses, armed with spears and bows. Yet at the heart of the village stands a luminous energy crystal that provides illumination and warmth for the entire settlement. I've attached a blurry long-range photograph. It's quite indistinct, but please bear with me. Below the post was a shaky image, nearly devoid of discernible details. However, one could vaguely make out the outline of village and some indistinct figures. The post ignited an immediate uproar in the comments below. Sofa, ID. The Butcher of the Sea, what? Is it true? Natives? I thought this cursed world had nothing left but us players and monsters. Bench ID. Survival expert, be cautious. Dear poster. Those not of our kind may harbor ill intentions. With a language barrier, who knows if they are benevolent or malevolent. Third floor ID. Justice in black stockings, wow. Do they possess their own civilization? Are there any lovely ladies? Salivating. Fourth floor ID. Data Emperor, this is crucial. It indicates that this world possesses a civilization system independent of our player system. Their technological tree is entirely distinct from ours. Does this imply that we could acquire entirely different technologies from them? Lin Yuan gazed at the post, his pupils narrowing slightly. Natives? Humans. A vivid image flashed through his mind, the scene on Lighthouse Island. Those three creatures, feeding on humans, manipulating a recording device to lure their prey. He had always assumed that those monsters, like other sea beasts encountered at sea, were merely part of this world's ecosystem. However, it now appeared that perhaps they too were a form of native. The indigenous inhabitants of this world were not limited to a singular form. There existed those resembling humans, as encountered by the wandering scholar, and also those like the twisted, fallen monsters on Lighthouse Island, preying upon their own kind. A deeper question began to surface in Lin Yuan's mind. In a world that harbors the Titan's heart with supernatural powers, that possesses indigenous civilizations with peculiar technologies, and perhaps even deities, why do the abilities available to players seem to be constrained by an invisible framework? Designs, materials, upgrades, everything appears so meticulously quantified, akin to a well-crafted game. What secrets lie hidden behind this facade? Chapter 56. New goals. Lin Yuan's fingertips gently tapped on the screen. He opened the profile of the wandering scholar and sent a private message. Lin Yuan, hello, I'm quite intrigued by the indigenous people you have discovered. Would you be so kind as to disclose the sea region you are currently in? The response came almost instantaneously. Wandering scholar, oh my, is that you? The legendary Lin Yuan from the leaderboard? Lin Yuan paused for a moment, remembering that his ID had been announced in the regional channel due to his acquisition of the Titan's heart, and he had become somewhat of a celebrity. Lin Yuan, it is indeed me. Wandering scholar, greetings. I have long admired your fame. I'm not entirely certain where this is. As the sea chart displays a blank expanse, I refer to this area as the Sea of Silence, for it is perpetually shrouded in dense fog, and there is virtually no life in these waters, an eerily tranquil place. Lin Yuan, please send me your coordinates. Without hesitation, the scholar promptly transmitted a lengthy string of coordinates. Lin Yuan entered the data into the navigation system of Noah. Su Minghui and Yihanhua leaned in, curious. As the navigation system calculated the results and marked the scholar's location on the sea chart, a profound silence enveloped the control room. On the chart, the point representing the Noah was located in the lower left corner, while the point for the wandering scholar was in the upper right corner, nearly spanning the entire screen. Between the 2 points, the system indicated a vivid red dashed line representing the shortest distance. Accompanying this line was a figure that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Distance, 186,442 nautical miles. 18,000 nautical miles. The circumference of the Earth's equator, when converted, is merely over 20,000 nautical miles. The vastness of this world far exceeded their imaginations. It appeared that visiting their scholar friend was, for the time being, an impossibility. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. The joy of victory was considerably dulled by this harsh reality. They had thought they had taken their place at the table, only to realize that this table stretched infinitely. They remained but a tiny, solitary boat adrift in this boundless ocean. 18,000 nautical miles. This figure loomed like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on each person's heart. It symbolized not merely distance, but also a profound sense of isolation that was insurmountable. In essence, the sea region they occupied might merely be a novice village in this world. Su Minghui's voice trembled with disbelief. Leaning against the console, her typically confident eyes now reflected sheer astonishment. She had once believed that with their current capabilities, they could navigate this ocean with ease. Yet reality delivered a stinging slap to her face. Perhaps they were not even worthy of being called a novice village. At best, they were merely in a monster area adjacent to a spawn point. Lin Yuan chuckled at his own irony. He pointed to the two distant luminous points on the nautical chart, suggesting that we and the wandering scholar had likely been cast into entirely different corners of the world. The prospect of a meeting seemed unrealistic through mere navigation, unless some form of portal were to be discovered in the future. Night Henin appeared remarkably composed, stretching languidly. Her perfect silhouette was accentuated by her fitted attire. Isn't a larger world far more intriguing? If one could merely circle around in a ship for days. How dull that would be. I found myself curious about the treasures hidden within such an expansive realm. No sooner had her words faded than a chilling, emotionless system announcement echoed abruptly in everyone's minds, seemingly to validate her speculation. World announcement. Currently, 50 of world wonders have been discovered and claimed. The remaining 50 lie dormant in uncharted waters, awaiting their sovereigns. Tip. There is no upper limit to the number of world wonders one can possess. This proclamation crashed into the tranquil world channel like a boulder thrown into a serene lake, stirring a tempestuous uproar. ID. King of Storms, what? Half of the wonders have already been claimed? Who are the claimants? Who else is left? ID. Golden Trade Guild. No upper limit. This means that, with sufficient strength, one individual could seize all the wonders. How does one even play like this? ID. Deep Sea Fisherman. Damn it, I haven't even seen a blueprint of blue quality. And others are already competing for wonders. The disparity between people is greater than that between man and dog. ID. Data Emperor. Let us analyze this calmly. The announcement mentions discovered and claimed, which implies that many wonders may remain undiscovered. Moreover, the remaining 50 are surely formidable, either in perilous waters or guarded by powerful sentinels. Opportunities still exist. Let us not lose hope. The atmosphere in the control room shifted subtly due to this announcement. After the initial shock, an uncontrollable fervor surged forth. No upper limit. These three words pierced Lin Yuan's heart like a potent stimulant. One Titan's heart had already transformed the Noah into something remarkable. What might happen if he were to acquire another, or even two? How terrifying would that be? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Night Henin, who was idly leaning against the window, tracing circles with her fingertips. Henin. Lin Yuan's voice carried a hint of eagerness he was unaware of. Night Henin replied lazily, turning her head to meet his gaze, her amethyst-like eyes shimmering with a playful smile. What is the matter, my master? Why the sudden, fervent look? Coughing lightly to mask his discomfort, Lin Yuan dismissed the teasing undertone in her words, striving to maintain a serious countenance. Have you used your divination ability today? Oh, Xie Xuan arched her brow delicately, striding gracefully towards Lin Yuan. She slightly bent forward, a subtle fragrance wafting into Lin Yuan's nostrils. The captain of the Noah. Has he finally remembered this humble prophet and is now prepared to seek assistance from my insignificant abilities? Her voice, though soft, was sufficiently audible to Xue Menghuai and Yu Mengbing standing nearby. Xue Menghuai crossed her arms, watching the scene with keen interest, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of her lips. In contrast, Yu Mengbing furrowed her brow and coldly interjected, "This is a time for serious matters. Could you possibly refrain from your beguiling antics?" "Oh dear, Sister Mengbing, you are quite fearsome." Xie Xuan feigned a pout, though the mirth in her eyes only intensified. "I am merely discussing my service fee with the master. This is indeed a matter of great importance." Lin Yuan rubbed his temples in mild exasperation. He understood that if he did not appease this little enchantress, she would be reluctant to act. "Speak then, what is it that you desire?" Lin Yuan adopted a posture of resignation, stating, "Let it be known that I am currently impoverished. Aside from this shipload of iron scraps, I possess nothing. I do not require your iron scraps." Xie Xuan extended her slender index finger and lightly tapped Lin Yuan's lips. Her voice dropped to a near whisper, akin to a lover's murmur, laced with temptation. "The reward I seek, I shall reveal later, but you must prepare yourself adequately." With that, she straightened up and playfully winked at Lin Yuan, whose expression had grown somewhat unnatural. "Deal," Lin Yuan agreed. "May our collaboration be fruitful Xie smiled with satisfaction. No longer jesting. Her demeanor shifted to one of focus and solemnity. She slowly closed her eyes, her violet orbs hidden beneath long lashes. The ethereal starlight that eluded ordinary perception seemed to surge with energy, emanating a faint glow that only Lin Yuan could vaguely sense. The control room fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the soft hum of the machinery. Yu Mingbing and Xue Minghuai held their breath, anxiously watching her. They had witnessed Xie abilities more than once, each instance chillingly precise. This was crucial for their next, perhaps their most significant objective. After a lengthy pause, Xie long lashes fluttered before her eyes gradually opened. Her complexion appeared even paler than usual, a fine sheen of perspiration adorning her forehead, clearly indicating the immense toll this divination had taken on her energy. "What did you find?" Lin Yuan inquired immediately. Xie gasped for breath. Her voice slightly weak, yet her gaze shone with remarkable brilliance. "I have discovered a direction." She raised her hand, pointing towards a location on the nautical chart. "Follow the path of the setting sun, all the way west." Her voice possessed a peculiar cadence, as if she were not merely speaking, but rather reciting an ancient ballad traversing a realm of bloodied seas. "There lies a slumbering heart." Bloodied seas? A slumbering heart? Each of these phrases resonated with layers of mystery and metaphor. Certainly, if it were a sea of blood, the competition would undoubtedly be more intense than over there. "Very well, let us proceed." Lin Yuan decisively set the navigation system to chart a course westward. With the objective established, a renewed flame ignited within the hearts of all. Chapter 57. The Cat That Strays as Night Fell. The Noah glided smoothly across the tranquil sea, the runes upon the Titan's armor emanating a ghostly blue light, casting a dreamlike hue upon the surrounding waters. Within the crew's dining hall, 4 individuals partook in a rather sumptuous dinner, celebrating today's triumph and the rebirth of the Noah. Xue Minghuai even unprecedentedly produced a bottle of cherished red wine. Though each person received but a modest sip, it was sufficient to lighten the atmosphere with joy. After dinner, they dispersed. Xue Minghuai set off to tend to her newly acquired prized pistol. Yu Mingbing, unwavering, returned to her quarters to engage in her daily meditation and training. After exchanging a meaningful glance with Lin Yuan, Yihan and also retreated to her room, claiming that her divination had drained her energy, necessitating rest. Lin Yuan stood alone upon the deck, the briny sea breeze ruffling his hair. Since acquiring the Heart of Titan, his nerves had been tautly strung, and only now did he begin to genuinely unwind. The battles, analyses, decisions, and future plans had drained him of considerable vitality, leaving him with an authentic sense of exhaustion. In his mind's eye, the exquisite visage of Yu Mingbing surfaced unbidden, along with her ice-blue eyes that became misty with emotion. In the past, every night, he would promptly knock on her door. It was a tacit understanding, a release, and a ritual of affirmation amidst the apocalypse, confirming each other's existence through their embrace. Yu Mingbing's insatiable desire was both a demand and a gift. But today, Lin Yuan offered a wry smile. He felt like a battery depleted after days of incessant use, critically low on power. That woman was akin to an endless abyss, draining him completely with each encounter. Today, he yearned for a restful slumber, one that was solitary, undisturbed, and untroubled. He turned and made his way to his captain's cabin, passing by Yu Mingbing's door without a moment's pause. Upon returning to his room, the first thing he did was to secure the door with a definitive click. After completing this act, he exhaled deeply, feeling as though the entire world had been rendered serene. He flung himself onto the soft bed, listening to the steady hum of the Noah's engine, feeling the gentle sway of the vessel, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of tranquility. He was the master of this ship, the artisan of the Heart of Titan, accompanied by 3 formidable and enchanting companions. Though the future lay ahead, shrouded in uncertainty and peril, it equally brimmed with hope and opportunity. With eyes closed, weariness washed over him like a tide, and Lin Yuan soon sank into a profound slumber. He remained blissfully unaware that the seemingly secure door lock was but a mere illusion to someone endowed with unique abilities. As he drifted into sleep, a slender shadow, like an ethereal wraith, silently glided through the door and approached his bedside. As the night deepened, the sea turned inky black. The Noah, like a silent leviathan, navigated the boundless darkness in solitude. Inside the captain's quarters, Lin Yuan was immersed in a profound slumber, the rhythm of his steady breaths resonating in the tranquil room. This was the most restful sleep he had experienced since arriving in this world, devoid of nightmares and vigilance, offering only pure, deep repose. However, this serenity was subtly disrupted at the stroke of midnight. In his dreams, Lin Yuan sensed a peculiar sensation. Initially, it was a faint warmth, reminiscent of a gentle creature nestled by his leg beneath the thin blanket. Groggy, he turned over, attributing it to mere illusion. Yet soon, this feeling intensified, and he found himself unable to shift his position. This was no mere figment of his imagination. A soft, purposeful touch was making its way beneath the covers, gradually ascending. Lin Yuan's body froze instantly, the drowsiness evaporating without a trace. His mind transitioned from slumber to rapid alertness in a fraction of a second. Someone was in his bed. Who could it be? Yu Mengbing? Unlikely. With her haughty demeanor, she would never resort to such stealth, even in desperation. Su Menghuai? Even less likely, as that young lady cherished her reputation above all. Thus, only one answer remained. Lin Yuan refrained from immediately opening his eyes or making a sound. He maintained a steady breath, enhancing his awareness to its utmost. He could sense the intruder had lifted a corner of the blanket, a furry head burrowing its way inside. Moments later, a warm body, fragrant from a recent bath, slithered silently against his back like a serpentine beauty. Then, a cool little hand, tentative in its approach, encircled his waist. A wry, amused smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips in the darkness. With a sudden movement, he flipped over, pinning the unexpected guest beneath him. A muffled, startled gasp escaped her lips. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, illuminated by the ethereal blue glow streaming through the porthole, revealing the alarmed face beneath him. Disheveled dark blue hair sprawled across the pillow, and her amethyst-like eyes widened in shock at the unforeseen turn of events. Her mouth slightly agape in a picture of being caught off guard. It was Yi Hanwei. She wore nothing but a gossamer silk nightgown, offering no concealment in their current position. "My, Miss Oracle," Lin Yuan's voice, tinged with the rasp of awakening, regarded the girl beneath him with a bemused expression. "At this hour, why are you in my captain's quarters, nestled in my bed? Care to explain your actions?" Yi Hanhui's initial panic lasted but a fleeting second. Upon recognizing Lin Yuan's sardonic smile, all traces of her fluster vanished, replaced by a captivating blend of charm and mischief. Instead of struggling, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan's neck, exhaling softly, "Master, you're awake. You startled me." Her voice was soft and sweet, akin to the delicate allure of siren. As if the stealthy intruder moments ago was not she at all. "Do not interrupt," Lin Yuan commanded, gripping her petite chin to compel her gaze to meet his. "Answer my question." "I." Yi Han's eyes sparkled, her long lashes fluttering like tiny brushes, stirring Lin Yuan's heartstrings. "I have come to collect my reward." "Reward?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," Yi Han asserted with confidence. "I expended considerable mental energy during the day to divine the direction of your next marvel. As I mentioned before, my reward is quite personal. Furthermore, I noticed how weary you appear, all alone in this place. It must be rather lonely. I am here to bring you warmth and provide attentive service." As she spoke, she intentionally arched her back, pressing her soft body against Lin Yuan. Moreover, she leaned closer to Lin Yuan's ear, her voice's seductive whisper meant only for him. "Though Sister Mengbing is admirable, she is rather domineering, always demanding like a queen. Each time you emerge from her chamber, you seem utterly drained. I, however, possess a keen awareness of being kept. I prefer to serve my master." These words grazed Lin Yuan's heart like a feather, awakening a yearning deep within. He had grown weary of being the passive recipient of exploitation in the presence of Yu Mengbing. He was the captain of this vessel, the core of the team. Why should he assume the role of a mere tool in the bedroom? Yi Han, the cunning little enchantress, had clearly discerned this truth. Her actions tonight were not merely about collecting her so-called reward, but rather a declaration of her distinctiveness. She was conveying to Lin Yuan that she could satisfy his most primal desires for conquest and control as a man. As Lin Yuan beheld the girl beneath him, her sultry eyes fully engaged in her role, the flicker of irritation within him was swiftly replaced by a more primal flame. He was no saint, especially in this precarious, apocalyptic world. To suppress one's desires was the most foolish endeavor. Service? An aggressive smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. I trust your service will meet my satisfaction. Otherwise, I shall refuse this reward. Rest assured, master. A glimmer of triumphant mischief flickered in Yi Han's eyes. Her body became increasingly pliant, entwining around him like a vine, guaranteeing to make you feel at home, lingering and reluctant to depart. The ethereal glow of blue runes filtered through the porthole, casting a serene light upon the walls of the captain's quarters, illuminating the two intertwined figures in a dance of shadow and light. Outside lay the silent, frigid ocean, while within, the warmth of spring was enough to melt steel. That night, Lin Yuan experienced for the first time the true pleasures that a master of this vessel ought to enjoy. Yi Han, akin to an enchanting spirit who possesses an unparalleled understanding of a man's innermost thoughts, oscillates between being as gentle as water and as fervent as fire. She employs every charm at her disposal to ensure his comfort, enveloping him in tranquility. Unlike Yu Mengbing, whose icy demeanor presents a stark contrast upon thawing, Yi Han exudes a subtle, nurturing tenderness that permeates silently. This is no longer a mere one-sided endeavor, but rather a resplendent symphony of mutual giving. As the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness of the sea, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling invigorated, as if rejuvenated by an exhilarating service that washed away the fatigue of the previous night. He gazed down at the girl nestled in his embrace, who resembled a satiated kitten, curled up contentedly with a hint of a smile gracing her lips, her dark blue hair cascading like seaweed across his chest. Lin Yuan's expression grew complex as he reached out to gently brush aside the strands of hair from her face, revealing a visage of serene beauty in slumber. This woman is akin to a riddle, a delightful snare, seemingly languid and carefree, yet possessing a meticulous mind that adeptly identifies the vulnerabilities of the heart. Last night, her apparent selflessness was, in truth, an investment, a means of intertwining her fate more deeply with that of the captain. He chuckled softly, finding this sensation rather agreeable. He placed a tender kiss upon her smooth forehead. Perhaps being a captain attended to by beautiful women is indeed a rather splendid affair. Quietly, he slipped out of bed and dressed, and upon opening the door, he encountered Yu Mengbing just emerging from a room. Their eyes met. Yu Mengbing's gaze retained its characteristic chill, yet Lin Yuan discerned a fleeting shadow of confusion and discontent lurking within her icy blue eyes. She had evidently noted his departure from routine. He had not knocked on her door the previous night. Lin Yuan flashed her a broad smile, revealing his white teeth, and playfully whistled as he made his way toward the cockpit. "Good morning, Mengbing." Observing his buoyant figure retreating, Yu Mengbing's brow subtly furrowed, a slight tension evident in her expression. Chapter 58. At least twice a week, the morning sunlight streamed through the cockpit's porthole, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. The voyage of Inoa was remarkably smooth, the low hum of the engine being the only testament to its forward movement. Lin Yuan reclined in the captain's chair, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, his eyes gently squinted in contentment. The hospitality of the previous night invigorated him, sharpening his thoughts more clearly than usual. The door to the cockpit swung open, and Yu Mengbing entered. She had donned a crisp combat uniform, her silvery hair elegantly tied up, with a few strands left to frame her face. Her frosty visage appeared even more pallid under the morning light. She walked straight to the control panel, meticulously inspecting the ship's various data, remaining silent throughout as if Lin Yuan were merely a phantom in the air. Yet, Lin Yuan sensed a subtle shift in her aura, notably less oppressive than usual. It was akin to the unseen currents stirring beneath a serene sea. Indeed, after confirming the accuracy of all data, Yu Mengbing turned to face Lin Yuan, her ice-blue eyes locking onto his. "Did you rest well last night?" Her tone was devoid of emotion, a mere inquiry. "Quite well," Lin Yuan replied, taking a sip of his coffee, meeting her gaze with ease. "I had a good sleep. Is that so?" Yu Mengbing's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, then gradually descended to his relaxed brow and the faint smile gracing his lips. She had witnessed many facets of Lin Yuan, exhausted, languid, intensely focused during battle, but never had she seen him so vibrant in the morning, as if nourished by the dew of dawn. Particularly, this vitality did not stem from her own influence. After a brief silence, the air seemed to chill further. Finally, she spoke again, her tone imbued with an unmistakable command, "At least 2 days a week." Lin Yuan momentarily faltered, caught off guard. "My quarters," she succinctly added, her eyes betraying no hint of bashfulness, as though discussing the most mundane of business matters. "This is the minimum requirement. If you perform well, there may be rewards." "Rewards?" Lin Yuan's curiosity piqued. "What sort of rewards?" "Anything you desire, but it must be at least 2 days a week." A barely perceptible smile curved the corner of Yu Mengbing's lips, almost imperceptible, as Lin Yuan gazed into her ice-blue eyes. Vivid images of being utterly drained and then subjected to her whims flashed through his mind. He instinctively shivered, a phantom pain coursing through his lower back. What if we reduced the frequency? He ventured tentatively. "No rewards," Yu Mengbing replied crisply, her gaze clearly stating the implications of his choices. Lin Yuan felt overwhelmed by the implications. Was this a form of her royal decree? An enforced KPI with performance evaluations? He offered a wry smile, raising his hands in surrender. All right, I shall comply with your wishes." How could I dare defy the will of Her Majesty? As he spoke, he unconsciously placed a hand on his lower back. The presence of Yu Mengbing alone was enough to leave him feeling utterly drained. Now, with the addition of the exceptionally skilled and whimsically charming Yi Hanhan, this burden of happiness felt rather weighty. Just then, a voice, laced with a lazy mirth, wafted in from the doorway. "Oh dear, witnessing the master and Sister Mengbing engaging in such deep conversations so early in the morning truly stirs envy within me." Leaning against the doorframe, Yi Hanhan had just risen, still clad in the silk nightgown from the previous night, with Lin Yuan's jacket casually draped over her shoulders. Her deep blue hair cascaded loosely, a few playful strands brushing against her fair neck, exuding an air of languor and allure, as if she had just been indulged. Observing Lin Yuan's posture as he held his waist, a glimmer of mischievousness flashed in her amethyst-like eyes, and she sauntered over with feline grace, nonchalantly perching on the armrest of the captain's chair. "Master," she whispered into Lin Yuan's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids, "were you satisfied with my service last night? Perhaps you might consider giving me a rating or a glowing review." Lin Yuan found himself flustered by her audacity, particularly under the icy gaze of Yu Mengbing. He cleared his throat awkwardly and replied in a subdued tone, "Your skills were commendable, deserving of recognition. Let us strive for continued improvement next time." "That's wonderful," Yi Hanhan replied, her smile satisfied, resembling a cat that had caught a taste of something delectable. She playfully extended her finger, lightly tracing Lin Yuan's Adam's apple, her eyes unabashedly teasing. Yu Mengbing huffed disdainfully, turning away to avoid witnessing the antics of the two, though the light reflecting from the control console deepened the inscrutability of her icy gaze. In a nearby corner, Su Menghuai observed the entire scene with keen interest. She meticulously polished her dark golden Gauss pistol, her movements elegant and focused, seemingly indifferent to the farce unfolding nearby. Yet, her ears were attuned, catching every word. She sighed softly to herself. Once upon a time, she had been the dazzling star, holding a certain disdain and scrutiny for the enigmatic Captain Lin Yuan. However, as time passed, she came to realize that within this vessel, in this post-apocalyptic world, the resources Lin Yuan commanded were the true currency of survival. The Heart of Titan, infinitely upgradable weapons, unyielding armor, and a steady influx of rare materials sourced from various channels. Each piece of gear she possessed, every enhancement she achieved, was inextricably linked to this man. She recognized that she had become reliant on him. Pride? Reserve? These notions seemed utterly feeble in the face of survival. Su Minghua watched the flirtation between Yi Hanhin and Lin Yuan, then glanced at Yu Mengbing, whose frosty countenance belied her tacit acceptance of the new dynamics. For the first time, a sense of urgency welled within her. She understood that the structure of their team was subtly shifting. Yu Mengbing held the position of the rightful consort, her status secure. Yi Hanhin, the enchanting sprite, had risen to favor through her precise prophetic abilities and her willingness to lower herself in the game of power. And where did that leave her? Merely a provider of evasive support, a sharpshooter responsible for ranged output. Although these abilities are significant, they are not irreplaceable. She caressed her smooth, delicate face and admired her enviable long legs. She possessed a profound confidence in herself. In terms of both beauty and physique, she felt she was unparalleled. She harbored no doubts that if Lin Yuan were to invite her to his room in the evening, she would most likely not decline. He had offered her far too much. In fact, to solidify her standing and to acquire more resources, she might even have to take the initiative. But not at this moment. A glint of calculated calmness flickered in Su Menghuai's eyes. Currently, Lin Yuan's novelty towards Yi Hanhui had not yet faded. Approaching him now would only diminish her value and fail to yield the desired effect. She needed to wait for the right opportunity, one that would allow her to enter the captain's quarters not in a passive manner, but rather from a position of dominance. She polished her pistol until it gleamed, returned it to its holster, and rose to her feet, her face resuming its exquisite and composed expression as if the earlier tumult of emotions had never transpired. "Have we finished our discussions?" she inquired as she approached the nautical chart, breaking the slightly ambiguous yet tense atmosphere in the control room. "Should we perhaps deliberate on how to navigate through the expanse of sandy sea ahead?" Her voice successfully redirected everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. Chapter 59. The Sea of Sand. As Su Menghuai deftly steered the conversation back on track, the previously charged atmosphere within the cockpit was considerably alleviated. Lin Yuan, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, promptly rose from the captain's chair and approached the expansive nautical chart. "According to Han Nin's divination, we must venture westward, traversing a bleeding ocean to uncover the next marvel." He pointed to the current position of the Noah on the chart. "However, before reaching that fabled maritime realm, we must first navigate through this enigmatic territory ahead." The navigation system indicated that they had exited the eye of the storm. The once ferocious tempest, capable of rending steel, had receded behind the Noah, transforming into a vague, gray barrier as if guarding the remnants of a bygone kingdom. The presence of Titan armor rendered this expedition akin to a leisurely excursion. The previously lethal gales and towering waves collided against the cerulean runic shield, failing to even stir a ripple. Before them lay an unprecedented spectacle. The sea was no longer blue, or rather, it could scarcely be deemed a sea. Stretching endlessly before their eyes was a flowing expanse of golden sand, undulating like a liquid, reflecting blinding rays under the sun. Enormous sand waves surged and fell, stirring clouds of dust that enveloped the world in a hazy yellow shroud. The bow of the Noah sliced through this sandy ocean, advancing at a sluggish pace. Yet, all aboard could distinctly perceive the significant restriction on their speed. The density and resistance of the sand far surpassed that of seawater. Despite the engine of the Noah straining at full throttle, its rumbling was more subdued than ever, and the vessel's speed barely reached half its usual. What was even more perilous was the temperature. The air was devoid of any breeze. Only waves of searing heat surged forth, akin to being trapped in a colossal oven. The metallic exterior of the ship radiated an intense heat, and despite the cockpit's air conditioning being set to maximum, it failed to dispel the pervasive warmth. "This infernal place must be at least 50 degrees Celsius," Su Menghuai lamented while fanning her face with her hand. A fine sheen of perspiration had already formed on her meticulously made-up visage. The personal display indicated an external temperature of 53 degrees Celsius. Yu Mengbing's voice remained as frosty as ever, yet even she subconsciously unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her combat suit, revealing a sliver of her alabaster neck. I feel as though I might melt. Night Henin's exaggeratedly slumped in her chair, her body devoid of strength, and weakly declared, "Master, I require ice cream, chilled beverages, and a portable block of ice to cool me down." Enough with the complaints. Lin Yuan clapped his hands. In this dreadful weather, wearing combat suits is indeed a recipe for heat stroke. Go change into something cooler. Additionally, I shall head to the cold storage to retrieve chilled food and drinks. This proposal met with unanimous agreement. Half an hour later, when the three women reappeared on the deck, even Lin Yuan, accustomed to a myriad of scenes, felt his breath catch for a moment. A vast sunshade had been temporarily erected on the deck, beneath which were arranged beach chairs and a small table laden with chilled fruits and beverages. Lin Yuan had donned a pair of beach shorts, his torso bare, as he poured ice and juice into a large glass container. At that moment, he beheld three strikingly beautiful figures emerge. The first to appear was Yu Mengbing, who opted for a pristine white one-piece swimsuit. Its simplicity was striking, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, while the high-slit design accentuated her long, slender legs to breathtaking effect. The fabric clung tightly to her alluring curves, delineating her perfect waist and hip contours. Her skin, rarely kissed by sunlight, appeared almost luminescent against the backdrop of her white swimsuit and the golden sands. Her silvery hair was casually styled at the back, and her ice-blue eyes scanned the sweltering deck, exuding an aura of refreshing coolness. She resembled a walking, human iceberg, noble, frosty, yet emanating an irresistible allure. Following closely behind was Su Menghuai, a former star who understood all too well how to showcase her assets. She chose a creatively designed black bikini adorned with tiny sequins that sparkled under the sun. The scant fabric barely concealed her key attributes, perfectly displaying her flat abdomen, pert posterior, and impressive bust. She complemented her look with oversized sunglasses and a woven straw hat, her feet clad in wedge sandals, strutting as if upon a runway. She was the kind of woman who, even in apocalyptic times, would insist on living exquisitely and radiantly. Lastly, there was Yi Hanheng. If Yu Mengbing was an iceberg and Su Menghuai a flame, then Yi Hanheng was an unfathomable whirlpool. She wore a dark purple halter swimsuit, featuring bold cutouts at the chest and sides, revealing expanses of fair, delicate skin while artfully concealing just enough to spark the imagination. The mysterious hue of her swimsuit harmonized beautifully with her deep blue hair and amethyst-like eyes, enveloping her in a languid, enchanting aura. Barefoot, her porcelain-like feet touched the scorching deck, seemingly impervious to the heat, as a subtle smile graced her lips. Three women, each embodying distinctly different styles, yet equally vibrant and captivating. Lin Yuan felt a dryness in his throat and silently took a generous sip of the chilled juice. "Have you had your fill of the view?" Su Menghuai removed her sunglasses and shot him a sultry glance, nearly drooling. "Cough, cough. Appreciating beauty is a natural instinct," Lin Yuan replied, maintaining his composure. "However, your presence severely distracts the captain and poses a safety hazard." "Oh, should we be confined, then, dear captain?" Yi Hanheng approached with a playful smile, circumventing the table to stand behind Lin Yuan. To the astonishment of the other two, she draped her arms around his neck and settled into his embrace, pressing herself closely against his back. "Greetings, my master. It feels delightfully cool, akin to a massive ice block." She pressed her cheek against Lin Yuan's shoulder, contentedly nuzzling, her voice sweet and soft enough to evoke the sensation of moisture. In that instant, Lin Yuan's body tensed. He could distinctly feel the astonishing elasticity of a young girl's supple form and the softness that pressed firmly against his back through the sheer fabric of her swimsuit. This little enchantress truly had an unrelenting knack for teasing him. "Get down from me," Lin Yuan exclaimed, bemused and somewhat exasperated, for it was broad daylight, and both Yu Mengbing and Su Menghuai were watching. "No, you are so comfortable," Yi Hanhai pouted playfully, wrapping her legs around him, effectively hanging her entire being from Lin Yuan. "Unless you hold me, I shall not budge." Lin Yuan found himself at a loss, resigned to having her cling to him like a koala. He glanced at the other two, only to find their reactions equally intriguing. Su Minghuai's eyes sparkled with a hint of disdain, as if to say how shameless, yet her lips curled into a smile that suggested she was enjoying the spectacle. On the other hand, Yu Mengbing merely cast a cursory glance before returning her gaze to her iced water, seemingly unfazed by the intimate scene before her, though the fingers gripping her cup appeared to exert slightly more pressure than usual. With a sigh, Lin Yuan decided to embrace the absurdity of the situation, settling back into the beach chair while still cradling his human ornament. All right, enough of the frivolities. Dreamwhy, please check the freshwater reserves and the energy consumption of the cooling system aboard the ship. Dreambing, monitor the conditions beneath the sands of the sea for any anomalies. This cursed place is far too peculiar. We must remain vigilant. Despite the alluring scene unfolding before him, Lin Yuan's mind remained clear. This expanse of sand was treacherous, moving sluggishly in a harsh environment, resembling a vast quagmire intent on ensnaring them. Each minute spent here amplified their peril. Prompted by his reminder, the women set aside their playful antics and began to fulfill their respective duties. Though Yihan Hai still lingered in his embrace, she closed her eyes, seemingly attuning herself to the surroundings in her own way. The Noah, akin to a mobile oasis of coolness, persevered through the lifeless golden desert, steadfastly charting its course westward. However, unbeknownst to all, a colossal shadow lurked silently beneath the sand, trailing the Noah from afar. Chapter 60. The Sand People. The voyage of the Noah through the sea of sand is a monotonous and wearisome endeavor. As far as the eye can see, the landscape is a perpetual hue of dull yellow, with the flowing dunes resembling time itself, stagnant and oppressive. The initial novelty has long since worn away, replaced by a disquieting sense of restlessness. The ship's speed remains sluggish, akin to an aged ox laboring to pull a dilapidated cart, stumbling through the endless desert. The scorching air seems intent on evaporating the last vestiges of moisture from our bodies, even with chilled beverages and air conditioning to stave off the heat. An intrinsic agitation lingers. We have been navigating these sands for a full 2 days. Su Minghuai glared at the chart, where a glimmering point moved at a pace reminiscent of a crawling snail. At this rate, by the time we escape this cursed place, the flowers will have wilted. That so-called bloody ocean will likely remain out of reach until next year. But there is no use in fretting. Lin Yuan reclined in his chair, cradling the cool form of Yihan Heng as a makeshift pillow, appearing more composed than the others. The expanse of this sand sea might far exceed our imagination. It serves as a natural barrier, a monumental test. A test of our patience, perhaps? Su Minghuai retorted irritably. Perhaps, Lin Yuan mused, his gaze drawn to the sonar detection screen before Yu Mengbing. The display, representing the area beneath the sand sea, was obscured by a muddled haze, fraught with interference signals. Mengbing, can you detect anything below? He inquired. Yu Mengbing shook her head, a hint of gravity etched on her cool visage. The density of the sand is too great. Ordinary sonar signals cannot penetrate it. I have attempted to amplify the power, but aside from increasing energy consumption, it has proven futile. Beneath us lies a blind spot, a vast, unknown void. At that moment, Yihan Heng, who had been resting with her eyes shut, stirred slightly. Her languid arm, draped over Lin Yuan, tightened imperceptibly, her long lashes fluttering as her brow furrowed, as if sensing something unsettling. What is it? Lin Yuan asked, immediately aware of her unease. Yihan Heng did not open her eyes right away. Her voice floated dreamily, tinged with apprehension. Something is below, very large, many. They have awakened. Before her words could fully dissipate into the air, a deep, resonant tremor, as though emanating from the very core of the earth, suddenly reverberated from the ship's hull. Buzz, this was not the roar of the engines, but a more colossal, primal resonance. The sunshade on the deck began to sway violently. Glasses clattered upon the table, and ice cubes tumbled from their container, landing on the searing deck and instantly evaporating into wisps of steam. All movement ceased, faces turning pale. Before Yu Mengbing, the screen that had been filled with static snowflakes was now dominated by an immense red orb. This luminous mass nearly engulfed the entire detection range and continued to swell upward. Prepare for battle. Lin Yuan abruptly rose to his feet, and with the motion, Yi Hanhang leapt down from his embrace. The playful expressions on their faces vanished, replaced by an air of solemnity. Su Menghuai dashed towards the ship's edge, his dark golden Gauss pistol already chambered. Meanwhile, Yu Mengbing's hand were cloaked in a delicate layer of frost, as if the temperature in the air had plummeted several degrees. The desert was no longer tranquil. Centered around the Noah, the sands within a radius of several kilometers began to churn violently, heaving and swelling as if an ancient behemoth were striving to break free from the boundless desert below. Towering dunes rose and collapsed one after another, forming terrifying whirlpools. With a thunderous roar, the sand surface approximately a kilometer ahead of the Noah erupted violently. A torrential cascade of yellow sand surged hundreds of meters into the air, obscuring the already dim sunlight. Following this, an immense and suffocating head emerged slowly from the sand waterfall. It was a whale, a colossal creature composed of gravel and rock, far larger than the Noah itself. Its skin was a parched, earthy yellow, marred by deep, gnarled patterns resembling ravines, while its enormous eyes were two opaque, non-reflective obsidian orbs. It neither breathed nor exuded any life. It resembled a colossal, animated sculpture. The whale of the sand sea. It opened its vast maw and emitted a silent roar. A shockwave formed of pure sand flow and gravitational distortions rippling outward in visible waves through the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Behind a gigantic whale, more dunes erupted. 1, 2, 3. A total of over 10 slightly smaller sand whales, each still a formidable presence, emerged like a fleet of guardians, encircling their flagship from the sandy depths. Upon every sand whale stood tall, humanoid figures. Their skin mirrored that of the sand whales, a cracked, earthy hue, as if they were sculpted from the very sands of this desert. They donned rudimentary armor fashioned from the hide and bones of some unknown colossal beast, wielding crude stone spears and bone bows. Their equipment appeared worn and almost primitive. Yet, the aura they radiated, one of desolation and ancient kinship with the sand sea, imposed an unprecedented pressure upon the four aboard the Noah. These were the natives. Unlike the wandering scholars they had encountered, this was a different breed, more aggressive and formidable indigenous beings. The flagship sand whale slowly approached the Noah, casting a vast shadow over the battleship, its obsidian eyes towering above, surveying the four on the deck like ants. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Su Menghuai's fingertips began to turn pale, while shards of ice crystallized in the air surrounding Yu Mengbing. At that moment, atop the flagship sand whale, a particularly towering figure emerged, a sand person adorned with a bone helmet, wielding a stone spear embedded with enormous beast fangs, took a step forward. He raised his hand, making a gesture of cessation. The sand warriors behind him immediately ceased their commotion, standing in perfect unison like a row of silent statues. Then, to the utter astonishment of Lin Yuan and his companions, the sand leader opened his mouth, resembling a gash, emitting a rasping, parched voice, yet articulating words that were crystal clear and entirely comprehensible. Outsiders. His voice was akin to two sandstone slabs grinding against one another, imbued with a peculiar texture. This is the domain of the Sand King, the tomb of the vast sea. Alter your course at once and depart from this place. There was neither anger nor malice in his tone, only an undeniable, condescending expulsion, as if proclaiming an immutable law. Otherwise, you shall become a new speck of dust in the sand sea along with this iron vessel. Inside the cockpit, a deathly silence enveloped the atmosphere. Su Menghuai and Yu Mengbing wore expressions of profound shock. They had envisioned combat, anticipated flight, yet they had never considered that their adversary would actually speak. Night Hanhang's amethyst-like eyes also lost their languor for the first time, now shimmering with a profound curiosity. Lin Yuan's heart, after a brief pause, began to race. The ability to converse signified the potential for communication, and communication implied opportunities. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the burgeoning battle fervor emanating from his companions. He gently shook his head at Su Menghuai and Yu Mengbing. Then, he stepped forward alone to the bow of the ship, gazing up at the sand leader. who resembled a deity, his face adorned with that signature, harmlessly lazy smile. Esteemed brother, Lin Yuan cleared his throat, striving to infuse his voice with sincerity. Please, do not be agitated. We are merely a group of lost travelers, harboring no intentions of offense toward this magnificent domain of the Sand King. It is simply that this vessel has a mind of its own and has inadvertently veered this way. We find ourselves in a rather helpless situation. Lin Yuan's almost brazen words caught Su Minghuai and Yu Mengbing off guard. Su Minghuai's lips twitched, inwardly cursing the audacity of this individual. In such dire circumstances, he still found the time for jest. Yu Mengbing, however, furrowed her brow, a flicker of confusion passing through her icy blue eyes. Yet she chose to trust Lin Yuan's judgment and refrain from taking any rash action. The Sand Leader's obsidian-like eyes fixated on Lin Yuan, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He seemed unable to comprehend the complexities of helplessness and the notion of a ship having its own volition. Being lost is not an excuse. His voice remained hoarse and stern. The Sand Sea rejects all living beings. This is the iron law of the king. Your vessel, your breath of life, pollutes this silent realm. He slowly raised the beast-toothed spear in his hand, the tip pointing ominously towards Anoa. I grant you 10 breaths to vanish from my sight. An invisible pressure surged instantly, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified. A multitude of warriors atop the colossal sand whales raised their weapons in unison. The ominous tips of their spears and arrows aimed directly at every soul aboard the Noah. An overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloped the air. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Yuan's forehead, for he realized the gravity of the situation. The adversaries were not jesting. The sheer, unadulterated malice they exuded was palpable and undeniable. Thoughts raced through his mind. To charge forth? The opposing force boasted a dozen massive sand whales. And although the Titan armor of the Noah was formidable, being trapped in this ocean of sand would ultimately lead to their demise. To retreat? Setting aside the possibility of escape, slinking away in disgrace would leave the heart of the next wonder in slumber unattended. This path was the sole direction divined by Yi Hanwei. There could be no assault, no retreat. Only one avenue remained. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the ragged leather armor and crude stone spears of the sand warriors. A bold notion took shape in his mind. He suddenly understood why the world channel of this desolate sea was steeped in silence. It was likely that all players who had wandered into this realm had been ruthlessly expelled by these unreasonable enforcers. Wait, Lin Yuan shouted once more, raising his hands to signify his lack of hostility. You have 5 breaths of time remaining. The Sand Warrior leader remained unmoved. We shall depart. We will leave at once. A broad smile adorned Lin Yuan's face. Yet before their departure, as an apology for intruding upon your esteemed territory, allow me to present a humble offering to express our reverence for the Sand King and this magnificent realm. Without waiting for a response, he retrieved a substantial piece of roasted meat, still steaming and wrapped in oiled paper, from his personal storage. It was the leftover from dinner, meticulously grilled from the tenderloin of a sea beast, generously glazed with a secret sauce, its aroma intoxicating, a token of trivial respect. Lin Yuan held the roasted meat aloft, its rich fragrance cutting through the otherwise sandy air with audacious dominance. Yet, the Sand Warrior leader merely cast a dispassionate glance, devoid of even a hint of curiosity. The warriors behind him remained as impassive as wooden statues. We do not require sustenance, the leader finally said, his voice tinged with impatience. Your life form is distinct from ours. Cease your tiresome antics. Time is up. A faint earthy glow began to emanate from the stone spear in his hand. It was over. His flattery had backfired. Lin Yuan's heart sank. In that critical moment, his peripheral vision caught the sight of Yi Hanwei. Her lips parched and cracked from the heat, her eyes yearning for refreshment. A thought struck him like lightning. No food. But what about water? The last item. Indeed, it was the final item. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yuan shouted again. This time, instead of food, he seized a can of ice-cold cola from the large glass container designated for chilling beverages, the can hissing with frosty vapor. Snap! He deftly pulled the tab. the crisp sound resonating starkly amidst the silence of the standoff. The black, bubbling liquid hissed at the can's opening, releasing a cool mist infused with a sweet aroma that wafted upwards. In that fleeting moment, all the sand people were drawn to it, their expressions remaining impassive. Yet their obsidian-like eyes simultaneously reflected the small, effervescent metal can. The stone spear of the Sand People leader, poised to strike, halted midair. His gaze fixated on the can of cola, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. It was a minuscule yet precisely observed action by Lin Yuan. There's hope. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with elation, though his demeanor remained composed. He executed what he believed to be a suave gesture, tossing the can of cola forward with finesse. The can traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air, landing squarely in the leader's hands. Instinctively, the leader reached out, catching the chilled can with assurance. The cool sensation and the subtle vibrations from the fizzing bubbles caused a slight tremor in his rock-like palm. He lowered his gaze to this peculiar object, then raised his eyes to meet Lin Yuan's encouraging, benevolent smile. Under the watchful eyes of all, the leader hesitated momentarily before mimicking Lin Yuan's earlier actions, bringing the can to his lips and cautiously sipping a small mouthful. In the next instant, his body jolted. His eternally unchanging obsidian eyes widened in astonishment. The icy, bubbly, sweet liquid cascaded down his parched throat, flooding his body with a sensation he had never experienced before. It felt akin to a parched desert, receiving a refreshing deluge. No, it was even more sublime. What was this? The spring of life? A divine gift? Gulp, gulp, gulp. He could no longer contain himself, tilting his head back and downing the entire can in one go. Afterward, he even extended his tongue to savor the last drop clinging to the rim. Then, he released a resounding, effervescent belch. Burp. The entire expanse of the sandy sea seemed to fall silent. The sand warriors behind him craned their necks, fixated on the empty can in their leader's grasp, their throats emitting guttural, swallowing sounds, their yearning gazes betraying their insatiable desire. Slowly, the leader turned his head back to Lin Yuan, a complex tapestry of shock, longing, and conflict etched across his rock-like visage for the first time. What is this bubbling? Sweet water? His voice trembled ever so slightly. Lin Yuan smiled, knowing he had placed his bet wisely. He elegantly waved his hand, and with a resounding clatter, dozens of cans of chilled sodas and juices of various flavors materialized at his feet, forming a vibrant little hill upon the deck. A modest offering of local delicacies, a gesture of goodwill. Lin Yuan grinned like a fox that had just pilfered a chicken. Would you care for more, my friend? The Sandman Chief's breathing grew notably labored. He gazed at the heap of local specialties, then glanced back at his own kin, who were on the verge of insurrection, before finally resting his eyes on Lin Yuan's sincere smile. After a moment of contemplation, he strained to utter a few words through clenched teeth. The laws of the king dictate the expulsion of outsiders. He paused, then pivoted his statement, adding, however, the laws do not stipulate that one cannot accept gifts from friendly travelers, nor provide efficient and safe escort services to ensure their swift departure. He emphasized the words efficient and safe with particular weight. Lin Yuan's smile grew ever brighter. Then shall we enjoy a pleasant collaboration? The Sandman Chief remained silent for a full 3 seconds before finally nodding gravely. A pleasant collaboration. He turned to the eager warriors behind him and bellowed a few commands in their tongue. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Su Minghuai and Yu Mengbing. The flagship sand whale slowly lowered its mountainous head, extending its massive jaw beneath the hull of the Noah. Immediately, an unparalleled force surged forth, lifting the entire Noah, along with all aboard, smoothly off the sandy surface. The sand whale had hoisted the Noah entirely upon its back. It then let out a deep roar, its colossal body swaying as it glided through the golden sea of sand, moving with a grace that far surpassed the ship's own speed. Su Minghuai braced herself against the ship's railing, feeling the rhythmic undulation of the sand whale beneath her and the hot wind whistling past her ears, leaving her momentarily dazed. Is this resolved? She murmured. Night Han Hang had somehow slipped back to Lin Yuan's side, her violet eyes glinting with mischief. Master, you truly are a genius merchant. Lin Yuan leaned against the ship's railing, observing the Sandman chief clumsily directing his subordinates as they cautiously distributed the divine sweet water. A cryptic smile playing on his lips. Sometimes, when viewed from a different perspective, a crisis is merely a grand opportunity in disguise. Chapter 61. The chess of the sea as the Noah was borne upon the massive back of a colossal sand whale, traversing the sandy sea at an unprecedented velocity. The sensation was both wondrous and overwhelming. Beneath them lay not the sluggish gravel, but the broad spine of the sand whale, reminiscent of a moving mountain range. The scorching winds were cast far behind, while the hazy yellow landscape swiftly receded from view, with their navigation efficiency exceeding their own sailing by more than tenfold. On the deck, the atmosphere shifted from a tense standoff to an uncanny harmony. Lin Yuan generously offered the entire stash of beverages as a toll to the Sand People's leader. At this moment, the leader, named Casa, cradled a can of chilled orange juice as if it were a rare treasure, savoring it in small sips. His face alight with an almost rapturous expression. Behind him, the Sand Warriors each held a can, indulging in a divine drink they had never experienced before. Their gazes towards Lin Yuan transformed from initial wariness and hostility to unabashed reverence and camaraderie. Brother Lin Yuan, is this sweet spring water the way your kind quenches their thirst in your homeland? Casa inquired, exhaling contentedly after a sip, his curiosity evident. He had already taken to addressing Lin Yuan as a brother. Well, more or less, Lin Yuan leaned beside him, casually improvising, we have ample water resources, so we enjoy adding various flavors to it. Truly, a lavish race, Casa remarked sincerely, gazing longingly at the orange juice in his hand. Here, water is life. Only during the grandest of annual rituals does the king bestow upon us a sacred water infused with plant juices. Yet that taste pales in comparison to your divine drink, resembling mere sand. Should the opportunity arise, I shall treat you to your heart's content. Lin Yuan chuckled, patting his shoulder before feigning casualness. Casa, brother, does this expanse of sandy sea originate from your king's creation? This question piqued the interest of Yu Mangbing and Su Minghui. Wei Hanhai boldly fetched a small stool to sit beside them, eavesdropping openly. Indeed, Cass's face illuminated with profound reverence as he spoke of their king. Long ago, this place, like the world beyond, was a vast blue ocean. However, our ancestors discovered an artifact known as the chess of the sea deep within the abyss. The chess of the sea? Lin Yuan astutely seized upon this key term. Yes, Casa nodded, his raspy voice recounting an ancient history. This artifact possesses the power of creation. Our first Sand King utilized it to transform this ocean into an endless sandy sea. Sand is both our cradle and our fortress. The Sand People were brought forth by the king through the might of the chess of the sea, and our mission is to safeguard this land of serenity from any intruders. A tempest of emotions surged within Lin Yuan. The chess of the sea, a remarkable object capable of altering the very shape of the oceanic expanse. He instantly recalled the wonders mentioned in the system announcement. Perhaps these so-called wonders are fundamentally embodied in a singular oceanic chess piece. Although his own Titan's heart cannot transform the waters, it bestows upon his warship an almost boundless capacity for growth. Is there a connection between the two? So, is the oceanic chess piece still in the possession of your Sand King? Lin Yuan inquired with tentative curiosity. Casa's demeanor darkened as he shook his head. The old king returned to the embrace of the sand sea many years ago. The new Sand King has yet to be born. The oceanic chess piece lies dormant at the deepest depths of this sandy expanse, awaiting its next awakening alongside the old king. With the new king unestablished and the wondrous object in slumber, it signifies that this sandy sea is currently in a state of power vacuum. Lin Yuan silently committed this crucial information to memory. By the way, Brother Casa, Lin Yuan shifted the topic. Have you encountered any other outsiders like us who could speak? I have seen quite a few outsiders, Casa mused. Every year, a handful of iron ships, much like yours, recklessly venture in. However, they were not as friendly as you, and thus were driven away by us. As for those who could communicate with us, his gaze suddenly turned distant. Yes, I once encountered one. Oh, Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. That was a long time ago. I was merely a young warrior back then. Casa reminisced, recalling how the old king once hosted a guest. This individual bore an almost identical resemblance to you, with black hair and yellow skin. Yet, he was extraordinarily powerful. He did not require a vessel, for he could soar through the skies, adorned with wings. A human capable of flight. Lin Yuan exchanged astonished glances with the three women, each reflecting a shared sense of disbelief. He conversed with the old king for an extended period. Our language was imparted to the old king by that guest, Casa added. The old king mentioned that the guest hailed from a far-off land, seeking the path back home. A flying individual, speaking the same language from a distant realm? Or perhaps an even earlier intruder? The hidden secrets of this world far exceed his imagination. As their conversation unfolded, the scene ahead abruptly cleared. The endless expanse of dull yellow finally reached its terminus. At the edge of the sand sea, a distinct dividing line emerged. Beyond this boundary lay a bizarrely colored, dark red ocean. The water was as viscous as blood, shrouded in a faint, rust-tinged mist. The entire domain exuded an ominous, desolate, and heart-wrenching aura. A bleeding ocean. Night Han Han murmured, her prophetic visions materializing vividly before her eyes. The sand whale fleet halted at the dividing line. The flagship, the sand whale, slowly lowered itself, gently returning the Noah to the eerie crimson waters. Brother Lin Yuan, ahead lies the crimson, corrupted sea. Kasser stood upon the back of the whale, his expression grave as he cautioned. It was a cursed expanse of ocean, a realm even we sand people dare not tread lightly. Legends whisper of an ancient deity slumbering beneath its depths, its blood having stained the entire sea crimson. Thank you for the warning, Lin Yuan replied solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement. The moment of parting had arrived. Kasser gazed at Lin Yuan, then at the empty vessels held by his kin. A palpable sense of reluctance etched upon his face. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally retrieved from his garment a palm-sized, petrified piece of wood intricately carved with the likeness of a miniature sand whale. Extending it toward Lin Yuan. Take this, he urged. What is this? Lin Yuan inquired as he accepted the smooth, warm artifact. This is the token of our sandwalkers, Kasser stated, his tone imbued with a solemn promise. With it, you shall be regarded as a friend of our tribe. Should you return to the vast sea, simply present this, and no sand person shall trouble you. If you find yourself in distress, you may seek me out. Of course. He rubbed his fingers together, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his demeanor. The bubbling sweet water must not be forgotten. Observing Kasser's sincere yet somewhat mercantile visage, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, there will be plenty. He tucked the wooden carving away, recognizing its worth far exceeded mere refreshments. Take care, my friend. Take care, Kasser replied, casting a deep gaze at him before waving his hand, leading his sand whale fleet to plunge once more into the golden sea of sands. Their colossal forms swiftly vanished, leaving behind a gently settling expanse of sand. The Noah resumed its solitary voyage, yet this time, the sentiments aboard were starkly different from their arrival. They had not only traversed the perilous sands unscathed, but had also garnered vital intelligence and an unexpected ally. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, gazing into the ominous blood-red ocean ahead, the acrid scent of blood thick in the air. In his eyes, there was no fear, but rather a fervent flame ignited within. The ocean's gambit, the soaring humans, the slumbering ancient god. This apocalyptic world slowly unveiled to him a mere glimpse of its mysterious and perilous nature. And he, filled with an insatiable curiosity, yearned to delve deeper into its secrets. Chapter 62. Entering the blood-red sea, the Noah glided steadily into the eerie, dark crimson waters. The moment the hull made contact with the viscous sea, a dull gurgle echoed, as though it were not slicing through the surface, but rather sinking into a vast pool of unfrozen plasma. The air thickened with a pungent, iron-laden scent of blood, becoming increasingly overwhelming. Su Minghuai could hardly bear it. She covered her nose, her brows knitted tightly, and a tumultuous wave churned in her stomach. This cursed place. Just the smell makes me want to vomit. she complained, her voice tinged with undeniable disdain. Yu Mingbing, however, remained unfazed, though the chill surrounding her seemed to intensify, forming an almost imperceptible frost on the deck, effectively isolating her from the stench. Yihan Heng, intrigued, approached the rail, extending her delicate fingers as if to touch the thick, red water, only to be yanked back by Lin Yuan. "Do not touch that," Lin Yuan admonished, his expression unusually grave. "Casa mentioned that ancient deities slumber here. Who knows what sinister entities lurk in these waters?" "Master, you are overly anxious," Yihan Heng replied, leaning against him, her violet eyes blinking playfully. "The more perilous the place, the greater the surprise hidden within." Lin Yuan ignored her jest, his mind racing to process the explosive information recently imparted by the Sand People's leader, Casa. "The sea domain chess," he murmured, repeating the phrase. "A peculiar object capable of altering the very form of the sea domain. This could very well be the essence of the regional sea." Yu Mingbing interjected, a glimmer of contemplation in her ice-blue eyes. "Each region corresponds to a sea domain chesser, a similar divine artifact. Does that not imply that whoever acquires this object could claim dominion over a sea domain?" Su Minghui realized the crux of the matter, momentarily forgetting the foul odor, her face now a mask of astonishment. The ability to create a sea of sand and fabricate a race. Such near-creation powers far exceeded their understanding of this apocalyptic world. This was no longer a mere survival game. It was akin to a mythological war. What troubled me further was the guest that Casa had mentioned. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the three women, dark-haired, yellow-skinned, capable of flight, and possessing wings, having taught the Sand People their language. "This sounds like us," Yihan Heng articulated succinctly. "But we cannot fly, nor do we have wings," Su Minghui immediately countered. "Not now, but that does not mean we cannot in the future." Lin Yuan's voice grew somber. "Have you considered that if this guest is also an outsider like us, yet arrived far earlier, much earlier? How did he acquire such abilities?" This question struck the three women like a boulder plummeting into a tranquil lake. Indeed, they struggled to survive in this world, striving to upgrade their warship, seeking a modicum of self-defense. Yet there were predecessors who had already attained the capacity to soar through the skies and engage in light-hearted discourse with the kings of realms. The chasm between them was vast enough to evoke despair. Perhaps he had accomplished an extraordinarily challenging task, or perhaps he had unearthed the ultimate secret of some wonder. Yu Mingbing speculated. Or could it be that he was not an ordinary player at all? Yi Henin's tone grew somewhat ethereal, as if she had slipped into a state of mystical divination. The boundaries of the world are not always so clearly defined. Where there are visitors, there may also be returnees. Lin Yuan chose not to delve into her words, favoring the more pragmatic possibilities. That flying senior undoubtedly illuminated a new path for all who followed, leading to a higher realm. This world encompasses more than mere navigation, salvaging, and leveling up. There exist deeper forces capable of altering the very fabric of the world, awaiting discovery. The sea domain chess is, at present, the most recognized key to that power. Regardless, the path we tread now must be the correct one. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to return from those grand conjectures and focus on the immediate predicament, the sleeping heart, the ancient god's blood staining the sea. All these clues pointed to this very place. We must first locate that heart before proceeding. As they engaged in discussion, the Noah had already ventured deep into this sanguine, corrupt sea. Strange objects began to emerge upon the water's surface, floating islands of various sizes. Yet, to label them as islands would be a misnomer. They lacked the texture of rock and the hue of soil. All the islands exhibited a bizarre, dark red color, akin to that of the surrounding waters. Their surfaces were pockmarked and adorned with twisted, vascular-like patterns. In some areas, they even undulated rhythmically, as if they were breathing. The entire structure resembled a chunk of flesh, torn from some colossal creature. Su Minghui could no longer contain himself and rushed to the ship's edge to retch. Even Lin Yuan, with his robust mental fortitude, felt a shiver run down his spine at this sight. These islands evoked the sensation that they were traversing an open wound of a gigantic being. Should we go take a look? A subtle gravity underpinned Yu Mengbing's voice. Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment. True to his nature, he would typically avoid such ominous locales. Yet, Yi Ninza's divination and the name Sleeping Heart rendered it impossible for him to disregard these bizarre flesh and blood islands. The connection between heart and flesh was self-evident. Let us find a smaller one and approach it. Lin Yuan finally resolved. We must unravel the mystery of what this ghastly place truly is. The Noah slowly turned its bow towards the nearest blood-red island, no larger than a basketball court, and began to glide forward. The hull of the Noah gently nestled against the edge of that flesh-like island. The collision was not as jarring as anticipated. Rather, it presented a dull and supple sensation, as if the vessel had struck a vast, resilient rubber surface. The area where the ship's hull met the island even yielded slightly, rippling outward like water disturbed by a stone. The four individuals on the deck held their breath in anticipation. Lin Yuan retrieved a spare metal rod from the storage compartment, cautiously probing the ground of the island. The tip of the rod conveyed an exceedingly peculiar texture, sticky, slick, and imbued with a trace of warmth, reminiscent of piercing into a vast, semi-raw animal liver. With a slight exertion, the rod easily penetrated the surface, and upon withdrawal, it bore remnants of a dark red, viscous substance akin to congealed blood clots. Is this place safe for standing? Su Menghui inquired, her complexion paling at the grotesque sight. It should be, Lin Yuan replied, weighing the rod in his hand. Although the ground felt soft, it exhibited considerable resilience, unlikely to yield underfoot. He turned to the three women, stating, I will descend to investigate. You all remain vigilant aboard the ship. I'll accompany you, Yu Mengbing promptly declared. And I as well, Su Menghui added, though fear gripped her. She gritted her teeth and raised her Gauss pistol. She understood well that in such a place, to act independently would equate to courting death. Lin Yuan regarded them momentarily before nodding in assent. Knight Han Hui sensibly opted to stay aboard, leaning against the ship's railing and casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Yuan. Master, do take care. I shall pray for your safety here. Lin Yuan shot her an exasperated look, inhaled deeply, and was the first to leap from the vessel. Upon landing, a soft, elastic sensation surged from his feet, akin to treading upon a thick, slippery carpet. The air was thick with the scent of blood, mingled with an indescribable stench of decay, nearly overwhelming. The ground beneath him was warm, exuding a peculiar elasticity. It yielded underfoot, almost clinging to his soles. As he lifted his foot, the sole of his flip-flop drew forth slender strands of red, reminiscent of connective tissue. This cursed place. Su Menghui observed the scene, her stomach churning violently, nearly retching the canned food she had consumed that morning. Clad in slender-heeled shoes, she feared that stepping down would mean the heels would sink directly into the ground. Lin Yuan glanced back at her troubled expression and smiled, bending down to extend his hand. Su Menghui paused, her cheeks flushing, yet she still offered her hand. With a gentle grip, Lin Yuan steadied her descent from the boat, guiding her onto a relatively firm white rock beside him. Thank you, Su Menghui murmured, her voice barely audible, her gaze evasive. The island immediately, a horde of creatures, each no larger than a palm and resembling leeches, emerged from the sea, their bodies a vivid crimson and adorned with a ring of sharp, minute teeth. They surged forward like sharks, sensing blood, relentlessly charging towards the three individuals on the island and the nearby vessel, the Noah. Be careful. Su Menghui was the first to react, firing her Gauss pistol with precision. A golden beam of energy shot forth, striking the foremost blood leech with deadly accuracy. In an instant, the leech was obliterated, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist, leaving no trace behind. Su Menghui was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so feeble? Without hesitation, she fired several more shots, each one effortlessly annihilating another leech. Aside from their alarming numbers and somewhat grotesque appearance, these creatures were as fragile as parchment. On the other side, Yu Mengbing found no need to utilize her ice blades. With a mere wave of her hand, a chilling aura enveloped the air. The leeches lunging at her were instantly encased in ice, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of shattering shards. Lin Yuan, too, exhibited remarkable ease. Relying solely on the formidable physical prowess granted by his Titan armor, crushing the leeches that crawled onto the island beneath his feet, turning them into mere pulp. Within a minute, the initial wave of assault had been effortlessly dismantled. The island and the Noah were strewn with the frozen or pulverized remains of the grotesque creatures, creating a scene of extreme revulsion. Is that all? Su Minghuai gazed at the smoke curling from her weapon's muzzle, her expression one of disbelief. She had anticipated a far greater challenge. Yet something felt amiss. Yu Mengbing's brow furrowed deeper. This place exuded an unsettling aura. These creatures were abnormally weak. Lin Yuan, too, set aside his initial disdain. Approaching the edge of the island, he observed the leeches still writhing in the water, seemingly hesitant and reluctant to advance, lost in contemplation. This did not resemble a battle. Rather, it felt more akin to a deterrence, or perhaps a warning. It appeared these feeble creatures were not intent on killing them, but rather on preventing their approach to the island. At that moment, Lin Yuan's mind flickered, prompting him to access a channel he had not viewed in some time. Logically, as a newly unveiled world wonder, the sleeping heart should be teeming with players. The channel bustling with fervent discussions about strategies or calls for team assistance. However, at that instant, the channel was enveloped in silence. After a prolonged pause, a few scattered messages drifted through. Player XXX, is anyone there? Why is this place deserted? Where are the ships? Player XXX, damn, same here. I've been sailing for a whole day and haven't spotted a single soul. The coordinates for the world wonder can't be wrong, can they? Player XXX, does anyone else find the sea ahead peculiar? My ship seems to be slowing down. Player XXX, to the person above, I feel the same. It seems like something in the water is dragging my vessel. Player Anonymous, run, quickly. A sudden, anonymous message appeared in the channel and vanished in an instant. Lin Yuan's heart sank heavily. He immediately realized that it wasn't that no one had come here. Rather, those who had arrived had likely encountered calamity. These feeble monsters were merely an appetizer. The true, lethal danger lurked deep within the silent sea of blood. We must depart. Lin Yuan decisively instructed the two women. However, just as he prepared to turn back to the Noah, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the distant sea. Amidst the thick, almost impenetrable crimson fog, a massive, dark silhouette loomed. It was a ship, a colossal iron battleship, half submerged, skewed at an angle within the viscous waters. This great wreck resembled a stranded iron behemoth, silently standing amidst the distant blood mist, exuding an ominous aura of death. Its design was starkly different from that of the Noah, imbued with a sense of ruggedness and power, with enormous, horn-like metal protrusions affixed to both sides of the hull. Most striking was the peculiar apparatus at the stern, a propulsion system composed of several enormous ring-like metals, still faintly sparking with electric fire. It belonged to a player. Su Minghuai recognized it at once. That was the turbine electromagnetic accelerator, a highly expensive modification sold in the shop, capable of instantly enhancing sailing speed. The owner of such an extravagant component could not be an insignificant figure. Let's investigate. Lin Yuan felt no hesitation. This sunken ship was the only clue related to players they had encountered since entering this maritime expanse. They had to explore it thoroughly, no matter the cost. The three swiftly returned to the Noah, and Lin Yuan immediately activated the engine, steering towards the wreck. As they drew closer, the ship's dire state became increasingly evident. The hull was riddled with numerous holes and cracks, but these were not the result of cannon fire. They appeared to have been corroded by some highly caustic liquid. The deck was in disarray, with various equipment strewn about, and dark red, dried stains were scattered everywhere. The Noah approached slowly. An eerie silence enveloped the entire wreck, interrupted only by the mournful wind that whistled through the damaged hull, resembling the wails of spirits. I feel quite uneasy. Night Han Hai had somehow approached Lin Yuan's side, her amethyst-like eyes fixated on the sunken ship, reflecting a profound apprehension. Lin Yuan remained silent, directly controlling the mechanical arm of the Noah to rest upon the other ship's deck before being the first to leap across. A more intense stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses. The deck beneath his feet was sticky, akin to stepping on a layer of wet paint. Lin Yuan crouched down, dipped a finger into the substance, and brought it to his nose. It was blood. The entire deck was coated with a thick layer of sanguine fluid. Heavens! Su Minghuai, who had followed closely behind, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the scene before him. At the entrance of the cockpit, they stumbled upon the first corpse. It was a man clad in combat attire, frozen in a posture as if attempting to crawl outward. His body had shriveled to a mere husk, resembling a mummy that had been desiccated for centuries. His skin was tightly adhered to his skeleton, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and his mouth, agape, frozen in an expression of sheer terror and agony. There was not a single visible wound on his body. What? What has happened? Su Minghuai's voice trembled with fear. Yu Mengbing stepped forward, crouched down, and cautiously used an ice blade to cut open the corpse's wrist. No blood, not a single drop, oozed forth. All the blood in his body had been completely drained. Yu Mengbing arrived at a chilling conclusion. They pressed onward, discovering several more corpses in various corners of the cabin. Without exception, each one was like the first, utterly drained of blood, transformed into horrifying, desiccated remains. The entire scene was unsettlingly surreal. It is that sea. Lin Yuan's voice was low and hoarse. All the souls aboard this vessel have likely been unwittingly drained dry by this eerie blood sea. What a despairing and terrifying fate. Will we end up like this? Su Minghuai's body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, Lin Yuan asserted decisively. He approached the corpse, still maintaining its crawling position, his gaze falling upon a fallen, extinguished electronic panel beside it. He picked up the panel and attempted to input a bit of energy. The screen flickered several times before miraculously illuminating. It displayed a fragmented navigation log. Day 3. Entering the blood-corrupted sea. The maritime channel is eerily quiet. Day 4. The ship's speed has decreased. The power system shows normal. There seems to be resistance underwater. Crew members are beginning to experience dizziness and fatigue. Day 5. Old Zhang has collapsed. His skin has turned as dry as tree bark. We try to carry him into the medical bay, but he is too heavy and we lack the strength. Day 6. I'm also starting to feel dizzy. So thirsty, so thirsty. Water. Water is useless. Is this sea? It is drinking us. No. It is consuming everything. The ship is bleeding. The log abruptly ceased at this point. The ship is bleeding? Lin Yuan's heart raced. An incredibly absurd yet strikingly plausible hypothesis surged into his mind. Without further hesitation, he pressed his palm against the deck beneath him. Heart of the Titan, devour. Buzz, a familiar pulling force emanated from his palm. However, in the next moment, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. The anticipated overwhelming surge of energy feedback from devouring such an immense warship did not materialize. The energy emanating from this vessel was pitifully weak. It was akin to gnawing on a piece of sugarcane that had been utterly drained of its essence. Ding! Devoured the damaged battleship, the Vanguard, gaining 85 energy points. Ding! Acquired 1 damaged turbo electromagnetic accelerator. A mere 35 points? To consume an entire vessel larger than the Ark Noah, and yet receive only a paltry 35 points of energy. Lin Yuan abruptly lifted his gaze toward the thick, blood-red sea. He finally comprehended the truth. This sea did not merely subsist on the lifeblood of living beings. It devoured all. Life, steel, energy. Everything that ventured into this domain would be silently and inexorably drained of its last vestige of worth. The reason this ship was left with so little energy was that its essence had long been consumed by this insatiable ocean. Lin Yuan gazed at his Titan's heart, which held scant energy, and then looked down at the vessel slowly, transforming into motes of light, being absorbed by him. Chapter 63. Dual Departure, merely 35 points of energy. Lin Yuan gazed at the colossal warship, larger than the Noah, as it dissipated into luminous specks beneath his palm. Instead of joy from his triumph, a chilling dread surged within him. This vessel, along with the lives of all its crew, had been utterly drained by this eerie sea of blood. They resembled unfortunate souls who had fallen into the belly of some immense creature, unknowingly digested until naught remained but a hollow shell, stripped of all worth. And now, they found themselves at the very heart of this stomach. This place, it was profoundly sinister. Su Minghui, arms crossed, felt goosebumps prickling her skin. The ghastly sight of the desiccated corpses had even unsettled this young lady, accustomed to the brutalities of a post-apocalyptic world. Yu Mingbing's expression was equally grave. Her ice-blue eyes warily scanned the viscous crimson waters surrounding them, the ice blade in her hand flickering ominously. Only Yihan Wei, with her violet eyes shimmering with an unusual light, displayed no fear. Rather, she radiated an almost exhilarating curiosity. How intriguing! This vast and persistent siphoning of life, it seemed less like predation and more akin to a rule. A rule? Lin Yuan pondered the term. Indeed. Yihan Hui extended her slender finger, tracing the air as if outlining the sun's arc or the flow of water downhill. In this domain, life flows to the ocean appeared to be a predetermined, inescapable rule. Her words caused Lin Yuan's heart to skip a beat. If this truly was a rule, could they possibly resist it? At that moment, the Noah's internal communication channel flickered unexpectedly. Player, Lone Wanderer Old K. Is there anyone alive? Is anyone there? The emergence of this message shattered the eerie silence on the deck. Lin Yuan immediately dashed back to the cockpit and seized the communicator. This is the Noah. We are amidst the blood-soaked sea. What is your situation? Silence lingered on the other end for a few moments, seemingly taken aback by the response before a voice emerged. Crackling with static, weak yet urgent. Player, Lone Wanderer Old K. Noah? Thank goodness. Brother, run. Don't linger in this cursed place. My ship 1T move. 1T move? What do you mean? Lin Yuan pressed for clarification. Player, Lone Wanderer Old K. I don't know. Since yesterday, the speed has been steadily declining, and now it feels as if something has ensnared it from beneath. No amount of power to the systems makes a difference. Moreover, my body, I feel so weak, and I'm dizzy. His account mirrored almost exactly the incomplete log entries Lin Yuan had seen. A sense of foreboding enveloped him as he glanced at the Noah's speedometer, the needle steady, showing no signs of decline. Look at the bottom of the ship. Su Minghui's voice cried out from outside. Lin Yuan swiftly switched to the monitoring perspective beneath the vessel. There, clinging to the underside of the Noah, were several tendrils the thickness of an infant's arm, dark red and resembling blood vessels, which had attached themselves without his notice. The surface of these tendrils was adorned with numerous minute suckers, clinging tenaciously to the titan armor of the Noah, writhing slightly as if fervently sucking on something. In another split-screen view, Lin Yuan, through a shared satellite perspective, beheld the vessel named the Lone Wanderer Old K. It was a medium-sized exploration ship, now entirely overrun by those sanguine tendrils, swarming in numbers exceeding the thousands. These tendrils were as robust as enormous pythons, encasing the entire ship like a crimson cocoon, with countless tips having already pierced through the hull, extending up to the deck. In stark contrast, the mere dozen or so small worms clinging to the bottom of the Noah seemed almost trivial. Why? Why are there so few on our ship? Su Minghui stared at the comparison on the screen, her face etched with confusion. Lin Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the tendrils affixed to his vessel's underside. He observed keenly that upon contact with the Titan armor, the writhing frequency of those tendrils noticeably slowed and became laborious, as though gnawing on exceptionally hard and indigestible bone. Their hue was even considerably duller than that of the tendrils on Old K's ship. A thought detonated in his mind. The heart of Titan. It was the presence of the heart of Titan that rendered the Noah a tough morsel in this sea of blood. The rules of this domain perhaps dictated the siphoning of all energy in life. Yet, the heart of Titan itself was an unreasonable conglomeration of rules that devoured energy. When these two sets of rules collided, it was evident that his ship held the advantage. This deadly realm, which posed a peril to other players, might merely be an ordinary, albeit hostile, sea for him. Player, Lone Wanderer Old K. Brother, what is happening over there? My ship. The hull is dissolving. Those tendrils, they're getting in, Following a shrill scream, the communication abruptly ceased. The regional channel fell once again into silence. Inside the cockpit, an eerie stillness prevailed. Su Minghui and Yu Mengbing's faces turned pale as they bore witness to a living player succumbing to despair. He is dead. Yu Mengbing's voice was cold, as if stating an undeniable fact. Will we meet the same fate? A tremor laced Su Minghui's voice. Not all. Lin Yuan's tone was soft yet remarkably resolute. He turned to face the two women, his expression no longer burdened with tension, but rather illuminated by a peculiar smile. Not only shall we survive, but we shall also explore this cursed place thoroughly. He gestured towards the screen, indicating the futile writhing of the sanguine tendrils beneath the Noah. These creatures fear us. He refrained from elaborating on the secrets of the heart of Titan, yet his confidence acted as a potent stimulant, instantly calming the frantic hearts of Su Minghui and Yu Mengbing. Knight Huan gazed at Lin Yuan with keen interest, her violet eyes shimmering with intrigue. It seems my master harbors more secrets than I had anticipated. Lin Yuan smiled in return, choosing not to respond. He settled back into the driver's seat, his gaze penetrating deeper into the blood-red mist. With the concerns of the sunken ship now behind him, the slumbering heart at the center of this crimson sea, as foretold by Yi Hanhui, beckoned for exploration. He had not only to go, but to do so with a grandiose flourish. Steadying himself, Lin Yuan abruptly pushed the throttle to its limit. The engine of the Noah roared to life, and the rear thrusters unleashed a dazzling blue flame, propelling the warship forward as if it were an arrow released from its bow, tearing through the viscous waters towards the depths of the blood sea at full speed. The blood-colored tendrils beneath the hull were effortlessly torn apart by the tremendous force, disintegrating into fragments that dissolved in the wake of their passage. Observing the rapidly receding crimson seascape, Su Minghui and Yu Mengbing finally relaxed completely. Su Minghui even found the leisure to stroll to the ship's railing, disdainfully gesturing at the tendrils below that seemed to wish to pursue, yet could not keep pace. Though Yu Mengbing maintained her aloof demeanor, the tension in her mouth softened slightly. She moved behind Lin Yuan, watching him command the vessel, a glimmer of subtle intrigue flashing in her ice-blue eyes. This man always seemed to conjure miracles in the direst of circumstances. Meanwhile, Yi Hanhui quietly leaned toward Lin Yuan's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Master, did you sleep well last night in the Ice Mountain Beauty's chamber?" Her words caused Lin Yuan, focused on piloting, to falter momentarily, nearly veering the ship off course. They also made Yu Mengbing, who had just relaxed, stiffen abruptly. The night once again enveloped the blood-soaked sea. The viscous blood mist appeared even more ominous in the darkness, as if countless eyes lurked just beyond its veil, scrutinizing the Noah, the sole intruder. Yet aboard the ship, the mood had shifted dramatically. After the day's validation, they had confirmed that the terrifying blood sea, capable of devouring all, posed a threat to the Noah that had diminished to an almost negligible level. Occasionally, some reluctant blood tendrils would cling to the hull, but with a slight increase in speed, they could be easily shaken off. The Noah moved through this perilous realm like a player adorned with the finest anti-vampiric gear, traversing the treacherous map with impunity. As the tense atmosphere dissipated, some enchanting thoughts began to quietly take root in the warm, comfortable cabin. In the dining room, Lin Yuan was savoring a rare dinner prepared by Su Minghui. This former superstar clearly lacked culinary talent, having burnt the outside while leaving the inside a sea beefsteak undercooked. Yet Lin Yuan relished every bite. For him, simply having food was a blessing, and he held no lofty expectations. "What are you staring at? Eat if you want." Su Minghui blushed slightly under his gaze, yet her words remained sharp as she speared the largest piece of meat on her plate and transferred it to Lin Yuan's. He chuckled and accepted it without hesitation. At that moment, Yi Hanhui glided in, elegantly bearing a glass of red wine, and took a seat across from Lin Yuan. Today, she had donned a black lace gown that accentuated her astonishingly long legs, making them appear even more elongated and graceful. "Master, did you sleep well last night in the Ice Mountain Beauty's room?" As she spoke, her words reverberated with startling intensity. Lin Yuan nearly choked on a morsel of meat, coughing violently. Opposite him, Su Minghui's curiosity ignited, her beautiful eyes darting between Lin Yuan and Yu Mengbing, who was quietly sipping juice in the corner. her face alight with eagerness, urging, "Do tell, I'm all ears." The named Yu Mengbing froze, her grip on the glass tightening, knuckles whitening. Bowing her head, her silvery hair cascaded down, veiling much of her face. Once he regained his breath, Lin Yuan shot a glare at the mischief-maker Yi Han Hui and whispered, "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I fabricating the truth?" Yi Han Hui waggled her wine glass, her violet eyes sparkling with mischief. "I distinctly heard rhythmic clicks of high heels echoing from someone's room last night. Moreover, it seemed I caught someone saying leg. Lower a bit, it's numb." She mimicked Yu Mengbing's cool yet slightly vexed tone with remarkable precision. Yu Mengbing suddenly stood, the chair scraping against the floor with an unpleasant screech. "I'm full," she declared, fleeing the dining hall in a manner that suggested a hasty retreat. "Ah, how amusing," Yi Han Hui remarked, watching her depart, before turning her attention to the visibly embarrassed Lin Yuan. "So, master, how was the experience? Our aloof Ice Mountain beauty must have offered quite a unique flavor when carried on your shoulders." Coughing to regain his composure, Lin Yuan attempted to shift the subject. "Let us eat. Meng Huai's cooking is truly delightful." "Stop pretending." Yi Han Hui leaned closer, the intoxicating mix of wine and her unique fragrance enveloping Lin Yuan. In a voice only they could hear, she continued to tempt him. "Isn't being alone a tad monotonous? Perhaps, tonight, we could try it together?" His heart skipped a beat. Gazing at Yi Han Hui's breathtakingly beautiful face, mere inches away, and those violet eyes that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul, he swallowed hard. "I would certainly be willing," he endeavored to sound composed, but Mengbing would likely not consent. "What I ist." To have her, he had already surpassed expectations. To involve her with another woman, she would likely draw her sword against him. "Isn't that simple?" A mischievous smile graced Yi Han Hui's lips. "Leave it to me. I shall persuade her." With that, she elegantly rose, wine glass in hand, striding towards the direction Yu Mengbing had taken. Watching her confident silhouette, Lin Yuan felt an unexpected surge of unrealistic yet fervent anticipation. Could this enchantress truly manage to persuade her? Within the observation deck of the Noah, Yu Mengbing stood alone before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the swirling crimson mist outside, attempting to calm the tumult within her heart. The words of Yi Han Hang, that enchanting creature, echoed in her ears. Last night's images surged uncontrollably in her mind. That scoundrel insisted she wear high heels and perform a split, ultimately even suggesting she should don those heels for him. How had she been so foolish to acquiesce? Would it not have sufficed to be more ordinary? What was she thinking? Yi Han Hong's voice, unexpectedly, resonated behind her. Yu Mengbing startled, turning to find Yi Han Hang leaning against the doorframe, amusement dancing in her eyes. "What brings you here?" Yu Mengbing's tone returned to its usual frosty demeanor, though her gaze flickered evasively. "I came to chat with you," Yi Han Hang replied, stepping closer to stand beside her, both of their gazes cast upon the perilous sea outside. "It's rather dangerous. I assent it. We are unharmed," Yu Mengbing stated succinctly. "Indeed, we are unscathed, thanks to Lin Yuan." Yi Han Hong's tone shifted. "Do you not find it strange? Why is this sea ineffective against us? Why do the natives of the sand sea grant us clemency?" "Because Lin Yuan always finds a way." Yu Mengbing fell silent, unable to counter her assertion. "He possesses great fortune and profound secrets," Yi Han Hang continued, her voice imbued with a distant resonance. "It is by following him that we are able to survive in this wretched world, even thrive. Thus, we ought to take action to fortify our bond, should we not?" "Were you implying?" Yu Mengbing furrowed her brow. "What I mean is, we are akin to grasshoppers tethered to the same string, natural allies." Yi Han Hang turned to face her, her violet eyes earnest. "Lin Yuan is our core. Making him happy, fostering his reliance upon us, benefits us all. Are you suggesting to please him with our bodies?" Yu Mengbing's gaze turned icy, a hint of disdain lacing her voice. "No, you misunderstand." Yi Han Hang shook her head, smiling. "That is not pleasing. That is an investment. Moreover, do you not enjoy it yourself?" Did she enjoy it? Memories flooded her mind of that man, though domineering. There was a gentleness and clumsiness in his actions, his searing breath and powerful heartbeat. Her journey from initial resistance to eventual surrender. Her heart grew tumultuous. You see, you do not despise it. In fact, you might even relish it, do you not? Yi Heng seemed to peer into her soul. If so, why not allow everyone to be a bit happier? The three of us could form the most steadfast triangle. It is not merely emotional. It is a matter of survival. One more person brings forth myriad possibilities and added strength. Leaning closer, she whispered into Yu Mengbing's ear. And are you not curious about what it would feel like with three together? Do you not think it would be quite intriguing? Yu Mengbing's breath quickened. She gazed into Yi Heng's beguiling eyes, recalling Lin Yuan's mischievous grin. An absurd, audacious thought, imbued with a fatal allure, quietly emerged from the long-frozen depths of her heart. Observing the dramatic shift in Yu Mengbing's gaze, Yi Heng understood that the bait had been taken. The following morning, as the first eerie tendrils of dark red sunlight filtered through the porthole into Lin Yuan's room, he slowly opened his eyes. A sensation akin to a hangover intertwined with profound satisfaction coursed through him, creating an ineffable and wondrous experience. He shifted his body, sensing a warm, soft touch and a heavy pressure on both his left and right arms. Stiffly, he turned his neck. To his left, Yi Heng slept soundly, her deep blue hair cascading over the pillow like seaweed. Her exquisite visage was tranquil and serene, with long eyelashes that occasionally fluttered like butterfly wings and a faint, triumphant smile lingering at the corner of her lips, reminiscent of a cat that had indulged in a forbidden feast. To his right lay Yu Mengbing, turned away from him. Her signature silver hair was somewhat tousled, and on her exposed, snowy shoulder lingered several ambiguous red marks. She seemed to have awakened, her body slightly tense, her steady breathing betraying an undercurrent of subtle disarray. Lin Yuan's mind stalled for a full 10 seconds. Last night, that enchantress, Yi Heng, had truly succeeded. He could only recall how Yi Heng had led a blushing, yet evasive Yu Mengbing into his room, and it felt as though he were lost in a dream. The events that followed unfolded seamlessly, yet remained surreal, chaotic, and wild, transcending all expectations. The fusion of ice and fire, the struggle between reason and desire, played out vividly in his memory. He distinctly remembered Yu Mengbing's initial resistance and rigidity transforming, under Yi Heng's guidance and teasing, into an openness that revealed the fiery passion hidden beneath her icy facade. He also recalled Yi Heng, like a queen commanding the scene, expertly orchestrating the emotions of the three, propelling their outrageous revelry to one climax after another. Awake? A cool, slightly husky voice came from his right. Yu Mengbing slowly turned to face him, her ice blue eyes opening. In the morning light, her expression was a complex tapestry of embarrassment, confusion, and a hint of something she herself had yet to recognize. Longing. Would you morning? Lin Yuan's throat felt parched, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Yu Mengbing huffed softly, pulling the blanket over herself and presenting Lin Yuan only with the back of her head. At that moment, to his left, Yi Heng stretched languorously, her graceful curves evident beneath the thin cover. She opened her amethyst-like eyes and smiled sweetly at Lin Yuan. Master, good morning. The triple meeting last night was quite a success, wasn't it? Lin Yuan's lips twitched. This enchantress truly never ceased to astonish. I found it quite successful, he managed to reply. Yi Heng nodded to herself, then turned towards the blanket cocoon beside her. Mengbing, what do you think? The figure beneath the covers trembled slightly, yet offered no response. It seemed our icy-beauty required a bit more time to process the outcomes of the meeting. Night Han chuckled softly, then threw back the covers, rising to sit up, unabashedly revealing her flawless form before Lin Yuan. I shall prepare breakfast. You two can continue with your post-meeting discussion, she declared, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Yuan before gracefully gliding out of the room, barefoot. In the chamber, only Lin Yuan and Yu Mengbing, ensconced within the blankets, remained. The atmosphere grew subtly awkward. Lin Yuan gazed at the bulging quilt, contemplating, and eventually reached out to gently pat it. Mengbing? The blanket stirred slightly. That, last night, no talking, came a muffled, indignant growl from within. All right, no talking, Lin Yuan acquiesced, pulling back a corner of the quilt to behold her face. flushed to the point of near bleeding, as he softly suggested, "Shall we rise for breakfast?" Yu Mingbing bit her lip, her ice-blue eyes glistening with unshed tears as she glared at him. After a prolonged silence, she managed to squeeze out a single word through gritted teeth. The once frosty campus Belle had been reduced to this state. Leave. Though her tone was fierce, Lin Yuan discerned a hint of concession in her gaze. He understood that some things had quietly shifted after last night. The glacier had melted at a crucial point under the combined efforts of himself and Night Han Han. At that moment, the ship's intercom crackled to life with Su Menghuai's somewhat excited voice. "Lin Yuan, come out and see. We seem to have arrived." Both Lin Yuan and Yu Mingbing paused, exchanging a glance that rendered their prior embarrassment inconsequential as they swiftly donned their attire and rushed out of the room. Upon ascending to the deck, they were met with a breathtaking sight that left them utterly astounded. The blood-red mist that had enveloped them had dissipated, revealing an expansive, breathtakingly vast circular sea. The waters were no longer a viscous dark red, but rather a strange, crystalline transparency, allowing them to peer through to the depths below. 1,000 meters down, they beheld a myriad of gigantic, circuit-like metallic structures, pulsating with an eerie blue luminescence. These intricate metallic formations interwove to create an unimaginably elaborate array. With countless streams of energy coursing through the circuits, ultimately converging at the center of the sea, there a colossal heart, so enormous it eluded description, floated serenely. This heart was as large as a small island, its surface a dark crimson, interlaced with thick, mountainous veins. Each pulsation resonated slowly, yet powerfully. Thump, thump, thump. The sound did not travel through the air, but resonated directly within the depths of each soul, imbued with an ancient, solemn grandeur that bore an overwhelming pressure. With each heartbeat, the surface of the circular sea ripples outward in visible waves. Countless streams of energy flow in synchrony with the rhythm of the heartbeat, drawn from the colossal metallic array beneath, merging into the heart, and then surging through the vast blood vessels that connect to it, akin to chains from the heavens, delivering vitality to the unknown reaches beyond. This heart serves as the energy nexus of this blood-red, corrupted sea. The so-called load-bearing plate is the immense metallic array beneath, resembling an underwater city. In a state of reverie, Yi Han stands at the bow of the ship, murmuring to herself, her amethyst-like eyes reflecting a profound awe and yearning for the unknown truths. Su Menghuai stands agape, utterly at a loss for words. The spectacle before her exceeds her wildest imaginings of wonder. Yu Mingbing's face mirrors astonishment. She senses the terrifying energy emanating from the heart with each pulse, capable of obliterating all in its path. Lin Yuan's heart beats violently in tandem with the rhythm of that colossal entity. He finally comprehends why Yi Han had foretold their arrival here and understands the peculiar and lethal nature of this domain. For they have not trespassed into a mere sea, but rather into the very body of a slumbering ancient deity. And this heart is the wellspring of divine power. Before this gigantic heart, the Noah appears as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. Lin Yuan's gaze is resolutely fixed upon that heart. Within his eyes, there is no trace of fear, but rather an unprecedented flame of ambition ignited within him. Chapter 64. A tailored marvel? Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat, seemingly echoing from the depths of time immemorial, resonated within the very souls of everyone aboard the Noah. It was slow and heavy, yet contained a power potent enough to shake the heavens and the earth. With each pulsation, the colossal metallic array beneath illuminated brilliantly, sending forth sacred and majestic ripples across the surface of the circular sea. Lin Yuan's heart, uncontrollably attuned to that rhythm, beat fervently. He fixated on the gigantic heart, suspended like an island in the center of the sea, his initial shock replaced by an almost palpable flame of ambition that threatened to burst forth from within him. If he could possess it, what then? Su Menghuai's voice trembled as she pointed towards the distant horizon. At the far end of the circular sea, Where blood mist met the crystalline waters, several ships lay quietly anchored. Their sizes were considerable, with faint glimmers of energy shields shimmering along their hulls, clearly indicating they were also player-operated warships. However, their condition appeared dire, as a thin layer of dark red substance, reminiscent of rust, coated their surfaces, suggesting prolonged erosion by these waters. It seemed we were not the first guests to discover this place. Yu Mengbing's gaze regained its composure as she swiftly analyzed the situation. They had likely been here for an extended period. This might explain why occasional messages appeared in the regional channel, yet no one could genuinely share core intelligence. It was likely that all players who arrived here were ensnared in this heart sea, caught in a precarious predicament. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan steered the Noah closer to the vessels. It was evident they had noticed their approach, as shadowy figures appeared on the decks, cautiously observing them. Lin Yuan activated the public communication channel. "This is the Noah. Passing through, no ill intent." His voice resonated clearly across the channel. After a brief silence, a weary, hoarse male voice responded, "Noah? Never heard of it. Newcomer? Just arrived. What's the situation here?" Lin Yuan inquired succinctly. "The situation? You've seen it, Haven Tu? A world marvel, heart of the ancient gods. A colossal cake for the eyes, but not for consumption." "What do you mean?" "Heh, you'll understand once you see it for yourself." The other party seemed disinclined to elaborate further, abruptly severing the communication. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, unfazed. He maneuvered the Noah straight towards the center of the circular sea, heading for the immense heart and the functional structure below it, pulsating with an ethereal blue glow. As the Noah drew nearer, the oppressive aura emanating from the heart intensified horrifically. Su Minghui felt a tightening in her chest, her complexion paling slightly. Yu Mengbing also appeared affected. Only Yi Hanhang stood at the bow, allowing the overwhelming pressure to wash over her, her violet eyes shimmering with a mesmerizing light, as if relishing a soul's massage. As the bow of the Noah approached the metallic platform, less than 100 meters away, a gentle luminous screen unfurled before Lin Yuan. Detected Wonder Core, the sleeping heart, Wonder status, dormant, energy reserve, 12-7. Occupation conditions, complete the awakening trial, replenish the heart's energy reserve to 100. Trial description, any substance containing energy can be offered to the heart via the core altar to replenish its reserves. The awakening trial. To offer substances? Su Minghui also caught sight of the information on the screen, momentarily stunned, before a grim understanding washed over her. This was the reason why those players' ships appeared so feeble, and why they referred to it as a cake that one could see but not consume. This trial was nothing short of a bottomless pit. It did not demand specific rare materials, but rather everything: wood, metal, food, parts. Anything that the system recognized as resources could be devoured, transforming into the trivial increments on that progress bar. Those ships were evidently trapped here. To depart meant losing everything. A futile waste of vast resources. To remain, however, offered no hope of completion, forcing them to watch helplessly as their vessels and supplies were gradually siphoned away by the sea and that heart. Let us inquire how much they have contributed. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The Noah turned its bow and returned beside the other vessels. This time, the silence was broken. A robust man clad in heavy power armor, seemingly the leader, stepped to the edge of the ship. "How is it? Have you seen that despairing progress bar?" The man's voice matched that of the one from the previous communication. 12-7, Lin Yuan calmly stated the figure. "How long did it take you?" The burly man extended 3 fingers, his voice laden with bitterness and fatigue. 3 weeks. We are a coalition of 3 top-tier guilds, Oracle, Spear of the Deep, and our own Black Sail. We nearly emptied the inventories of all 3 guilds to push that damned progress bar from an initial 5 to its current state. Upon hearing this, Su Minghui and Yu Mengbing gasped in disbelief. 3 top-tier guilds, 3 weeks of effort, and yet they had managed to progress by less than 8? This was no mere bottomless pit. It was a black hole capable of dragging any player faction into an abyss of despair. The conversion rate is too low. Another guild representative, a scholarly man with glasses, stepped forward. Adjusting his spectacles, he spoke with a tone of bitterness. "We have calculated that 10 0.000 units of ordinary, which can increase the progress by approximately 0.001. Even a rare molten core can only raise it by 0.01. To fill the remaining over 80, the required resources would likely drain the entire server of all players' assets and still may not suffice. This task is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary player. The burly man from the Black Sails concluded that this cursed place is nothing but a trap, a magnificent snare set specifically for us self-proclaimed elite players, as he spoke. He glanced back at his warship, the Fearless, a heavy cruiser that had once been the pride of their guild, now resembling an abandoned beach leviathan. Stripped of its former glory, we decided to abandon our quest. The man's tone carried a sense of relief, as if liberated from a burden. Remaining any longer would drain us of even the energy needed to return home. Brother, take our advice. This place is beyond our reach. While your ship is still in decent condition, make haste and depart. With that, he disregarded Lin Yuan and turned back to the cockpit. Soon, the colossal warships began to power up, their engines emitting a dim glow as they struggled to pivot, heading back towards the thick blood mist from whence they came. They resembled weary laborers who had toiled for weeks only to discover their employer had fled, leaving them to depart with exhaustion and significant losses. In the blink of an eye, the vast and enigmatic Heart Sea was left with only the Noah, a solitary vessel. The deck fell into a profound silence. They simply left? Su Menghuai murmured, gazing at the receding silhouettes of the ships. She fully understood their despair. Such a task was never designed for completion. She turned to Lin Yuan, finding him silently fixated on the colossal, pulsating heart. There was no trace of disappointment or retreat on his face. He merely observed the ships, symbols of the server's pinnacle strength, fleeing like frightened strays, vanishing into the distant blood fog. It's over. There is utterly no hope now. Su Menghuai sat down on the deck, somewhat dazed, murmuring to herself. With the three major guilds having given up, this endeavor was simply unattainable for mortals. Should we leave as well? Her words echoed the thoughts of any rational player at that moment. This was no longer a matter of effort, but rather a stark reality that declared this path was impassable. Yu Mengbing remained silent, yet her furrowed brows indicated her stance. She looked to Lin Yuan, eager to hear his decision. However, Lin Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Leave? Why on earth would we do that? He turned to face the three women, his smile dazzling to the point of blinding. What a splendid place this is. It would be a shame to depart. Splendid? Su Menghuai was taken aback, pointing towards the altar that resembled an abyss, and then to her empty pockets. Lin Yuan, have you lost your mind? What is so great about this place? Is it that it can drain our ships and leave us destitute? No, Lin Yuan shook his head, stepping closer to Su Menghuai and extending his hand to pull her up from the deck. Have you forgotten what my talent is? His voice was soft, yet it sliced through the fog of confusion in everyone's minds like a bolt of lightning. Su Menghuai's mouth gradually formed an O shape. Yu Mengbing's icy blue pupils suddenly constricted. Yi Henin's lips slowly curled into a knowing, mischievous arc. What is Lin Yuan's talent? Every second, resources are randomly generated. In critical moments, the probability of rare items doubles. Moreover, there's that. The proximity to beautiful women influences the likelihood of rare resources. What does this awakening trial demand? An abundance of all kinds of materials. What are the rules of this sea? A continuous extraction of energy creates a perpetual sense of urgency, ensuring that resources are never sufficient. And what do they have on their ship now? 3 uniquely styled, yet undeniably stunning top beauties. This is hardly a trap. It is evidently a bespoke spectacle, meticulously crafted by the system, no, by the world itself. Tailored exclusively for Lin Yuan. Do you mean? Su Menghuai's voice trembled, not from fear, but from overwhelming excitement. Can we utilize your inexhaustible refreshing talent to fill this bottomless pit? In theory, it is feasible. Yu Mengbing swiftly regained her composure, her mind racing to a conclusion. His talent's output and the consumption of this marvel formed a perfect, closed loop. While others needed to deplete their resources, he merely required time. It is not just feasible. Yi Henin's elegantly strode to Lin Yuan's side, unabashedly linking her arm through his, her body pressing closely against him. She gazed at the pulsating giant heart in the distance, her violet eyes sparkling with intrigue. This is fundamentally a feast prepared exclusively for the master. While others perceive an abyss, we see a staircase leading to the divine throne. Her words made Lin Yuan's heart race in sync with that colossal entity. A staircase leading to the divine throne. He was fond of this notion. My goodness. Su Minghuai finally comprehended the situation, suddenly leaping up, excitedly spinning in place, then seizing Lin Yuan's other arm, exclaiming, "We struck gold. Lin Yuan, you must be the chosen one, right? This golden finger is simply outrageous." Sandwiched between two beautiful women, feeling the astonishing softness and elasticity radiating from their arms, Lin Yuan felt a rush of warmth surge to his head. He could even distinctly sense that the refresh probability for rare resources on his talent panel was skyrocketing. Cough, cough. Remain calm, remain calm. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, striving to maintain his enigmatic demeanor. While theoretically feasible, the actual conversion rate remains to be tested. With that thought, he eagerly approached the core altar shimmering with an ethereal blue light. It was a circular platform approximately 10 meters in diameter, with a recess at its center, beside which displayed a 12.7 energy progress bar. Lin Yuan opened his system warehouse, which was densely packed with various materials. Common wood X 9,999, common stone X 9,999, iron or X 9,999. These represent the most fundamental materials and are the most abundant yield of his innate talent, with quantities long overflowing. With a mere thought, he selected common wood, then clicked to feed. Please select feeding quantity all. Buzz, a significant portion of the mountain of wood in the warehouse vanished in an instant. A radiant beam of light erupted from the recess in the altar's center, shooting directly towards the colossal heart suspended in the sky. The veins on the heart's surface flickered momentarily. Then, the progress bar, which tugged at the hearts of all, moved imperceptibly upwards. Energy reserve, 12,701. 10,000 units of wood raised it by 0.001. Su Minghuai recited the data previously mentioned by the cultured man, the excitement on his face dwindling to half. This was far too little, wasn't it? To fill the remaining 87. How many units of 10,000 would be required? Patience. Lin Yuan's expression remained serene. He opened the warehouse once more, this time selecting a rare material obtained from defeating the Sand Sea Scorpion Queen. Scorpion Queen's venom sac, rare, feed. Another beam of light shot forth, this time considerably thicker and brighter than before. The progress bar surged once again. Energy reserve, 12,711. Single rare material enhanced it by 0.01. Su Minghuai's eyes sparkled. This was significantly more efficient, yet still insufficient. Yu Mengbing doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. The yield of rare materials was unstable, and even with Lin Yuan's exceptional talent, accumulating enough to fill the remaining 87 would likely take several years. Who said I need to feed them one by one? Lin Yuan chuckled. Taking a deep breath, he made a bold decision. System, apart from the Noah itself and core components, as well as our personal equipment and food reserves, feed all materials in the warehouse. Warning, this operation will consume over 95 of your inventory. Do you confirm? Confirm. In the next moment, it felt as though the entire world lit up. A colossal beam of energy, transformed from countless materials, surged upward from the altar of Noah, akin to a divine spear connecting heaven and earth, striking down upon that massive heart. Boom! An unprecedented, profound, and resounding heartbeat erupted. The entire sea roared in response. The enormous heart, akin to a glutton starved for eons, finally savored a feast at this moment. The myriad veins on its surface ignited with blinding red light, and the progress bar began to soar at a visibly frantic pace. 13, 15, 20. Su Minghuai and Yu Mengbing stood utterly astonished. They stared blankly at the ever-fluctuating number, their minds a void. Is this the depth of Lin Yuan's prowess? Is this the formidable wealth amassed through his languid days spent reclining on a beach chair, enough to make any top-tier guild blush with embarrassment? Ultimately, The radiant beam dissipated, and the sea returned to tranquility. The progress bar steadfastly settled on a brand new figure. Energy reserve, 35. 2. In just one instance, it surged by 22. 5. Su Minghuai's voice was parched. She felt her worldview being incessantly refreshed and reshaped today. Excellent. Lin Yuan regarded the number with satisfaction, nodding in approval. What he had just fed was nearly all the refuse and scraps he had accumulated since the game's inception. Now, with his inventory emptied, he felt an unexpected lightness. For he knew that, given time, and as long as these 3 treasures remained by his side, these items would soon be replenished. Well then, the next phase involved a lengthy period of idleness. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, turned, and returned to the cabin. Time to eat. I am famished. In the days that followed, a soothing rhythm emerged. The Noah was quietly anchored in the heart of this oceanic realm, becoming the sole inhabitant of this ancient deity's forbidden zone. Lin Yuan's daily routine consisted of just 3 tasks: eating, sleeping, and, every 12 hours, emptying the newly acquired supplies from his inventory to feed that very heart. The progress bar slowly yet resolutely advanced during this seemingly monotonous process, one that would drive any outsider mad if they were to comprehend it. 35, 2. 48, 6. 62, 1. Time passed day by day. The atmosphere aboard the ship transformed from initial tension and excitement into a languorous and sensuous ambience. After all, to enhance the yield of rare resources, Lin Yuan needed to maintain as close a proximity as possible with the 3 enchanting women. Such a rationale was both transparent and irrefutable. Thus, scenes like the following frequently unfolded on the deck of the Noah. Lin Yuan lounged leisurely on a beach chair. To his left, Yihan Hui, clad in a refreshing swimsuit, meticulously peeled fruit for him, feeding it into his mouth, her long legs playfully draped across him. To his right, Yu Mengbing, despite her reluctance manifesting as a frosty demeanor, leaned earnestly against the side of his chair, a book cradled in her hands, occasionally casting sidelong glances at the shameless enchantress beside her, then silently inching closer to Lin Yuan. Not far away, Su Menghuai practiced yoga, maintaining her flawless physique while wearing an expression of barely concealed disdain, lamenting the man corrupted by such delicate charms. As night fell, Lin Yuan's room transformed into a veritable arena of both chaos and tenderness. Under the continuous guidance and coaxing of the enchanting Yihan Hui, the icy fortress of Yu Mengbing had been thoroughly melted away. She transitioned from initial embarrassment and resistance to a reluctant acceptance, and now to an insatiable craving. Beneath her icy exterior lies a volcano, and when it erupts, her fervor and demands are such that even Lin Yuan finds them challenging to withstand. Often, it requires the strategic prowess of Yi Hanheng to mediate, ensuring that this trio's meeting concludes harmoniously. Thus, amidst the relentless grind of progress during the day and profound exchanges at night, a week quietly slipped by. On this particular morning, as Lin Yuan emerged from his room, he beheld the 3 women standing on the deck, their expressions grave as they gazed at the central altar. The progress bar above it had reached a staggering figure. Energy reserve, 98. 9. It was nearly there. Yi Hanheng turned her gaze towards Lin Yuan, her violet eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yuan nodded, approaching the altar and opening the freshly updated repository. This was the final attempt. He took a deep breath, channeling all the resources accumulated over the past 12 hours into the altar. Buzz! The familiar beam of light surged skyward once more. The progress bar began its final countdown. 99. 99, 5. 99, 9. At this moment, the breath of everyone aboard held in suspense. Finally, under the collective gaze, the number transformed into its ultimate form. Energy reserve, 100 awakening trial. Complete. Awakening the core of wonders. Heart of the ancient god. Chapter 65. Guardians of the Heart Boom. The instant the progress bar reached 100, an unprecedented heartbeat, heavy enough to seem capable of crushing the very soul, exploded forth. This time, it was no mere echo of the spirit. The entire circular sea surged with fervor. The colossal heart, suspended at the center of the ocean, appeared to awaken from an eons-long slumber. Every twisted blood vessel on its surface ignited with a dazzling crimson glow, resembling the vibrant veins of awakened magma upon the earth. An indescribable aura, mingling desolation, majesty, brutality, and holiness, swept across the realm like a tempest. Beneath, the massive metallic array, known as the load-bearing plate, radiated with an intensified brilliance. The once gentle stream of azure energy transformed into a torrential flood, surging violently into the heart. It felt as if the very world was offering tributes to this belated awakening. The sky was about to collapse. Su Minghui clutched the ship's railing, her complexion ashen, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon where the sea met the sky, her pupils constricting in terror. At the edge of the circular sea, where clarity met crimson, a towering wave was rising at a visible pace. This was no ordinary wave. It was a colossal wall of scarlet, formed from the very waters of the blood-soaked sea, blocking out the sun. Countless twisted faces, wreathed in agony, flickered upon the surface, emitting silent roars, a testament to the countless lives consumed by this ocean, accumulating resentment and remnants. This monstrous wave did not surge toward the center. Rather, it radiated outward from the circular sea, violently expanding toward the periphery of the blood sea. It resembled a merciless harbinger, intent on purging all forbidden refuse from this sacred courtyard of the heart. Quick, look at the regional channel. Knight Hanhang's voice brimmed with peculiar excitement. Lin Yuan swiftly accessed the regional channel interface, and in an instant, a deluge of messages filled with terror, anger, and confusion cascaded across the screen. Player, Black Sail Berserker, damn. What in the world is that? A tsunami? My ship is about to capsize. Player, Oracle, Star Eye, steady. All vessels, activate maximum power shields. This wave is problematic. It is repelling us. Player, Deep Sea Spear, broken water flow. It's too late. The shields are being corroded. This force. We cannot resist it. Ah, player, Lone Wanderer, Scavenger, help. Help. I don't want to die. I just got here. Player, Black Sail Berserker, we're being pushed out. Swept away like garbage. I see the blood mist. We're being expelled from that clear sea. Player, Oracle, Star Eye, why? What is happening? Who triggered all of this? Player, Black Sail Berserker, the Noah. It's that newly arrived Noah. They're still inside. The last thing I saw was that wave passing them by. Player, Passerby, Noah? What guild is that? I've never heard of it. Player, Black Sail Rebel Noah. What in the world have you done? The channel was in utter disarray. The united fleets of the three major guilds, recently defeated, bore the brunt of this divine expulsion. They were akin to feral dogs unceremoniously kicked out by their master, along with all the newcomers eager to partake in the bloodbath, all violently thrust out of this core region by a monstrous wave. Meanwhile, the Noah, the sole invited vessel, rested quietly at the eye of the storm. As the colossal crimson wave approached the boundary of the circular sea, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, respectfully swirling around the edge without a single droplet daring to infiltrate this pristine sanctuary. Thus, this was the essence of dominion. Lin Yuan observed the furious tirades in the channel, a faint smile curving his lips. From the moment he completed his trial, this ancient heart of the gods had become his exclusive domain. No trespassers allowed. They seemed quite agitated. Su Minghui watched the frantic exchanges, and to her surprise, the flicker of fear within her was supplanted by a delightful schadenfreude, especially upon witnessing the previously dismissive Black Sail, Rebel, now furiously cursing. She felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Serves you right for looking down on others. Yu Mengbing's expression softened as well. She glanced at Lin Yuan, her ice-blue eyes glimmering with an imperceptible brilliance. This man had an uncanny ability to turn the impossible into the possible, transforming despair into a feast uniquely his own. At that moment, the massive heart, now fully awakened, altered its rhythmic throbbing. Thud, 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 thud. The heartbeat quickened, a more overwhelming force descending with a thunderous impact. Simultaneously, a new system interface, gleaming with divine golden light, unfurled before Lin Yuan. Wonder Core, heart of the ancient god, has been successfully awakened. Congratulations, player Lin Yuan. You have temporarily acquired ownership of the Wonder Heart of the ancient god. Initiating the final trial, Guardian of the Gods. Trial task: defeat the Guardian of the Heart, the Lord of the Deep Abyss within the stipulated time. Trial duration: 3 hours. Trial reward: permanent ownership of the Wonder Heart of the ancient god. Unique title: Heart Conqueror, unknown divine, item X1. Penalty for trial failure: the ship and all crew members will be completely assimilated by the heart of the ancient god, becoming its new nourishment. Warning: the final trial is about to commence. The Guardian is awakening. 10, 9. The chilling countdown resonated like a death knell in the hearts of all present. The punishment for failure was no longer the disgrace of being ousted like those before, but rather death, a complete and utter demise, the soul utterly drained, an eternal death. Here it comes. Yi Hanhai's gaze fixed intently on the unfathomable depths of the waters directly beneath the heart. The once crystalline and transparent waters of the sea had, without warning, transformed into an abyss so profound that it seemed capable of devouring all light. A colossal vortex, unimaginable in its enormity, was gradually taking shape within the darkness. Gurgling, gurgling, the waters churned and roared. A terrifying aura, mingling the essence of ancient fury and insatiable hunger, surged forth from the vortex's core. The atmosphere on the deck froze instantly to a point of icy stillness. Su Minghui, who had only just managed to calm her racing heart, felt it leap back in her throat. She could even hear the sound of her teeth chattering. Yu Mengbing's expression was one of palpable dread, her fear almost crystallizing into tangible frost as she tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Lin Yuan's countenance bore an unprecedented gravity. He sensed that the creature awakening beneath the vortex surpassed any adversary he had previously encountered in terms of life level. It was a power that resided within the realm of myth. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached its conclusion. Boom! A towering column of water erupted violently from the heart of the abyss, soaring into the heavens. Immediately thereafter, a head of staggering proportions began to ascend from the tumultuous black waters. It was a grotesque serpent's head, encrusted with dark golden, impenetrable scales. Atop its head, a pair of twisted, horn-like appendages crowned it like a demon,